The first thing I did after transmigrating into the Erie University was to rush into the girls' dormitory and forcefully kiss a 3S level Erie campus belle. While everyone else was struggling to survive in the horror game, I ended up in a sweet romance with the female ghost belle. It turned out that the horror game had descended upon the entire world, with each country randomly selecting one player to enter the Erie space for survival. Only nations that successfully cleared all rule-based dungeons would receive various rewards, while failing countries would vanish from history, completely transforming into lands of the Erie. As memories flooded in, I also became aware of my current predicament. Once erased in the Erie world, not only would the game be lost, but the player would also truly die. At this moment, all 200 contestants from around the world had been transported into the Erie world. The Thriller University dungeon had begun. As long as players completed daily check-ins and survived for 44 days, they would successfully clear the stage. The entire process would be broadcast live worldwide, except under special circumstances. Just as I was pondering what counted as special circumstances, the large iron gate of the left dormitory building swung open, and a male dorm supervisor with a riot baton in hand and a tilted head walked out. The left building was the male dormitory, while the right was the female dormitory. Now, you may enter to choose your rooms. Each room can only accommodate one person, and half of the rooms already have occupants. If someone accidentally picks a room with a ghost, the dorm supervisor trailed off with an eerie laugh. At this sight, all contestants couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and immediately entered their respective dormitories. Only I remained frozen in place, hesitating to move, because I noticed a line of small words floating inside the iron gate of the right female dormitory. Several female contestants walked past it without any reaction, meaning those words were visible only to me. I wanted to read what was written, but the font was too small. I had to step inside the female dormitory to see clearly. However, this might violate the rules, as normally, males weren't allowed in the female dormitory and could be erased on the spot by the Erie supervisor. Glancing at the Erie supervisor beside me, I took a deep breath and strode toward the female dormitory. Seeing my actions, viewers in the Dragon Country's livestream thought I had lost my mind. Hey, isn't the male dormitory on the left? Why is he going to the right? Wait, I just checked our Dragon Country contestant's profile. Sufei, 18, a college student, with less than a 1% clearance rate. Truly a contestant with a sub 1% clearance rate. If he isn't taken down by the supervisor, I'll. Soon, reports of other countries' contestants' successes began flooding the livestream. Contestants from the US, Sakura Country, Han Country, and Bear Country had all successfully settled in. Oh, the world record for the fastest elimination is about to be broken by contestant Sufei. Indeed, getting eliminated right at the start. No one is more outstanding than Sufei. Faced with mockery from other nations, viewers from the Dragon Country were on the verge of cursing in frustration, with some even closing the live stream outright. At this moment, my heart was pounding with tension. Just as I was about to step into the girls' dormitory, the dorm supervisor suddenly stopped me. The school rules don't forbid you from entering the female ghost dormitory, but you only get one choice. Let me ask you one last time, are you sure you want to go in? I'm sure. Seeing the determination in my eyes, the supervisor took a few steps back. Alright, but I must warn you, your choice is unwise because there's something far more terrifying inside. At that point, the supervisor fell silent, as if afraid of something. Seeing me still unharmed, the live stream audience in Dragon Country was stunned. Am I seeing this right? A guy can choose to enter the female ghost dormitory? That's right. While it doesn't violate the rule of gender-based dorm assignments, there's something even scarier inside. Could it be a 3S level supernatural entity? As I approached the iron gate of the female ghost dormitory, a faint, ethereal voice whispered in my ear. Congratulations on discovering a hidden rule hint. You only need to follow the hidden hint, no questions asked. Hidden hint, go to the 6th floor, and no matter what happens, don't look back. It was indeed a hidden hint, visible and audible only to me. I glanced at the staircase leading upstairs and began sprinting, taking multiple steps at a time. The moment I reached the 2nd floor, eerie sobbing echoed around me. Don't look back, don't stop. I pushed myself to run faster, feeling as though something supernatural was right behind me the second I hesitated. Finally, I arrived on the 6th floor, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and my legs trembling uncontrollably. Strangely, the ghostly sounds vanished the moment I reached this floor. Suddenly, the ethereal voice whispered in my ear again, another hidden hint. I looked around and spotted words on a door at the end of the hallway. Hidden hint, once inside, close your eyes, don't speak, and just kiss her. Is this a serious hidden hint? If this is a hidden rule, it's downright absurd. A wave of regret washed over me. What does "don't speak, just kiss her" even mean? It implies that there is definitely a ghost inside this dorm room. But according to what the host said, going into a dormitory with a creepy presence is death. Could it be that inside this dormitory was the scary existence that the host said? Looking at the door number 614 dormitory, Sufei swallowed his saliva, and in his mind, he created a picture of hell. All sorts of horrifying and bizarre images began to emerge one by one. What with the split-mouth woman, the long-tongue creep, all sorts of terrifying existences appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a mournful scream came from the opposite dormitory. It was obvious that someone had chosen to pick the wrong dormitory and was obliterated. The more this happened, the more psychological pressure Su Fei felt. At the same time, the viewers in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room were all staring at Su Fei with dead eyes as they began to hold their breath. Su Fei, whether he chose wrongly or not, wasn't the first to be eliminated. But is this really all we can do? Couldn't Su Fei have picked an empty dorm room? Don't stress out, okay? It's a good thing Su Fei can't see your pop-ups. With the lowest clearance rate and being able to not be eliminated first, Su Fei has actually succeeded. Come on, the critical moment of choice, Su Fei, you can definitely do it. In the live broadcast room, most of the people of the Dragon Kingdom also began to cheer for Su Fei at this moment. After all, Su Fei's clearance rate was really ridiculously low, and being able to persevere up to this point had already surpassed that player who had already been obliterated. Suddenly, a broadcast came from outside the dormitory, a bizarre voice resounding throughout the school. 30 seconds left until midnight. Contestants who have not yet entered the dormitory will be stripped of their lives. This is expressly rule number 1. You must stay in your dorm room from midnight 8 o'clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the clock's countdown echoed throughout the campus, completely making Su Fei give up thinking. It's all here. It's still death if you don't choose anyway, whatever the hell is inside, just visualize her as a soft little sweet girl. What if it really was some hidden pass rule? Su Fei closed his eyes tightly. Almost all of his body's strength was used to directly kick open the door to the dormitory. Only a bang could be heard. The door to the dormitory was opened and a young girl wearing a long red dress was standing not far from the door. The young girl had black hair draped over her shoulders, and her red pupils were as bizarre as the blood moon outside the window. Seeing the red-clothed creepy, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast completely lost hope. There's creepy. It's even still red-clothed bizarre. Red-clothed creepy, one of the most powerful creeps in the rule copies. Globally recognized SSS-ranked shenanigans, has flayed many players alive. It's over, not only have we lost now, but Su Fei will also die an incredibly miserable death. I'm sorry, I'm afraid the following image is quite bloody, I don't dare to watch it. On the screen, Su Fei had his eyes tightly closed, having no idea what was standing in front of him. But following the prompts, he could only touch his blindness. However, Su Fei had just taken 2 steps when he felt a cold touch coming from his fingertips. So delicate. It was simply unlike a face that one could possess. The face was in this position, and the height was almost 1 meter 6. Standard melon face, body not fat. Well, shouldn't be too bad. Touch enough? The icy voice rang out, and Su Fei nearly subconsciously answered back. But the words just reached his throat and swallowed hard. Hint said, "Don't talk, kiss her." The matter had come to a head, and he had no choice. No matter what, no matter what. Su Fei fiercely embraced the Eerie in front of him in his arms, and according to muscle memory, he directly kissed her. The entire body of the Bazaar in his arms couldn't help but tremble. The red eyes were even more incredulous as they looked at the human who kissed her. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room completely boiled over. Chapter 3 Blushing 8 times in 5 minutes. This is SSS Female Trickster? I plant grass. Warrior. This is definitely called a warrior. No, what the hell is Su Fei doing? Even though Su Fei lost, I feel as if he won. Nonsense, although it's terribly creepy, it's better looking than even our school flower. Recognized. The first man ever to dare to forcibly kiss the red-clothed creepy head-on. As long as one is bold, the female creepy takes maternity leave. Su Fei, he really dares. Envious to death. If I had known that this female weirdo was so beautiful, I would have admitted it even if I had died. Can't you see Su Fei's eyes were closed the whole time? So he didn't even know what he was kissing. Hiss. In that case, no matter what's inside, Su Fei dares to kiss it. The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was completely shocked by Su Fei's actions. Compared to winning or losing, this kind of behavior from Su Fei in front of him was the most explosive existence. Since the appearance of the shenanigans game until now, let alone forcibly kissing the red-clothed shenanigans. Even if it was ordinary shenanigans, the players all stayed away from it and tried not to touch it. The thousands of families in the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast all began to discuss it intensely. Soon, the matter of Su Fei forcibly kissing red-clothes creepy began to spread in the live streams of other countries. Oh my god! The Dragon Country's player actually forcefully kissed SSS creepy. Nani? I've only seen a similar plot inside a special movie. ACI right. The Dragon Country player is trying to stage a human creepy love? Oh, dude. We should calm down because he's about to be ripped apart by creepy. Yup. Dragon Nation will be out of history forever, witness. The heat on the extranet was also rising. There were even quite a few netizens from other countries who began to flock into the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, waiting to see the scene of Su Fei being bizarrely torn apart. However, several minutes had passed, and the picture had always remained the same. If it wasn't for the fact that they could see Su Fei's subtle movements clearly, they even wondered if the live broadcast screen was stuck. Not to mention them. Even Su Fei himself was a little numb. It was mainly too cold. It was as if he was hugging a human-shaped ice cube and gnawing on it. The entire process had lasted a full 5 minutes. But it seemed as if the ice cube in his arm seemed to gradually gain a temperature. Hidden hint, let go, you can talk. A pleasant tone rang in his ears, and Su Fei was finally letting go of the other party. Su Fei took a deep breath. He hadn't opened his eyes yet. He suddenly felt that being blind was quite good. At least he wouldn't worry about opening his eyes and seeing any scenes that would make him unforgettable for the rest of his life. And yet, he had never thought that. Red Clothes Creepy's cheeks had long been a bit flushed, and he opened his mouth to ask, "What does it feel like?" "Cool, a little sweet. Want to continue?" "Yes." Su Fei nodded. Only this time, he hadn't had time to reach out. The other party directly jumped into his arms and kissed him once again, his face red. Seeing this scene, all the viewers watching the live broadcast felt as if a bolt of lightning had split open inside. Especially the bachelors in front of the screen. The last line of defense in their hearts seemed to collapse at this moment. No? What is this? What are they doing? Dude, slap me and tell me this isn't real. So it's still a weird survival broadcast and not some relationship movie? Stop it, I'm forgetting that this is our last chance for Dragon Kingdom. Is there a conflict here? Did you look at Red Clothes Creepy with the intention of tearing Su Fei apart? Yeah, if you didn't tell me, I'd forgotten that Su Fei hasn't been eliminated yet. Who said earlier that good looks are useless? Come out yourself. No? Blushing 8 times in 5 minutes, you call that SSS weird? It wasn't just the people who were incredulous. Even in the official studio, the nearly 100 core figures of the Dragon Kingdom were likewise incomparably shocked. Young people really do have a lot of ideas. It feels outrageous, but at least it hasn't been eliminated yet. What if something strange happens next? Who cares, as long as we can broadcast it, we can watch it. The survival of the Dragon Kingdom depends on Su Fei. Compared to the excitement on the Dragon Country's side, the netizens of other countries began to gradually become a bit impatient. Unbelievable. The Dragon Country players actually survived by this method. Survived? Not necessarily, right? Maybe Creepy is just using the rules to toy with him. There are contestants whose looks aren't worse than Su Fei's, he's just lucky. Even if it's fine now, it doesn't mean it's safe for the rest. SSS class Creepy isn't that easy to mess with. Don't be too happy for Longwei yet, you have to survive on campus for 44 days to be considered a pass. After several more minutes had passed, Red Clothes Creepy was finally letting go of Su Fei. Only she realized that Su Fei was still keeping his eyes tightly closed. You don't dare to look at me? Su Fei froze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't say that he was afraid you'd be too ugly to scare me, could he? Although he didn't know why the other party was like this. But if he were to annoy the other party, he wouldn't have any room for resistance at all. Hidden tip, tell the truth about what's in your heart. Really say? As Su Fei listened to the prompt, he couldn't help but remember everything that had happened earlier. At least the prompt wasn't wrong. It only seemed a little weird. The Red Clothes Creepy voice was like a prison. Of course, if your answer is unsatisfactory to me, I will kill you. Hearing those words, the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast instantly rose to their throats. Brother Su. Compliment her. Please. Everyone in my 30th is calling you brother. Brother Su is so good at flirting with girls, he should know some deep words, right? Not to mention anything else, a direct description of the opposite party's appearance wouldn't be bad either. Trust Brother Su, there's absolutely no way he'll drop the ball at this time. The Dragon Country's audience was nervous, but the other country's viewers were overjoyed. Like I said, Creepy is just playing around. It looks like it got over the hump, but there are more dangerous rules with shenanigans. Obviously this question is the rule, if answered incorrectly, will be killed. In the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room, everyone's gazes gathered on Su Fei's body. Su Fei also had no choice but to open his mouth according to the system's prompts, and with a brain, he told the other party what he had previously thought in his mind. When I came in, I was actually worried that you were ugly. It could be some kind of cleft-mouthed female, long-tongued trickster, or some kind of maggot on the face or something like that, so that's why I closed my eyes. And of course, there's. With every word Su Fei said, the expressions of the Longwa people in the live broadcast room became 1 point more agonized. Brother Su. Master Su. Please don't talk nonsense about big words. Yes, you just open your eyes to see it all. Even though it's SSS Creepy, the look is totally top schoolgirl, okay? That's right, you kissed it all, what's wrong with a few compliments? The audience of his country was even more delighted when they heard these words. The Dragon Nation's player is just a rogue with no IQ. My 8-year-old son can't even say such words, and you're saying he's a college student? I seem to have heard the broadcast of the Dragon Country player's imminent defeat. At this moment, the bizarre world. Hearing Su Fei's mental description, the red-clothed creepy actually snorted out a laugh. Very good, I like honest people. My name is Luo Yao. Welcome to dorm room 614. As soon as Luo Yao's words fell, the bizarre world immediately sent out a notification. Dragon Country player checked in successfully. Dragon Country audience? Other country's audience, cheating. It must be investigated severely. This is definitely cheating. Instantly. Question marks floated up on the screens of all the live rooms. Su Fei himself was a little less daring to believe it, confirming once again. You mean, I can live with you? Chapter 4 mainly because I'm afraid your bed isn't sturdy. What, you're not happy about it? Luo Yao's voice grew cold as she stared at Su Fei dead in the face. Of course not. Su Fei wasn't too nervous, but continued to speak according to his inner doubts. It's mainly because that hostess downstairs just now said that only one person can live in each dorm room. Ha! Luo Yao's laughter was tinged with contempt. You remember, my rules are above his. Good. Su Fei didn't have the slightest doubt at all when he heard this. Whether it was from the start of the creepy hostile sphere of the female creepy dormitory or the hints he had seen, it was enough to prove that the creepy level in front of him was definitely not low. Hidden hint, open your eyes and read the school rules. Right. Still have to read the school rules. Now, one really had to open their eyes. Besides, keeping his eyes closed all the time was also very uncomfortable for Su Fei. Thus, he slowly opened his eyes and saw the appearance of the girl in front of him. Su Fei was instantly in a trance. After worrying and fearing for so long, it turned out that the other party actually had such a face. What a crack-mouthed female long-tongued ghost. Simply countless men in the heart of the white moonlight, the vermilion sand mole. The female guile in front of him was simply more perfect than the soft little sweetness that he had fantasized about before entering the door. From this, it can be seen that the hidden hint appeared until now and did not trap him. He was already completely convinced that the hidden tip was his own golden finger. Seeing Su Fei's dumbfounded appearance, Luo Yao even brought her face to Su Fei's front. Take a good look again. Let's see if I'm a low-grade creepy like a cracked mouth and long tongue or not. Hiss. Su Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. But in the end, it was the creepy world, and it was even an SSS-ranked red-clothed creepy. It wasn't a reality where a soft and sticky sweet girl would be pampered. At most, a soft and sticky sweet girl could only hurt her waist a little. But a red-clothed creepy, that would really kill someone. Right. Where are the school rules? Su Fei returned to his senses and swept around the dormitory. Said dorm room. Su Fei had thought that it was the same as his own school, a combination of a bed and a table, 10 or so square meters. As it turned out, this dormitory room was only furnished with a princess bed and was at least 20 square meters in size. Aside from the blood-stained mosquito nets and those peeling walls that looked weird, it was better than even his dormitory. The school rules are behind the door. Luo Yao raised her hand, and there seemed to be an invisible force that closed the dormitory door once again. A piece of white paper was pasted behind the door. Lines of text were written on the white paper. Su Fei walked forward and saw the school rules through the blood moon outside the window. 8:30 12 o'clock, sign in and clock out at the playground for death movement. 12 o'clock 1400 hours, cafeteria clock in for meals. 1400 hours midnight, free time, but you must go to any part of the school to sign in and punch in. Midnight 8 o'clock, you must stay in your dormitory room, no noise. Attention, for each location, players must follow the rules of each location, otherwise special weird events will be triggered. Don't be late, don't be late, don't be late. There aren't many school rules, except for the rule hints at the very beginning when entering the weird world. The main one is this signing in and punching in. Simply put, every morning, you have to do the death movement, and noon is mealtime. After eating you must find another place to punch in, such as the library, etc. It seems. Creepy world, danger everywhere. Let's not talk about anything else, just the death sport alone makes one's heart squeamish. It's called death sport, and it wouldn't be called that if people didn't die. It's getting late, rest. Luo Yao turned around and waved her hand as the blood-stained mosquito net was open, then glanced at Su Fei. Sleeping together? What? The corner of Luo Yao's mouth curved up, snickering. Could it be that you're still afraid that I'll eat you up? It's not simple for you to eat me. Su Fei helplessly laughed. It's mainly because I'm afraid that this bed of yours isn't sturdy. Luo Yao's face once again colored a blush. Whether the bed is sturdy or not, don't you know if you try it? As the words fell, Su Fei only felt an invisible force take control of him, then flew towards that princess bed. The mosquito net fell. At the same time, the screen of the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room also became pitch black. What does it mean? The following content isn't being shown? Where's the recharge entrance? I have plenty of money, let me watch. The Dragon Kingdom official came out to speak. I have my heart set on the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom. How come I'm not allowed to see it? You're hitting me in the face with your abacus beads. Are you concerned about the safety of the Dragon Kingdom? From the time Master Su kissed the Red Dress Bazaar, I feel that the nature of this live broadcast has completely changed. Officials come out to explain. I want to see if Master Su can pass or not. Seeing the public's skepticism, the screen of the official Dragon Kingdom studio was actually equally dark. A few technicians then immediately relayed the screen of the studio. Look everyone, we likewise can't see the live broadcast. The live broadcast is a projection of the bizarre world, it's not our technical problem. Believe us, we're just as eager as everyone else to know if Su Fei will be able to pass the barrier successfully. But for now, we can only wait for the system to broadcast, or for the live broadcast to open up again. The Dragon Country official personally appeared to explain, and many of the people began to gradually calm down. It was only the viewers of other countries that began to be unsettled. Why? Why does our country's players still have a screen? ACI right, our country's players only have a stool in their dorm room. Why does Su Fei have a bed to sleep on? Even though our country's contestants have beds, why don't they have creepy sleeping with them? Hee, everyone hold your horses for now. I think the Dragon Country's contestant might not survive until dawn. As time passed, although the Dragon Country's live broadcast lost Su Fei's footage, various slices and news about Su Fei began to spread wildly on the internet. The heat had even reached an unprecedented level for the entire Dragon Kingdom. After all, it was already about the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, and with this operation by Su Fei, it was simply astonishing. Luck? Or thinking? How in the world did Su Fei do it? Popularization, red clothes creepy, is not as wonderful as everyone imagines it to be. Dragon Nation player Su Fei, carrying the hopes of the entire Dragon Nation. As long as the guts, female shenanigans on maternity leave, can Su Fei do amazing things? Regardless of whether it was social forums or various news outlets, all sorts of headlines about Su Fei sprang up. Because of the emergence of the creepy games, each country actually had a separate department that studied the rules of creepy copies. Due to Su Fei's special characteristics. At the moment, key figures from several other countries' departments began to analyze Su Fei's operations overnight. They were all scholars from various countries who had researched bizarre copies. I've been studying rule copies for 10 years, and I never expected this one day. That's right, every move he made was otherworldly, such as how did he know that he could enter the female creepy dormitory? Putting aside Su Fei, how is it that SSS-ranked red-clothed guile also behaves differently from what has ever appeared before? I can't think of any reason why a Dragon Country player could achieve this level of performance. Could it really be luck? In the end, they could only attribute everything to good luck. Other than that, they simply couldn't find a single reason to explain it. Soon, under the strong expectations of the people of the Dragon Country and the jealousy of the people of other countries, the time of one night flew by. At 8 in the morning, the screen signal of the Dragon Country's live broadcast room began to flicker. The entire Dragon Country populace clamored and instantly locked their eyes on the live broadcast room. Expecting the stars and the moon, I finally gave it up. I didn't sleep for a night with my wife arguing vehemently just because I was afraid of missing Master Su. Oh, I'm on tenterhooks just in case I suddenly hear Master Su's failure broadcast. Wanting to see it is still wanting to see it, but we still have to be concerned about whether Master Su can lead us to a turnaround or not. It's said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger, not to mention SSS shenanigans. You can't just look at the surface of everything. Maybe we got lucky this time, but we won't be so lucky next time. Here it comes, the picture is out. Chapter 5 Death Sport, paired with creepy? Sleeping with creepy will indeed kill you. With dark circles under his eyes, Su Fei climbed up from the bed, his entire person looking extremely depressed. Through the whole night's exchange, Su Fei also understood that although the other party was creepy, he was very lonely. Precisely because of his appearance, it was like a key that opened a lock that was simply impossible to open. As stated in the Express Rule 3. In addition to the original rules of the copy, the creepy in the copy would customize its own rules. Giving love and warmth to the other party without caring about their appearance was actually the hidden rule set down by Luo Yao. Come to think of it, if it wasn't for the hidden hints, no one would have thought of this step. First of all, there wouldn't be any men who would choose a female dormitory. Secondly, even if he did choose, not only would he have to find the right dormitory, he would even have to close his eyes, unless he was still blind. It seemed that the hint's guidance wasn't wrong. Su Fei glanced at Luo Yao, who was still in deep sleep. At this moment, Luo Yao was lying on her side, and her hair had also become disheveled from its original long black straightness. Su Fei, don't keep pressing my hair. Luo Yao's voice echoed in the dormitory room with a hint of anger. Even Su Fei was startled. But seeing that the other party didn't wake up, Su Fei froze as well. Creepy could also talk in his sleep? However, seeing this scene, the Dragon Country live streaming room was completely blown up. Awesome! Although we don't know what happened, we at least survived. Master Su was our hope, even taking down SSS Creepy. But this is only the first night, and there's still the death movement later. Experiencing death movement continuously, can Su-fei carry it off? As the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room chatted about this, those who were originally still excited instantly wilted. The other country's audience even began to mock wildly. It looks comfortable, but it's actually not far from death. Oh, too naive. Do you really think you can fall in love with Creepy? Do you guys think it's possible that Creepy intentionally utilized the rules of death movement to kill him? Seems like it's really plausible, to use the rules to kill him after playing him. The pop-ups were heatedly debating, and a burst of broadcasting sounds rang out from the Creepy campus at the same time. There are only 10 minutes left until 8:30. All students are requested to gather at the playground to participate in the death sport. At this time, Luo Yao also opened her eyes. Su-fei looked at Luo Yao and asked curiously, "Death movement, are you going? You can go or not." Luo Yao said and added, "You only need to remember that whatever rules are targeted at you humans, while we, Creepy, are free to make rules based on the rules of the copies." Understood. Su-fei nodded. Luo Yao waved her hand towards Su-fei, "Go." Good. Su-fei picked up his jacket from the bed, turned around and headed out of the dormitory. Seeing Su-fei walk out from the female Creepy dormitory building, those opposite players from his country each showed surprise, but they didn't dare to go up and strike up a conversation. Even the Creepy dormitory manager couldn't help but curiously walk up to Su-fei to strike up a conversation. "Kid, you're lucky." "Not bad." Su-fei nodded. "Then can you tell me which dorm room you chose?" 614, Su-fei honestly returned. 614? The Creepy host's heart shook so violently that his eyes actually did fall out of their sockets. His voice was extremely loud, and it even startled those human players behind him. He immediately pressed his eyeballs back again and looked at Su-fei, asking again, "Are you sure you went to 614? Aha!" Su-fei waved his hand, "I won't talk to you anymore, I still have to clock in at the playground." "How can that be?" Looking at Su-fei's back as he left, even the Creepy host had never expected this outcome. He unconsciously raised his head to look at the corner of the 6th floor. But with just a glance, he immediately shrunk back, his mouth mumbling unceasingly. How could it be? If it's 614, how can he still be alive? Her rules are unknown even to many shenanigans, how could they be easily broken by a human? The dormitory wasn't too far from the playground. By the time Su-fei arrived, there were still 2 minutes left. At this time, more than 100 humans had already gathered on the playground. When they saw Su-fei coming over, they looked at him with strange gazes. There was doubt, shock, and disdain. After all, they couldn't watch the live stream, so naturally, they didn't know what Su-fei had actually experienced. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps sounded. Only to see a tall and bizarre figure walking not far away. Visually estimated to be over 3 meters tall, naked, with steel pipes inserted into the joints of his body, his limbs were irregular. It was as if the limbs of different people had been combined up. Just as they approached, everyone could smell a very foul odor, like a zombie. "I am your instructor. From now on, I will make the rules for each of your death movements." The Creepy instructor immediately hissed, "All of you, according to your height, begin to line up in formation." The crowd began to look for suitable positions one after another. Su-fei, who was 1.83 meters in height, was lined up in a more backward position in the line. "Wait for me." Not far away, a figure hurriedly ran over. It was a blonde-haired man, and Su-fei didn't know which country's player it was. "I'm sorry, I'm late." The blonde man looked at the Creepy instructor with that almost supplicating gaze. However, the Creepy instructor was suddenly revealing a cruel smile. In the next instant, he grabbed that blonde man's shoulders and directly tore towards his neck. Ah! Only a miserable scream could be heard, and blood kept spraying. Terrifying chewing ground sounds rang out, only to see that bizarre instructor eating that blonde man hard. At the same time, the campus also sounded the elimination broadcast once again. Kangaroo contestant eliminated. Seeing this, everyone's hearts were in their throats, and some even nearly fainted on the spot. Even Su-fei felt a fluttering in his stomach. It was only because he hadn't eaten that it was nothing more than dry heaving. You all saw it. This is what happens if anyone is late. The Creepy instructor casually threw away the limbs in his hand. The death campaign begins now. But you must work with your Creepy alumni to do so. Of course it's not that you pick them, but they pick you. The Creepy instructor clapped his hands, and a group of differently shaped Creepies all flocked to the playground. They were male and female, humanoid, spiritual, and likewise irregularly shaped sewing monsters. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, not halves of heads. There was only the unthinkable, and nothing they didn't have. Feeling these bizarre eyes, all the players were about to almost collapse inside. The Creepy instructor yelled, "Now, the pairings begin." Ha ha ha. Finally waiting for this day. Hiss, I hope this process isn't boring. Boring humans are no fun to play with. One by one, the weirdness kept flowing through them, as if it was like he was picking out a delicacy. Just then, a female Creepy wearing a nightgown like a Barbie doll walked up to Su-fei. Seeing this scene, the The players next to him all looked at Su-fei with envious gazes. S-class creepy, scary Barbie. Even though she was covered in blood, her teeth were broken beyond repair, and her body was filled with pinholes. But compared to those in human-type creepy, it was simply heavenly. Even though they were all full of danger and there was no telling what would happen next. But no one would be willing to succeed in pairing up with those creeps that just looked disgusting. However, just when the crowd thought that Death Barbie would choose Su-fei, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the man in uniform beside Su-fei. It was Little Chill's criminal police officer. Death Barbie walked up to that Little Chill country's contestant and extended her hand. "Nice to meet you, dear." The Little Chill player was surprisingly full of smiles and took the initiative to hold his opponent's hand. Little Chill glanced at Su-fei, his eyes filled with arrogance. He then tilted his chin and left the group. The other players who had yet to be chosen successfully also turned their gazes towards Su-fei and gloated. The Dragon Country player is also too sad. "If it was me, my mind would really blow up. It's better to just not get close, this is simply the greatest sorrow in life. The best opportunity is clearly approaching, but it's leaving at a critical moment." Quite a few people were successfully paired up one after another. Although it was not as good as the Death Barbie of the Little Chill contestant, some of them were within the acceptable range. The remaining ones that had yet to be picked were basically all low-grade shenanigans, and just about none of them were human-like. At this moment, a creep with bandages all over his body and a knife stuck in his back crawled in front of Su-fei. Cluck cluck cluck. "No need to look, no creepy will pick you, don't thank me yet." He crawled on all fours, his mouth emitting a bizarre stench. But just then, a red figure was walking towards this side of the playground without slowing down. Chapter 6, We're struggling to survive and you're in love? The appearance of the red figure instantly attracted all eyes on the scene. The surrounding people were even all looking at Luo Yao with incomparable surprise. At this time Luo Yao changed out of the red long skirt, instead she was wearing a red small suit with a white lining inside. The lower body was a combination of a red plaid skirt plus knee-high socks, looking completely like a student costume. "There's even someone who's late? So beautiful looking. Our players still have this kind of existence? No, she can't be a human, there are just a few females among the contestants, he's not a contestant." As we all know, red dress is not something normally weird in the weird world. Red dress? Could it be SSS class red dress creepy? SSS ranked weirdness rarely appears, and we've seen it on this first day? That's right. You guys look at the other creeps, they're all terrified of her. Could it be that she came out to select people as well? But there aren't many players left. All the contestants saw this scene and felt both fear and pity in their hearts. If Terror Barbie was already a more acceptable level of weirdness among the many, then Luo Yao's appearance undoubtedly wasn't breaking their perceptions. They wouldn't doubt it in the slightest. Even in the human world, Luo Yao's face value was absolutely top-notch. Not to mention in the bizarro world. Their aesthetics had long been unified by these strange-shaped weirdness. As Luo Yao gradually approached, the surrounding weirdos all made way. The weird instructor even greeted her with a smile, even lowering her body a few points. "You, why are you here as well? Can't I come?" Luo Yao glanced at the creepy instructor. The creepy instructor poofed and kneeled on the ground. "No, I don't mean this, I mean, found it." Luo Yao completely ignored the creepy instructor and instead took a step towards the team. There were still a dozen or so players who hadn't been paired up successfully one by one. They were all excited in their hearts. All of them prayed inwardly. The SSS grade creepy was certainly terrifying, but at least the looks were overwhelming. Those players who had been successfully paired up even cast envious gazes towards this side, even if they might die in the back. But being able to die under such a female creepy was better than those that didn't look like human beings. At this moment, whether it was a creep or a human, all of them had their gazes fixed dead on Luo Yao. They were all curious to know who would actually be chosen by this beautiful bazaar. Finally, Luo Yao walked through the crowd towards Su-fei. The creepy centipede that had chosen Su-fei earlier also immediately stepped back a few meters away, his face filled with terror. The corner of Luo Yao's mouth hooked up into an arc as she took the initiative to pull on Su-fei's hand. "It's just you." As the words fell, everyone in the entire scene froze. Whether they were bizarre or human, their gazes gathered on Su-fei's body as if they wanted to see through everything. They wanted to know what kind of magic Su-fei had that had made the SSS class creepy personally come to the playground to pick him. Although Su-fei was indeed quite handsome, it wasn't that much. It wasn't like the creepy world was rule first or face first. Quite a few of the players looked at creepy, who had chosen him, and then looked at Su-fei's end. It was true that there was no harm without comparison. Don't be too happy too soon. Being chosen by the red-clothed creepy is definitely not a good thing. This is the creepy world. Don't think that creepy will let go of the chance to kill humans. Yes, all the humans who have encountered SSS ranked creepy in the past would die a horrible death. We'll see, I'll see how he'll die next. Although they said that on their lips, their hearts were churning with jealousy. However, on Su-fei's end, the entire person seemed quite relaxed. Luckily, Luo Yao had come, and he hadn't succeeded in pairing up with that terrifying centipede. Otherwise, wouldn't last night's life-threatening efforts have been in vain? Instructor, it's time to start. Luo Yao turned back and looked at the weird instructor who was still kneeling on the ground. I think you should know what to do. I know. Feeling this terrifying look, the creepy instructor hurriedly climbed up from the ground. Since everyone has been successfully paired up, the death movement officially begins. The creepy instructor said this and glanced at Luo Yao again before shouting. Now I will announce the first program, the death supine. That's right, it's the sit-ups that you're all familiar with, paired up with your successful creepy match. The first human to exhaust and be unable to continue will face a death penalty, and the pairing shenanigans will never be allowed to interfere with the human. When the first human has exhausted himself, the rest of the humans will successfully pass. Sit-ups? When everyone heard this exercise, they instantly looked at the creepy instructor with skeptical faces. They even began to wonder if this bizarre instructor had deliberately arranged the rules this way. For them to be pressed by these bizarre to perform sit-ups on their legs was simply a nightmare. But hearing the rules, they were also very clear. As long as one person was the first to fall, then the rest of them would be able to pass without any problems. In short, it meant that every day, one person would be eliminated due to the death movement. Find your position. After the creepy instructor finished speaking, many of the successfully paired players began to follow the lines on the playground and lie down neatly on the ground. The creeps were also cooperative in using various methods to immobilize their legs. Although the rule was that creepy was not allowed to lay hands on humans. But in reality, just the creepy's horrible appearance and the various malodorous smells were a very large degree of disturbance. Seeing their respective creepy objects, all of the players looked towards Su Fei's side in unison, and suddenly the entire playground was filled with jealousy. The other shenanigans were either holding disgusting limbs against their legs. Either that or they were using bizarre abilities that caused their legs to be unable to move. But Su Fei's side was a completely different scenery. Luo Yao, on the other hand, was directly sitting on her lap sideways. They had no doubt, but whenever Su Fei did a sit-up, they could even kiss face to face. I have a feeling that your physical abilities shouldn't be too good. Luo Yao looked at Su Fei, and her tone seemed to carry a few hints of provocation. I can't? As a man, Su Fei could accept anything, but he just couldn't accept a woman saying that he couldn't. Even though the other party was bizarre, it was still a female. After all, it had all been confirmed, it was just inconvenient to say it. Cheer up, but don't be the first one eliminated. Luo Yao stretched out her fingers and playfully scraped the bridge of Su Fei's nose. Su Fei instantly felt countless killing intent coming his way. He faintly swept a glance. As expected, all of the players were staring at him with deadly intent at this moment. If this wasn't in the weird world, I'm afraid that he would have been swarmed by these people. Good. Take your positions and start now. The instructor suddenly spoke, and at this moment, everyone instantly came to their senses. But jealousy was jealousy. No one wanted to be eliminated and could only seriously start doing sit-ups. Because the rule was the first contestant to exhaust their strength. So they were now all slowing down their movements regardless of their physical strength, fighting to be able to stall for time and do less. It was just that when everyone was thinking the same way, in the end, what they were fighting for was still their respective physical strength, and it didn't change the outcome. There was no daylight in the creepy world, but after just a few minutes, a number of people were already dripping with sweat. The creepy instructor wandered through the crowd, carefully watching the movements of the players. As soon as he saw that they were being deliberately lazy, he would start prodding. It was just that he had prodded almost all of the contestants, except for Su Fei. He didn't even look over at Su Fei's side. In the end, Instructor Creepy stopped in front of a man wearing backpack pants. Faster, faster, faster. Why are you so slow, just like a woman? The bizarre instructor kept on urging, and the man in back pants was on the verge of being forced out of his eyes. After finally struggling to do 5 in a row, he plopped down on the ground. I can't, I really can't. Can't do it, huh? The weird instructor seemed to have gotten his way and immediately shouted, someone has already exhausted themselves, everyone else rest. No fair, no fair. The man in the backpack pants hissed as if he had returned to his senses when he heard this, immediately pointing towards Su Fei's side. On what grounds? Why is it that we're struggling to survive while he's there kissing? Chapter 7 Abominable Butcher. Another SSS ranked shenanigans? Hearing those words, all the players once again turned their gazes to Su Fei's side, and one by one, their minds exploded. Only to see Luo Yao with her hands on Su Fei's shoulders, she was actually kissing there. Why don't we rest for a while? Feeling the gazes around him, Su Fei himself became a little embarrassed. Did I tell you to stop? Luo Yao beamed and fiercely swept Su Fei back. What are all looking at? The bizarre instructor roared, lifting his foot and violently stomping towards the head of the man in the strappy pants. That head was like a watermelon, instantly shattering apart. Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone unconsciously began to withdraw their gazes, not daring to speak. However, the werewolf-shaped creepy paired with that strappy man shouted out in excitement, lying down on the corpse and began to gnaw on it. White flag contestant eliminated. Hearing the broadcast of the contestant being eliminated, the global broadcast room was shocked by this scene. Countless viewers from other countries flooded into the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, especially the Kangaroos viewers, who were even more righteously angry. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Why is it okay for you Dragon Nation players to kiss there? Although I'm not a Kangaroos viewer, I also feel injustice for Kangaroos friends. It's not us today, but there's no guarantee that it'll be us tomorrow. We're going to report the Dragon Country players. Everyone else is out there working hard to survive. Why don't you Dragon Country work hard? Dragon Country players only rely on women, they don't have any strength at all. As his country's viewers broke their defenses, on the contrary, the viewers on the Dragon Country's side were all excited one by one. What is the dog barking at? What do you mean by cheating? Can you affect the bizarre world? If reporting is useful, we in the Dragon Kingdom would have already reported it, and it's still your turn? Still relying on women? If you have the guts, you guys should go pick an SSS ranked bizarre too. Their players are afraid that they'll piss themselves at the sight of an SSS ranked creepy. That's right, you guys can't envy Master Su's skills. But should I say no, I'm also envious of Master Su's treatment. The counterattacks of the Dragon Country's populace instantly infuriated the other countries. But as the Dragon Country pop-up said, if reporting was useful, who wouldn't want to report a country like Dragon Country that had lost 3 times? But alas, the only thing they could do was to look forward to the next time their own players could pass the copy by all means. As long as they could get through, any method would do. Naturally, this included methods like Su Fei's that were so outrageous that they couldn't be any more outrageous. On screen, the bizarre instructor turned his gaze to everyone and emphasized once again, when you come to the playground, my rules are rules, and no one can refute them. Now, do any of you still have any objections? After the creepy instructor finished his words, everyone wilted, not even daring to breathe. Indeed. In the creepy world, apart from some of the rules that came with the copy itself, most of the rules were actually spoken by Creepy. The hardest part of clearing the copy was this. After all, no one knew for sure what strange rules the spooks would intentionally customize in order to obliterate or toy with humans. This concludes today's death campaign. You may move freely in the playground if you choose, and 12 o'clock will be your mealtime. After the creepy instructor finished speaking, he immediately nodded and ran over to Su Fei's side. Su Fei was also panting at this moment. Even though he was caught kissing by Luo Yao after just doing a sit-up, kissing was just as much of a physical endeavor, let alone in such a position. Luo Yao painstakingly averted her gaze from Su Fei's body and looked at the bizarre instructor. You performed well. The creepy instructor was all smiles as he received praise. That's good then, I'll go first then. Go. Luo Yao waved her hand and once again turned her gaze towards Su Fei, her red eyes like sparkling rubies. When the creepy instructor saw this scene, his heart also shook, and he hurriedly twisted his head and left. While walking, he was also muttering in his heart. Even he himself couldn't understand just how Su Fei had managed to do it. That was the SSS-ranked creepy schoolgirl that made all creepy tremble in fear. How could Su Fei not be afraid of it? Couldn't figure it out. Is it hard to believe that do I look even scarier than Lord Luo Yao? Seeing the creepy instructor leave, the other creepy also left the playground one after another. Although they were bizarre and humans couldn't do any harm to them, Luo Yao could. So even they didn't dare to stay here much longer for fear of annoying Luo Yao. The time hadn't reached 12 o'clock yet. So the players from the other countries all remained in the playground. What makes the Dragon Country players able to be chosen? That's right, who doesn't have a nose or eyes yet? What makes him so? I saw him come out of the female guile dormitory with my own eyes in the morning. I froze at that time. But it's just luck, it didn't violate the rules. That's right, do you really want to fall in love with a creep? It's not guaranteed that you'll die a horrible death in the next second. Watching Su Fei and Luo Yao being intimate there, the other players each had their back teeth clenched. Not far away, Su Fei was naturally able to feel that huge wave of malice from behind him. It was just that the rules had said that humans were not allowed to harm each other. Even if he went a little too far, it didn't matter. Su Fei stroked the hair by Luo Yao's ear. Right, I have some questions I still want to ask you. You ask. Why did you make such a rule? You mean, why did I accept you? That's right. Because I thought that it was impossible for anyone to accomplish this rule, but I didn't expect you to have done it. As Luo Yao spoke, she also asked curiously, I also want to ask you, why did you enter the female guile dormitory, and was able to find me directly? Hearing this question, Su Fei froze for a moment first. But no matter what, one couldn't just tell the other party that he could see the hints. Su Fei smiled, intuition, I guess. I hope your intuition can always be this accurate. Luo Yao smiled before saying, what I can actually help you with is limited, as there are some places you can only rely on yourself, such as the cafeteria next. Good. Su Fei nodded, not denying this fact. The cafeteria of the bizarre world. Even if you thought about it with your toes, you would be able to think that the food given to you would definitely not be anything good. But what the exact rules were, Su-fei didn't know. With a light overcast wind, the several hours of rest time had come to an end, and the time was gradually approaching 12 o'clock. Including Su-fei, the people on the playground one after another also began to get up and prepare to walk towards the cafeteria. Along the way, not only were there humans, there were also quite a few creeps. After entering the cafeteria, the human players and the bizarre one sat on the left and right sides of the cafeteria in a very tacit understanding, leaving a spacious aisle in the center. Even Luo Yao had to temporarily separate from Su-fei. Perhaps this was what Luo Yao had said earlier, an existence that even SSS-ranked bizarre could not influence. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps caught everyone's attention. Only to see a large fat man with a chef's hat and a chopper in his hand walk into the middle of the cafeteria. The moment the fat man appeared, all the creepy felt fear, just like when they saw Luo Yao earlier. SSS grade creepy, abominable butcher. Only Luo Yao acted still normal in the entire scene, always looking at Su-fei, who was sitting on the opposite side. Welcome to the creepy cafeteria. I've specially prepared food for you all, but before that, let me recount the rules. Chapter 8, Creepy Cafeteria, Horrible Eating Rules. I have only one rule. I will randomly select people, and the chosen contestant choose the dish you want, and then you must finish it. If you don't finish it, you can add to these creepy additions behind me. The abominable butcher touched the giant chopper in his hand. The only thing that followed was a single food cart being pushed into the middle of the cafeteria by an invisible force. The food on the food carts was covered by stainless steel covers, and it was impossible to see exactly what kind of food was inside. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the dishes written on them, with the names of different foods written on them. What with burgers, foie gras, noodles, and so on basically being specialties from all over the world, everyone was very familiar with them. Of course. In addition to these, there were also some extremely scary dishes written. For example, fried creepy liver, spicy creepy head and so on. Even though all the contestants had been hungry all night, seeing these names still made people feel that they had no appetite. At this moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast also started to talk. The rules can't be this simple. That's right, don't look at what's written on it as a burger, it might be something disgusting after you take it away. Names and packaging don't represent the final quality of the food. If you guys accidentally pick something horrible, do you dare to eat it? No one would dare if you ask that, but if you don't eat it, you'll be eaten. It's really just going to be pure luck, and now it seems like that red-clothed creepy can't help Su-fei either. It wasn't just the pop-up viewers, all the humans in the creepy world had certainly thought of this layer. But what exactly to choose made everyone in a quandary. Meal time. Abominable Butcher walked over to the human player's side. He pointed at a dark-skinned player sitting in the back row who came from the White Elephant country. Here, you come out and choose first. I choose first. The White Elephant player warily walked to the center, looking at the wide array of food carts in front of him, unable to stop trembling in fear. He walked up to the food carts and started sniffing them one by one. Eventually he stood and stopped in front of a food cart with a dish called lamb curry. The Abominable Butcher confirmed, "Are you sure you want to choose this one?" The White Elephant player nodded firmly, "I'm sure." Good. The Abominable Butcher walked over to the food cart. At this moment, not only the scene, but also the viewers of the various live streams all converged their gazes on the food cart. Only to see the Abominable Butcher remove the cover, and a strong curry odor spread out. On the dinner plate, a slice of meat was stacked. Hurry up and dine. After the Abominable Butcher finished his words, the White Elephant contestant began to wolf down his food. When everyone saw this, even more envious saliva flowed out. But to be honest, although the dish was called lamb curry and it looked like it, whether it was actually lamb or not was not known at all. But for the White Elephant contestant who had long been famished, he had no other choice. Just 2 minutes passed, and he licked the entire plate clean. Very good, next. The Abominable Butcher once again searched for a target in the crowd, and soon he stopped in front of a female contestant. Of all the contestants, there were only a handful of 5 female contestants. Since this female contestant did not have overly distinctive facial features, it was specifically impossible to tell exactly where she came from. Just like the White Elephant contestant from earlier, this female contestant similarly walked over to the food cart and began to sniff the smell inside. However, she realized that most of the smells inside were extremely normal, in fact, they were the scents that he was supposed to have. For a moment, she was stumped. The Abominable Butcher immediately reminded, "Each person only has 30 seconds to choose, you still have 5 seconds left." 5 seconds. The female contestant's heart tightened, and she eventually pointed at the food cart in front of her. Spaghetti with sweetmeat sauce. The Abominable Butcher opened the lid, and everyone instantly covered their noses, one frowning. Only to see hundreds of worms wriggling inside amongst the dinner plate, shaped like a combination of a centipede plus an earthworm. The head also had a mouth full of fine sharp teeth, and some brown sauce was also ejected from the mouth from time to time. The abominable butcher immediately reminded, hurry up and dine. Aye. That female contestant covered her nose and mouth, and her legs were trembling. Having her eat this kind of worm of unknown origin was simply worse than killing her. Eat it! The abominable butcher urged again, tightening the kitchen knife in his hand even more. In the face of the threat, that female contestant finally took her first step. She reached out and grabbed one of the worms, and with her eyes closed, she threw it towards her mouth, wanting to swallow it in one gulp. However, the worm was alive and very long, and the other end was still twisting outside the woman's mouth, emitting a cackling sound. When the crowd saw this, they only felt incomparably disgusted. Even for those who were just watching the live broadcast, there were quite a few people who vomited on the spot. Vom! That female player simply couldn't face the fear within her and directly vomited the bugs out of her mouth. Waste of food! The abominable butcher instantly let out a roar and immediately called for two tricksters, grabbing the female contestants in front of him, bring them to the kitchen and give them extra food. No, don't. The woman's plea didn't get any sympathy from the creeps, but rather caused the humans who hadn't yet chosen to panic even more. Within moments, a miserable scream resounded throughout the cafeteria. Windmill contestant eliminated. Next, the abominable butcher swept his gaze over the crowd once more, finally standing in front of Su Fei. It's your turn now. Su Fei, even though he was fearful inside, but he had no choice but to stand up and looked at Luo Yao, who was sitting across from him. The abominable butcher seemed to understand something and reminded, here, she will not be able to break my rules. The moment these words came out, the other players' psyches instantly became balanced. The Dragon Country viewers watching the livestream also had their hearts in their throats. Brother Su, we can only rely on ourselves this time. This butcher is just as SSS ranked creepy, that's why there's no way to destroy it. Worthy of being an SSS ranked copy, 2 SSS ranked creeps have already shown up just from the SSS ranked creeps alone. I hope Su can pick a better dish and finish it all. No matter what it is, Brother Su, you must finish it, or else our Dragon Kingdom will be in danger. Do you really think this is something ordinary, saying you'll eat it? But, hey, can only hope that Brother Su will have better luck. The entire audience of the Dragon Kingdom was extremely tense. Similarly, Su Fei, who was the person involved, was even more so as his palms were sweating like crazy. To be fair, if he had also selected that unknown worm just now, he might have put up a fight. But whether or not he could manage to eat them all, he wasn't sure. Even if one's will was strong, it was hard to fight against the physical test. The audience was nervous. Luo Yao, who was sitting across from him, was similarly worried for Su Fei. But no one was more nervous than Su Fei himself. You have the last 5 seconds left. The abominable butcher's voice was low as he counted down, 5, 4, 3. Su Fei's heart was pounding. But right at the last 3 seconds, Su Fei's ears suddenly rang with a hidden hint. Hidden hint, first row, first. Su Fei immediately willed his way towards the leftmost food cart. I'll choose this one. The abominable butcher's face changed when he saw what Su Fei had chosen. The other creepies' faces were even more horrified when they saw this choice and looked at Su Fei. Even Luo Yao's heart stuttered as she looked at Su Fei with despair in her eyes. The abominable butcher stared at Su Fei dead in the face as he asked, are you sure you want to choose this? I'm sure. Chapter 9, Su Fei's Choice. Devil's Egg. Su Fei's affirmation surprised all the shenanigans present beyond measure. Demon's Egg. How dare he, a human, choose the devil's egg? We ourselves are simply unable to accept a food as horrifying as that. Compared to the devil's egg, the creepy worm just now was simply too delicious. In the entire creepy campus, the only one who can master this thing is Lord Abomination. The creeps murmured, it was the first time they felt fear from a human. Seeing this sight, the other players behind them all began to start sneering one after another, with even more cruel smiles on their faces. By the looks of it, he isn't exactly a Heaven's Mandate person either. Devil's Egg, just by hearing the name, I know it's not a good thing. Something that makes all these creeps afraid, the Dragon Country player is dead this time. I've long said that showmanship dies fast, I'll see what he'll do. At the same time, all of the Dragon Country viewers watching the live broadcast were also in despair once again, their palms sweating with anxiety. Why did Master Su choose a food with this kind of name? Master Su should have intentionally tried to do it the other way around, but seeing those weird looks, this definitely can't be good. That's right, it's written as Devil's Egg, maybe it's something else? It can't be, you can tell just by looking at those spooky manifestations that this is most likely the real Devil's Egg. How can a human being eat food that even the bizarre are afraid of? Is this the end of Master Su's legend? Having come this far, Master Su, in fact, he really has been great. The viewers from other countries grabbed the opportunity and, like a plague of locusts, flooded into the Dragon Country's live room to start trolling. Game over. Dragon Country's cheating players have finally been sanctioned. Without the help of a woman, he's nothing. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, it's not unrewarded, the time has not yet come. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in deep water, and the 1.4 billion viewers were anxiously watching Su Fei. At this moment, Even Luo Yao was shocked by Su Fei's choice and couldn't help but speak. Su Fei, you're backing out now and choosing again. The abominable butcher immediately turned his gaze towards Luo Yao and said, disturbing the rules will do you no good. Luo Yao's words faltered as she turned her gaze towards Su Fei, her eyes filled with determination. Su Fei, I'll let you choose again. Seeing Luo Yao's eyes that couldn't be refused, Su Fei stroked his chin and pondered a little. After choosing the devil's egg just now, he had also taken in all those weird expressions. What was in front of him now was nothing more than two choices. 1. Trust Luo Yao. 2. Trust the hidden hints. Although he hadn't spent much time with Luo Yao, the other party had no intention of harming him at all. As for the hidden hints, it was his own golden finger. If it wasn't for the hidden hints, he wouldn't have even crossed paths with Luo Yao. Even more so, he wouldn't have come this far. So in the end, there was actually only one choice in Su Fei's heart all along. That was to believe in the hidden hints. It was just that he hadn't expected that Luo Yao would even have to force herself to help herself at this time. At this moment, the abominable butcher's voice interrupted Su Fei's thoughts. I've given you enough time to consider, have you chosen or not? I've considered it. Su Fei locked his gaze on the devil's egg food cart. I'll choose this devil's egg. Seeing Su Fei's insistence, the spectators in the Dragon Kingdom completely fell into despair. Master Su, is he stupid in love? Why don't you re-elect? Creepy is still creepy no matter what, is it worthy of human affection? Originally, I thought Master Su could be a super god, but I didn't expect him to be a love brain. Hey, look on the bright side of things, maybe Su Fei can work a miracle? It's already God's mercy that Su Fei made it this far with the lowest win rate. What's meant to be will eventually come, there's no use blaming Su Fei, he can't hear it. All the Dragon Nation people looked mournfully at Su Fei in the screen, with nothing but boundless sadness in their eyes. After all, the players couldn't see the pop-ups in the live broadcast, so they couldn't interfere with Su Fei's choices at all. Instead, those players from other countries on the scene couldn't even help but burst out laughing. Haha, mercy shenanigans, what a pathetic human. It can't be helped, no one can pull back the dead-end path they chose. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are probably going to have a brain hemorrhage when they see this, haha. Love brain is so scary, if it was me, I would definitely pick a new one. Yes, the price is weird to pay anyway, it's not like I need to pay anything. Come on, he's already made his decision, don't let him eat the devil's egg. Devil's egg, that must be a very evil thing. Yet in the bizarre world, the abominable butcher looked at Su Fei, his eyes actually revealing a hint of appreciation. Your performance is very good. But I'm going to tell you that this is the real devil's egg in here. In the entire creepy campus, other than me, no one is able to truly eat a devil's egg. But no matter what, the rules can't be changed, now you have to eat it, wasting it will only lead to death. The abominable butcher finished speaking and walked over to Su Fei, immediately removing the devil's egg's cover. Luo Yao looked at Su Fei with complicated eyes. She clenched her fists, not knowing what she was thinking. But the other shenanigans, seeing the hood being taken away, were like seeing the sun, and one by one, they all turned their faces to the other side. The rest of the contestants also turned their bodies sideways, fearing that they would see something terrifying, but they all had anticipation on their faces that was hard to hide. They couldn't wait to hear the broadcast of the Dragon Country players' defeat. At this moment, the cover on the dining car was completely moved away, and the real devil's egg finally appeared in front of Su Fei. An extremely strong pungent odor filled the entire cafeteria. Even though those contestants weren't looking, some kept starting to gag just from smelling the odor. Vomit, how could something with this flavor exist? It's too horrible, I swear that the Dragon Kingdom's players would never be able to eat something like this. With this flavor, it's not even something that people can eat, no wonder all those creeps are scared. Trust me, absolutely no one would dare to eat this kind of stuff. The Dragon Country's contestants will be eliminated later, just bear with it. At this time, regardless of whether it was the human contestants present or the bizarre ones, one by one, their faces were made to suffer by the flavor of the devil's egg. Is this the devil's egg? Su Fei fell into self-doubt as he looked at the contents of the plate. His entire being froze in place on the spot as if he was demented. It wasn't because he was dumbfounded, but rather, he was stunned by the true appearance of the devil's egg. Su Fei's face was filled with incredulity. He casually took the devil's egg in his hand, and even brought it up to look at his nose and sniffed it. Seeing Su Fei's actions, even the abominable butcher couldn't help but freeze on the spot. Even Luo Yao was staring at Su Fei with a deadpan expression, her small mouth slightly open, her face full of disbelief. The other creeps, on the other hand, were even more filled with astonishment. Wait. I didn't see it wrong, did I? He's actually not afraid of the devil's egg? Chapter 10, Other people beg for life, and you still want to live the life you aspire to? It is the devil's egg. Su Fei took a deep breath. Until now he didn't quite dare to believe his eyes. Isn't this just a leather egg? Originally, seeing these bizarre intense looks, Su Fei was almost ready to die. As long as he could physically restrain himself, then he would put up a fight. As a result, it never occurred to him that the devil's egg that had caused these bizarre to lose their nerve was actually just a leather egg that he was very familiar with. Creeps were afraid of eggs? Originally, he suspected that this devil's egg might just look like a leather egg, so he observed it for half a day and even smelled it. However, no matter whether it was the flavor emanating from it, or visually inspecting its surface structure, it was no different from the skin eggs he had eaten. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom livestream were also instantly drawn to the leather egg in Su-Fei's hands. Dude, did I read it right? This devil's egg is actually a leather egg? Yes, that's right. It's a leather egg. Our Dragon Kingdom is saved. Who the hell said Su-Fei made a wrong choice? It's just too damn right. Don't be too happy yet, even the Dragon Kingdom has people who can't eat skin eggs. Nonsense, there are definitely people who don't like eating them normally, but at least it's better than eating those disgusting bugs. That's right, if someone took a gun and forced you to eat it, wouldn't you eat it? But have you guys thought about the fact that it might just look like a skinned egg? Hiss. Brother Su, he should be fine, right? The people of the Dragon Kingdom were still nervous, all their gazes fixed dead center on Su-Fei in the screen. On the screen, the abominable butcher was also alarmed by Su-Fei's performance, but he still reminded. Eat it quickly. Otherwise, I'll chop you into mush. Good. Su-Fei nodded, no longer able to think of anything else. Originally, he had been hungry for a long time, but due to the tense atmosphere earlier, it had messed up his appetite at all. Now that he saw this devil's egg that looked exactly like a leather egg, an unprecedented hunger struck him, and his mouth was even secreting saliva. He stuffed it into his mouth in one bite and began to chew. The familiar flavor of the leather egg filled his entire mouth, and the cue-bouncing egg white and loose yolk were even more tender and smooth. It was simply a delicacy on earth. If you could add soy sauce and vinegar, as well as garlic or something to cool it down, it would be a killer. At the same time, Su-Fei was also very sure that this so-called devil's egg was the skinned egg without a doubt. I'm not going to say anything. The choice of hidden hints was simply tailor-made for him. Even if a player from another country had chosen this, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to swallow. But for Su-Fei, the leather egg was definitely considered a delicacy. Awesome. The abominable butcher looked at Su-Fei's face that was filled with enjoyment, and his tiny eyes revealed a greatly shocked look. Even Luo Yao also covered her small mouth at this moment, looking at Su-Fei's face filled with disbelief. The other eccentrics looked at Su-Fei and were even in an uproar. This person actually ate the devil's egg. This is an egg born from the terror abyss, the devil's egg. How? A human is actually able to eat such a disgusting thing? And look at him, he's simply enjoying himself. If I remember correctly, even Lord Abomination could hardly eat so calmly. This human called Su-Fei is simply even more terrifying than Lord Abomination. For a human who can eat demon eggs like this, is there anything he can't eat? So that means he even dares to eat us. As the creeps said this, they seemed to have thought of something, and they actually began to look at Su-Fei with some fear in their eyes. The players from the other countries were also startled by these bizarre words and looked back at Su-Fei. Crazy, the Dragon Country player must be crazy. How can he eat something so disgusting and delicious? I've been to the Dragon Kingdom before, why do I feel that there's something familiar about this thing? That's right. It's a leather egg, a specialty of their Dragon Kingdom. What do you mean? What the hell, he chose a food from their own country? On what grounds? Why is he so lucky? I don't know how to comment on this, but if it was me who chose this, I definitely wouldn't be able to eat it either. At this moment, all of the players from other countries looked at Su-Fei with all sorts of envy and jealousy in their eyes. All of them even began to fantasize about the scene in which they had picked a gourmet food. But in comparison, the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the live broadcast were laughing their asses off at this moment. Egu, this little heart of mine really can't take it. Alive! Su-Fei has managed to survive again. Master Su is awesome, even this can be chosen as a specialty, it's simply God blessing our Dragon Kingdom. Where are the pop-ups that started those barking dogs, where are the people? Why don't they talk anymore? That's right, even if they contestants picked it, they definitely can't eat it. In the face of the counterattacks from the people of Dragon Country, the pop-ups from other countries in the live broadcast room also began to mouth off at this moment. Isn't it just a bit of luck? The other White Elephant players' luck isn't bad either. That's right, anyway, I don't believe that anyone is this lucky every time. Don't you dragons always say, who doesn't eat dumplings on New Year's Eve? It's still early, it's only the first day, I don't believe he'll be this lucky every time. The pop-ups in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room were frantically pairing off. At the same time, in the creepy world, Su-Fei had also completely swallowed the skinned egg. In the eyes of the crowd and the tricksters who were stunned, Su-Fei once again looked up at the abominable butcher and asked, "Is there any more?" The abominable butcher instantly frowned, questioning, "Kid, you still want to eat?" Su-Fei nodded honestly, well, a bit underfed. Hiss. Not to mention the other shenanigans. The SSS creepy abominable butcher couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. He stared dead at the incredible young man in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. Kid, is the devil's egg not something you can have just because you want it? But if you haven't had your fill, you can choose again. If you choose wrongly, the consequences will be the same as before, depending on whether you have the guts. Choose again? Su Fei pondered briefly when he heard this request. The meaning of the abominable butcher was very obvious. In fact, it was to use his life in exchange for a full meal. If one chose correctly, they would be able to eat the same food more often, while a wrong choice would still be eliminated. For normal players, it's already not easy to pass the level smoothly, so they don't dare to gamble anymore. But for Su Fei, who possessed hidden hints, perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing. It could very well be a chance to get full. After all, according to the rules of this copy, there was only one chance to eat at the cafeteria every day. It was just one meal a day. If he didn't eat enough, where else would he get the strength to deal with these difficult SSS rank shenanigans? Take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. And so, Su Fei once again looked towards the remaining dining carts, leaping into action. Seeing Su Fei's gaze, the hearts of the entire audience of the Dragon Country live streaming room once again tightened. Master Su, don't mess with me, I'm going to have a myocardial infarction. Master Su can't really be starving and crazy, is he really planning to choose again? Don't, Master Su. Isn't it like wasting a chance to choose again? Please Master Su, don't act like a pussy, I'm really going to kneel down for you. Other people are seeking survival in the bazaar. Master Su, you want to live the life you aspire to in the bazaar world, right? As the Dragon Kingdom tensed up, the pop-ups from the other countries finally swept the screen once again. I'll let you guys laugh, look at your pig-like contestants who only know how to eat. Laughing me to death, are your Dragon Country players' brains abnormal? It can't be? It's not like he really thinks he'll be that lucky every time, right? Dragon Kingdom has the guts to pick again, don't make me look down on you. Chapter 11, Reselection. The Dragon Kingdom was once again in despair. In the world of creepy. Regardless of whether it was creepy or the contestants, their gazes were firmly fixed on Su Fei. Especially the contestants from the other countries. In their hearts, they were all silently praying that Su Fei would agree. This was because they simply didn't believe that one's luck would be this good all the time. As long as Su Fei reselected, then there was a chance that he would be obliterated. Plus the leathery egg that they couldn't accept earlier. If Su Fei failed in his choice this time, he undoubtedly wasn't helping the rest of them directly eliminate two wrong answers. The abominable butcher pressed at this point, tell me your decision. Hidden hint, third row, fifth. Hearing the prompt. Su Fei raised his head without hesitation and looked straight at the abominable butcher. I've decided, I'll choose again. Guts. A cruel smile appeared on the abominable butcher's face. Behind them, the other contestants instantly began to smile and laugh. Is there something wrong with the Dragon Kingdom contestant's brain? What a little cutie, it's not enough to stay alive, but you even want to eat your fill. Don't curse, I just agree with his choice. Yeah, he has the courage, even if he loses, there's no shame. If he picks the right one again, I'll completely recognize the Dragon Country player. I'll thank him even if he dies, at least he helped us eliminate two wrong answers. Hearing these conspiratorial voices, the entire Dragon Country live room also became tense once again. Hey, Master Su, he's also too trusting. Master Su, this really isn't the time to get carried away, is it? It's fine even if we don't choose, it's not like they dare to say anything. The promise was made, it's useless to say anything now, we can only expect Master Su to play. If we fail, Master Su won't be laughed to death by these people? What else can you and I do at this point in time? The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room Zora had once again become depressed because of Su Fei's reselection. It was because Su Fei's reselection had completely made them happy for nothing. The abominable butcher spoke once more, so what was your choice this time? My choice is. Su Fei said this and walked straight to the food cart that the prompt pointed to. He was the first to glance at the name of the dish on the food cart. 100 change tricky hands. Hurrah was yet another abnormal dish name. However, since it was referred to by a hidden hint, it shouldn't be anything particularly horrifying. Su Fei pointed at the food cart in front of him. I'll choose this one. The abominable butcher glanced at the food cart, a hint of color flashing in his eyes. Are you sure? I'm sure. Su Fei nodded. Good. The abominable butcher was also heading this way, preparing to open the dining hood. At the same time, Luo Yao, who was sitting directly opposite Su Fei, also smiled and nodded at this moment. Your choice this time is very correct. As Luo Yao's words fell, the other creeps nodded in recognition, and there were even quite a few creeps that cast envious glances. He made the right choice this time. 100 change creepy hand. Taken from the S-rank ingredient, the arm of the 100 change is creepy. This is definitely the best food in the entire creepy world. It is. Just the opposite of the devil's egg, there's no creepy that can refuse the 100 change creepy hand. This person is really lucky, not only does he have Lord Luoyao's backing, but he also picked the 100 change creepy hand. As long as it's a real 100 change creepy hand on the dinner plate, there's no mistaking it. However, upon hearing the approval of these creeps, Su-fei's heart was suddenly filled with a very bad feeling. The devil's egg, which the creepy found terrifying, was something he could accept. On the contrary, the food that made it acceptable to the bizarre was only not so acceptable to normal people. But since he had already chosen, it was too late to back out. The abominable butcher removed the hood. A strong smell of blood hit his nose and soon filled the entire cafeteria. Only to see that there was precisely a whole bloody humanoid arm placed inside. The blood was as thick as ketchup. Even at the back of the hand, it had been altered with extremely scribbled flower knives, and was bloody. On the fingers, the sharp nails were like the sharp claws of a raptor, not only long but also curved. Seeing such a disgusting and bizarre scene, Su-fei only felt a sour taste about to gush out of his throat. But at this moment, the weirdos on the opposite side of the street were all like they had seen something absolutely delicious, frantically sniffing the smell of blood in the air. Just like the weirdos, the contestants behind Su-fei were all excited when they saw this. I told you, how could a person's luck be so good? He's already used up all his luck in his life, there's no way he can eat this trick hand. Look at him, it's already hard for him not to throw up on the spot. Those who should be eliminated will eventually be eliminated, and Jesus won't be able to keep him. Eat up, Su-fei, didn't you see the creeps say this is the best food? Ha ha. At the same time, when the people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast saw the scene, not only did they feel a wave of nausea, their hearts were instantly cooled. Impossible. There's no way Su-fei could have eaten such a thing. I can feel the disgustingness of this thing just through the screen, let alone Su-fei. I'm really convinced. Why did Su-fei have to re-elect when he'd already passed the test? Hey, what's the point of complaining now? Even if we don't choose today, we'll still run into it tomorrow. For 44 days, every day you have to choose once, no one can guarantee that you'll get it right all the time. That's still better than failing now and waiting to die, living one more day is still hope. Why are all of you so sad? What if Master Su can really eat it? Are you crazy? What kind of pervert dares to eat the arm of this kind of person? Taking advantage of this moment, the pop-ups from other countries also began to counterattack once again at this moment. Dragon Nation people really don't say, what if he's really a pervert? Yes, he can even eat that kind of disgusting egg, what can't he eat with a creepy hand? Yes, that's right, daring to kiss creepy and even eat leather eggs is nothing. Anyway, let's thank this Mr. Su for helping us rule out the wrong answers. Hurry up and eat. The whole world is watching you, warrior. At this very moment, due to Su-fei's reselection, almost all of the world's viewers turned their gazes towards Su-fei. Su-fei's heart was even stranger as he looked at the trick hand within the dinner plate. No matter how he looked at it, this thing was definitely a food that was difficult for normal people to accept. Whether psychologically or physically, it created extreme discomfort. But why did the hidden hint let him choose this kind of thing? Hidden hint, use your imagination, pick it up and gnaw on it. What do you mean? Hearing this hidden hint, Su-fei became more and more puzzled. But at this very moment, Abominable Butcher's low and terrifying voice gradually began to ring in his ears. You have 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chapter 12. Every day you want a kiss and call it SSS creepy? Whatever. Just think of it as pig's feet and eat them first. Su-fei grabbed the 100 variations creepy hand in front of him with a fierce hand. Based on the hidden hints, Su-fei's mind began to imagine all sorts of delicacies about pig's feet. What soybean stewed pig's feet, charcoal roasted pig's feet, and braised pig's feet and so on. But for Su-fei, his favorite was the charcoal grilled pig's feet. With its crispy skin and tender juices inside, just imagining it was appetizing. Su-fei took a deep breath and decisively tore into it in one bite. Only a crispy sound could be heard, his mouth was overflowing with grease, and at the same time, a burst of warmth came from his hand. Even the original bloody flavor disappeared, instead emitting a burst of charcoal and salty flavor. It's not right. This flavor, this feel. Su-fei's heart tightened and he once again looked at the tricky hand in his hand. It was then that he realized that 100 Changes guile hand had long since disappeared, and what he was holding in his hand was clearly a charcoal roasted pig's foot. Su-fei first froze for a moment, carefully savoring the crispy skin in his mouth. Not long after, a complete charcoal roasted pig's trotter. A complete charcoal roasted pig's trotter was eaten clean by Su-fei, with only some bones left. It was completely indistinguishable from the charcoal grilled pig's feet he remembered. Su-fei quickly sensed something. The 100 Changes guile hand. The most important thing was definitely these two words, 100 changes. At the same time, Luo Yao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, also frowned and muttered. Su-fei, you're letting you use the 100 Changes guile hand like this? Is this the kind of food you imagined? The abominable butcher shook his head as well. I thought you'd think of it as a devil's egg. Meanwhile, the creeps behind them all shook their heads with incomprehension. Equally incomprehensible were all the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room. How on earth did Master Su do that? It was clearly a bloody arm just now. How did it turn into a pig's hoof? Could it be that Master Su can still do magic tricks and turn a trick arm into a pig's hoof that can be eaten? Are you crazy? What do you take those shenanigans for, and juggling? Then explain, how did Master Su know? I don't care so much, but being able to survive right now is the most important thing. That's right, where are the people who sang the praises just now? All come forward to see how Master Su operated. But the ones who were most shocked weren't just the audience in the Dragon Kingdom. Rather, it was the players from other countries who had witnessed all of this in the bizarre world. Even with the room full of weirdness they were facing, there were quite a few people who stood out to voice their opinions at this moment. Please give me a reasonable explanation. Why? Why did the original trick hand turn into a delicacy? I'm not convinced. This Su-Fei definitely has a problem. Yes, the one he chose was clearly a bloody arm. Why has it turned into a pig's hoof now? All shut up. Facing the crowd's pressing questions, the abominable butcher violently slashed the kitchen knife in his hand towards the dining table. In just an instant, the dining table was split in two. Afterwards, abominable butcher swept his ferocious gaze towards the contestants and explained. The 100 Changes Creepy, itself, is an S-rank special creepy in the creepy world. Any part of his body can be turned into any edible food you can imagine. That's why in the creepy world, the 100 Changes Creepy is the source of all food, and is the second-ranked delicacy in the creepy world. As for the number 1 ranked delicacy, the one that even 100 Change Creepy can't change is. Saying this, the abominable butcher didn't go on, instead he clapped his hands. Only to see deep inside the cafeteria, more than a dozen little spooks walked over with a variety of dinner plates. The dinner plates were decorated with all sorts of human limbs, emitting a bizarre odor. It was clear to all the human contestants that what was placed on that dinner plate was the woman who had just been eliminated. Obviously, the abominable butcher was referring to the number 1 delicacy, and also the one that couldn't be changed by the 100 creeps. Humans. Vom. Various dry heaving sounds rang out. But soon, this so-called first delicacy began to be served on the creeps' table. Even the Dragon Country viewers who were watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room were all showing nausea at this moment. So scary. I don't even dare to look. But no matter what, Master Sui surprisingly picked the right one again. Master Sui really is a god. How on earth did he know? That's right, everyone doesn't know this kind of rule, but Master Su was able to know. Master Su couldn't have really turned on some kind of hang-up, could he? What kind of hang-up? Do you really think this is a novel? Whatever, as long as we can pass the level anyway. The people of the Dragon Kingdom in the live broadcast room were excited, and the pop-ups from other countries were breaking the defense again at this moment. Namad B, you dare to say he didn't open up? How could someone be able to choose correctly twice in a row? That's right, and he knows the rules of this trickster, it's unbelievable. Do you guys think it could be that red-clothed trickster who told him? It's possible. It's absolutely impossible for a normal person to discover something like this. After all, it's just relying on women. I don't believe he can rely on it. Looking at Su-Fei, who was already well fed in the screen, the participants and spectators from other countries were even more furious in their hearts. They were gambling with their lives by eating, while Su-Fei was completely enjoying himself. Even though they were very unconvinced inwardly, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, the bizarre world. With that, the abominable butcher began to follow the rules and started choosing his next target. You, and you. Save time, you all pick together. With the abominable butcher's roll call, one player after another began to order. They walked to the food cart with a heart full of unwillingness and fear. At the same time, Su-Fei, who had successfully passed the test, was also called to the side by Luo Yao, and the abominable butcher didn't stop him. Su-Fei glanced at the other creeps that were enjoying the humans, and his face revealed obvious discomfort. In the end, it was still difficult for him to accept the cuisine made from human bodies. At this moment, Luo Yao also seemed to notice that Su-Fei's state was not right. As an SSS-ranked bazaar, the food she shared was different from the other bazaar. Not only was it individually refined, but it was also the most delicious parts. But at this moment, she instead pushed the dinner plate in front of her to the side. I won't eat it, you guys take it and share it yourselves. Thank you, Lord Luo Yao. Seeing this, the creeps beside them were incomparably excited and immediately began to divide it up. When Su-Fei saw Luo Yao's actions, he also couldn't help but ask, isn't this the number 1 delicacy, why don't you eat it? Luo Yao immediately pouted, at the expense of you, you ate the devil's egg today, you're penalized for not being able to kiss me for 3 days. Su-Fei couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this. However, he quickly thought of the reason why. This was because he was afraid that because he had eaten a human, he was worried that he wouldn't kiss her? Thus, Su-Fei snorted, I'm fine, but are you sure this is a punishment? Hearing this, Luo Yao instantly panicked, her face reddening a few points, actually becoming a bit of a little woman's gesture. Then, it's just one day then. Su-Fei saw Luo Yao panicking, and even came a few points closer, questioning. 1 day? Are you sure? Chapter 13. Our contestant eats, but you're eating your mouth? Seeing Su Fei approaching, Luo Yao's defenses were instantly shattered by Su Fei, and her heart was pounding non-stop. She realized that as long as Su Fei was near her face, her body was going soft. No matter what Su Fei said, her mind had only one thought. That was to agree to him. Ouch. I won't let you go is all, but you have to clean it before you do. Seeing this scene, the surrounding creepy was even more incredulous. After all, it was the SSS-ranked creepy schoolgirl of Thriller University. Recognized as cruel and ruthless, she was now actually threatened by a human. Thus, some of the bold ones began to whisper. I didn't see it wrong, did I? When has Lord Luo Yao ever been threatened? I've never seen Lord Luo Yao look so frightened. Yes, it's when facing the principal that Lord Luo Yao wouldn't even be this nervous. Don't forget, this human is in existence that can eat demon eggs. No, just eating a demon's egg wouldn't be able to threaten an SSS-ranked creepy. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's because Luo Yao-sama is in love. It's no wonder it doesn't even eat humans anymore. Lord Luo Yao is afraid that this human will dislike her. Suddenly, as soon as this last bizarre voice dropped, he only felt a ghastly wind attacking him. At that moment, Luo Yao had already appeared behind an S-class blood-sucking creep with sharp teeth. Her pupils flickered with a bizarre red light, and her voice was low. Just because I don't eat humans doesn't mean I'll be kind-hearted. Lord Luo Yao, That blood-sucking guile's face showed horror, as if it had seen the god of death, and its speech began to become stuttering. Luo Yao stretched out her white palm and held it in the air. Miserable screams rang out, but they only ended abruptly in an instant. Black and red bizarre blood gushed madly like a fountain, spilling everywhere. The surrounding creeps were even trembling, not even daring to raise their heads to look at Luo Yao. In the scary university, the S-class creeps could be said to be a very powerful existence amongst the group of creepy students. Ordinary creeps could only keep their heads down when they saw an S-class creep. But right now, Luo Yao was killing them as if they were a chicken. Not to mention these small creeps around. Even the abominable butcher glanced this way and didn't say anything more. Obviously, the rules allowed for this. Whoever dares to talk nonsense in the future, this is what happens. Luo Yao's fierce eyes swept over these shenanigans in front of her. Even she made it a point to glance at those contestants on the opposite side. Seeing Luo Yao acting so terrifyingly, these contestants were also horrified. Earlier, seeing Luo Yao's superb looks, coupled with her performance against Su Fei, they were almost about to forget about the other party's SSS-ranked bizarre identity. But with the disappearance of this bizarre, it instantly reminded them of Luo Yao's true identity. Subsequently, Luo Yao withdrew her gaze and looked towards Su Fei. Instantly, a warm and genial smile was added to his face. It was just that there were still bloodstains on the face of that smile, making it appear both terrifying and beautiful at the same time. Even Su Fei also couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Seeing Su Fei's expression, Luo Yao once again panicked. Fearing how Su Fei would be because of his cruelty, she immediately waved her hand, using a bizarre power to simply remove the blood from her body. Afterward, she panicked and ran to Su Fei's front, explaining, I just actually. It's fine. Su Fei took a deep breath and reached out his hand to wipe away the trace of blood left on Luo Yao's face. Luo Yao's pupils flickered with a crystalline red light, and obediently, she jumped into Su Fei's arms, and even more subconsciously, she kissed up. Seeing all of this, the rest of those contestants instantly froze, each and every one of them jealous. Even their back-slotted teeth were grinding to a cackle. On what grounds? Why was this SSS-class creepy the only one who was so kind to Su Fei? Seeing that the crowd was distracted, the abominable butcher immediately roared out as well. What are you looking at? Have you chosen your food yet? Hearing these words, the crowd was once again startled in their hearts. But time was running out, and the abominable butcher accelerated his naming speed. Several of them in a row were allowed to pick their respective dishes first before eating at the same time. With their lives at stake, all the contestants were nervous at this moment. The dishes were naturally sufficient. But it was still the same old problem. No one knew whether the name of the dish and the dish matched or not. After some time, all the contestants also quickly chose their respective dishes and stood in front of their respective food carts. The abominable butcher swept a glance at the crowd and reminded, once you've chosen, open and finish eating by yourselves. If I find out that someone hasn't finished eating, die. As the words fell, everyone opened the dishes in front of them with nervousness and excitement. Fragrant, foul-smelling, fishy, all kinds of smells instantly filled the entire cafeteria. The rest of these dishes were in various shapes. There was real human food, as well as some horrible maggots and even bizarre animal limbs. However, they looked a lot better than both the bizarre worms chosen by the eliminated female contestant from earlier and the bizarre hands chosen by Su Fei. After all, in the face of death, all of them had gathered enough courage at this moment and began to wolf down their food. Even though some made vomiting noises during this process, none of them dared to actually vomit on the spot. The other contestants, grasping maggots and shoving them into their mouths, had expressions that were already extremely painful. But on the opposite side of them, Luo Yao was like a well-behaved white rabbit lying in Su Fei's arms with a red face. Even more so, it caused their pain to rise another notch. It was completely hell on one side and heaven on the other. They wanted to curse, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Instead, in the live broadcast room, the pop-ups from the other countries also unsurprisingly broke one by one. Heavens! This really isn't fair. I just want to know what the hell is going on here. If it's me, I really want to run my head into the ground and not continue. Are you crazy? Your death represents not only yourself, but the country as well. Then tell me, we're all struggling to stay alive, where's that Dragon Country contestant? That's right, why is it that all we watch are horror movies, and the Dragon Kingdom livestream is Shirbari? No, it's our player who's eating while Su Fei is eating his mouth off. The Dragon Country player's behavior is outrageous. I hope Dragon Country can give a reasonable explanation. Seeing these pop-ups, the viewers of the Dragon Country's live broadcast room all smiled and laughed. Explanation? What explanation do we have? We didn't know that Master Su was so powerful either. What a stringent love movie. This is clearly a pure love movie. Do you guys understand? Ha ha ha, that's breaking the defense? Your contestants haven't been eliminated yet? Master Su's journey to this point is nothing short of legendary. I'm going to write a book for Master Su. Mealtime seems to be almost over, and I was wondering where Master Su would be clocking in this afternoon. I don't know who said that. Meanwhile, in the weird world, the clock in the cafeteria began to show countdowns and notifications. 30 seconds left until 1400 hours. All players are now asked to leave the cafeteria and go to any location to punch in. As the notification rang out, the vast majority of the contestants rushed out of the cafeteria as if they had gone crazy, and the sound of vomiting rose in all directions. Su Fei and Luo Yao also finally separated at this moment and left the cafeteria. But right at this moment, in the depths of the cafeteria, a creepy shadow gradually revealed itself in the darkness. Even the abominable butcher couldn't help but turn his head back, his heart startled. When did you come? It doesn't matter. The creepy shadow's voice was full of magnetism before saying, what's important is that this Su Fei must disappear. Chapter 14 Horror Classroom. Su Fei, who was targeted. I'm just a cook, and I follow nothing more than the rules of this copy. The abominable butcher glanced at the black creepy shadow behind him and proceeded to leave the spot. At the same time, the black creepy shadow disappeared with it. On the other side, Su Fei and Luo Yao, who had left the cafeteria, were walking along the road holding hands. Su Fei's mind was still recalling everything that had happened after entering the duplicate. Despite the fact that there had been players eliminated from the dormitory since it was divided up until now. But in reality, the elimination rate wasn't as horrible as one would imagine. Only a few people had died after 3 levels. At a rough estimate, there might still be close to 190 players now. This made Su Fei have to suspect that the weirdness inside the replica was most likely also controlling the water temperature for some reason. If that wasn't the case, the abominable butcher from just now could have completely replaced all the dishes with things that humans simply couldn't swallow. Just like that kind of deathworm, the kind that would crawl out even if the contestants tried to swallow it. Suddenly, Luo Yao's footsteps lurched. Su Fei stopped with it and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Luo Yao first shook her head, then said, "You can find a place to clock in first. I have some things to take care of right now." "I trust your own intuition." After Luo Yao finished speaking, she let go of her hand in a million different ways and walked towards the distance alone. Looking at Luo Yao's preoccupied back, Su Fei also had some doubts in his heart. However, since the other party didn't take the initiative to say it, he naturally wasn't in a good position to pursue the matter. He could only walk to the navigation map, thinking about where he was going to go to sign in and clock in more securely. Thriller University. Inside a teacher's office. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and Luo Yao pushed open the office door and walked in. "You're here." A gentle and sexy imperial voice sounded. Only to see a woman in a black office suit turn around from the window. The woman was also in her mid-20s and had her head tucked back. Regardless of her figure or face, there was an extra level of maturity and sexiness compared to Luo Yao. She held up her glasses, her purple pupils staring intently at Luo Yao, her red lips slightly open. You know, Thriller University doesn't allow creepy to fall in love with humans. Luo Yao walked to the woman's side, looking at the blood moon outside the window. "That's just a rule you made. As long as you don't care, nothing will happen." "Oof." The woman clasped her hands to her chest. "Now, you have to leave him, whether it's good for you or him." "Impossible." Luo Yao shook her head without hesitation, her expression becoming quite tense. When the woman heard this answer, she lightly stroked her forehead. "Your sister gave you to me, I have to be responsible for you." "I know, but I won't leave him." Luo Yao's eyes were very firm. "Then what if he dies?" The woman waved her hand violently, and the office door was shut with a bang. "Although the same is for SSS Creepy, but utilizing the rules given to me by the campus, I can lock you up for 3 days." He won't die. Luo Yao looked at the woman and warned, "You can only kill someone by utilizing the rules." The woman nodded, not too annoyed, "You're right, but this is already enough." The words fell. The woman then turned into a wisp of purple mist and disappeared. Luo Yao looked out the window, and her pink fists couldn't help but clench. "Su Fei, I believe in you." At the same time, while Su Fei was still analyzing in front of the navigation map, the school's radio suddenly rang out once again. "Please, all players who have yet to choose a punch point, immediately come to the Terror Classroom in the Terror Building. Countdown, 4 minutes. Terror Classroom?" Su Fei quickly found where this so-called Terror Building was located on the navigation map. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, Su Fei didn't have time to think too much and immediately dashed furiously towards the Terror Building. Along the way, Su Fei ran into quite a few contestants. It wasn't until he arrived at the Terror Building that he realized that almost all of the contestants had already arrived. It was fitting that none of these people had easily picked their favorite punch card location. But it was understandable. The time for self-selection was very abundant, and no one wanted to easily be the outlier. At this time, the radio once again sounded a briefing. "Everyone, follow the formation of the morning's death training and head to classroom 444. Attention, there is no weirdness involved during this time." Hearing this, all of them immediately began to line up in an orderly fashion, heading towards the upper floors. During that time, each and every one of them were silent, fearing that they would offend Creepy and be obliterated. However, it didn't stop their eyes from flickering, and each and every one of them looked at Su Fei with hateful eyes. Seeing all of this, the other country's viewers inside the live broadcast room instantly raised their interest. Simply wonderful. Without any other shenanigans involved, the Dragon Country's player is finished. Well, I don't think even the Emperor of Heaven can keep him this time. That's right. Only knowing how to rely on women, now I'll see what he'll do. This is a wonderful opportunity. We have to utilize the rules to get Su Fei eliminated. Now we can only work together and find a way to make the Dragon Kingdom player die here. Then, Dragon Kingdom will be finished. Ha ha ha. In the face of the other countries pop-up sticking their faces in the air, the people in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room all started to curse one by one. "Talking about taking out our Dragon Country players in our Dragon Country livestream, are you looking for death? Just jealous of our Master Su, you bunch of disgusting villains. No matter what the rules are this time, I'm sure Master Su will be able to turn the situation around. Master Su, prove to them that you can pass even without relying on women. Yes. Suggest that the officials block these people, it's simply too detestable." Having said that, but the live broadcast was a projection of the bizarre world, and no human had the right to interfere. Similarly, as the people of the Dragon Kingdom, they naturally saw the flickering gazes of the players from other countries. It was clear that Su Fei would face real danger at this level. It wasn't just facing shenanigans. Of course, Su Fei himself was also very clear about the hatred that these people around him had for him. With the hidden hints, he could face the shenanigans with ease. However, it wasn't necessarily useful for these contestants from other countries. Arrived. The team gave a lurch and had arrived at horror classroom number 444. The classroom was dimly lit, placing close to 200 tables and chairs. On top of each table and chair, some paper and pens were placed, just like an examination room. At this time, the projector on top of the classroom suddenly lit up with a ray of light, shining on the curtain with bloodstains. On the curtain, a woman's graceful figure appeared, but it was specifically impossible to see the other party's appearance. "Please pick your seats in order." After saying that, the crowd began to search for their seats in an orderly manner. It was exactly the same as in the morning training. Beside Su Fei sat none other than the contestant from the Little Cold Country. Seeing Su Fei take his seat, the Little Chill Country's player threw a seemingly kind smile towards him. Su Fei merely glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. The Little Cold player's smile changed to ferocity in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the woman in the curtain spoke again. "Now all contestants, grab your paper and pens. Write an essay that exposes the ugliness of human creepy romance, emphasizing the criticism of human creepy generating feelings, and then hand it to me. Those who do not meet the topic will be eliminated. There are no invigilators for this exam, so I hope you are conscious of yourselves. Other than that, there are no other rules. Time 1 hour, now the timer starts." With the appearance of the proposition, the entire Dragon Country's live broadcast room instantly boiled over. Chapter 15 lets you choose A and B, you choose C? Criticism text, this rule sounds quite simple. Bull. Can't you see that this is purposely targeting Master Su? That's right. Master Su is having a heated conversation with the creepy schoolgirl right now, and you're asking him to criticize love? If we want to save our lives and pass, Su Fei will have to write a critique of human guy romance. No way. What if this is a test, a deliberate test of Master Su's sincerity? It's over, what the hell should we do then? What exactly does Master Su he write about? Who the hell is this tricky one who came up with the questions to be so vicious? No fair. There must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Seeing the hot debate in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the pop-ups from the other countries were completely beaming with joy at the moment. What's unfair? The rules were set by Creepy, it's not like we set them. Letting you guys show your love, now even Creepy can't stand to watch. That's right, do you think that having an SSS-ranked Creepy schoolgirl to help you guys is a sure win? As of now, it seems that even the SSS Creepy schoolgirl can't help with this rule. Once Sufei writes it, I don't even dare to think what the Creepy school flower will do to him. I'm afraid my heart will break when I see the man I love criticizing their feelings. So sad, I still want to see the Dragon Country contestants relying on women to lie down and win all the way, At this moment. As long as they weren't cuties. Basically understood that the rule targeting Sufei this time was Sufei. The rule proposition was simple. It was nothing more than saying that some people and shenanigans couldn't fall in love and other stuff like that. But the point is, this point for Sufei will be very fatal choice question. Choose A, don't write a critique, and you'll be erased by the rules. Choice B, write a critique, but this is most likely Luo Yao's test for him. If it was a test, then losing the help of the SSS-ranked shenanigans was a small matter. But if it was because of violating Luo Yao's rules by going against his feelings, then it was possible that he would be obliterated as well. Sufei's brows furrowed as he hesitated for a long time without moving his pen. At this moment, just as nervous as Sufei were the viewers of the Dragon Country live streaming room. If we write, we won't necessarily die, but if we don't, we'll definitely die. Write it, Master Su, no matter what happens behind us, we'll admit it. Yes, a test is a test, at least now you can't die. Such a simple proposition, if you die, won't you be made fun of by others? Right, what if this isn't a test? Afterwards, if you explain to the creepy schoolgirl, you'll have a chance to live. In the horror classroom. The other contestants were all writing furiously, and there was even more excitement on their faces that they couldn't hide. With a living, breathing human creepy love right in front of them, they would naturally write all the things that they had previously seen Sufei unhappy about into their articles and ruthlessly criticize them. It was both a relief and a pass. At this moment, in the entire classroom, Sufei was the only one who hadn't moved his pen yet. Because he was waiting for the hidden hint. If the hidden hints didn't come, then he could only write a critique first and bet his hand on it. At least this way there was still a chance of survival. Just as he had just thought of this. A pleasant light sound rang in his ears, and then a line of small, bright silver-colored characters appeared on the paper in front of Sufei. Hidden tip, turn in a blank answer sheet. Hand in a blank paper? Sufei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Originally, he had thought that it would be a choice between answers A and B. In the end, the hidden hint suddenly appeared with an answer C. As a result, a hidden hint suddenly appeared as answer C? What does this mean? Sufei was slightly confused. At the same time, right in the classroom next door, the violet pupil woman looked at the tangled Sufei in the screen, a smile appearing on her face. Sufei, Sufei. If you don't write a critique, you'll be erased by me for violating the rules. But whenever you're going to write it, I'll guarantee that I'll make sure that Luo Yao will die to you. After saying that, the woman waved her hand, and the projection of the examination room in front of her disappeared, turning to close her eyes and start resting. She didn't care about the situation in the examination room. Even if someone was blatantly plagiarizing or cheating, she wouldn't care. All she cared about was what kind of answer sheet Sufei would actually hand in. Time passed bit by bit. In the horror classroom, Sufei looked at the paper in front of him and finally chose to believe the hidden hints. Although he didn't know what the reason for doing so was, at least the hidden hints wouldn't trap him. Sufei raised his head and glanced at the clock on the podium. 1500 hours. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the exam. The other contestants had almost all stopped writing and started reviewing. Seeing this, all the Dragon Country viewers seized their hearts. Why isn't Master Su writing yet? Is this really a hard choice? Nonsense, if it was me, I wouldn't know exactly what to choose. No matter what happens next, let's pass the level first. Hurry up and write it, even if it's the so-called love test, then you should write it. Wait. Why did Master Su close his eyes? Master Sui actually fell asleep? No way, is Master Su planning to just give up on treatment? I don't know who said that on the pop-up screen. Only to see that in the picture, Sufei was holding his pencil and unexpectedly fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, pop-ups from other countries also began to pour in. Can you believe it, in the face of life and death, the Dragon Country player actually fell asleep. Unbelievable. He gave up, he can't take the mental torture anymore. See, it's impossible to pass the level by relying on luck and women. I really didn't expect that with 2 answers, he even chose the third one. Hey, thought he would put up a fight and show us the great power of love. In the face of his country's mockery, the people in the Dragon Country's live broadcast still didn't give up either. You guys don't say, what if you can pass even if you hand in a blank paper? Why didn't I think of that? Master Su must have guessed the rules. Yeah. The rules don't say that handing in a blank paper will get you eliminated. You seem to have a point when you say that. Master Su, he deliberately tried to hand in a blank paper. Every time Master Su made a choice earlier, we all thought it was impossible, but he was able to turn the situation around every time. That's right. Maybe this time it'll be possible too. Hearing this theory, quite a few of the people of the Dragon Kingdom who had lost their confidence once again perked up. When the pop-ups of other countries heard this kind of talk, they seemed to feel bad as well. What are you guys thinking? Handing in a blank paper is tantamount to digressing from the topic. That's right, where can you hand in a blank paper and still pass the exam? Could it be that your Dragon Kingdom's education is all like this? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible for him to pass the exam by handing in a blank paper. Both sides kept arguing, and time passed bit by bit. It wasn't long before a radio sound suddenly rang out. There's still 1 minute left until the end time, so please ask all the contestants to place their answers on the desktop and leave the examination room. At this time, Su Fei also rubbed his eyes, glanced at the clean white paper on his desk, and followed the formation to leave the scene. But just as Su Fei left with his front foot, the Little Chill Country's contestant immediately drew out an answer sheet filled with words and placed it on Su Fei's table. Even the title on it, surprisingly, was still written in Chinese. Seeing this, all the people in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room completely exploded. Chapter 16 Love, Disgusting, Sickening. Son of a. Little Chill's player blatantly switched answer sheets? Now, this maneuver is so sharp, Master Su didn't even see it. This Little Cold Country's player is looking for death right, daring to do this in public. He didn't just change his own test paper, but he wrote an extra copy to change Master Su's. I saw it, the title of that one seems to say something like I love you? It's over, Master Su hasn't realized it yet, Little Chill's people are too sinister. Where's the deviousness? Didn't the invigilator's deviousness see it? This is clearly a frame-up. Seeing all of this, the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Country were instantly ignited with hatred. The pop-ups of the other countries, however, suddenly began to praise in unison at this moment. The weird rules didn't say anything, so that's tacit approval. That's right, you can only blame your players for being careless, no one else. Still planning to hand in a blank paper, people have written it for you, you should be thanking them. Haha, that's right, you Dragon Kingdom players are allowed to cheat, but we can't? Shiba, the rules don't even say that, who said this is cheating? This is a weird rules game, not our world. For a moment, the anger of the people of the Dragon Kingdom simply couldn't be contained. If it wasn't because of the bizarre world's rule restrictions, right now they would be itching to directly fight their way to Little Chill's land. But everyone was very clear. As long as they took the initiative to provoke a war when the bizarre game descended, then before they could even make a move, the bizarre would directly descend on the country that violated the rules. If they wanted to settle scores after the fall, they would have to wait until this time's bizarre rules game was completely over. Let's all be sensible for a moment. In fact, no matter what the answer sheet is, Master Su is betting on it. Rational? How do you expect me to be rational? To think that there are still people doing this kind of thievery. Hey, even if it's in favor of love, Master Su likewise won't necessarily lose outright. If Master Su really manages to pass the level this time, Little Chill will just wait for our revenge. But I feel like the chances of clearing the level are just too slim. Master Su, can he still create a miracle? At this moment, all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were filled with anger and grief in their hearts, and they simply couldn't give vent to it. This feeling of powerlessness was simply indescribable. The only thing they could expect was that a miracle would happen. But I'm afraid that this time, even miracles they were not too willing to believe in. However, in the bizarre world, all the players were still in their respective formations, standing neatly in the corridor in front of the classroom entrance. Su Fei, on the other hand, was still unaware of everything that had just happened. His mind was filled with thoughts of what consequences would be triggered by handing in a blank paper. Right at this moment, a silhouette walked out from the classroom next door. It was no other than the purple pupil woman from earlier. The woman swept a glance at the crowd and held up her glasses. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Purple Hitomi, I am the Director of Instruction of Thriller University, all students and teachers are under my control. Even SSS ranked creepy like me, the same applies. The moment these words came out, everyone at the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and the faces looking at this beautiful woman were filled with even more horror. Another SSS class bizarre. And in addition to her own strength as an SSS, even her power in the school was greater than an ordinary SSS ranked creepy. No wonder they could just let them come here to take their exams and clock in, and no wonder even Luo Yao hadn't been able to give Su Fei any help. So everything could be explained. Su Fei stared tightly at the violet pupil in front of him, instantly understanding everything. At the same time, Zixie's gaze also looked towards Su Fei, before his eyes gradually became fierce and merciless. By having you all come to take this examination today, I wanted to tell you clearly. Regardless of whether one is a creep or a human, no one is allowed to fall in love. Love is something that makes people sick, even nauseous. Anyone who dares to violate it, then there will be only one end: death. Violet Pupil's terrifying voice echoed in the gloomy wind. It seemed that each sentence carried a bizarre power, like sharp steel needles that went straight to the heart. No one would doubt it. However, whenever one violated the rules of this bizarre teaching in front of them, they were afraid that it would not just be as simple as being torn apart or being eaten. It was only feared that something even more horrifying would happen. But the good thing was, it was clear in the hearts of all the contestants on the scene that this terrifyingly bizarre was actually aiming for Su Fei. As the person in question, Su Fei was naturally facing the most pressure of the group. From the words of this creepy teaching, Su Fei had also completely clarified everything. To put it bluntly, in the bizarre world, strength levels represented everything. However, if it was the same strength level, it depended on the rights and status of each in the copies. It could almost be said that there wasn't much difference from human societies. These bizarrely customized rules were purely up to each individual. As long as they didn't violate the basic rules of the replica, they could make whatever they wanted. So the other party was able to set this so-called criticized love's rules exam and involve Su Fei in it, so that Su Fei could violate the rules and then kill him. The point was, hidden hints could always help him circumvent breaking the rules. But could handing in a blank paper really circumvent it? After all, handing in a blank paper wasn't even a failure to meet the intent of the question, it was a failure to meet the intent of the question at all. Not to mention the loopholes in the rules. Su Fei himself didn't believe that in the case of the other party being so targeted, he would still let him off easily. At this very moment, Su Fei was also completely confused. But now that the matter had come to a head, it was impossible for him to go back and rewrite an essay. At this moment, Zixie's voice came once again. Now, I will personally review your answer sheets in order. Only those who pass will be allowed to leave this building. After saying that, Zixie then walked into the podium of the classroom. Only seeing her wave her hand, the answer sheet on the first seat in the first row of the classroom floated to the podium. Violet Hitomi swept a glance and looked out the door. First one, you've written well, you can go now. Due to the order of the seats, it was the same as the order they lined up outside. The first player, who didn't know which country he was from, bowed hastily, then excitedly left the classroom. Thank you, teacher. Immediately after that, Zixie's voice came from the classroom one after another. The second one, you can go now. And the third, you can go too. The fourth. The time for the review was very fast, and at this point, Su Fei was still worried about his white papers. Seeing one contestant after another leave, the people in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room were even more anxious and desperate. It's over. Master Su looks like he still doesn't know what he wrote. Just now, you all heard this weird instructor's speech, it looks like she's very sick of love. More than that? This rules exam is clearly trying to get Master Su killed. So in that case, Master Su was not saved at all? We're all finished too? I feel like it's already over, judging by the other party's intentions. Even if he turns in a blank paper, Master Su won't be able to live. Even if the creepy school flower appeared, she wouldn't be able to suppress the director of instruction. The people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, one by one, seemed to have their hearts pinched by a large, invisible hand. But not for long. Zixie's voice rang out once again, as if sounding a death knell in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Fei, it's finally your turn. Chapter 17, letting you criticize love, you write love letters to confess? Hearing his own name, Su Fei's heart similarly thumped. When reviewing the manuscripts in front of him, the other party had never read out anyone's name individually. Basically, he had read the manuscripts directly first, and then started releasing people according to the order. Only when it came to Su Fei, Zixie read his name. Even at this time, Zixie even stood up from the podium and walked towards the seat he was in. It was over. Seeing all of this, Su Fei felt his heart go cold. At this moment, Little Chill Player standing beside Su Fei revealed an evil smile, but it only disappeared in an instant. In the classroom, Zixie slowly walked over to Su Fei's position and picked up the answer sheet that had been stolen and replaced by the Little Chill Player. Just after seeing the title on the answer sheet, Z Hitomi's eyes instantly erupted with intense killing intent. I love you, I'm willing to die. What a big guts. This brat actually really wasn't afraid of death. She had actually thought that the odds were that Su Fei would first choose to criticize love and then avoid being killed by the rules. But as long as Su Fei was still here, she would always have all sorts of means and methods to be able to separate the two. But she hadn't expected that this Su Fei wouldn't even act, completely disregarding life and death. It was simply too stupid. Sure enough. Love brains are all psychopaths. I'd like to see what you're really thinking. Zixie snorted lightly, and then she swept her gaze to Hoenn. Meeting you is the happiest thing in my life. Even though I haven't seen your appearance yet, your stunningly beautiful figure is so fascinating to me. Only until now do I understand what the true meaning of love is. Seeing this, Zixie's willow brows knitted slightly, and her mind was filled with doubts. It's not right. How come it doesn't look like it was written to Luo Yao? Holding on to her skepticism and curiosity, Xie continued to read on. Even though I haven't seen your real appearance yet, it seems like it's been stored in my memory all along. It's that fascinating, that gorgeous. Yes, I am perfectly capable of criticizing love, of going on exactly as you wish. But I can't do that, I can't betray my heart, so I love you, even if it means dying I'm willing. Xie looked at Su Fei's answer sheet on the paper, her breathing began to become rapid, and her heart even more so as she set off shockwaves. She hadn't misunderstood. The you in the paper wasn't Luo Yao. Instead, it was her, the one who let Su Fei criticize love. Su Fei, this was a confession to her. Xie's hand couldn't stop trembling as she gripped the answer sheet. Too disgusting. It was really disgusting. As the SSS-ranked weirdness of the University of Thrill, she was also in the position of the director of instruction. There was basically no weird in the university copy that dared to disobey her. Not even Luo Yao. In order for her to maintain the virtuous cycle of the entire creepy campus, she would not allow anyone to develop such unnecessary feelings. Especially between the creeps and humans. But it so happened that at this time, there was a human who not only broke this rule. He even jumped straight to her face and wrote a love letter confessing his love for her. The point was, this Su Fei was also in a relationship with Luo Yao. Su Fei, how dare you? Xie instantly squeezed the answer sheet in her hand to death in the palm of her hand. A strange gust of wind instantly blew in the classroom, and countless papers flew in the classroom. Seeing this, all the contestants standing outside the corridor couldn't help but cover their ears, and some were even paralyzed with fear. Even the bizarre ones who were in various other parts of the university couldn't help but have their gazes directed towards the terrorist teaching building, one after another with fear on their faces. Only Su Fei looked at the purple pupil in the classroom, his entire being confused. Although he had originally felt that it was not good. Now it seemed that it was more than just not good. But the point was, wasn't he the one who handed in a blank paper? Look at a white paper to be so angry? Don't know, thought he wrote a love letter. It. Purple pupil, still clutching Su Fei's answer sheet in her hand, returned to the podium and sat down. Through the window, seeing this beautiful and bizarrely beautiful side face, Su Fei's heart jumped into his throat. It looked like it was really over this time. Everyone else, get lost. Su Fei, come inside the classroom, I have something to ask you. With a shout from Xie, the other players around him were all like amnesties, rolling and crawling as they fled the scene. Now in the entire corridor, only Su Fei remained. Seeing this scene, the entire populace of the Dragon Country's live broadcast room were all disheartened one by one. It's over. It looks like we're completely hopeless this time. Nima's little cold man is just too vicious. Master Su is also innocent, I'm afraid that he won't even know what happened until he dies. Looking at this SSS class weirdness, there's no longer any hope. I don't want to die yet. Do you guys think this weirdo is like Redcoat and likes Master Su? Impossible. The others are just targeting Master Su because he's in love. It looks like this time, our Dragon Kingdom has really gone over the edge. I'm turning off the live stream, I don't need to watch it anymore. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom had almost lost its anger, and the entire atmosphere had become heavy and desperate. Almost the vast majority of the viewers had already turned off the Trickster livestream. They were unwilling to see the scene of Su Fei being killed by Creepy, and it was also considered a sign of respect for the contestant. On the contrary, the viewers of the other countries' live streams had one by one begun to watch with great interest. Little Chill Country's players' operation is a bit sharp to have Dragon Country eliminated like this. As much as we all want Su Fei to be eliminated, we also have to be careful of Little Chill's player. Being able to steal and change answer sheets under one's nose might harm our players as well. All in all, the Dragon Kingdom is about to become history, and we just happened to take this opportunity to get a lesson. It's just that I don't know, this Mr. Su Fei Su, what kind of death will it be? At this moment, in the bizarre world. Come in. Purple pupil gave an order, and Su Fei had no choice but to obediently walk into the classroom. But just as he walked into the classroom with his front foot, the door of the classroom slammed and slammed shut. As long as the rules were violated. Not to mention an SSS-ranked guile, even a small D-ranked guile was definitely not something a human could resist. Su Fei didn't have any intention of trying to resist at all. What had come after all. Even with the hidden hints, I'm afraid that it wouldn't help at this point. Su Fei, who gave you the guts to write such a thing? With a serious expression, Xie threw the answer sheet in his hand in front of Su Fei. Su Fei hurriedly picked up the answer sheet and glanced at it. The moment he saw the answer sheet, Su Fei's pupils dilated violently, and even his breathing stopped for an instant. I love you, even if it's death I'm willing? This Nima, it wasn't written by me at all. But the key is that just now from the time Zishi pupil walked to his seat to take the answer sheet he was looking at the whole time, and the other party didn't take the wrong one. It's over. This has nothing to do with the hidden hints, it is definitely someone who deliberately framed himself. Chapter 18. For the sake of love, he was actually really not afraid to die. Su Fei's heart completely collapsed. Even though he had only just come into contact with this SSS class creepy violet pupil. However, regardless of whether it was the other party's test propositions or various words and actions, the other party is clearly aversion to love and also want to use the opportunity to kill themselves. But now in his hands this answer sheet, already not just believe in love so simple, but directly jump face to the other side confession. Even if he now goes to explain, even if the purple pupil knows that this is not his own answer sheet, the other party is absolutely impossible to let go of this opportunity. What's more, this answer sheet may also be the purple pupil deliberately finds someone to arrange. In short, no matter what he did now, it could almost be said that he would not be able to escape death. Su Fei grasped the answer sheet in his hand, his heart as if he was dead. Seeing Su Fei's closed mouth, Xie also began to carefully look at this extremely bold man in front of her. Her mind had already begun to imagine how to torture the other party to death. Tear the other party apart directly? That would be too cheap for the other party. How about death by 1,000 cuts? Strip this man's clothes naked, use a knife to cut off the flesh piece by piece, and then savor it. This man looks quite good, tender skin, and the body is also. Well, just thought of this. A strange and bizarre scene surfaced in her mind. Also associating it with those love words in Su Fei's answer sheet just now, an inexplicable feeling suddenly rose in Xie's heart. A slight warmth actually appeared on her icy face. This feeling was simply unprecedented. No way. Can't think about it anymore. She had come here to kill Su Fei, how could she have those strange thoughts? Xie exhaled deeply, instantly pulling her thoughts back, and her face once again regained its icy coldness. At this time, she also realized that Su Fei was also staring at her, so she angrily rebuked, "Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes first." Once Su Fei heard these words, he instantly lowered his head, but his heart was trembling madly. This was because he was very certain that the violet pupil from just now had actually blushed as well. Even though this process was almost only a split second, he was very certain that he had definitely not misread it. What in the world was going on here? Su Fei furrowed his brows, suddenly feeling that his brain was a little underutilized. This woman shouldn't like herself, right? But she shouldn't. When the other party first appeared, she was extremely averse to love, and this was all there for all to see. Even before he entered the classroom, that kind of killing intent-like substance also cannot deceive people. No. Before that, we hadn't even met. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, a pleasant light sound rang out. Hidden tip, this was all arranged by the other party. What? It's all the other party's arrangement? So it was all a deliberate design by the other party to set themselves up? The answer sheet, that's what the other party replaced? Hearing the hint, Su Fei immediately became furious. If he wasn't in the weird world, and if the other party wasn't SSS ranked weird, Su Fei would be itching to rush up and yell at him right now. No. Anyway, he had already violated the rules set by the other party, and the other party could kill him at any time. Go to hell. Anyway, he was going to die anyway, so it was better to die standing up rather than dying in this manner. Maybe after provoking the other party, he would directly give him seconds, so as not to give time for the other party to think about how to torture himself. Fighting. Ha! Su Fei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then lifted his head and turned his gaze towards Xie. Xie's willow eyebrows raised as she questioned, on the verge of death, "How dare you still laugh? Don't pretend, I know all about it." Su Fei stuck his hands in his pockets and walked directly to the podium. "What do you know?" Xie asked rhetorically. Su Fei bent down slightly, gazing into the abyss. "Actually, this was all your plan, right?" Violet Pupil was also wholeheartedly puzzled by Su Fei's behavior at the moment. "What are you talking about?" "Fine, don't admit it, right?" Su Fei spread his hands, as if he had already looked down on life and death, with a look of indifference. But in the very next instant, he zero-framed his hand. Pulling Xie violently straight up from her seat, she forcefully pressed herself against the blackboard's curtain. Feeling Su Fei's warm nostrils, Xie instantly froze. At this very moment, it was as if the entire world had stood still. At the same time, the pop-up screens in the live broadcast room also began to frantically brush the screen at this time. Crazy, Master Su must be crazy. Nonsense, who wouldn't go crazy at this point? Master Su did the right thing, even if he dies, he has to die standing up. At least so far, Master Su is the only one who dares to make a move in the face of SSS-ranked shenanigans. Support Master Su. I'll admit that I've lost this time, but at least I've fought for my life. Hey, I'd better wait quietly for the elimination broadcast. All the viewers who were still watching the Dragon Country live broadcast were also almost ready for Su Fei to be eliminated, and each one of them was nervous. But now, in the bizarre world, the tension within Xie's heart was not the least bit less. As an SSS-ranked creepy, no creepy had ever dared to make a move against her like this. Not to mention that the other party was only a human. Surprisingly, he was so bold. The violet pupil's eyes stared motionlessly at Su Fei, her tone like an iceberg. Do you know what you're doing? Of course I know. Su Fei replied without hesitation, and then said, now that I'm not even afraid of death, what else do you think I'll be afraid of? You. When Zixia heard these words, she instantly recalled the title from the previous answer sheet. I love you, I'm willing to die even if it means I love you. He really isn't afraid to die. Zixie's heart was pounding, and her mind was in turmoil. Being the weirdness of the weird world, she was certainly well aware of the mission of being a human player after entering the creepy world. Not only were they playing with their lives, but they were also carrying the fate of an entire country on their backs. That was why anyone who came here would try to survive by all means. But in favor of. The man in front of him wasn't even afraid of death. Otherwise, as a human, how would he dare to make a move against an SSS-ranked creepy? The power of love. Is it really this powerful? Violet pupil lightly bit her red lips, looking at Su Fei's face that was close at hand. Her inner heart was even more entangled. Could it be that I was wrong from the beginning to the end? For the sake of love, he was not afraid to die. These words were not just words. Rather, it is true. But didn't he like Luo Yao? How could he like himself the first time he met me, without even seeing the face? No way. Luo Yao is my best friend's sister, basically she's also my sister. Not to mention she's also my student. Wouldn't it be a bit too much for me to do that? But what does love really feel like? Also, what exactly is the feeling of kissing again? Why does Luo Yao always want Su Fei to kiss her? Zixi was both torn and curious inside. Unknowingly her cheeks were once again tinted with a light pink color. Upon seeing this scene, Su Fei immediately felt that the entire atmosphere was a little off. This blushing frequency, it was more outrageous than even Luo Yao earlier. Could it be that his initial guess was actually true? This woman. Did she really like herself? Thinking of this, Su Fei instantly connected everything that had happened earlier. Could it be that? It was precisely because this female guile liked herself, but as an SSS-ranked guile, she was also the maker of the rule that didn't allow for romance. Is that why she did this on purpose, just to get herself to take the initiative to confess? Otherwise, how could his answer sheet be easily replaced by someone? If that was truly the case, then this woman was too terrifying. Totally a conspiracy to count. By the way, I have a question I want to ask you. Zixia's voice gradually filled with hesitation, and her face once again unconsciously turned a few points redder. You say that? Hitomi's fingers were about to form a knot behind her back, and only after a while did she hold back a sentence. That? Do you really want to be with me? Chapter 19. What the hell, you're just asking for a kiss. You're still pretending. You like to play this kind of mood, don't you? Although Su Fei was angry in his heart. But he seemed to smell a slight chance of survival from here. If all his suspicions were true, then he could really use this opportunity to play along. Su Fei gradually began to get bolder, reaching out his hand to rub Zixia's face. Baby, isn't my meaning obvious? Baby? He called me baby? Feeling the warm palm of this hand, Zixia could not stop her body from trembling. Where was the current her still a terrifying SSS-ranked creepy? She was simply like a frightened little white rabbit. No. Should be a big white rabbit. No way. You are human. And you're already with Luo Yao. Violet pupil's words one after another caused Su Fei's pressure to increase. What a handful of desire to escape. This was testing his own attitude. You take me, Su Fei, for a cutie pie. Can't do it? Su Fei laughed softly, thinking that he had seen through everything, and looked at Zixia with gazing eyes. Look at my eyes, I feel like I can't betray my own heart. You have to realize that there are many things that some things are not under one's control. Of course. Su Fei added with a twist of words, saying, if you're still worried about what others think, then you might as well just beat me to death. Zixia slowly raised her hand, and was fighting against her heart. In the deepest part of her heart, the last shred of sanity seemed to be constantly admonishing her. Her original purpose was to come and kill Su Fei. There's no need to dwell on it, I know you can't let go. Turning around, Su Fei took hold of Zixia's hand. It was like he was truly afraid that the other party would temporarily change her mind. In the face of Su Fei's successive attacks, it was as if the last shred of sanity in Zixia's heart had been completely shattered. Her heart was in complete disarray. Perhaps killing Su Fei was easy. However, wanting to kill the seeds Su Fei had sown within her heart would not be so easy. Besides, the man in front of her wasn't afraid to die. The man in front of her wasn't even afraid of death, he was going to confess to her, so what did she have to be afraid of? Throughout Thriller University, it could almost be said that there was nothing that could threaten her. If you want to, then want it first. Anyway, there was no one to see it now. I know. Zixia said, looking timidly at Su Fei's lips. That feeling was like a thief seeing a priceless gemstone during his first theft. Obviously, he had long made up his mind to want it, but when it came down to it, he was somewhat afraid to ask for it. I don't know how long it took. Violet Pupil finally couldn't stop the curiosity in her heart and resolved to open her mouth. By the way, can you kiss me? Only. Just once. Once these words came out. It wasn't just Su Fei himself. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who were still watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room all lost their ability to think instantly as well. Wait, after not watching for a while, why do I feel like the situation is a bit off? I kinda didn't get it. Isn't this creepy trying to kill Master Su? How come it's asking for a kiss again? Crazy. This world must be crazy. Why do all these creeps want Master Su to kiss them? What's going on here? Why is this weirdo blushing all of a sudden? My heart can't stand watching this live broadcast. Although we don't know what's happening, doesn't it seem like we have a chance to survive? If it's true, it seems like our Dragon Kingdom has a chance again. Master Su, kiss her quickly. This really is a chance to live. Seeing this, the people of the other countries who were all originally expecting Su Fei to be eliminated once again couldn't sit still. No. There must be a mistake somewhere. Now I feel as though even if the Dragon Country contestant is eliminated, it doesn't seem like a loss at all. After all, these two female shenanigans can both be extremely good, too enviable. But why on earth? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Could it be because of the article that contestant Xiaohan stole? At this moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast started brainstorming one by one. They really couldn't understand how things had developed into this? In the same way, the Su Fei in the bizarre world looked at the purple pupil in front of him and was just as thoughtful. Good lord. The other party had spared so much effort. Laying out the rules of the exam again, stealing the answer sheets, and trying to catch him. Was it just to ask for a kiss from himself? No. Is his mouth that powerful? But there was no doubt. Perhaps he had a chance of surviving if he satisfied the other man's strange affections. Though to do so would be to jump into two boats. But he had no choice. If he had never had the chance, it would have been just a matter of death. But now, the hope of living was placed right in front of his mouth. Do I have a choice? I've lost my life, but I've lost everything. As for Luo Yao's side, one could only take one step at a time. Come on. Without thinking, Su Fei slowly closed his eyes. Xia also panicked and closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as her entire body tensed up. Immediately afterward, a warm sensation came from her lips. This unprecedented feeling mesmerized her. Within moments, she threw her whole body and mind into it. Not only did she begin to enjoy it, she even gradually began to become more active and greedy. As time passed, the screen belonging to Su Fei's side of the live broadcast room once again became pitch black. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who saw this went completely crazy. What do you mean? How come you're not showing it again? No way, the last time was also a critical moment. Can we still broadcast properly? It can't be helped, last time the official said that we humans can't control the live broadcast. No matter what, at least Master Su wasn't eliminated. Even if contestant Xiaohan changes his answer sheet, so what, justice cannot be defeated. Without realizing it, it started to rain outside the classroom. The rain wasn't heavy, but it moistened the land. By the time the rain stopped, Su Fei and Xi had already separated. Xia pursed her lips slightly, so that's how it feels, no wonder Luo Yao she's addicted. Speaking here. Zi's sudden face suddenly changed again, as if she had thought of something terrible. She looked straight at Su Fei, her words gradually serious. You'd better forget everything that just happened. Hearing this, Su Fei was completely confused. What the hell is this? Is he trying to run away after having a good time, putting on his pants and not recognizing anyone? With a serious face, Zishi reminded. You must remember, this matter can never be told to Luo Yao. No, you can't tell anyone. Aha! Su Fei nodded repeatedly. It was that if the other party didn't remind him, he wouldn't dare to actively admit this matter. Alright. Today's matter, just pretend it didn't happen, and I won't look for you again in the future. You, take care of yourself. After Xia finished saying this, she panicked and left the classroom, leaving Su Fei standing alone in the classroom. Inexplicable. Su Fei only felt a sense of being toyed with. No. To be precise, it was like an actor who had been suborned by a director. But no matter what, at least he was still alive. Well, shouldn't say anything, it's sweeter than Luo Yao's mouth. Su Fei sked his mouth and slightly straightened his attire. He then left the classroom and headed downstairs. At this time, the screen of the Dragon Country's live broadcast room also returned to normal once again. Seeing that Su Fei was safe and sound, the pop-up screens of the entire Dragon Kingdom instantly boiled. Chapter 20, You don't understand, his kisses are really warm. Alive. Master Su, he's alive again. I knew Master Su couldn't just be gone. By the way, where's that weirdness? Why is he gone? What happened just now? I want to know too, but now as long as Master Su is safe and sound, nothing matters. Right now I want to know what expression the doggone little cold contestant will have when he sees Master Su come out. Talking about this makes me angry. I hope that Little Chill's player gets eliminated earlier. The entire Dragon Country's live broadcast room was immersed in joy. Then the live broadcast rooms of other countries were breaking their defenses at this moment. He's still not dead. It's all like this and he's still not dead. My god. Who can tell me how on earth did this Dragon Country player do it? It's simply too outrageous. You guys don't say that this SSS class creepy like Su-Fei again. But it seems like that's really the case, otherwise how could he not die? Didn't this creepy say earlier that love is forbidden? Why doesn't she follow the rules herself? What kind of bull bizarre world? This is simply Su-Fei's harem. Shiba, a Shiba Lu. Did this Su-Fei save the world in his last life? The people of other countries were shocked one after another. But equally shocked were those players in the bizarre world. Since Su-Fei had gone up, many of them had not returned to their dormitories. Instead, they were hanging around downstairs in the terrorist classroom, waiting for Su-Fei's elimination. However, it had never occurred to them that, after waiting for half a day, Su-Fei unexpectedly appeared in front of them unharmed. Su-Fei had just walked downstairs to the classroom when he was instantly locked onto by over 100 pairs of eyes. All of them couldn't help but freeze in place. Especially the Little Chill player, who directly stopped in front of Su-Fei. How could you? You have survived? Su-Fei's tone was no better as he looked at the Little Chill player in front of him. Even though right now he didn't realize that the originator of all of this was this Interpol player of Little Chill. However, Su-Fei himself didn't have much good feelings towards these players who were incomparably eager for their own deaths. Su-Fei looked askance at the other party. What? You're disappointed? The Little Chill player was suddenly speechless. Eyes flickered as he looked around like a thief. But his heart was more shocked than anyone else's at the moment. He couldn't wait to ask Su-Fei right now what had just happened. But if he asked, he was afraid that it would be discovered that he was the one who had moved. Even how curious he was in his heart right now, he had no choice but to compensate with a smile and get out of the way at this moment. Su-Fei looked at the little cold player's actions, and in his heart, he also felt a little strange. But in the end, he didn't really like dealing with this kind of person either. He then left the terrorist teaching building under the watchful eyes of the crowd and walked towards the dormitory. On the other side, outside the teaching office, Xia was standing in the corridor dumbfounded and absent-minded, as if her soul had gone out of her body. She looked at the office door in front of her and didn't even have the courage to walk in. How could I do such a thing? Originally, wasn't I supposed to kill him? How did it come to this? Thinking of this, Hitomi's mind recalled the kiss just now, and her face became flushed once again. But this man seems to be really different from the others. But, on the other hand, he's the object of Luo Yao's affection, how can I? Xia raised her head slightly and looked at the tightly closed office door once again. She really couldn't imagine what kind of scene it would be to face Luo Yao. No matter what. Not only was she considered Luo Yao's half-sister, but she also had the status of a teacher. If this matter was exposed, not to mention Luo Yao, what would the other shenanigans think of her? Snatching her sister's sweetheart and forcing a human student to submit in her capacity as a teacher? Wouldn't that be crickets behind her back every day by the other creeps? Of course. The scariest thing still was that she was still worried about what to do with the remaining 43 days, having only just left for a while. The images with Su-Fei kept repeating in her mind like a slideshow. She even hated to go and find Su-Fei again right now to quench her thirst. Hey! How did I become like this? Xia's face was filled with worry, and for the first time, she was so despondent. All of this. It was all because of something as strange as love. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, the door of the office was knocked on, startling Z into an instant panic. Immediately after, Luo Yao's voice came from the office. Sister Z Hitomi, I know you're back. Zishi's heart tightened, and she instantly became incomparably nervous. She didn't even have the courage to reply back. Luo Yao's voice once again came from within the office. I know you didn't hurt Su-Fei, thank you. Xia patted her chest and hurriedly suppressed her nervousness. Finally, she took a deep breath and opened the door to the office. The moment she saw Luo Yao, she had already regained her cold demeanor. She said to Luo Yao in a serious manner, don't think I'll let him off just like that. He. Luo Yao took the initiative to pull Xia's hand and laughed. Good sister, I know you have a hard mouth and a soft heart, how could you hurt the person my sister likes? Mouth. Hearing Luo Yao talk about mouth, she couldn't help but think of the previous feeling once again. A bad feeling flared up from within once again. She still wanted to have another go with Su-Fei. But in just an instant, she forcefully suppressed it again. Luo Yao was still in front of her. It was better to hurry up and get Luo Yao out of here, lest she be exposed. No. Not right. 3 days of confinement, but there is a cooling off period. If she let Luo Yao out this time, then what if she wanted to go find Su-Fei at night? In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Zixie's mind. You think that by saying something nice, I'll be able to let you guys go? Zixie said with an extremely serious face, you continue to stay here and wait for the time of confinement to pass before you can leave. Fine fine. Luo Yao wasn't too lost, and proceeded to say. As long as sister doesn't harm Su Fei, I can stay here in confinement. Really? Zixie's heart was thrilled, and she subconsciously blurted out. Luo Yao looked at Zixie and revealed a strange look. Seeing this, Zixie instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly began to look for a remedy. Dang, it's stupid. Restricting your freedom for a man. Luo Yao sighed deeply when she heard this. Hey, you don't understand that feeling, his kiss is really warm. Who said I don't understand? I can understand it too well. But I beg you to stop. You don't force me to rob with you, ah. Zixie's heart wanted to die at the moment. It was so hard to suppress her inner desires, only to have them once again evoked by Luo Yao's words. I'll see you continue to reflect here. Zixie fled, disappearing like a ghost. Looking at Zixie's strange behavior, Luo Yao was also bewildered and puzzled. What in the world is wrong with her? Chapter 21 Human Love Story Collection 1. Without realizing it, the time came to 1800 hours sharp. However, including Su Fei. After leaving the terrorist teaching building, all of the contestants honestly stayed within their respective dormitories. After all, no one wanted to wander around and run into some weird event. I don't know what exactly Z Hitomi did to Luo Yao. But again, it's an SSS class weirdness, so Z Hitomi shouldn't be able to harm Luo Yao. Lying on his bed, Su Fei was also extremely puzzled. But he wasn't idle either, and his mind was constantly analyzing everything that had happened so far. In short, he had summarized one thing. That was that no matter what happened, one only needed to follow the hidden hints and then go on. Even though sometimes this hint was very outrageous. But at least the fact that he was still alive was enough to prove the gold content of this hidden hint. The most dangerous moment today was none other than that final exam. Even a powerful one like Zixie could handle it, so was there anything this university couldn't handle? But all the same. Right now, what he's thinking about right now isn't anything else. Rather, he was thinking about how to handle the relationship with Zixie and Luo Yao. Especially when this matter is exposed. That scene. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Hey. It's better to take one step at a time, after all, there are still 43 days behind us. Thinking about this, Su Fei drifted off to sleep. On the other side, the corner of Thriller University had a bizarre detached villa. Outside the villa, there was a pile of white bones paving the road. On both sides, there were also all kinds of weird cannibalistic flowers of different colors planted, as well as other unknown weeds. Endure, must endure. On a large purple and black bed, Zixie was wearing purple pajamas, and her coiled hair was let down. She clenched her pink fists and hugged the quilt to death. As long as she thought of the feeling Su Fei had earlier when he walloped her and then kissed her, she couldn't stop blushing. How could there be such a brave, such a handsome man? Zixie's face was red and she kept rolling around on the bed. Completely unlike an SSS-ranked creepy, instead it was more like a young girl who was pining for spring. No way. I have to go find him. Z Hitomi sat up with a swish. But soon hesitated again. Would it not be a good idea to suddenly go to him like this? Human. What kind of way does he actually like to get along with? Like he was with Luo Yao? But one couldn't go and ask Luo Yao, right? Zixie once again fell into a tangle. For humans, especially the piece of feelings, how to get along. It was completely her knowledge blind spot. By the way, Thriller Library. As the head teacher, although she wasn't a regular visitor to the library. But she also knew very well that there were all kinds of books related to humans there. Due to the rules she had set down, although books related to human love were not allowed on campus, there were books about the functioning of human society. It might be possible to find some inspiration from them. Go and take a look before saying anything. Z Hitomi immediately opened the door to her room and ran towards the Thriller Library in her bare feet. Thriller Library. As one of Thriller University's punching points. There were actually originally many places for the players to choose from today. However, due to Zixie's operation, no player would now make a fool of themselves to find another place to punch in. After all, no one wanted to face danger one more time. So when Zixie came here, the entire library was extremely quiet. At this moment, in the darkness, a creepy shadow holding a book came out. This creepy shadow was a woman with glasses and dyed blonde hair. It looked gentle and elegant, filled with the aura of a scholar. But the most bizarre thing was that she possessed two pairs of eyes. SS class creepy, librarian. The moment she saw Violet Hitomi, this administrator violently hid the book in her hand behind her back. Violet Hitomi-sama. What brings you here? Nothing, just casually strolling around, looking for some books to read. Violet Hitomi's face was serious as her eyes scanned the surrounding bookshelves. Hearing this, the Librarian was incredibly nervous, forcing a smile and asking, what kind of book are you looking for? Just that kind of book. When Xia said this, she instantly became a bit squirmy. What kind? The administrator was confused. It's the kind about humans. You mean, how to make human food? Or do you mean? The purple pupil frowned. No, it's the kind, you should know. The librarian couldn't help but shout out when she heard this. Violet Hitomi-sama? So you are all. Hitomi was alarmed and immediately reprimanded. Keep your voice down. Violet pupil lord, so you all know. Only to see that administrator flop down on his knees and handed the book behind him with both hands in front of him. It was a book with a yellow cover with a line of title written on it. A collection of human love stories 1. When Violet Hitomi saw the title of the book, her pupils couldn't help but brighten a few points. Lord Violet pupil, The administrator in front of him was scared to death. This kind of book, he can appear anywhere, but just can't appear in Thriller University. Because here, she would have to abide by Violet Hitomi's rules. She knew very well that Hitomi was adamant about not allowing creeps and humans to talk about their feelings on campus. Of course. Unless he was also an SSS-ranked creepy, then at worst he would be confined by Hitomi for violating the rules. But the key was that she wasn't. She was an SS-ranked bizarre, although she could walk horizontally in the school, but Hitomi could get her killed at any time. Lord Hitomi, I was wrong. This book is something I accidentally brought in, it really wasn't my intention, I'll destroy it right away. Said the. A beam of sparks immediately emerged from the weird library's fingers, wanting to destroy the book on the spot. Alright. Purple Hitomi was anxious in her heart and quickly waved her hand. One could only feel a gust of shadowy wind instantly blowing the fire away, while the book flew into Xia's hands with it. The book, I'll confiscate it. Xia glanced at the administrator and then added. Just be careful from now on. In case it's going to be read and studied by other weird students, then wouldn't the whole school be in chaos? Yes. The creepy administrator was like an amnesty. I promise I won't bring this kind of book in again. Go away. Xia turned around and immediately took the book in her arms and left the library. Who in the world has leaked the news? The librarian's expression all gradually began to distort, and his heart was even more furious. That's great. Hitomi returned to her room and rubbed the cover of the book delicately. This book was simply a windfall for her. As for whether or not the administrator was really the first time, it didn't matter at all. Hitomi raised her hand once again. All the doors and windows of the entire villa were instantly closed tightly. She then laid down on the bed and flipped open this collection of love stories. The moment she just saw the table of contents, Xia was stunned. There are more than 100 stories in compilation 1 alone. How many more are in the back of this? If I learn all of these, what else will Luo Yao compare to me? Soon. She held the heartbeat of learning and immersed herself fully, her purple pupils flickering with various colors. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up again and again, and her face got redder and redder. Chapter 22 Lord Violet pupil really submerged Sufei. The night in the bizarre world was silent. The real world at this time was the exact opposite. Whether it was the Dragon Kingdom or other countries, almost everyone was buzzing about it. The name Sufei had also arrived at the top of the world's hot searches. Countless posts about Sufei began to spread like a virus both on and off the net. Basically, as long as one opened up a social media program or a browser, the headlines were almost always about Sufei. The heat of the bizarre copies was already high, and now, due to Sufei's actions, the hotspot had risen to an unprecedented level. It wasn't just the populace that was talking about it. Even the heads of various countries had decided to carry out a live online conference against Sufei. And they named this online meeting the Weird Rule Replica Theme Joint Live Broadcast. Nearly 1,000 people, including researchers and scholars of bizarre copies, as well as representatives from various countries, had collectively appeared in the joint broadcasting room. At the same time, the live broadcast was also playing Sufei's wonderful footage in the replica. Countless experts even began to study and analyze, frame by frame, what exactly Sufei's motives were for doing so. After this first day of analysis, this replica is clearly different from the previous ones. Needless to say, 3 SSS-ranked shenanigans have appeared in one day. The key is that 2 of these 3 SSS-ranked weirdos have gotten into it with players from the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, even a glance at an SSS-ranked weirdo could get you killed, let alone a kiss. Can't analyze it at all. He's definitely cheating. Dragon countries' representatives and experts, aren't you going to explain? All the other countries' representatives and experts looked at the representatives on the Dragon country's side. At this moment, the representatives and experts of the Dragon country were all relaxed. If it wasn't for Sufei, not to mention the opening of any conference, I'm afraid that Dragon country would have already been eliminated. Now that they had successfully gotten through the first day and were in a good position, they were naturally happy. A certain stealing country's contestant, stealing and switching test papers to frame Sufei, is evident to the whole world. Blatant stealing isn't cheating, and our player Sufei cheating all the way is called cheating? If I remember correctly, there were still a lot of people supporting the stealing nation player at the time, right? If you say someone is cheating, show me the evidence first, you're all experts. If it wasn't for the limitations of the bizarre rules, you guys, little chill, would already be gone. The Dragon Kingdom's counterattack was crisp and clear, and what it said was still the truth. None of the experts from the other countries were able to retort sensibly at all. In particular, the experts and representatives of Little Chill even directly exited the live broadcast room. Evidence? The weirdness of the weird world was an existence that humans couldn't manipulate, so how could they find evidence? So they could only continue to talk tough as well. Don't be too happy with the Dragon Kingdom people yet, playing with fire will surely burn you. That's right, not to mention that it's SSS level shenanigans, a little carelessness and you'll be eliminated. With so many powerful countries, you Dragon Kingdom is the only one who has lost in a row, you no longer have any room for error. And this is only the first day, it won't be as good later on. Due to the fact that no evidence could be found, the original analyzing meeting immediately turned into a talk show. If it had been in the past, it would have been necessary to carry out a military operation immediately. But now, no one was able to do anything, and could only temporarily shift the battlefield to the internet. This quarrel, directly from the night to the dawn. At the same time, in the weird live broadcast room, Sufei also opened his eyes at this moment. The time had already come to 8 o'clock. The next day's death movement would begin at 8:30. Looking at the empty large bed beside him, Sufei suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Luo Yao isn't here. I don't know what the program for today's death exercise is either. If it still requires someone to cooperate, what should we do? Sufei scratched his head, his heart also a little nervous. After all, the other shenanigans weren't as communicative as Luo Yao. As for Zishi, after yesterday's contact, Sufei felt that this female Guile's temperament was inherently volatile. One second he said he wanted to kill him, the next second he wanted to ask for a kiss. After asking for a kiss, she suddenly became cold and indifferent, so she might be a time bomb. In addition, the other party did not want to expose the relationship between them, so it is certainly not possible to help him blatantly. Women can't be relied on, and the same goes for female Guile. In the end, he could only rely on the hidden hints that would appear from time to time. Looks like I can only go on my own today. Sufei took a deep breath, and after simply washing and dressing up, he headed towards the downstairs of the dormitory building. Hey, youngster! Having just arrived at the downstairs, the creepy dormitory manager ran up to Sufei with a naive smile. What's up? Sufei asked. No, nothing. The creepy host scratched his head, then asked, I just heard that you ate a devil's egg yesterday, is that true? Aha! Hiss. You kid is also too brave. When the creepy host heard this, his eyes once again fell out of their sockets, following which he asked. Right, I heard that you were shouted into the classroom alone by Lord Zishi yesterday, what exactly happened? Sufei raised an eyebrow and returned, nothing, just got scolded. Just being scolded? The creepy host's tone was filled with disbelief. Well, what else? Sufei said this, while an announcement rang out on campus once again. Only 10 minutes left until 8:30. All students are requested to gather at the playground to participate in the death movement. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to the playground first. After Sufei finished speaking, he walked towards the playground on his own. Unbelievable, unbelievable ah. Lord Violet Pupil has always been averse to love affairs, and this kid violated the rules, but he still managed to come out alive. Coupled with the fact that Lord Luo Ya was confined, there must be something fishy going on here. This kid was a bit hesitant when he answered just now, I'm only afraid that Lord Z is most likely. The bizarre host looked at Sufei's back and seemed to have thought of something, then immediately turned into a black shadow and disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived inside the gymnasium first. At this moment, the creepy instructor happened to be preparing to go to the playground to carry out death training. It was the same as that golden librarian. They're kind of creepy that managed the students were SS ranked creepy, and were the backbone of the thriller university copies. The two of them, in particular, were also both very close to each other on weekdays. The instructor couldn't help but ask, bro, why are you here? The creepy host said seriously, I'm here to save you, or else watch out for your life. The instructor immediately frowned, could it be, is it something to do with yesterday's incident between Lord Zixia and Sufei? The creepy host lowered his voice, that's right, I've already inquired, and Lord Zishi has his eyes on this brat as well. What? Hearing this, the instructor violently grabbed the creepy hostel manager's collar, you can't joke about this kind of thing. It's this time, do I look like I'm joking to you? The creepy host immediately don't let go of the other's hand and informed the instructor of his analysis. The instructor's body was covered in cold sweat, it's really fine, it would have been simply impossible for him to come out alive. Otherwise you think? The creepy hostess was full of seriousness, be careful when you train later, don't lose your life for nothing. The instructor nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, brother, even if it's not Lord Violet Pupil, for the sake of Lord Luoyao, I won't make things difficult for him. Well, just be careful, I'll go back to the dormitory first, don't let the word get out. After saying that, the weird hostel manager left the gymnasium as if he was wiping oil from his feet. At the same time, there were less than 5 minutes left until the time of the death training. The instructor stabilized himself and hurriedly walked towards the playground. It so happened that just at that moment, a blonde-haired female creepy, holding a few books in her arms, happened to pass in front of the gymnasium. It was none other than the librarian from yesterday. When the instructor saw the administrator, he didn't hesitate to come up to her. Akane, I have a secret to tell you. What secret? Violet Pupil-sama forcibly kissed that human from the Dragon Kingdom in the classroom yesterday, and she must be in love. What? The blonde administrator was first shocked, then came to a realization. No wonder. I told you why Z Hitomi-sama suddenly came over yesterday and was so strange that he even confiscated. The blonde administrator held up his glasses, and his 4 eyes revealed a look of wisdom. I'm looking at our relationship, I said. You must not tell others, in case the purple pupil adults found out can be troublesome. After saying that, the instructor continued to run towards the playground. No. This matter is likely to be more than that. The blonde-haired administrator looked at the instructor's back and then hurriedly ran towards the library. At precisely that moment, a creepy dressed in a long black dress, also SS ranked, had long been waiting at the entrance. Looking closely, this creepy's face actually had 2 mouths, extremely strange. Ah, Jean, what took you so long? I think someone clocked in at the university concert hall today and came to look for a few books. Sister, stop looking for books first, the sky is falling. The blonde administrator was full of anxiety. But you don't know. Yesterday, Violet Hitomi-sama was in the classroom and submarined the Dragon Country human on the spot. Chapter 23. No, the purple pupil also came for training? Soon. The time had come to 8:30. Because yesterday a player was torn apart on the spot for being late. So today, everyone came to the playground early to gather. After all, they weren't Sufei, and the bizarre instructor would definitely not be polite to them. I've been thinking about this all night, and I can't figure out how he survived. Hey, who doesn't? That creepy called purple pupil is clearly going to make a move. Do you guys think Sufei could have been taken in by that SSS ranked creepy as well? It can't be, right? Doesn't he already have an SSS ranked bizarre object? The only possibility is for Luo Yao's sake. After all, they're both SSS ranked bizarre. I guess so, otherwise it's simply unexplainable. The contestants exchanged words, and one by one, they kept on guessing. They weren't like the people in the real world who could see it all through the live stream. But no matter what, the most skeptical of this group of contestants continued to be Chill's Interpol. After all, he had written the stuff himself. As much as he had thought about it all night, he hadn't been able to figure out how Sufei had managed to defuse it. Feeling those strange gazes around him, Sufei remained calm. Because of the blatant show of affection with Luo Yao, coupled with the fact that he had survived the killing game set up by Zi Xie yesterday. Even if he wanted to not become the center of attention, it was very difficult. But now wasn't the time to be concerned about the other players. Rather, it was the right time to go through today's death training. Everyone, from left to right, start counting. Suddenly, the voice of the creepy instructor rang out in the playground. The moment they saw the creepy instructor, everyone stood straight and reported in order. At the same time, the rest of the creepy students also came to the playground one after another. The creepy instructor opened his mouth again and shouted, just like yesterday, find your respective partners. And so all the creepy students walked to their respective human partners. However, since some humans were eliminated yesterday, there were a few spooky students left vacant. Of course. Since Luo Yao didn't show up, Sufei was likewise alone. It was only that these bizarre presses didn't dare to approach Sufei. Seeing this, the instructor hurriedly said, students who don't have partners are resting on the side and are responsible for supervision. The words fell. Those bizarre were all very sensible and retreated to the side. Seeing that Sufei didn't move, the creepy instructor bumbled his way to the front. Sufei, you rest as well. Good. Sufei immediately retreated to the side and sat on the grass. Seeing this scene, all of the human contestants were a bit tense. They still had to come into contact with the terrifying weirdness, and they even had to face the danger of death. But Sufei directly didn't need to train. How did he look like he was begging for his life? Those who didn't know would have thought that he was a creepy emperor. But it was useless for them to be envious and jealous. After all, they didn't have SSS grade guile to back them up, and those who should be eliminated still had to be eliminated. Death Training, Day 2, officially begins. Today's subject is death support, where all the bizarre partners are pressed against the human players. The rules remain the same. After the first human is eliminated, the other contestants pass. Creepy students can only utilize their original weight. The bizarre instructor said this. All the contestants looked at their respective partners, each with a horrified face. Those creepy students were in various shapes. For example, the death Barbie of the little chill contestant looked extremely light. And there were some unknown contestants whose partner looked like a small pig. But the good thing was that there weren't any overly exaggerated physiques among these weird students. If there was an exaggerated size like the creepy instructors, not to mention supporting it, they would only be crushed into mush in an instant. All ready, right? Death support, starting now. The bizarre instructor's words just fell. Immediately following, a stern scolding voice instantly resounded throughout the entire playground. Everyone's gazes followed, only to see a purple phantom appear right on the playground. She was no one else, it was none other than Zixia. Today, Purple Hitomi was not wearing formal attire. Instead, she was wearing a set of purple and black sportswear. The hair that was originally coiled up was bundled into a high ponytail. In the jacket on her upper body, it was paired with a black sports undershirt. The powerful strength of that chest was even more amazing. It was filled with the air of athletic youth. Rao Sufei couldn't help but look at it a few more times, and couldn't help but start comparing it to Luo Yao. It could only be said that the two women had their own victories and defeats. In the real world, both were absolute goddesses. Just one is a pure schoolgirl who is boldly in love. The other was a sexy contrasting big sister. The other bizarre and human contestants were all bowing their heads, not daring to speak. The bizarre instructor's face changed as he first glanced at Sufei, then immediately greeted him. Lord Violet Pupil, why have you suddenly come? Violet Pupil glanced at the instructor. As the director of instruction, can't I come over to supervise your education? Should. The instructor lowered his head and immediately compensated with a smile. What was meant by supervising the educational work? Ever since Thriller University was founded, Zixia, who was the director of instruction, had never been here. Of course. The creepy instructor naturally couldn't point it out to his face. Violet Hitomi scanned the circle of the crowd in front of her before her gaze landed on Sufei's body. In just an instant, she felt a tremor in her heart. However, she forcibly held it back and asked in a mock-serious manner. Isn't this Sufei? Why is he resting? This. 10,000 thoughts instantly flashed through the creepy instructor's mind when he heard this question. Knowing full well that Zixia had a relationship with Sufei, this answer would be extremely fatal. To say that it was for your sake was basically certain death. If he said it was for Luo Yao's sake, this complicated love triangle would probably annoy Zixia as well. As an SS-ranked trickster, the instructor had never been so stifled in his life. After all, both Zixi and Luo Yao were SSS-ranked bizarre. He couldn't afford to mess with any of them. Seeing that the instructor hadn't said anything in half a day, Z Hitomi proceeded to reprimand him. As an instructor, all students should be treated equally. Sufei, he must participate in death training. As soon as these words came out, Sufei froze. This was, indeed, a time bomb. Similarly, the other contestants were just as diverse in their minds. Could it be that Sufei had found another loophole in the rules yesterday? Was that why Zixia was unable to make a move against Sufei? Or was Zixia deliberately trying to kill Sufei with a borrowed knife for Luo Yao's sake? Although the crowd was puzzled. But at least now their hearts were quite balanced. After all humans had to participate in death training, so why should Sufei be left alone to rest on the side? Fine, just do as Lord Violet Pupil says. As the instructor spoke, he hurriedly looked at the bizarre students. Which one of you wants to be Sufei's partner? Slow down. Since we happen to run into each other today, I'll personally supervise him. Zixia once again called out to stop the instructor, and then directly walked towards where Sufei was. When the bizarre instructor saw Zixia's back, his expression was also extremely pained. What a coincidental encounter. What a mess. This was the other party's purpose. Instructor Creepy never expected that he would become a part of Zixing and Sufei's play. Only to see the purple pupil walk to Sufei's front, evil smile. But that smile only disappeared in an instant without anyone seeing it. In turn, she glanced back at the creepy instructor. The instructor understood and immediately shouted. Everyone take their positions and prepare for death support. Chapter 24. Is this a punishment, or a reward? As soon as the bizarre instructor's words left his mouth, all of the human players, including Sufei, had their arms propped up on the ground. Without a doubt. This kind of training was completely no different from the creepy pressure bed. But they all knew very well in their hearts that it was better to be pressed by a good-looking creepy than to be pressed by those oddly shaped creepy. Take Sufei for example. Thinking about this, quite a few of the human players couldn't help but look towards Sufei, who was not far away, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They were incomparably expecting that Sufei would be the first one to fail to hold on. But it was clear that this was impossible. Just by looking at the tonnage of these bizarre partners, it was absolutely impossible for Sufei to be the first to be crushed. Wait! Suddenly, Zixia shouted to stop the crowd. Everyone's gazes looked over with it. only to see Xie looking at Su Fei, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. Since I'm here, then you'll have to make it a little more difficult for Su Fei. Su Fei's heart was in disbelief, so he asked, how do you want to increase it? It's simple. Xie pointed at the other contestants and said, they do death braces, while I want you to do death push-ups. Push-ups. Su Fei's brows furrowed when he heard this. When the other contestants heard this, each of them were ecstatic in their hearts. If it was just weighted supports. Su Fei's physique, there was absolutely no way he would be the first to be eliminated. But push-ups were different, and would require a much greater exertion of strength. Su Fei naturally realized this. But looking at Xie's appearance, it was completely unlike he was joking again. What exactly did the other party want? Su Fei's brows furrowed as he spoke, I don't think it's fair, if we're going to do it everyone should do it together. However, as soon as the words fell, they immediately ushered in opposition from the other players. I think Lord Xie is right, she's personally come to be your partner, won't you be grateful? That's right, Su Fei, don't be ungrateful, it's your good fortune to be valued by Lord Xie. Other people don't even have the chance to cooperate with Lord Xie, Su Fei, why don't you take advantage of it? As a human, as a man, can you fight for it? That's it. Numerous players opened their mouths one after another, fearing that they would be just like Su Fei. Xie looked at Su Fei, while her face was full of seriousness. Yesterday, I let you live, and today, no matter what I say, there's no way I'm letting you off the hook. You. Originally, Su Fei didn't know exactly what Xie's inner thoughts were. Now that this whole thing suddenly came out, Su Fei was completely baffled. At the same time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the live broadcast were also put on edge by this outburst from Xie. Bullying, this is simply schoolyard bullying. If it's a push-up, this difficulty is raised several times. But it shouldn't be, why would she do this to Master Su? Sure enough, not all SSS class shenanigans are as nice as Luo Yao. So, this creepy called Violet pupil is now trying to get Master Su killed again? If that's really the case, then this creepy is too inhuman. Seeing that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were flustered, the pop-ups from other countries were once again pouring in at the moment. Naive. How could creepy be human? What did I say, an SSS ranked creepy is that approachable? Ha, I want to laugh when I think of the Dragon Kingdom's smug look yesterday. Last night, the Dragon Kingdom was tongue-tied, and those who didn't know thought it was a sure win this time. Now that retribution has come, I'll see what you Su Fei do. The game of tricky rules. One of the most difficult points was the unfathomable hearts of the creeps. Humans could almost be said to be incapable of accurately judging when exactly they would be violating the rules. That's why they were always played by the spooks. Even with the experience they had accumulated earlier, the personalities of the spooks were different, so it was still impossible to accurately judge them. So there was only one safest way for human players. That was to not come into contact with the bizarre as much as possible, thus reducing the probability of violating the rules. So at the very beginning Luo Yao's appearance broke their perception. It was a completely otherworldly existence among the bizarre. But the good thing was that for now, it seemed that this purple pupil wasn't different from Luo Yao. This was what truly teased humans. Prepare to begin. Hitomi threw a look towards the creepy instructor. The creepy instructor immediately shouted, everyone get ready, the second day of the death movement now begins. The words fell. Everyone got down on the ground and propped up their arms. Since Su Fei was going to do push-ups, quite a few of the human competitors were secretly rejoicing at this moment. At the same time those bizarre students pressed down on those human players one after another. Due to the difference in the forms of the individual creepy students. Some were as weird as midgets and stood directly on the backs of the contestants, while others sat sideways. Violet pupil looked at Su Fei and ordered, push-ups at the ready. Su Fei had no choice but to brace his hands on the ground. But in the very next moment, Xie smiled evilly, then transformed into a bizarre shadow, directly lying flat under Su Fei's body. The sudden change caused Su Fei's entire being to be startled. Su Fei, you mustn't touch me, otherwise you'll be finished. The purple pupil's eyes flashed with a bizarre purple light. Su Fei was also extremely speechless at this moment. He looked at Hitomi underneath him and laughed bitterly, sister, where did you learn this trick again? Of course it's. Halfway through her sentence, Xie's lips slightly pouted as she hummed softly, what do you care where I learned it? Su Fei bitterly supported his arms, look at less unhealthy things, it's dangerous for you. What? What do you want to do to me? Xie's words were full of threats, but in her heart, she was incomparably looking forward to it. What a coincidence. The first love story she read yesterday was a campus romance. The male and female main characters were coaxed into punishing them for doing this kind of push-ups because they lost playing truth or dare with their classmates. And because of this time, the male lead and the female lead kissed and took the initiative to confess their love for each other. Even though this kind of plot is very earthy and doggerel. But for an old single creep who had never savored the taste of love, it was extremely fresh and exciting. Cut the crap and do it. Zixia closed her eyes, and inwardly, she had already begun to fantasize about the image of Su Fei's physical strength failing and finally kissing up. But in the very next second, a miserable scream was the one that resounded through the entire playground. Purple Pupil also violently opened her eyes, her face having an unstoppable fury. Only to see that a female player not far away had already been pressed to the ground by a bazaar with a bull's horn. Although the bazaar's physique was not considered outrageous, it was still unbearably heavy for a girl. Being able to hold on for more than 10 seconds had already come to her limit. It's not fair. It's not fair, why do we girls have to be the same as them? The woman was lying on the ground, her hands clasping the turf, shouting hysterically. The other runners were both happy and felt a bit sorry for themselves when they heard these words. Happy, of course, that they weren't the first to fail to hold on. Unfortunately, the screams were not made by Su Fei. However, Creepy Instructor was the one who took a step and walked up to this player, his eyes widening angrily. Our creepy world doesn't care if you're male or female, everything is treated fairly. Go. The instructor waved his hand. That bullhorn Creepy's two eyes glowed and immediately pounced towards that female contestant. Miserable screams and chewing sounds resounded continuously. Everyone closed their eyes and blindfolded their ears, not daring to look over at all. The bazaar instructor said and shouted towards the crowd. Someone has been eliminated, the rest of the contestants are free to move around. When the crowd heard this, their hanging hearts were released, so they all got up and began to rest. Su Fei, did I tell you to rest? Suddenly, Zixia's voice rang out in the playground. The crowd was delighted in their hearts and immediately turned their gazes to Su Fei's side. However, in the next instant, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 25, Are you sure you're not an MMM-rated female creep? Nima. Other people were all about the creeps pressuring people to do weight-bearing exercises, so how did Su Fei's place turn into a person pressuring the creeps? The key was that the one who was pressing was also an extremely strong, top-ranked female guile. All the players were confused by this scene. Was this a punishment or a reward for Su Fei? Day 1. They went crazy with sit-ups while Su Fei went crazy with mouthfuls. Day 2. They were struggling to hold on and were being pressed down by Creepy, but Su Fei had the female Creepy underneath him. Even though they hadn't really been pressed down yet, Su Fei's stamina gradually ran out as time passed. The distance between the two was almost on the verge of being affixed. What the hell is going on here? How come it's different from what I imagined? I don't know, I'm now wondering if she really wants to kill Su Fei or not. I think it should still be trying to kill, because you see that Su Fei seems to be doing his best not to touch her. Makes sense, if she really didn't want to kill, I'm afraid Su Fei would have kissed down long ago, right? Makes sense, don't look at the temptation being so great, but there's a high chance of death. It wasn't just the contestants, the Creepy Instructor was also taken aback by the posture at the moment. But there was no doubt. Such an intimate gesture was enough to prove that the news received earlier could definitely not be false. Even to a certain extent, the relationship between the two had long exceeded their imagination. 13. 14. Su Fei but was still doing his best to do push-ups. If Luo Yao had kissed up long ago. But the key is that the other party is a purple pupil ah. Before the hidden hint appeared, Su Fei still decided that it was better not to take any chances. 15. 16. Su Fei clenched his teeth and persisted, sweating like a pig. Looking at Su Fei who didn't kiss himself even though he was working so hard, Zixia also began to doubt herself. Not right ah. Why didn't he kiss down? Could it be that what was written in the book was wrong? 19. 20. Su Fei's sweat dripped down onto Zixi's body. Finally, Zixia couldn't help herself. In a voice that only Su Fei alone could hear, she asked, Are you that unwilling to take the initiative to kiss me? Nonsense. Su Fei looked at Zixia fiercely. Didn't you say yesterday that you couldn't expose it? Then yesterday is yesterday, and today is today. This. I see how you didn't have so many worries when you were kissing Luo Yao. Zixia's words left Su Fei completely speechless. Could this be the same? At that time, it was the hidden hint that allowed him to kiss Luo Yao. Now that the hidden hint hadn't appeared, how could he dare to rashly lay his lips? Seeing that Su Fei didn't say anything, Zixi was also getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it. You said yesterday that you're not afraid of death, but you also want to love me. Today you've changed, scum. You're calling me a scum? Su Fei was also instantly furious. Nima. That love letter wasn't written by himself, how did he somehow become a scum man? Don't go too far, if it weren't for the fact that there are so many people here, I'd hate to beat you up. Really? When Zixia heard this, she had a heart attack. This is what you said, don't keep your word. Su Fei froze once again. What did he mean? Had he fallen into this woman's path again? Or did he accidentally hit a switch? What was this woman's mind full of? Contrast? Sick and delicate? Even with some special attributes? However, Su Fei could not wait to think more. Zixi pulled Su Fei's collar, directly transformed into a shadow, and directly disappeared in place. Seeing this scene, All of the players were all confused one by one, completely unable to understand what was going on. Su Fei only felt a wave of dizziness in his mind. By the time he came back to his senses, he had already appeared in an unfamiliar room. Everything in the entire room was nearly purple-black in color, appearing extremely bizarre and depressing. Where is this? Su Fei couldn't help but ask. This is my home. Violet Pupil looked at Su Fei with a face full of anticipation. Don't worry, absolutely no one will come in here. Even if it's Luo Yao, without my permission, she won't be able to enter. You? Su Fei couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the eerie purple glow in the other party's eyes. Su Fei reconfirmed, do you really want me to beat you? The purple pupil stepped closer, her face flushed. You said it yourself, it wasn't me who forced you. Hidden hint, hit her, it will be your only chance to live. No. I'm really hitting SSS ranked creepy? But this seems like the only chance to live. Even Su Fei couldn't help but sigh, running into a creepy with this kind of strange personality was just difficult. Well. Anyway, Su Fei's stomach was full of anger since he was teased yesterday. Whether he could fight or not, he would have to say. At least now, he had no way to retreat. And so, Su Fei summoned all his strength and grabbed Xie without hesitation and slapped him. However, it was this slap that caused the real world's bizarre live broadcast room to instantly go black. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Country live streaming room completely exploded. Nima, Master Su dares to hit SSS ranked creepy. Crazy, must be crazy, no one has ever dared to take on creepy. Didn't you hear it just now? This female creepy is more or less carrying some special attributes. On the surface, she looks so decent and scary, but I didn't realize that she was actually this creepy. What SSS grade weirdness? It's clearly MMM level weirdness, right? Damn, such a wonderful place has gone dark again, I can't see the battle at all. Not to mention the audience of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the audiences of other countries weren't taunting and mocking at the moment, but were just as shocked. Incredible, this Dragon Country player always does something unexpected. Stance aside, I would call Su Fei a hero, at least no human dares to do this. Yes, but the outcome is still unknown, maybe he'll still die. The more this kind of weirdness, the harder it is to guess its character. Right now, even though the Dragon Country live broadcast room was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, the viewers all over the world still gathered their gazes on the Dragon Country live streaming room. The entire process almost lasted for more than an hour. Finally, the time had come to 11:30. The screen of the Dragon Country live streaming room appeared once again. Only in the picture, Su Fei was lying on the bed. Xie, on the other hand, was like a well-behaved rabbit, snuggling beside Su Fei. At this moment, Su Fei was watching a yellow-colored book in his hands. That book was none other than the collection of love stories one that Zi Hitomi had confiscated from the library yesterday. The plots of these stories are too corny, who still eats this nowadays? Su Fei looked at Zi Hitomi beside him and pinched her cheeks. Oh. I can't be blamed for this, after all, it's not like humans wrote it. Zi Hitomi's red face showed her aggression, but there was an unhidden excitement in her eyes. It was an extremely stark contrast to yesterday's strong look, completely unlike a creep. Seeing this scene, all the viewers of the world's bizarre live streams completely exploded. The pop-ups were like a tsunami, directly covering the entire live broadcast screen. Chapter 26, I see you just like cheating. Awesome. I would like to call Master Su the master of training guile. Brother, I'm speechless. Look at this, is there any threat to this female guile? 2 SSS ranked creeps, and they've all been taken down by Master Su. No, is this really a copy of the SSS ranked creepy rules? It doesn't seem to be that difficult. Those people just said this is retribution for our Dragon Kingdom? Please have more of this kind of retribution. You guys, could all of this be caused by Little Chill stealing and switching answer sheets? It'd be interesting if it were true. If Little Chill knew about it, he'd be furious. Thinking too much, if the Little Chill contestants were replaced, they would probably have been torn to shreds long ago, right? In the face of the Dragon Nation's people's comments, the pop-ups from other countries instantly disappeared quite a bit. Even though it's a Dragon Country player, as the first human to make a move against SSS Creepy, I recognize it. No, I just can't figure it out. Is the Dragon Country player that attractive to female shenanigans? One pure love, one sickly petite, and all of them are SSS ranked shenanigans, and they were all taken by him? That Luo Yao might be because Su Fei was lucky, but this purple pupil can only be blamed on Xiaohan. That's right, if it wasn't for Little Chill's deliberate switching of answer sheets, Su Fei would have died long ago. Shibar, you all supported our player at that time, and now you've forgotten? For a moment. The pop-ups from all the other countries began to pour into Little Chill's live room and began to point fingers. Meanwhile, the bizarre world. Looking at Xie, who was lying in his arms, Su Fei also couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, I want to ask you a question now. Xie stretched out her hand and stroked Su Fei's face with love. You ask, I'll answer you whatever you ask. You earlier, since you wanted me to kiss you, then why didn't you say it straight like Luo Yao? She is her, I am me. Xia beamed, I'm an SSS ranked guile, and you're asking me to take the initiative, then wouldn't I lose face? Su Fei's face was filled with black lines when he heard this reply, and he spat, then why did you take the initiative to come to me again today? Zishi cried out, then I can't help it, you don't know that I endured a night yesterday. Deadly face, living to suffer. Su Fei shook his head. But after this conversation, for the arms of the purple pupil also relatively speaking has a clearer cognition. The other party did indeed like himself. However, due to the fact that she was dead set on saving face, that was why she had made these strange moves. But no matter what, the most important thing right now was to deal with the relationship between Xia and Luo Yao. If the two SSS class Bazaar really fought, I'm afraid that they would destroy the heavens and the earth. It was hard to say that Su Fei, a human, would survive this hellish level battle. The bizarre world was truly terrifying. Su Fei sighed quietly and looked towards Xia at his side, asking, by the way, where exactly did she go, Luo Yao? When Su Fei mentioned Luo Yao, Zishi's face instantly changed. What, you miss her? No, just wondering. Su Fei smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, she's my good girlfriend's sister, I won't hurt her, you'll be able to see her in a couple days. When Xia said this, her eyes were clearly a little lost. Hey, it's also because of this relationship, so I'm not good at robbing a man with him openly. Not good enough to rob him openly? Su Fei shook his head and snickered, I see you just like to cheat. Zishi heard these two words and contained anger in her smile, you? What are you talking nonsense about? But I think that you have to be prepared that you will be exposed at any time. Zishi shook her head, her face full of seriousness, as long as you don't take the initiative to say, no one will know, and the other shenanigans, I also guarantee that they will absolutely not dare to speak. Alright. Su Fei nodded helplessly. People had to bow their heads under the roof, and as a human, he was the weakest party. Aside from obeying, there wouldn't be much of a choice. Right, there's another problem. Su Fei couldn't help but recall a question that wasn't too important, but which he really wanted to know. That was about the answer sheet that had been replaced. Since the other party loved to save face and play a game, it was only natural that his answer sheet would be replaced. But if that was really the case, wouldn't that prove that he had long been targeted by this purple pupil? Right, that answer sheet. Clang, clang, clang. A sudden bell sound interrupted Su Fei. Immediately afterward, a broadcasting sound rang out. 10 minutes left until the opening time of the creepy cafeteria. All students are requested to gather at the creepy cafeteria immediately. Only 10 minutes left. Su Fei immediately sat up from his bed. Despite the fact that he had eaten the most at the cafeteria yesterday, but nay, there was only one meal a day. Coupled with the fact that he had done push-ups earlier, he had really consumed too much physical strength. At this moment, he was extremely hungry. Coupled with the fact that he himself didn't know where in the school he was right now, he was naturally anxious. But just at this time, Xia was pulling his wrist. Actually, I really don't want to let you go, but this is the school's rule. I understand. Su Fei nodded. The regular daily clocking in was the rules of the Thriller University copy, which no shenanigans could violate. It could only be said that under this stipulation, the SSS shenanigans were able to have a great deal of room to maneuver. Hitomi reminded again, I also have to tell you that the elimination rate of each punch card is actually not that high. I can see that too. Su Fei stroked his chin, in fact, he had already made a guess. The death movement was very obviously a fixed daily elimination of 1. But the creepy eatery was somewhat uncertain, and contained a great element of luck. After all, just because some people could accept the food didn't mean others could be accepted. Just like that so-called devil's egg. Violet pupil followed up by gently caressing Su Fei's face, saying somewhat smugly, of course, there's one thing that Luo Yao can't compare to me. Which point? If you violate the rules at the creepy cafeteria, I can help you out and it doesn't cost you anything. Good. Su Fei nodded slightly. The other party's good intentions were naturally appreciated. For him who had hidden hints, the cafeteria opening could be a broken meal to others. But in Su Fei's opinion, it was no different from a buffet. Su Fei then stood up, smiling as he lifted Xia's chin. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying that, Su Fei took the initiative to kiss her. In a split second, Xia's pupils instantly dilated before she closed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. I'm leaving. I'll see you out the door. Xi was as happy as a little girl at the moment, pulling Su Fei's hand and walking towards the outside of the villa. Turn left ahead and walk for 2 minutes. Su Fei nodded, then walked towards the creepy eatery. Looking at Su Fei's back, Xia was filled with reluctance. But just as Su Fei turned the corner, Xia's face instantly became gloomy. Since you've come all the way here, then come out. Chapter 27 Human Love Story Collection 2. Just after Xia's words fell, a creepy shadow immediately appeared around her and knelt in front of Hitomi. She was no other than the blonde-haired librarian. Violet Hitomi-sama. Misunderstanding. I really didn't see anything. Facing the other party's plea for mercy, Hitomi's cold eyes flashed as she angrily rebuked. Stop pretending. Feeling Z Hitomi's eyes, the blonde-haired creepy felt a chill from head to toe. However, the next moment, Violet Hitomi slowly spoke. If you see it, you see it, I need you to help me out now. Hearing this, the blonde female guile was instantly relieved, and immediately returned, don't worry, as long as your excellency asks, I will definitely know everything. Come in. Purple Hitomi beckoned, and the blonde-haired guile walked into the villa as well, sitting on the sofa. Violet Pupil slowly opened her mouth, I guess, you know all about what happened? Blonde-haired creepy nodded honestly, probably guessed. Violet Pupil crossed her legs, her eyes sharp, then let me ask you, what exactly do I have to do to make Su-Fei actively infatuated with me? This. As an avid reader of human love stories, the blonde female guile was the first to react when she heard this. What my lord means is, how to secretly snatch Su-Fei's heart from Luo Yao. Violet Pupil frowned, but quickly soothed, You're right when you say that. My lord, then you found the right person, then I'm too experienced. What do you mean? Could it be that you've fallen in love with humans as well? That's not true, but... The blonde female trickster's entire body became agitated as she spoke. But I've been familiar with human love stories since I was young, and I'm still very good at this stuff. Is this the kind of thing you're talking about? Xia reached out and ingested the collection of love stories through the air, reprimanding. Su-Fei said that these things are really too earthy and simply useless. That's because you, my lord, haven't read the compilation 2 yet. The blonde female guile said with a face full of confidence. Xia instantly became interested. What? Could it be that there's something different about Anthology 2? That's natural. The blonde female guile said with a face full of confidence. This Ensemble 1 is nothing more than something for romance beginners to watch, so of course it's old-fashioned. Collection 2 is the advanced version, which has detailed descriptions of real human love dating tips. There's even a love story about how the third party gets to the top. As long as you, my lord, read the compilation 2, I guarantee that you'll be able to snatch your sweetheart back without a trace and make Su-Fei infatuated with you. When Xia heard this, she instantly became interested. Seriously? Seriously. Xia was obviously a bit impatient, then you hurry up and bring it. When the blonde female trickster said this, she couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, that compilation can only be bought in the trickster market for 20,000 trickster coins, and I've only seen part of it. Take it. Without saying a word, Violet Hitomi directly took out a black guile card and warned, I want to see the book before this afternoon. The blonde female guile took the guile card and instantly became excited. Don't worry, my lord, I promise to complete the task. After saying that, the blonde female guile left the villa in a puff of smoke. At the same time, the purple pupil was filled with anticipation. In her mind, she even began to fantasize about the scene where Su-Fei firmly kissed Luo Yao in front of her. Thinking of this, Xia's toes tightened. If that's really the case, it's too sweet. At the same time, Su-Fei, on the other side, had also finally arrived at the creepy cafeteria at the last minute. Su-Fei's reappearance caused all the players and the creeps to be shocked. No, how is he still alive? Crazy, you guys, that Violet Pupil shouldn't really be looking at him, right? Did you just realize that? That female guile repeatedly sparing Su-Fei is the best proof. No, is that right? Why should he, Su-Fei, be like this? My mind is fried, how can I play this? I don't want to live anymore. Brothers, calm down, as long as we can pass the level, banknotes, women, what's not there? That's true, but this copy is inevitably too difficult. Su-Fei's appearance caused all the players' minds to explode. However, as long as they thought of the generous rewards they would be able to obtain after clearing the level, they could only break their teeth and swallow them inside their stomachs. The abominable butcher was similarly a little surprised to see Su-Fei appear. After all, as a fellow SSS-ranked creepy, the abominable butcher naturally understood the character of the Violet Pupil quite well. Being targeted by Violet Hitomi and even being alive was indeed a bit of a surprise to him. Take it. The abominable butcher stared at Su-Fei, then handed Su-Fei a white card. Su-Fei looked at the card with his name printed on it with some confusion. This is the creepy card, which can be used to make purchases anywhere in the creepy world. The abominable butcher said this and then turned his gaze to the crowd. Since we're all here, I'll recount the rules for today. Today, I will be taking you all out of the school and on a trip to Guile City. I will provide each of you with an unlimited number of dishes to sell at the Guile market. No matter how many Guile coins you earn, they will all belong to yourselves. But what I want to tell you is that this is the only chance you'll get, and every time you eat from now on, you'll need to consume Gue coins. If you don't have Gue coins, then you'll have to find your own way. Do you all hear me clearly? Listen clearly. The crowd agreed in unison. Regarding this thing called the Guile market, they were actually no strangers to it. In the previous copies, there had been a Guile market. In the tricky market, all sorts of strange and weird things could be bought inside. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. As the only currency, the Guile coin was equally important. There was once a human who earned a large amount of coins in a copy. They bought their own lives at the last minute and managed to pass the level. But that was all some afterthought. Now what they had to solve was the problem of feeding themselves. Originally, they only ate one meal a day, barely able to sustain their lives. If there were no GUE coins to buy food in the later days, they would similarly starve to death. Everyone form up and follow me. The abominable butcher's words fell as he led the players towards the school's main entrance. Leaving the campus for the first time. All the players were both curious and nervous. Just after arriving outside the school, there were quite a few creepy passersby who looked their gazes over, so all of them couldn't help but speed up their steps, fearing that they would fall behind. Not long after, under the abominable butcher's leadership, they arrived in a street that could not be seen at a glance. On both sides of the street, there were many different stores. Countless bazaars saw a human coming over and stopped to watch, their eyes revealing longing. It was like a hungry wolf seeing a sheep. Eventually, the crowd arrived in front of a hotel. Thriller Hotel. Sufei looked up at the name before stepping into the hotel lobby. The entire lobby was very gloomy, with only dozens of white candles lit. In the center of the lobby, a single food cart was placed, and on each cart, there were equally different dishes. You guys find the dishes that belong to you in order. Wait until the guests enter, then you price yourselves and begin selling. Once priced, you will not be able to change it. How much you can sell is up to each of you. Time is 1.5 hours, now the clock starts. Of course, the person who sells the least total price dies. The abominable butcher said this and clapped his hands. The crowd followed the order and came to their respective tables. It was only at this point that they were surprised to realize that what they were selling was exactly the dishes they had each chosen at noon yesterday. Seeing this, everyone's gazes swished towards Sufei. They all knew very well that Sufei was the only one who had chosen 2 items yesterday, and among them, there was also the top-notch 100 changes guile hand. When they saw the names of the dishes in front of Sufei, they were instantly relieved. This was because what was placed in front of Sufei was not the 100 variety guile hands. Instead, it was the devil's egg. That food that made the other creepy scary and was difficult to swallow. Well, Sufei is finished. That's right, there's absolutely no way this thing can be sold. Now that Sufei isn't at school, there's always no one to help him, right? As long as there's no bazaar buyer, then he'll die for sure. Chapter 28. This female guile, is her brain broken? Finished. Sufei looked at the devil's egg in front of him and became nervous once again. Originally, the rules for this time were very simple. To put it bluntly, it was a chance for them to earn their living expenses. As for how much they could actually earn, it would depend on their respective dishes as well as their pricing. After all, the GUE coins were so important that anyone would want to earn a little more. Anyway, the dishes were not limited, and their pricing would definitely not be too high, mainly to flush out sales. But the key was, other people's dishes were just a matter of earning more or less. This devil's egg was pressurized by the fact that there was no trickery that would buy it off. After all, even Luo Yao was afraid of it for 3 minutes, so other bazaar naturally couldn't accept it. Just as Sufei thought of this, Sufei had already begun to have bazaar people walk into the hotel one after another. Seeing these bazaar come over, the other players were all full of smiles. One after another, they placed their pricing on the dining table. Looking around, these pricings were all very cheap, with the most expensive not exceeding 20. Bloody maggots for only $10? Give me 5. And this one, pack me 2 as well. Some of this too. Due to the very conservative pricing of the other players, for a time, the entire hotel began to become extremely hot. In the blink of an eye, an hour's time passed. The players with more income had already come to close to 1,000 GUE coins. Even the ones with less had broken through at least 3 digits. But at this moment, they weren't worried about being eliminated for earning less. Because right now there was still one person who hadn't even sold a single one. Not even a price had been set. That was Sufei. Looking at Sufei's worried face, the other players were secretly delighted. The abominable butcher glanced at Sufei before reminding the crowd, there's still the last half hour of time left. Sufei rubbed his temples, his heart slightly anxious. To him, it wasn't a matter of pricing right now. Rather, no matter what price was set, it was unlikely that anyone would buy it. Moreover, people weren't in the school cafeteria right now, so maybe even Xia couldn't help himself. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the sound of a hidden hint came to his ears. Hidden tip, priced at 10,000. 10,000? Selling a leather egg for 10,000? Sufei was jolted when he heard the sound of the hidden hint. But since the hidden hint appeared, there was nothing to say. Thus, he immediately picked up the drawing board on the dining table and wrote down his pricing. Seeing Sufei's pricing, it wasn't just the players. Even those passers-by who were eating on the side of the table creepy couldn't help but start laughing after seeing it. This human, is there something wrong with his brain? Although the devil's egg is a rare commodity, it's not priced like this, is it? That's funny, I'm afraid this human's brain is too big to eat. I think he's thinking that there's no guile to pay for it, so he's writing nonsense, isn't he? I'm only afraid that only a tricky with a brain problem would buy it, Seeing such a situation, the The viewers of the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room all look sad one by one as well. It's over. What was originally a welfare bureau has now become a life-sending bureau. No? This skinny egg is so delicious, why are these shenanigans so scary? Being afraid is another matter, the main thing is that Master Su's pricing is also too expensive. Trust Master Su, after all, Master Su has led us to live time and time again. Where's Luo Yao? Where's Zishi? Someone come to the rescue. As soon as the Dragon Kingdom showed a slight decline, the pop-ups from other countries began to add fuel to the fire. What Guile doesn't even eat, the Dragon Country people actually say it's delicious. I'll put my words here, if Su Fei plays like this, sooner or later he'll be finished even if he's lucky. Hey, he can rely on female Gue in school, who else can he rely on in Gue City? It's just an ordinary college student in the first place, he's a waste after leaving college. In the creepy hotel. After the abominable butcher saw Su Fei's pricing, he was similarly filled with regret and reminded. In itself, I do appreciate you for being able to eat a devil's egg with ease. But your pricing, it's too outrageous. I'll give you one more chance to revise your pricing. Hearing this, the other contestants were instantly shocked in their hearts. Was this Su Fei really a Guile Emperor in his previous life? How was it that anytime there was an SSS-ranked Guile, they all stepped on Su Fei for special treatment? However, even if they were unconvinced in their hearts, they could only hold it in. I appreciate your good intentions, but I'll sell it for this price. Su Fei spoke firmly. As you wish. Hearing this, the abominable butcher didn't say anything more. The other creepy eaters also shook their heads, expressing complete incomprehension at this. At this moment, the time had already come to 13:40, with only 20 minutes left until the end. The guests in the hotel were getting fewer and fewer. But just at this time, a blonde-haired female Guile wearing glasses suddenly rushed into the hotel, instantly attracting everyone's attention. But the blonde-haired female trickster didn't care that much at the moment. Instead, she walked straight to one of the creepy diners. I searched for half a day, and you're still eating here. Here's 20,000 coins, give it to me quickly. Only to see that creepy diner smile awkwardly, then pulled out a yellow book from his bosom, then handed it over to the blonde-haired creepy. That flash of yellow color caught Su Fei's attention. However, the distance was a bit far apart, and he didn't see exactly what it was. At this moment, with the transaction completed, the blonde-haired creepy also finally looked over. When she realized that Su Fei was paying attention to this side, her heart snapped and she immediately hid the book in her arms. Why are you here as well? The abominable butcher glanced at the blonde female Guile and asked. I came here to buy a book, and I didn't expect to run into Lord Abomination here. The blonde female Guile immediately smiled back. After all, the other party was also an SSS class Guile, so she naturally had to give face. The blonde female creepy pointed at these humans in front of her. By the way, is this today's rule game? It's about to end, the humans who didn't sell their dishes will be wiped out. The abominable butcher said this and looked towards Su Fei. The blonde-haired creepy was startled when he felt this terrifying look, and instantly saw that Su Fei's situation was not optimistic. And so, blonde-haired creepy pretended to walk casually to Su Fei's vicinity. Upon seeing the devil's egg that was quoted at 10,000 in front of Su Fei, her heart was also truly shocked. However, in the next instant, her face was characterized by abnormal excitement. Devil's egg. I haven't had one in a long time. Hearing this, all the humans and creeps on the scene turned their gazes towards this blonde-haired creep. A 10,000 demon's egg, I'm sure it tastes great. The blonde-haired creepy was filled with anticipation. The moment these words came out, those human contestants, each and every one of them, had a shocked look on their faces. Even the surrounding creepy diners cast strange gazes. This creepy wouldn't really want to buy it, right? At this moment, the blonde weirdo didn't care about other people's gazes, and directly pulled out the weirdo card given to him by the purple pupil. Come on, I'll take away 10 devil's eggs, swipe the card. The blonde creepy was not a man of the world, but he was a man of the world. Hearing this, even Su Fei couldn't help but be stunned. In particular, the other players were in a state of dismay. No? There really was a brain-dead creepy who wanted to buy devil's eggs? At this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the live broadcast were even more in an uproar. Now, a $10,000 leather egg, there's really a creep buying it. Has Master Su's charisma gotten so great? He can fall for a female Guile? From what the abominable butcher said, it seems like she's from Thriller University too? We haven't seen her before, maybe she's one of the school's teachers? This female creep is not as good looking as the previous two, but I think she's gorgeous now. Oh, too touching, our Dragon Kingdom is saved again. However, just as all the people of the Dragon Kingdom were rejoicing over this, the abominable butcher was directly in front of that golden creep. If I remember correctly, it seems like you've never eaten anything like this before? Chapter 29. Could it be that this is the power of love? The abominable butcher's sudden question froze everyone present, especially the blonde female Guile. She was flustered inside, but on her face, she laughed awkwardly. I used to not eat it, but now I kinda like it. Really? The abominable butcher's eyes narrowed slightly. The weird aura that belonged solely to that SSS rank instantly spread out. All the surrounding creeps were shivering at this moment. Even the blonde-haired female creepy who was an SS rank creepy felt the same extremely strong oppressive force. Since you said you like to eat, then eat one of them live for me to see. The abominable butcher's words were filled with threats. The blonde female trickster gulped, glanced at the demon egg on the dining table, and hesitated. I know what you're thinking, but if you don't eat it, you won't be allowed to buy it. The abominable butcher's eyes flickered, revealing an evil smile. The moment these words came out, the blonde female guile was incomparably torn inside. If she didn't eat, when the time came, Su Fei would be finished. At that time, if Lord Violet Pupil knew about it, she would be just as certain to die. Not to mention for Su Fei's sake. Just for the sake of herself, she also had to attempt to eat it. I'll eat. The blonde-haired female guile reached out with a trembling hand and took away the dining cover on the table. Inside the dinner plate was a demon's egg that had already been peeled. The strange flavor instantly filled the air. Regardless of whether it was the human contestants or those weird diners, each and every one of them were filled with a look of disgust. Not to mention the blonde female creepy. Faced with this peculiar smell that came to her nose, her face was filled with discomfort, and she even unconsciously took half a step back. The blonde female guile once again hesitated. For a moment, atmosphere of the entire hotel lobby began to become tense and heavy. At the same time, viewers of the Dragon Country's live broadcast room all felt the crisis as well. It's over, it's already been seen. Saying that I'm going to eat skinny eggs, this female trickster's face has changed. Time is running out now. If no one pays the bill, won't Master Su be finished? The key now is that Master Su isn't in Su Xiao right now. Who's going to save Master Su? What should we do? I feel like she really can't eat, right? Wouldn't that really be the end? At this moment, the pop-ups from other countries also started adding fuel to the fire once again. Still want to cheat? The abominable butcher can't stand it anymore. I bet this female trickster definitely doesn't dare to eat the devil's egg. Who can eat this kind of disgusting thing besides the Dragon Kingdom people? It has nothing to do with eating it or not, the main thing is Su Fei's confident pricing. Yes, if the pricing was a bit lower it might not have been suspected. Laugh me to death. You didn't see that pricing at 10,000, making it look like someone actually bought it. Time is running out, I'll see what you Dragon Kingdom does now. Time, bit by bit, passed. Everyone's eyes were on Su Fei and the blonde female guile's side. Last 5 minutes. Abominable Butcher's sudden opening made everyone's moods become even more tense. Especially those players were filled with anticipation. It was because they felt that leaving the campus this time was the closest Su Fei had come to being eliminated. All the contestants were praying that they must not eat it. In fact, Su Fei felt the same despair. At least so far, it seemed that he couldn't find any way to break the game other than his opponent eating it. But the point was, this leather egg was far too lethal for Guile. Especially seeing the blonde female Guile's appearance. It didn't look like she could eat a leather egg at all. The abominable butcher glanced at the lobby's clock and reminded again. Last 2 minutes. The palms of all the players were sweating incessantly. Because of Su Fei's appearance, the entire tricky rules game had become different. Now, as long as Su Fei was eliminated, not only did they have one less extremely strong competitor, but the main thing was that they simply couldn't stand Su Fei showing off his love in the bizarre world. Eliminate. Quickly eliminate. Even though they didn't make any noise. Su Fei, however, felt the curses from all directions, and his lips could not help but become a little dry. In the next instant, the blonde female trickster moved. Although the devil's egg terrified her, eating it at least wouldn't kill her. But if she couldn't keep Su Fei, it would be certain death. She slowly stretched out her trembling hands and was about to pick up the devil's egg. But just at this moment, a familiar voice resounded through the entire lobby. What's going on? Why did it take so long to get you to buy some demon eggs? Upon hearing this voice, everyone swished their gazes towards the lobby entrance. The creepy eaters were all in a state of shock. The other players also changed their faces at this moment. Xia was draped in long hair and wearing a purple and black halter dress. She even walked into the lobby with bare feet. It was completely as if she had just gotten out of bed. Indeed. She had indeed just gotten up from bed. Just shortly after waking up, he sensed that Su Fei wasn't in the school and was anxious in his heart. So she immediately rushed over. Not only did she not change her clothes, she didn't even wear shoes. The blonde female Guile was as if she had seen a savior, hastily preparing to open her mouth to explain. Violet Pupil Lord, No need to say it, I know it all. Violet Hitomi waved her hand, and straight away, she walked to the abominable butcher's heel. Violet Hitomi's body is slender, but in front of the wide and fat abominable butcher, he is quite small. But no weirdo dared to underestimate Xie. In the entire lobby, there were only these two SSS-ranked weirdos. Violet Hitomi swept a glance at the abominable butcher and questioned, I asked her to buy the stuff, why don't you let it be sold? The abominable butcher still shook his head. It's not the first day I've known you, and it's even more unlikely that you could eat the devil's egg. Don't forget that it's my territory at the hotel, and since my rules have been set, they must be followed. If you can't eat it, you can't pay for it all the same. As soon as the abominable butcher said this, Su Fei quickly understood the meaning. It was the same SSS-level shenanigans. However, because he had left the school, the purple pupil was unable to directly suppress the other party. Who said I won't eat it? Z Hitomi's eyes glanced at Su Fei, who was on the side, then without hesitation, she picked up the devil's egg and took a bite. It tastes great. Violet Hitomi chewed and swallowed slowly, her face filled with the color of enjoyment, and she didn't seem to feel any discomfort. You? Su Fei frowned. Even though he couldn't see any cracks from Z Hitomi's face at all. However, his intuition told him that this absolutely could not be the case. Violet pupil Sama. The blonde-haired female guile was just as terrified. She knew very well that Z Hitomi was definitely faking it. Because the first time Z Hitomi saw the devil's egg, she acted more disgusted than any guile. But now, Z Hitomi was actually eating it with gusto at this moment. Could it be that? Is this the power of love? The blonde female weirdo suddenly felt that the love stories in those books had really appeared in front of her eyes. Impossible. The first time you saw the devil's egg you said that you would never touch this kind of food. Seeing this scene, the abominable butcher instantly furrowed his brows in disbelief. There is nothing impossible. Swipe your card, 100,000. Xia retrieved her guile card from the blonde female guile's hand. It then touched with Su Fei's white card, following which his white guile card instantly turned into a silver-colored card. Clang, clang, clang. At this time, the bell rang in the lobby. The time had already come to 1400 hours. The abominable butcher glanced at the clock and shouted, Time's up. Today's rules game is over, and the player who sells for the lowest total price will be eliminated. Just as the abominable butcher finished his words, he quickly walked in front of a player. That player was no other than the white elephant player who was selling curry lamb. 4 creepy. The more humans found the food normal, the harder it was to accept. Men, take him away. The abominable butcher waved his hand, and 2 small creeps immediately appeared, directly dragging the white elephant player towards the back of the lobby. No, don't. The white elephant player struggled like he didn't want to die. However, the little guile beside him was like an iron clamp, showing no signs of letting go. White elephant player eliminated. Accompanied by the sound of the live broadcast notification, Su Fei breathed a sigh of relief while looking towards Xia and was about to thank him. But just at this moment, in front of her, Zixi's eyes sank, and she fell directly into Su Fei's arms. At this moment, the entire lobby of the hotel was completely silent. Chapter 30, Difficulty Escalation. Complete creepy world. This stuff is really not good. Xia looked at Su Fei, her eyes watery. At this moment, even the little cutie also understood everything. Z Hitomi was the one who had eaten the devil's egg in order for Su Fei not to be eliminated. I won't eat it from now on. Su Fei hugged Z Hitomi even tighter. He also finally understood why these creeps were so afraid of leather eggs. It was fitting that an SSS-ranked creepy would become like this after eating a single leather egg. If any other bazaar were to eat it, it wouldn't kill them? But the more so. Su Fei was also able to feel Xia's heart. This time, he was able to survive successfully because of the other party. Looking at Zixi in his arms, Su Fei said gently, Good boy, close your eyes. Z Hitomi's heart trembled when she heard these words. She then slowly closed her eyes with a smile on her face, her heart incomparably leaping. The discomfort brought to her by the devil's egg also dissipated at this moment. Su Fei lowered his head and directly kissed. Xia only felt a familiar warm sensation coming from between his mouth, and that was exactly the kiss he was incomparably looking forward to. It came from Su Fei's initiative. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her entire face flushed red. Seeing this kiss, the bazaar diners who were originally eating in the hotel, each and every one of them seemed to be frozen in place. The entire lobby was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Most of these weirdos were A-class weirdos. Even the S-class creeps were few and far between. No one knew better than them just how explosive this scene was. Nope. I must be having a nightmare. An SSS-ranked big shot, for the sake of a human, actually ate a demon egg. I must have drunk too much, that's why such an unbelievable thing happened. No, this is all true. The creepy world, it's going to change. That creepy who had previously traded little yellow books with the blonde female creepy was just as full of awe. I've fantasized about countless human love stories, but I didn't expect a more touching love to be right in front of me. Likewise. The entire live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom was also completely moved by this scene. Greatness, no need for words. Too touching. For Master Su, she's willing to do anything. I'm going to cry watching this, it's simply better than any modern rom-com. Don't forget, this isn't a movie, this is her true feelings for Master Su. Only Master Su can do something to make SSS grade creepy like this, right? Our Dragon Kingdom having Master Su is truly a gift from the heavens. I don't think it's possible for any other person to do what Master Su did. At this moment, the voices of the battles and the live broadcasts of the other countries gradually became less and less. Boo, stance aside, this is too good to cry. I'm not jealous of Mr. Su of the Dragon Kingdom at all, I really am not. So envious, I suddenly feel it's quite good to find a female creep to fall in love with. You wouldn't think so if I gave you a female cracker. Hello? What are you guys talking about? Our country's players are still in deep water. So what can we do? So tell me, what else can we do but watch? Indeed. Just as the other countries' pop-ups said. At this moment, those players who had been involved in the whole thing were all clenching their fists one by one. Because of Su Fei's existence, the entire Weird Rules survival had changed. Jealousy, hatred, inner imbalance. All sorts of complex emotions had come to a critical point. Among them, a brown-haired man immediately stood out, as if roaring hysterically. No, no, no. I no longer want to continue. All of us came to the weird world to survive, what makes you different? Tell me, what makes you Dragon Kingdom? Tell me, what makes you Su Fei? This game, it's not fair at all, I'm not convinced. The man rushed towards Su Fei's side like a madman, seemingly wanting to interrupt them. But just as he was about to approach, the abominable butcher moved. He reached out and grabbed the back of the man's neck, directly lifting it up. Then only a strange flash of light was seen. A kitchen knife that appeared out of thin air instantly appeared in the abominable butcher's hand. The light of the knife flashed. That brown-haired man was split into two on the spot. Blood was still spilling out. Until the time of his death, that man's eyes were filled with jealousy. The abominable butcher threw the upper half of his body directly onto the ground casually like a piece of trash. Immediately afterward came two little creeps dragging the brown-haired man's corpse down. Questioning the fairness of the rules game is a violation of the rules. Do any of you still have any objections? The abominable butcher said this and swept his gaze towards the group of human players. When the crowd saw this, their hearts trembled. Fear. It made their impatient emotions gradually become calm. Even though creepy could only harm humans by humans breaking the rules, there was still no one who would be willing to offend any creepy. This was because other than surviving within the rules, humans simply did not have any means of harming the bizarre. Unless, of course, it was a spooky that was actively letting you smoke her. At this time, feeling that Zishi's state gradually began to return to normal, Su Fei also gradually loosened his hand. Zixia, on the other hand, had a look of unfulfilled satisfaction. However, in the next instant, her eyes flashed as she looked towards the abominable butcher on the side and said coldly, "I'll remember everything today." In the face of the purple pupil's threat, the abominable butcher's face was calm and did not speak. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the other human contestants. Everyone, return to school. As the words fell, the crowd followed behind the abominable butcher and left the hotel lobby. The other creepy diners also didn't dare to stay for long, and they all left as well. Poof. Watching the other party leave, Zixia let out a cold snort. When she then turned back to look at Su Fei, her face was once again covered in a blush. Let's go back as well. Su Fei pinched Zixia's cheeks. Good. Zi Hitomi nodded her head obediently and took the initiative to hold onto Su Fei's arm, full of joy. The two of them were completely like a young couple in love at the moment. The blonde-haired creepy followed behind them, the same anti-smile on her face. Leaving the hotel. Wherever Su Fei passed, those surrounding creeps avoided them. They all had terrified faces and didn't even dare to look at them more than once. However, as she walked, Zixia's footsteps suddenly lurched. She let go of Su Fei and turned to look at the street behind her. What's wrong? Su Fei also looked puzzled and looked over with her. He then instantly realized that something was wrong. The end of the street was foggy when he came, and the visibility was only a few hundred meters, so he couldn't see the head at all. But now, that layer of fog seemed to have thinned out quite a bit, and the visibility was constantly improving. Even the outlines of many high-rise buildings could be vaguely seen. Su Fei couldn't help but inquire, what the hell is going on here? The bizarre worlds are accelerating their connections, your area of activity has become larger, and new rules are about to appear. New rules? Su Fei frowned when he heard this. That's right. The purple pupil slowly spoke, explaining once again. To put it simply, this time, all of you human contestants will see a complete bizarre world. At this moment, two lines of blood-red fonts also suddenly appeared on the entire real world's live broadcast. Creepy copies are being fused. The new bizarre rules will be announced in 2 minutes. Immediately after that, one map board after another gradually appeared in the live broadcast room. Seeing those familiar map boards being fused together, humans all over the world instantly exploded. Chapter 31. You smell like her perfume. This is melting all the copies together? What copies? These are all the frozen territories of our country. It's not just our dragon kingdom. There are other countries as well. They're taking the frozen territories of humans and using them to build weird worlds? As long as there's a country that loses all 4 battles, all of this will come true. At this moment, humans all over the world watching the live broadcast were also shocked by this scene. Even though in the real world, everything was still normal in the temporarily frozen territories. But seeing the familiar places surviving the weirdness, everyone couldn't help but shiver coldly. It was hard to imagine that. Exactly how terrifying it would be when there was a country completely descended by creepy. At this time, the briefing for the creepy rules game also sounded once again. Fusion copy, weird world. Replica level, no level. A fusion of all the duplicates to form a bizarre world. Rule 1, players are not allowed to kill each other. Rule 2, players must strictly follow the local rules wherever they are, violators will be harmed. Rule number 3, the duplicates will be released from time to time, and all players must participate in the weird missions. Rule 4, every player will trigger a weird event anywhere. Note, there is no fixed deadline for the fusion copy until the final mission is passed. After the player has successfully passed the mission, the player will be rated according to his or her score. The players will be ranked according to their scores. The player with the highest score will not only be able to unfreeze the territory and get the best resources, but will also be rewarded with hidden prizes. Hearing the last announcement, the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom was thoroughly agitated. This time is a chance for our Dragon Kingdom to turn the tide. That said, we can't take it lightly. What fusion copy? Isn't this just a replica of our human society? That's right, it's like a graduate heading out into society. It's easy to step into a pit. But this place is all weird, it's much harder to survive here. And what with all the weird quests and bizarre events, it's scary just thinking about it. A levelless copy is definitely scarier than all the previous copies combined. Master Su, be sure to cheer up. All the spectators in the Dragon Kingdom kept their gazes firmly on Su Fei, clenching their hands and praying for him. At this moment, weird world, on the weird city. Looking at the gradually clearing streets at that end, Su Fei's mind was also summarizing the information from the briefing just now. The basic rules hadn't really changed much. Now it was nothing more than the equivalent of lighting up the map of the entire creepy world, increasing the range of activities. And it added weird events and weird missions. That's why it's become more dangerous. As for the past score rewards and whatnot, that was all an afterthought. From start to finish, keeping alive and surviving was the most important thing. Su Fei was very clear. At least until he had a thorough understanding of the outside world, staying in the school was the safest option. Unless there were hidden hints, it was best not to act rashly. Su Fei took a deep breath. Come on, let's go back to the school first. Good. Zixia smiled as she held Su Fei's hand and continued walking in the direction of the school. But before just taking a few steps, Zixi once again froze, suddenly thought of something, and hastily let go of her hand, saying, "No good. If Luo Yao knows that I left the school, she can come out at any time." Zixia was even more flustered and quickly looked around, hearing that Luo Yao had appeared. "I have to go first. Ah Jin, you take Su Fei back to the school." Immediately, Zixia transformed into a weird shadow and fled. Upon seeing this scene, Su Fei instantly froze in place. At this moment, the blonde-haired creepy also sighed and explained, "Lord Violet Pupil has a very good relationship with Luo Yao's own sister. She just doesn't want to make Luo Yao sad. If it were any other female creepy, at this time, I'm only afraid that there wouldn't even be any dregs left." I know. Su Fei nodded slightly. About this matter Zixia had also told him earlier. Then, Luo Yao's sister, who is it? I can't say. The blonde creep couldn't help but tremble, but the world has opened up, and what you'll always see is an extremely otherworldly female creep. Can it be even more otherworldly than Purple Pupil? The blonde creep's face was suddenly filled with gossip. Is Violet Hitomi-sama very otherworldly? No. Su Fei hastily stopped the topic, but he probably had a bottom in his heart. Without a doubt. Definitely another SSS-ranked weirdness. Hey, what the heck? When the car gets to the mountain, the boat will naturally straighten out. Su Fei and Golden Creepy said, and continued to walk towards the direction of the school. At this time, on the school's playground, more than 100 players were assembled and talking. I really can't stand Su Fei anymore. I want to leave this hellhole. Me too. I want to go out and make a break for it. Maybe there's an SSS-ranked creepy that can look at me too? We have to follow the rules everywhere we go anyway, so why don't we go take a gamble? If you guys want to go yourselves, I won't go anyway. The briefing just now said there's a weird mission. Do you think you can really just leave? That's true, we don't even know what type of mission it is now, we can't act rashly. Just as the crowd was chatting away, they only felt a gust of cloudy wind coming from behind. Then a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind them. They turned around and realized that the visitor was no one else but Luo Yao, who had disappeared for 2 days. I'm asking you guys, where is Su Fei? Luo Yao's face was cold as she opened her mouth to ask. When the crowd saw this, they were drenched in cold sweat. However, they quickly thought of what Su Fei and Zixia had done earlier. If they were to turn them in, Su Fei might be finished. At once. One of the players immediately said, Su Fei, he'll be right back. Suddenly, another familiar voice appeared on the playground. Only to see that Zixi was walking towards this side. Seeing that it was Zixi, the player who was preparing to denounce instantly blanched and didn't dare to continue. Coming to the front, the two women looked at each other. Zixi said in a fake cold manner, today they all went to Guishi City. I also went out to take a break, by the way. I didn't expect you to actually come out. Su Fei went to Guile City? That's too dangerous. Luo Yao's heart was burning with anxiety, and she turned her head and prepared to go look for it. But just at this moment, Su Fei's figure appeared on the playground with him. Seeing the two women in the same frame, Su Fei's pressure suddenly multiplied. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. But it was too late for him to think much. Su Fei. Luo Yao's face was filled with joy as she ran towards Su Fei with her long legs. Her shoulder-length hair moved with the wind. Immediately afterward, Su Fei only felt a huge force coming from him. Luo Yao directly pounced on him and pinned him down. It was just like when Su Fei was doing push-ups with Zixi at that time. Only at this time, Luo Yao straightened up and a red bundle belt appeared in her hand at some point. She tied her hair into a ponytail with the harness. Looking at Su Fei, it was as if there was starlight flowing in her crystal red eyes. Su Fei, I miss you so much. The words had just fallen. Not even waiting for Su Fei to open his mouth, Luo Yao kissed him without hesitation. Su Fei's eyes instantly widened. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure that only Su Fei could feel was coming his way. But in the very next second, an even more terrifying thing happened for Su Fei. Luo Yao slowly raised her head, her brows furrowed. It's not right. Why do you have a smell of someone else on you? Chapter 32 The Ephemeral and Eerie Shura. If I'm not wrong, the smell on you is the same as the smell on Sister Zixi's body. Luo Yao looked complicated, then pursed her lips again. No, it's not just on your body. It seems like there's something wrong with the flavor in your mouth as well. There's some demon egg flavor, and there's also something else. Speaking here. Luo Yao suddenly turned her head, turning her gaze to the purple pupil behind her. The two of them locked gazes, and time all seemed to freeze. The atmosphere of the entire playground also became even weirder with it. The rest of the players saw this scene, and each one of them was drenched in sweat. In their hearts, they were even more so, but they were incomparably looking forward to Su Fei's rollover. Likewise. Seeing this scene, the viewers from the other countries in the live broadcast room, each and every one of them was so cool. Aha, the scum of the Dragon Kingdom has been discovered. Likes to play with fire, huh? Let's see what you do now. It's hard to imagine what will happen when the SSS shenanigans discover that a human is cheating. A new copy has opened, and the Dragon Country players no longer have a chance to see the real creepy world. Seeing the pop-ups from other countries. One by one, the people of the Dragon Country also couldn't sit still and started to fight back. You guys step on a horse, can Master Su be called a scum? Master Su was doing this to stay alive and save our Dragon Kingdom. If this player was from their country, would they still say this? Definitely wouldn't say that. Aren't there more double standards from these foreigners? But the key is, what should we do now? They won't fight, will they? It's so hard to do. Luo Yao is really in love with Master Su, but Zixi will do anything for Master Su. Trust Master Su, he should have thought of this day long ago. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly felt like the sky was about to collapse. It was even more tense than Su Fei playing the rules game to some extent. Sure enough, the Shura of the weird world was even more terrifying. That was something that could really kill you. Of course, the one who suffocated the most was none other than Su Fei himself. Although he had indeed thought that he would be discovered one day, he definitely hadn't thought that it would happen so soon. Originally, he had thought of doing a good job of thinking for Luo Yao before taking the initiative to go public. But he didn't expect that. Surprisingly, he was discovered by Luo Yao in such a way. Where were the hidden hints? Could they be saved? Su Fei was anxious inside. At this moment, the two women were still staring at each other. Even though Zixia's face was expressionless, her heart was just as incomparably flustered. It was just that on top of the panic. There seemed to be a slight sense of excitement hidden deep inside. It was as if it was really like what Su Fei had said. It was just that for Zixi, falling in love was a strange thing, and she didn't know how to talk about it. In the end, Su Fei was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I admit, it was me who kissed her. After all, as a man, when it was time to take charge, it was always time to step forward. As soon as these words came out, Zixi's face instantly reddened several degrees, her expression starting to panic that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing Zishi's expression, Luo Yao jerked her head back and looked at Su Fei underneath her, her eyes gradually moistening. The red pupils became extraordinarily crystalline under the watery light. What you said is all true. That's right, they're all true. Just as Su Fei was about to give an honest account, a huge figure once again appeared on the playground. That figure was none other than the abominable butcher. At this moment, the 3 strongest SSS shenanigans in the entire Thriller University replica were gathered here. In the old rules game, there was usually only one SSS ranked creepy in each copy, and it was also the most difficult level for their human players to pass. However, because of Su Fei's love triangle, all 3 had appeared here. It was simply unprecedented. Luo Yao sat on Su Fei's body and looked at the abominable butcher who was walking towards him, asking, You saw all of this? That's right. The abominable butcher looked at Luo Yao and Su Fei first, before finally landing his gaze on Zixie. Zixie's eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the abominable butcher. However, in the very next instant, the abominable butcher sighed and said, Actually, all of this is because of me. Because of my customized rules game, Z Hitomi ate a demon egg in order to help Su Fei pass the level. Then Zishi's body almost fainted, and finally Su Fei was compelled to kiss Zishi. But in human terms, that seems to be called artificial respiration? Artificial respiration? Hearing this, everyone was incomparably stunned as they looked at this abominable butcher. Was what he said wrong? It was really right. But the key was that as soon as this abominable butcher opened his mouth, the scene seemed to change to a different flavor? It should have been a pure love schoolgirl catching her boyfriend cheating on her contrasting big sister. Thus, she is disappointed and may even hate her boyfriend. How does it sound now, as if it has become a contrasting big sister to save the schoolgirl boyfriend, to risk her life? Eventually, the school's boyfriend had no choice but to help the contrarian big sister out of danger through artificial respiration? No. This plot is too cliché. But the point is, this is a weird world. These weirdness for human beings extremely cliched love story has no resistance. At this moment, the blonde-haired creepy that had originally followed Su Fei back to school had also appeared on the playground at an unknown time. Lord Luo Yao, I can also testify. Originally, that devil's egg should have been mine to eat, and Su Fei's kiss should have been mine as well. This artificial respiration is recorded in the Human Love Story collection, and it's really useful. Blonde hair opened her mouth strangely, instantly causing everyone to be petrified in place on the spot. What was the Human Love Story collection again? But it seems like what she said was also all great truths. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere of the entire playground changed instantly. Su Fei lay on the ground, looking at the abominable butcher and blonde creepy beside him, and his eyes gradually became clear. Yeah. Those in authority are obsessed with the onlookers. Substituting for Su Fei, it was natural that he would feel guilty. But from the perspective of a bystander, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. As for this artificial respiration, it seems that this cook seems to have studied humans as well. So it's like this. Hearing that even the abominable butcher had taken the initiative to testify, Luo Yao had absolutely no reason not to believe it. She slowly got up and pulled Su Fei up at the same time, I thought. Halfway through her sentence, Luo Yao once again buried her head into his chest, tears falling endlessly. I also thought. I thought you didn't like me anymore. Seeing this scene, the mentality of the players from other countries had collapsed beyond repair. Is this horse is a weird world? This painting style, this plot. Are you sure you're not filming a large-scale bizarre romance serial? The protagonist was Su Fei. The main character was Su Fei, and they had all become group actors, NPCs? The key was that they, the NPCs, had to face the crisis of death every day. This time, they completely understood what it meant for the clown to be myself. Alright, don't cry. Su Fei patted Luo Yao's back and comforted her. At the same time, Zixie, who was not far away, finally sighed with relief in her heart when she saw that things had developed to this point. She also walked towards Luo Yao's side and comforted, things are over, don't cry. Hearing this, Luo Yao also moved away from Su Fei's chest with all reluctance, before pouncing back into Zixie's arms. Sister Zixi, I shouldn't have doubted you, thank you for saving Su Fei. It's fine. Zixi stroked Luo Yao's head, while her gaze also looked towards Su Fei, sentiment flickering in her eyes. Su Fei's entire being couldn't help but freeze. No. This female guile really was even more otherworldly than he had imagined, right? At the same time, seeing things develop into this scene, the other country's viewers in the live broadcast room once again completely broke their defenses. Chapter 33, Love Talk, come if you dare. You tell me, how else is this going to be fun? I just can't figure out how that creepy butcher came out to explain too. But what he said doesn't seem to be true. ACI, is that artificial respiration? The brain marrow is going to be sucked out. What do you think? I'm also devastated in my horse. Seeing the pop-ups from other countries breaking the defense, the people in the Dragon country's live broadcast room were jumping up and down with excitement. See, what's a god? Master Su is a god. God Su, it's really a show that makes my scalp numb. I can only say that what people say is also the truth, I can't pick out any faults anyway. Yeah, with the abominable butchers posing there, and with him presiding over the rules game, who could not believe it? Have you guys noticed, if it wasn't for the new copy fusion, Master Su could really become the god of this copy, right? If you say so, it's true, all the bigwigs of the replicas are on God Su's side. But there are other weird quests and weird events, so we can't take this lightly. At this moment, in the bizarre world, with the misunderstanding lifted, Luo Yao finally came out from Zixia's arms. Sister Zishi, I haven't gone out for a long time. Why don't the three of us go out shopping together later? It just so happens that I'll buy you some gifts to thank you. I won't go, you guys go by yourselves. Zixia rejected Luo Yao's proposal. With Luo Yao's behavior, if they went shopping together, they would definitely get tired of Su Fei without moving an inch. And she would only be able to watch from the side. This kind of feeling of just watching and not eating was hard to think about. It would be better to not see it. It just so happened that she also took the time to watch Human Love Story Collection 2 and learn a bit. Thinking of this, the purple pupil glanced at Su Fei, then twisted her head and left the playground. Seeing this, the blonde-haired creepy also hurriedly followed behind. Looking at Violet Hitomi's back as she left, Luo Yao tightly pulled on Su Fei's hand and explained. Su Fei, don't you mind, Sister Zishi has always been anti-love and hates the opposite sex. Not to mention that you even kissed her, she didn't put up a fight, to be like this is already incredible. Su Fei's expression was slightly embarrassed when he heard this. Luo Yao was still too innocent after all. Of course. At first, when he first met Zixia, that terrifying killing intent wasn't really feigned. It wasn't until later on, by mistake, that a certain switch was flipped. Let's go. Luo Yao's eyes were filled with smiles as she pulled Su Fei's hand and headed towards the main door. As the two left, the abominable butcher also left the playground with them. As for the other players, they were still discussing something heatedly. On the other side, Zixia also returned to her place. The blonde-haired creepy hurriedly took out the yellow-covered book from his arms. Violet Pupil-sama, this is what you asked for. Violet Hitomi received the book, but her face was extremely ugly. In fact, when she had just refused to go out shopping, she had somewhat begun to regret it. Being able to see and not being able to eat. But at least it was quite a bit better than not being able to see at all. Not to mention the fact that the bizarre world was now completely open. If she wasn't around, it was possible that Luo Yao would still take Su Fei to the hotel to do something horrible. The more she thought about it, the more nervous Zixia became in her heart. However, it wasn't like she could be a stalker, right? The blonde-haired creepy seemed to have seen Zishi's worries as well and spoke. Z Hitomi-sama, if you go on like this, it's not a solution. Or what, just confess. Z Hitomi sighed deeply. You also saw how sad Luo Yao was after learning about this. Blonde Hair Bazaar said with a serious face, love field is like a battlefield, Z Hitomi adult you lose in too much importance to feelings. Whatever, that's it for now. Violet Hitomi frowned, turned over the collection of love stories in her hand and began to read up. Seeing this, the blonde-haired creepy couldn't say much more. Then, Violet Hitomi-sama, take your time to read it, I'll go back to the library first. Wait. Just as blonde creepy was about to step out of the house, Violet Hitomi called out to her. What else does Violet Hitomi-sama want? Look at this. Z Hitomi turned the book in her hand upside down, only to see an extremely eye-catching advertisement written on the top of that catalog. Love Lecture Hall. The most authoritative free love training course. Analyzing human free love stories, helping you solve any relationship troubles and find true happiness. Creepy life. The blonde-haired creepy said in surprise, Violet Pupil-sama, you're thinking of going to a love training course? Aha! Z Hitomi nodded affirmatively. The creepy world had, in fact, always been a replica of the human world's way of life. The vast majority of the bazaar were all on track when they reached their age, going through the most traditional matchmaking mode to find their other half. Often, this kind of love can't even stand the test. That's why most of the bazaar will be like the purple pupil, do not believe in the so-called love. Especially when it comes to love between a weirdo and a human. After all, free love is still too open and advanced for the bazaar world. Only a very few creeps who truly longed for love were willing to accept it. A niche book like the Human Love Story Collection was undoubtedly not a textbook existence for the bazaar who longed for free love. Since it was a book that faced a niche group, the people who bought the book would inevitably be the target masses. So it was very reasonable to print such an advertisement on the book. Thinking of this, Zixia had already made up her mind. I'll go sign up now, remember to keep it a secret, otherwise. Don't worry, I promise I won't leak it out. The blonde creepy affirmed, and then asked, by the way, that adult is not in the school, how to arrange the other humans? The creepy world is already open, love whoever cares. Zishi only had Su Fei in her heart at the moment, where did she care about anything else? In the next second, she turned into a bizarre shadow and disappeared. At the same time, Su Fei and Luo Yao held hands and walked on the streets of Guile City. Folding back here again, Su Fei realized that the streets in the distance had become completely clear. More buildings, stores, and storefronts appeared one by one. The entire street was also becoming more and more bizarre, appearing to be bustling with activity. Su Fei appeared here as a class, instantly attracting all the street bazaar. Strollers, stallholders, shopkeepers, and all sorts of bazaar all looked their gazes over. Isn't this the human from earlier? Why did he turn back again? Wait. This. Beside him is another goddess-ranked SSS-ranked bigot. Holy? Didn't he just hang out with another SSS class bigot? Look at that bigot's appearance, but it seems like he likes this human as well? Outrageous. This term's human has produced a ruthless character. Nima, is this human a weird goddess reaper? What? Aren't SSS-ranked creeps even worthy of shopping with humans? Feeling these gazes around him, Su Fei's entire body went numb. Not only was he now seen as a rival by his fellow human players, he had likewise become a thorn in the side of these creepy eyes. Su Fei, don't mind them. Luo Yao stopped in her tracks and cupped Su Fei's face before kissing it. At this moment, Su Fei's ears seemed to hear countless voices of heartbreak. Chapter 34. You signed up for a relationship course, too? This is too eye-catching. Su Fei couldn't help but sigh at the strangeness of fate. Seriously, he himself didn't know how begging for his life had turned into this. Originally, he had wanted to be a little transparent, relying on the hidden hints to slowly clear the level. But now as to want to be low profile, that cannot be low profile. At least he was able to clearly feel these bizarre and unsympathetic gazes around him. If it wasn't for Luo Yao and the rules, I was only afraid that he would be instantly torn apart. But on the contrary, Luo Yao was enjoying this feeling. It seemed like she was showing off her fiery romance. At the same time, she was also warning the other creeps that Su Fei was hers, and no creeps could move or rob him. Let's go to the front and take a look. Luo Yao pulled Su Fei once again and walked towards the depths of the street. There was a place that Su Fei couldn't see at the very beginning, but at the moment, it was bustling with activity. There were even bazaar yelling on the street selling all sorts of snacks, as well as potted plants, toys, and the like. Only these snacks, each and every one of them didn't look like something that people could eat. And these bazaar level is not high, until now also only saw SS level bazaar. This also increasingly convinced Su Fei that this bizarre world was actually mimicking the way of existence of human society. Not having traveled for long, the appearance of a yelling sound instantly attracted the attention of many creepy. Only to see a short female creepy holding a bunch of flyers that she was distributing around. Are you missing out on a good relationship because you don't know how to fall in love? Do you want to improve your relationship skills and become happier? The love lecture will start soon. Hurry up and sign up. The opportunity will never come again. Hearing these words, Luo Yao instantly became interested and was about to walk over. Seeing this, Su Fei immediately stopped Luo Yao. After all, he had previously read Zishi's human love story compilation. One could only say that this kind of thing was of no use at all. Su Fei discouraged, Yao, I think it's better not to believe in these things. What about trying it? It might really be useful. Luo Yao smiled back. If you want to learn, I'll teach you at night. Can that be the same? Luo Yao blushed, then added, You're teaching me something you know yourself, so how else can I surprise you? Hearing this, Su Fei couldn't help but froze for a moment. What you said doesn't seem to be without reason. Go take a look. Luo Yao pulled Su Fei and walked towards the short female creepy. When the surrounding onlookers of the creepy saw Luo Yao, they took the initiative to get out of the way. After all, in the creepy world, a high rank was an absolute oppressive force, and only when the ranks were the same would they look at other additional conditions. Seeing Luo Yao come over, that short female bizarre speech all became stuttering. Big. Adult? Are you also interested in our love lecture hall? The other party handed over a flyer to Luo Yao with both hands. Let me take a look. After Luo Yao briefly glanced at it, she smiled and said, Sign up today and you'll start the class tomorrow? The short female guile nodded her head vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha, if you need it, my lord, I'll go back and directly reserve a spot for you, and you can even settle the bill after you finish the class. Good, then you can enroll me, I'll go over to the class tomorrow. After Luo Yao finished speaking, she folded that flyer and put it into her pocket. Seeing this, Su Fei couldn't help but sigh a little. It was true that the stronger the strength, the more flavorful it was. Let's walk further ahead. Good. The two of them continued to stroll, and everything on the road was both familiar and unfamiliar to Su Fei. Without realizing it, Su Fei had already accompanied Luo Yao for a full 2 hours of hard shopping, and Su Fei's calves were starting to get a little sore. Luo Yao could also see that Su Fei was already unable to walk, so she took the initiative to propose, Tired, right? Let's go to the hotel to rest blah. Hotel? Su Fei reconfirmed. Luo Yao blushed slightly, pinching her fingers and said, Yeah, the Cook's Hotel, haven't you been there at noon? All right. Su Fei had no choice but to agree. Go. Luo Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Afterwards, she pulled Su Fei and walked back, her speed even faster than earlier shopping. Shopping was just hard shopping. In addition to enrolling in some kind of relationship training course, it seemed like nothing had been done. Su Fei even once suspected that the hotel was Luo Yao's final destination. Although he wouldn't reject it, he was afraid that getting up tomorrow and walking would be a problem. However, seeing this scene, the spectators from the other countries were all envious and jealous. Damn it, is the Dragon Country live room a place where people can go? Our players are hanging out in the school dormitory, and this Su Fei comes out to fall in love and open a room? Your players are still in the dormitory? Our players just left the school gate and hung up. Me too, look at the announcement, only 160 players left, it's only been less than 3 days. Let's pray that Su Fei encounters a weird event soon and eliminates him. At this time. On the contrary, the people of the Dragon Country were all wearing anti-smiles on their faces, completely ignoring the statements of the other country's pop-ups. Not long after, Luo Yao pulled Su Fei and returned to the Thriller Hotel, which she had already visited at noon. Seeing that it was Luo Yao, the little guile at the front desk hurriedly came forward to greet him. Lord Luo Yao, do you have any orders? Take us to the best room. Luo Yao said without hesitation. Good, the two of you please follow me. Subsequently, under the lead of the little guile at the front desk, Su Fei and Luo Yao walked towards the upper floors of the hotel. The entire hotel had a total of 4 floors, but the area of each floor was ridiculously large. The first floor was not only the hotel's front desk, but there was also a very large restaurant next to it. While the upper floors were all accommodations, the overall decoration style was like the kind that favored the classical Western style. Just on the 4th floor, the number of rooms was extremely small. Eventually, they came to the door of room number 444. Should not say. The number 4 was like the lucky number of the weird world. Little Creepy opened the door to the room and was greeted by a large living room. Sofa, dining table, what vinyl record player, wine cooler. As long as you could think of anything, almost everything was quite well equipped for you. It didn't even look like a hotel at all, instead it was more like the living room of a villa mansion. Lord Luo Yao, a night here is 40,000 Gue coins. Little Guile lowered his head and said, 40,000 for a one-night stay? Su Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this figure. Aside from him, the human contestants had fought tooth and nail at noon to earn 1,000 Guile coins at most. As a result, staying for one night, 40,000 was gone. But as a man, coming out to a room with Luo Yao, he couldn't let her pay for it. Swipe your card. Su Fei had just taken out his Guile card from his pocket, but was immediately stopped by Luo Yao. Luo Yao then also took out a black trick card that was the same as Zishi's. Just swipe mine, I'll come back for it tomorrow when I come down. Okay, have a nice night. Little Guile took the card and very politely brought the door to the room. Thinking of how his white card turned into a silver card at noon, Su Fei couldn't help but ask. By the way, how many Guile coins does this black card represent inside? Not much, just $10 million before it turns black. Got it. Su Fei stroked his chin. This rule was easy to be able to understand. 100,000 was a silver card, and 1,000,000 would presumably be a gold card. Come on, try the Bizarre World's wine. Luo Yao walked over to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine, placing it in front of Su Fei. But just at this time, the Dragon Country's live broadcast room once again became pitch black. Chapter 35, Crazy, SSS Creepy all come to training class? Brother die. What's wrong? How come the screen always goes black at critical moments? The red wine is all set up, the little atmosphere is also in place, you gave me a black screen? No one wants a black screen, but this is just not broadcastable. Someone make up a follow-up, today is destined to be another sleepless night. If you can't sleep, go to another country's live room and take a look. I don't know who sent this. Suddenly a large number of people from the Dragon Country flooded into the live broadcast room on the extranet. I just now realized that their dormitories are all iron frame beds. What The beds are almost rotten, can they sleep? I thought they all slept in princess beds just like God Su. What princess bed? Now God Su is living in a hotel suite. Not only do they sleep well, but they also have company. Hey, the Bizarre World is open, are these people afraid to go out? No. In that case, why do these people still come to our Dragon Kingdom live broadcast to mock us? In the face of the pop-ups from the people of Dragon Country, the people of the other countries were all worse than eating. But on the contrary, they couldn't refute it at all. After all, they had all seen it too, and it was the truth. And so, the live streams of various countries on the extranet went crazy and started blocking Dragon Country IPs. However, the more they did so, the more they realized that there were more and more pop-ups. It couldn't be blocked, it simply couldn't be blocked. The people on the extranet were almost going crazy. However, time was flying by. It was just that in the Bizarre World, all of this was extremely inconspicuous. After all, apart from the blood moon that hung forever in the sky, there wasn't even the slightest bit of sunlight here. There was no such thing as sunrise and sunset. But on this night, the Guile City was not quiet at all. Under a dim light, a pair of ranked little Guile were quarreling over something. There was even a big fight. Even though it was only a pair of ranked Guile, the fight was full of vigor. This fight was a whole night. One of the bazaar was undefeated and left a small streak of blood on the ground. It wasn't until 8 o'clock the next day that, only then did the other bazaar wake him up and clean up the mess. But just then, a spooky shadow swiftly crossed the street. The speed of the shadow was accompanied by an extremely strong killing intent, causing a commotion amongst the creeps. It wasn't until this bizarre shadow arrived in front of a building deep in the streets that she revealed her figure. She was none other than Violet Hitomi. At this moment, her expression was frighteningly calm. To know, she had waited for a full night. But on the contrary, she hadn't waited for Su Fei and Luo Yao to return to the school. During that time, she had wanted to rush out countless times to look for them. However, she had dismissed the idea countless times. From the beginning to the end, she had been unable to completely confess to Luo Yao directly. So she could only paralyze herself at night by studying the human love story collection all night long. However, she found that the more carefully she read, the more she found the book to be rather mysterious. But again, being as creepy as it was, there were a lot of emotions and behaviors in between that she couldn't understand. So, she couldn't wait to come to the relationship course to get answers. Right now, though, she was in a very bad mood just thinking about Su Fei staying out all night. Having just walked into the building, the entire building seemed to be filled with killing intent. Even SS-ranked Guile could only look away immediately for fear of offending the purple pupil. But just then, a short female creepy was running towards Z Hitomi in a panic. She was none other than the female Guile who had handed out flyers to Luo Yao in the streets yesterday. My lord, you came to enroll by yourself yesterday, right? Aha! Z. She coldly glanced at the other party. The short female Guile only felt a chill down her spine. Please follow me, I'll take you to the classroom. In the end, under the leadership of the short female Guile, Z Se arrived in front of a room that was like as a classroom. Pushing open the classroom door, only to see a few creeps sitting sporadically inside. Seeing Z Hitomi, these creeps' hearts beat wildly. Even though none of them knew Z Hitomi, just the SSS-ranked pressure emanating from them made them in awe. They had never expected that. As an SSS-ranked bazaar, they would even participate in this kind of training course. Simply outrageous. Zxie sat in the center of the first row at the entrance and began to wait for the class to begin. The other creeps gathered towards the corners of the classroom, fearing that they would offend Zxie. My lord, the lecturer's class starts at 9 o'clock, please wait a bit ha. After the short female creepy finished speaking, she closed the classroom door and left. However, it didn't take long. The sound of footsteps resounded outside the door, only to see that short female Guile bring another Guile to the front of the classroom. The classroom door had just been opened. Only a pounding sound was heard, and the entire classroom couldn't help but tremble. Violet Hitomi-sama? Why are you here as well? Violet Hitomi's gaze couldn't help but look towards the door. It was discovered that the person coming was none other than their school's bazaar instructor. Violet Hitomi frowned and questioned, what are you doing here instead of training? Lord Violet pupil, wasn't it you who said that you love to control whoever you want, so I came out. The creepy instructor was in tears. Ever since Su Fei had appeared, the school had been turned upside down because of things like love. That's why he was also curious as to what kind of magic love had that made the two SSS-ranked bigwigs so obsessed. And so, that was why he chose to enroll in a class, wanting to learn more about the situation in detail. It was just that he hadn't even thought that Z Hitomi was even there. Moreover, looking at the state of Z Hitomi right now, he was afraid that his life would be in danger at any moment. The bazaar instructor only felt a bad premonition welling up in his heart, and hurriedly cowed his head. My lord, I was wrong. I came here, really just because I was curious, so... Shut up. Purple pupil's brain was originally messy, at this moment, lazy to care so much, scolded, you find yourself a seat. Thank you, my lord, for sparing me. The weird instructor was relieved and hurriedly sat in the corner of the classroom, squeezing in with the previous ones. It still wasn't long before the door of the classroom was once again pushed open, instantly attracting the attention of all the bazaar. Only to see a female creepy with two mouths and wearing a long black dress walk in. She was none other than the blonde female creepy's friend, the music teacher of Thriller University. In the next instant, a crisp sound rang out. Only to see that black-skirted female Guile also kneel on the ground with a bang, shivering non-stop. Lord Violet pupil, how is it you? Shut up and roll to the back. The purple pupil's tone was very calm, but it was full of danger. That black-skirted female creepy also hurriedly cowed out and said thank you, then ran to the corner. When she saw the creepy instructor, her entire body was once again shocked. No? How come you are also? Shoo! The creepy instructor hastily made a silencing gesture and quietly pointed at the purple pupil. The black-skirted female creepy instantly shut up, her legs trembling in fear. But just then, another SSS-ranked pressure that spread out in all directions was approaching the classroom. Even Violet Hitomi couldn't help but raise her eyes to look at the classroom door, because this aura was very familiar to her. And at this moment, the other bizarre insides that came here for class were even more incomparably broken. Who understands? It's just a love lecture hall, how come all the people here are SSS big brothers? Chapter 36, this damn desire to win or lose. My lord, please come in. Outside the door, the short female Giles' voice rang out. Only a bang was heard, and the classroom door was instantly pushed open violently. A fat trickster whiter than the doorframe appeared in their field of vision. Seeing the incoming person, the creepy instructor and the black-skirted female creepy hiding in the corner had their eyes widened. Lord Abomination? No? Lord Abomination also enrolled in this love training course? Hearing this, the surrounding creeps were also confused. Big brother, which unit are you guys from? How come the ones who came are either SS or SSS ranked? If it weren't for the fact that the training fees have already been paid, I'd want to leave. With you guys messing around like this, who has the heart to attend classes? Not to mention the other shenanigans. Even the purple pupil was just as surprised. Cook, why are you here too? If I don't come, who's going to give you guys lessons? With a smile on his face, the abominable butcher squeezed into the classroom and walked directly onto the podium. Violet pupil froze. The creepy instructor behind her and the others were even more dumbfounded. Violet Hitomi was the first to react, but she still didn't quite dare to believe this fact. You can't be the instructor of this love training course, right? Abominable butcher braced his hands on the podium. That's right. No wonder. Z Hitomi was puzzled. She couldn't help but think of the words Abominable Butcher had said yesterday when she was at the playground. Especially the word artificial respiration. Unusual creepy pressure didn't even know what this word was. Even Z Hitomi only understood this thing after reading Human Love Story Collection 2. Thinking of this, Z Hitomi was suddenly startled. She raised her eyes once again and looked at the Abominable Butcher. If I'm thinking correctly, that book. The author of that book is me. The Abominable Butcher didn't hide it in the slightest, then explained one after another. Ever since that day when Su Fei walked out of the classroom unharmed, I have been intensely interested in you. Otherwise, why do you think that I brought Su Fei and the others to Guile City that day? All I did was to see your determination. Of course, the main thing was to provide me with true stories to be able to continue working on. Love is such a beautiful thing. Do you still hate love now? The Abominable Butcher's face was full of yearning, an extremely sharp contrast to his vicious appearance. The purple pupil stared tightly at the Abominable Butcher. What you hide is rather deep. The Abominable Butcher smiled sarcastically and added, I forgot to tell you one thing, Luo Yao has also enrolled in the training course. She's coming too? Violet Hitomi frowned. Originally, she was going to come, but she is still in the hotel with Su Fei until now. A wine. Hotel? Surprisingly, they really went to a hotel? Zixie's breath stuttered and froze in place. The mind even couldn't help but think of various indescribable images. To hesitate is to lose. The Abominable Butcher couldn't help but remind, this human, Su Fei, is very special, and if you're not willing to fight for it, you're just giving your beloved away. Think about it yourself. The Abominable Butcher's words began to circulate in Zixie's mind like a magic spell. On the other hand, in the Thriller Hotel, with Su Fei's haircut, the live broadcast of the Dragon Kingdom also finally appeared on screen once again. Luo Yao squatted beside the bed, propped up her chin, and smiled, you're awake. Aha! Su Fei stretched and rubbed his eyes. Yao, why did you wake up so early? It's not too early, isn't it? Don't I still have to go to the relationship training today? Luo Yao slowly stood up and said with a gentle face, if you're tired, just sleep a bit more, I'll come back for you after the training. Su Fei nodded and laid down again. After all, he was also really tired, and quite tired. I'm leaving. Luo Yao covered Su Fei with the quilt and kissed Su Fei's forehead. Although the suite was huge. But the actual distance from the bedside to the entrance of the room was just a few steps. However, Luo Yao was turning back frequently, hardening herself to walk out of the distance like life and death. After a while, only then did she close the door of the room and left the room with a fondness. Seeing this, the pop-up screens of the entire Dragon Country live streaming room also once again started to brush the screen one after another. Mom, yeah, this is too sweet. Is this really the creepy world? Look at my Sushin, young and strong, but he's even exhausted like this. Look at the table, it seems like they even drank a lot last night. Can't you see there's still rope on that chair? Not only the rope, didn't you guys see the white silk on the bed? This Nima play is also too flowery, right? Why do I feel as if I missed billions last night? The crowd discussed up to here. The pop-up atmosphere of the entire Dragon Country live room also gradually changed colors. But just at this moment, outside the room, it was the sound of footsteps that rang out. Immediately after that, the door to the room was opened once again, and Su Fei, who had just fallen asleep, was woken up. Yao Yao, why are you back again? Have all shouted for Yao Yao already? Hearing this familiar voice, Su Fei was instantly startled, his sleepiness gone. He sat up violently and looked towards the figure at the entrance of the room. Su Fei only felt a dryness in his throat. Zishi, why is it you? Yeah, shouting that she's Yao Yao, to me it's Zishi. Zishi lightly bit her red lips. The entire room was filled with intense jealousy. Su Fei scratched his head and shouted, then. Hitomi? What Hitomi childish or not? Hitomi clasped her hands to her chest and sat directly on the bed, turning her back to Su Fei and said, everyone else shouts wife. Ah? Su Fei was completely numb. Isn't this shouting a bit early? Where is it early? Xie snapped her head back to question Su Fei, who shouted baby to me when he confessed for the first time in the first place? It seems like ha. Su Fei laughed awkwardly, following up by shouting, alright baby. Well. Xie lowered her head with a smile and suddenly blushed. Right baby, when you came, didn't you see Luo Yao? No. She shook her head, originally I wanted to come and interrupt you guys. Speaking here. Hitomi instantly locked her gaze on top of the white silk on the bed. For a moment, she instantly froze. Seeing this scene, Su Fei was completely numb and hurriedly tucked it under the covers. Will I lose to her? Xie's eyes turned cold before she turned into a weird shadow and disappeared into the room. But before Su Fei could react, she appeared in front of him once again. It was just different from just now. At this time, Hitomi was dressed the same as what he had seen the first time he was in the horror classroom. She was wearing a pair of glasses, plus a black office suit, along with a white shirt. Only the lower half of her body became a wrap-around skirt, while also wearing black silk, showing off her marvelous figure. This damn desire to win or lose Su Fei was also tisk-sking inwardly. He realized that this woman, no matter what clothes she wore and whether she wore glasses or not, couldn't affect her face value and figure. Especially in terms of body shape. Xia really was too powerful. How about it? Now like this, do you like it? Hitomi stretched out her hand and held Su Fei's chin, her face gradually coming over. Wait. Su Fei looked at Hitomi's otherworldly eyes, and vaguely felt a hint of bad luck. Chapter 37 Weird Blind Date Quest released? The atmosphere was all the way up here. All of the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room were dying to shove their eyes into the screen. They thought that they might be able to watch a wonderful battle this time, but the live broadcast room was unsurprisingly another black screen. How many times has this gone black? But shouldn't it be said that a black screen is also a signal that Su Fei is going to pass? Passing the level, that's for sure, but I just want to see how God Su operates. What are you all thinking? Am I the only one who's concerned about Su Shen's body? Hiss, you're right, Nima Su God was exhausted just now. I'm just curious, what will Luo Yao do if she comes back later and sees it? Don't think so much, let's just go to the extranet and check out their players. Since Su Fei could not be observed, the people of the Dragon Country also traveled to the live streams of other countries on the extranet once again. Due to the invasion of the Dragon Kingdom pop-ups last night, caused the outer network viewers to now involuntarily start committing PTSD whenever they saw Dragon Country's IP. Do you Dragon Country people not have your own live room? You guys don't come we won't go to your Dragon Country live room to swipe screens from now on either. Got it, I already know that your God Su is an emperor in the bizarre world. I just want to watch my own players and don't really want to see any news about Dragon Kingdom. Netstorm, this is a proper Netstorm, access to the Dragon Kingdom's IP must be denied. What an abomination, can the creepy quest come earlier? I'm already breaking down. The people of the Dragon Kingdom knew very well that. Previously, when Su Fei had faced difficulties, these same people had been the first to come over and taunt him. Now that the offense and defense had changed shape, the Dragon Country populace would naturally seize every opportunity to counterattack as well. Soon, 2 hours passed. All of the live broadcast rooms suddenly resounded with an announcement at this moment. The weird mission will be announced soon. Please prepare all players. Hearing that it was a bizarre mission, the people of the Dragon Kingdom stopped their attacks and listened carefully to the broadcast. Mission name, Creepy Blind Date. All contestants will later be collectively transported to the blind date stage to select the blind date you want to choose. The entire process is conducted through a blind audition, and the creepy levels of the blind dates range from D rank to SSS rank. At the same time, each blind date has different requirements and rules, and only by completing each other's requirements can you be successfully paired. Note, the mission ends at any time. Attention, the mission will end at any time, and those who are not successfully paired will be wiped out. Upon hearing this briefing, the people of the other countries on the extranet immediately became interested. An opportunity, an unrivaled opportunity. It's possible, this mission has simply come at the right time. It would be great if our country's players could also phase into an SSS ranked creepy. But I'm sure the requirements would be very high if it's an SSS ranked creepy, right? Not necessarily. Did you see what Sufei's requirements were for the 2 SSS ranked weirdos he found? Then what would Sufei do if he were to find an SSS ranked bazaar? Think too much. We're all choosing blindly. If he can still find one, I'll chop it up live. At the same time, the people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, however, couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's over. Why do I feel like Sushin is going to be played to death? If Sushin finds another one, he can even put together a table and start playing mahjong. It's hard to fight off 2 SSS ranked shenanigans alone. Won't it be even more troublesome to find another one? But if we fail, we'll be obliterated. Does Sushin have a choice? God Su has given too much for our Dragon Kingdom. Can you send some supplements to Master Su? I'm really afraid that his body won't be able to carry it. With the end of the mission broadcast, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast also resumed on screen once again. On the screen, Sufei was leaning against his bed, his face like a pig's liver. Zixia snuggled into his embrace, her face flushed and her glasses going nowhere. The mission was released, right? Aha! Sufei nodded, his face grim. Zixia blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "What kind of mission is it?" Sufei froze for a moment when he heard this question. You don't know? Zixia shook her head. Of course, that's a mission for you human players that only humans can hear. Sufei didn't intend to hide it and said honestly, it's the creepy blind date quest. Blind date? Zixia's breathing stuttered, and his eyes gradually turned ice cold. What rules? And so, Sufei verbally repeated the rules of the mission that he had just heard. After hearing the rules, the violet pupil all became incomparably fierce. Since it's a mission issued by the creepy world, then you have to complete it, but after completing it, that creepy you chose, I will definitely make her disappear. Hearing these words, Sufei couldn't help but twitch a little at the corners of his mouth as well. He then sighed again. I just don't know where I'll be transported to. Don't worry, even though the bizarre world is huge, I'll find a way to find you as soon as possible. Zixia reached out her hand and tightly wrapped it around Sufei, saying in an almost begging tone, "But you promise me that after the pairing succeeds, you can't happen to do anything too out of the ordinary with someone else. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you." Sufei patted Zishi's shoulder and smiled bitterly. Until then, I'll do everything I can to survive. It'll definitely work. As Zixia said this, a black card suddenly appeared in her hand. It was that black trick card. Without hesitation, she put the card into the pocket of Sufei's clothes. When you're out and about, carry some guile coins on you, it can save your life at critical moments. After Zishi finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around Sufei's neck and kissed him. At this moment, a dark mist floated in from outside the window, enveloping Sufei in it. Immediately afterward, Sufei just disappeared into Zixia's arms. Feeling the disappearance of the warmth in her arms, the bottom of Zixia's eyes were filled with the color of loss. But the only thing worth celebrating was that she had finally followed the abominable butcher's advice and obtained Sufei. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do in the days to come. Suddenly, another extremely terrifying pressure was approaching. Zixia seemed to have sensed it and immediately transformed into a bizarre shadow and disappeared into the Thriller Hotel. On the other side, a violent wave of dizziness and weightlessness accompanied it. When Sufei slowed down, he realized that he was in a dark enclosed stage. And around him, all the human contestants had similarly been transported here. These players were in a trance, and some of them even froze in place with lifeless eyes. Immediately after that, the curtain behind them gradually pulled open. Only a long corridor appeared in front of the crowd. On both sides of the corridor, there were countless small rooms. Seeing this long corridor, the crowd couldn't help but remember the scene when they were first assigned a dormitory. At this time, a bald man wearing a suit walked bizarrely in front of them. That man was full of smiles, yet an extremely terrifying pressure emanated from his body from time to time. Obviously, this was another SSS class creepy. Even Sufei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It seemed that, ever since the creepy world fusion, every mission was basically equivalent to a copy of the previous years. The bald creepy looked at the crowd and revealed a wry smile. Welcome, everyone, to the creepy matchmaking scene. Chapter 38 Shocking Demand. 1 billion. There are over 400 high-quality shenanigans here, waiting for you to choose. After you guys go in and choose the appropriate room number, there will be requirements left behind by the matchmaking partner inside. Only those who successfully complete the requirements will be able to be matched. Remember, only one person can go in each room, and after the room number is determined, it cannot be changed. Bald Creepy finished speaking and took a few steps back. All of the human contestants also walked towards the interior of the long corridor with anticipation and nervousness. Sufei also followed the crowd and began to scrutinize the various rooms in the corridor. In fact, to put it simply, it was the same as when he had dined in the school cafeteria earlier. It was completely like opening a blind box. What level was selected and what were the requirements were all randomized. Since everything is random, then the best result would be to pick the one with lower requirements. Because the simpler the requirements, the sooner the mission could be completed and avoid being wiped out. As for what level of weirdness the object was, one could only listen to God's fate. In this way, hidden hints were especially crucial. However, just as Su-fei had just thought of this, a pleasant prompt sounded in the depths of his mind. Hidden tip: choose room 444. It appeared so quickly. With his previous experience, Su-fei didn't do any thinking at all as he quickly walked towards the depths. However, Su-fei's actions quickly caught the attention of the other human players. After all, in their opinion, Su-fei's luck was simply outrageous, and he was able to pick something good every time. And so, immediately, quite a few players chose to follow, to see what exactly Su-fei had chosen. Seeing that there were people following behind him, Su-fei couldn't help but slow down his pace, and he didn't directly walk to the room that the hints pointed to. Instead, he stopped in front of a random room door. There was number 223 written on the door. Su-fei decisively reached out his hand and gripped the door handle. Just as he had just opened the door of the room a crack, a short black figure snatched into the room with great speed. Immediately afterward, a notification sounded. Sakura player chooses room 223. Seeing this, the people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room were completely enraged by this scene. Is there still such a thing as robbing a room like this? This Sakura ninja is simply a bandit. Damn it, they knew Sushin was lucky, that's why they intercepted Sushin. They said it's all random and still want to rob it. What a shameless thing. First there's a thief, now there's a robber, it's disgusting. Wait, don't get angry yet, why do I see that Master Su seems to be laughing? It seems like could it be that Master Su is doing it on purpose? But isn't this all random? Could it be that Master Su could still see the request through the door of the room? But no matter what, these disgusting players must be strongly condemned. At this moment, seeing the room being robbed, Su-fei would smile. Sure enough, someone had fallen for it. When the other players saw the smile, they instantly had a bad feeling. Immediately after that, the door to the room was opened once again, and the ninja who had just entered walked out with a sad face. The crowd swarmed around them and asked questions. Well, what's inside? Can I see the blind date after going in? By the way, what are the requirements for the person you choose? Facing the questions from the crowd, the Sakura ninja gave Su-fei a vicious look before saying, there isn't even a creepy shadow in there, it only says the requirements you have to fulfill. After saying that, the briefing sounded once again. Sakura contestant blind date requirement, 100,000 trickster dollars deposit. Hearing this figure, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 100,000 gue coins. Everyone on the scene once again turned their gazes towards Su-fei. If they said that Su-fei wasn't hung up, they wouldn't believe it themselves. Because they were all aware that Su-fei was the only one who had 100,000 guile coins in his possession right now. If they really let Su-fei choose this room, wouldn't they be able to complete the mission immediately? But for the other players, not to mention 100,000 coins, they couldn't even take out 10,000, and they simply didn't know how to fulfill this requirement. At this time, the announcements sounded once again. Please return to the stage and wait for the arrangement for those who have already chosen their rooms. Later, a platform will be provided for you to earn guile coins. Hearing that, the Sakura ninja immediately ran towards the stage, afraid of wasting time. Actually, when he heard this request, Su-fei was also a little surprised. He looked at the nervous contestants around him and smiled sarcastically. Do you guys believe me when I say that I chose randomly? When the crowd heard this, one by one, they gradually dispersed. This was because they realized that even if Su-fei was truly lucky, they wouldn't necessarily be able to meet the requirements. What's more, none of them knew if Su-fei was doing it on purpose, and even if they wanted to intercept them, they didn't have the kind of extremely fast stance that ninjas had. So they each dispersed, still choosing to leave their fate to their own intuition. Upon seeing this scene, Su-fei then continued walking towards the depths of the long corridor. Old Rice player match requirement, 680,000 tricky dollars deposit. Shill's match request, 1.38 million coins. Goose, 1,880,000 weird coins deposit. Goose, 1,880,000 weird coins deposit. The broadcasts were endless, but Su-fei realized that all of the requirements all required a shenanigan deposit. Basically, they all started at 100,000, and the later ones were even higher than one another. This time, this mission had once again elevated the gold content of having money to make the devil work. Finally, Su-fei arrived in front of the door of room 444, which was pointed out by the prompt. Since he knew the rules, Su-fei didn't hesitate to push open the door of the room. He still had a black card anyway. According to Luo Yao, 10 million was a black card, and according to those requirements of the previous players, it wasn't a problem at all. It might be possible to directly succeed in completing the mission in one go. Su-fei entered the room and found that it was just as the Sakura ninja had said earlier. There wasn't even a creepy shadow in the room, just a red paper pasted on the opposite wall. Written on top of the paper were the very requirements that the players needed to fulfill. Seeing the rows of zeros on the wall, Su Fei's entire body couldn't help but be stunned before he began to count silently. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. At the same time, Su Fei's broadcasting voice rang out in the bizarre world with it. Dragon Country contestant matchmaking object requirement, 1 billion creepy dollar deposits. Upon hearing this number, the entire Dragon Kingdom pop-up screen instantly exploded. Finished. How did Master Su pick $1 billion deposit? What's the concept of $1 billion? 10 small goals. It seems like the other contestants only have $1 million, right? How did Master Su get $1 billion? Nima, $1 billion, I can't even imagine how Master Su can afford it. No, I remember that Zishi gave Master Su a black card earlier, didn't she? Even if there was one, there's absolutely no way it would be $1 billion. The originally long silent pop-ups from other countries once again began to brush the screen in Dragon Country. Haha. No one can help Su Fei now. 1 billion. I'll see how you guys can get it out. Compared to this, our hundreds of thousands seems to have become easy. Even if we give you guys a chance to make money later, how long will we have to earn $1 billion? Don't think about it, give the Dragon Country player even longer, he won't be able to earn $1 billion. Don't underestimate people, what if we let him earn it? Then once we meet, we find 10D level shenanigans. Haha, 1 billion Goe coins for 1D grade Goe, you're really a big smartass. Dragon Country netizens, don't you guys love to scream? Come on, let's see who can help Su Fei now. In a flash. A long-lost sense of despair once again enveloped the hearts of the people of Dragon Country. $1 billion, simply too outrageous. Su Fei frowned as he took out the black trick card that Xia had handed him from his pocket and fell into deep thought. According to what Luo Yao had said earlier, a deposit of 10 million levels or more was a black card. But 10 million was not at all comparable to $1 billion. I'm afraid that even if Luo Yao and ZZ found this place right now, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to complete this task. Chapter 39, Eerie Capital Survival, Scare Takeaway. Leaving the room, Su Fei walked towards the stage, his face all turned extremely ugly. That was $1 billion. Even an SSS-ranked creepy would find it difficult to make $1 billion deposit, let alone the fact that they were all humans who had come here for the first time. Unless the other party had no intention of having a proper blind date at all. But since it was what the hidden hints referred to, there must naturally be a reason for it. However, every time Su Fei was given a choice, he was left scratching his head. He could only take one step at a time. Not long after, all the players had finished choosing as well. Seeing Su Fei return to the stage with his head hanging down, the players from the other countries were all excited. Some of the original contestants had been very desperate at the time because they had chosen high deposit requirements. But compared to Su Fei's $1 billion requirement, he instantly found confidence. Now there's someone who's having a harder time than us. I thought that the 8.88 million deposit requirement was already the limit, but I didn't realize that there were still experts. Hey, 1 billion even if we rely on women, we can't make 1 billion, right? Now people don't know where, just want to rely also can't rely on Don't laugh at people, no matter if it's 100,000 or 1 billion, the grade of the resultant object still depends on luck. Maybe the 1 billion is the same grade as my 100,000? Right, didn't I say just now that there is a way to make money? What exactly is that way? As the human contestants all chose their respective rooms, the bald-headed creepy standing on the stage also spoke again. Everyone must have already known the requirements of their respective objects. Now, you will be traveling to the most prosperous creepy capital of the creepy world. There are opportunities all over the place, and you can earn tricky coins in any way that the rules allow. The day you fulfill the requirements, I will naturally come to you. As the bald trickster said this, a bizarre iron door even bizarrely appeared in the center of the stage. Go through this door, and everyone will be randomly teleported to any corner of the creepy capital, starting your creepy capital survival journey. Remember, the creepy cards in your hands can be paid in creepy coins according to your intentions. Unless voluntarily gifted by others, trick cards that are not your own cannot be used. The words fell. One after another, the human contestants walked into the iron gate. Su Fei was naturally no exception. As he stepped through the iron gate, another wave of dizziness came over him. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already shocked by the bustling scene around him. At this moment, he was standing on an unknown street. The blood moon was still hanging high. The surrounding skyscrapers and neon signs flashed. The non-stop flow of all kinds of strange and bizarre, weirdly painted vehicles, as well as stores. There were all kinds of bars and casinos. It gave Su Fei a sense of playing Sin City. Only this is the real weird city. In addition to their human players, NPC can be all kinds of terrible weird. If a person dies, they won't be resurrected. Just as Su Fei was pondering, he was surrounded by a number of differently shaped weirdos pointing at him. It was like humans seeing aliens, and they didn't know what they were discussing. This place was not suitable to stay for long. Su Fei hurriedly left the scene. Although it was a bizarre metropolis that was filled with opportunities all around. But all the same, with such a high density of weirdness, the danger was also elevated by more than one level. As long as it was bizarre, it was bound to be above humans, and violating the rules would likewise be torn apart by them. If one were to follow the replica ratings, this was more dangerous than any of the previous replicas. Now Sufei also completely understood what was called a complete bizarre world. In fact, it was all the different copies that were all connected together. But the most crucial issue right now was that he had to survive and earn $1 billion as fast as possible. After all, the end of the mission was at an indeterminate point in time, and every day of procrastination would become a day of danger. If the pennies do not earn, the mission failure is just. Fear is afraid of clearly have the ability to earn, and even earn 999 million when the mission time is over. He only had a black card now. How can one utilize these 10 million assets to earn enough for $1 billion deposit? How about going to the casino? With the help of the hidden hints, one might be able to earn enough in one night. Ring ring ring. The sound of a hidden hint rang in Sufei's mind. Hidden tip, go to the weird talent market. Creepy talent market? Sufei frowned slightly. He at least had $10 million in assets. Did he still have to go and work for Creepy as a cow and horse? With heavy doubts, Sufei had no choice but to stop a cab at the roadside first. Hello master, going to the talent market. Aha! The weird driver pressed the price meter, then slammed his foot on the gas, and the speed instantly came to 150. The violent thrusting sensation startled Sufei. But the driver didn't seem to care, shaking his head and continuing to step on the gas. The speed soared even higher, coming to 300 kilometers per hour. Only then did Sufei realize what it meant to have a person running in front and a soul chasing behind. It was hard to imagine. If there was a car accident at this speed, it was only feared that the person would be directly lost. As time went by, Sufei also finally arrived at his destination. The bazaar driver twisted his head and took out a bazaar card, 50 kilometers, a total of 1,000 bazaar coins, please settle the bill. 1,000? Sufei instantly frowned, glancing at the meter price. Master, there's something wrong with your meter, isn't there? Are you giving or not? The creepy driver's eyes glared, and the flesh and blood on his face almost collapsed, which really startled Sufei. Hidden tip, driver violated the law, only 120 creepy coins to be paid. Hearing the prompt, Sufei didn't even think about it, directly pulling out his silver card and gently touching it. That's all, love it or leave it. Sufei's mind moved, and the guile card automatically paid 120 yuan, which was somehow more convenient than a bank card. After brushing his card, Sufei directly got off the car. Damn! This human can actually recognize my rules? The creepy driver watched Sufei leave with a fierce look on his face, but he couldn't do anything about it. If Sufei really paid 1,000 because he was afraid of him, not only would he be able to earn that portion of the fare, but he could also eat Sufei on the spot. Coming to the creepy talent market. There was actually no difference from Sufei's real-life talent market. It was also a recruitment site for various weird companies, except that all the applicants were all weird. It seemed that if the weird wanted to have a good day, they had to work just the same. The originally bustling creepy talent market quickly caused a stir because of Sufei's arrival. Many of the bazaar that were originally recruiting laborers swarmed up and handed out their business cards. Hello, we are Life and Death Express Company. May I ask if you have the will to come to our company? I'm here at Scare Takeout. Would you like to learn more about it? Seeing all these weird looks around him, Sufei was also a bit surprised. It hadn't occurred to him that being a human would be so sought after here. It seemed like it had really come to the right place. Hidden tip, join the Scare Takeaway. Hidden tip, join the Scare Takeaway? Sufei instantly gave the whole thing a miss. Carrying 10 million guile coins, whether it was an investment or a business venture, was a viable path. And now you're asking me to go to a takeaway? But since this was what the hidden hint referred to, it seemed that Sufei had no choice. Excuse me, can I start now? Anytime, I'll take you to go through the entry procedures now. Seeing that Sufei had chosen to run a takeaway, the people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcasting room had heated discussions. Chapter 40. Excuse me, are you my takeout? Doesn't God Su have money in his hand? Why would he choose to run a takeaway? It's not a bad idea to run a takeaway, it's a good way to get to know the situation of the city before making plans. I see that some of the contestants have already joined big companies, with a monthly salary of $80,000 and a share of the project. That's right. Human players are really treated all favorably in this metropolis. So those $1 million deposits aren't very exaggerated at all? But Sushin's request is $1 billion. Can he really earn enough for $1 billion before the mission ends? The connections Sushin managed to accumulate in the school copies are basically useless in this urban survival. Watching this bizarre urban survival, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were all distraught. This was because the amount Sufei was asking for on his blind date was simply too large. Meanwhile, in the middle of the creepy city, just the greater part of an hour had passed. Su Fei had also very smoothly and directly completed the entry procedures and knew the rules of the so-called scare takeout. Overall, it was really relatively easy. Food and lodging were reimbursed, and he was even given a takeaway car and a cell phone specifically. Even a full 20% commission per single. And there is no so-called bad evaluation system, even overtime does not matter, as long as the delivery can be. Of course. It was all because he was human that he was treated this way. Other weird takeout workers, not only was the price of the unit not high, but they even had to pay a fine in the face of bad reviews. But Su Fei still didn't take it lightly. This was because every single order he delivered would come into contact with a different kind of weirdness. If he accidentally violated the customer rules, he was only afraid that he would become a takeaway. Cell phone, car, and room key. Su Fei studied these items he had just obtained. The car was in the shape of an electric car, but the energy that drove it wasn't electricity, but rather black, bizarre energy. The same was true for the cell phone. It seemed that energy should be the last thing to worry about in the bizarre world. Drip. You have a new takeout order. So soon? Su Fei immediately picked up his phone and began to check. Bloody restaurant? The store doesn't really seem that far from here, it's just that the customer's home is a bit far away. More than 30 kilometers away from the store, it's obviously a suburb. This single, plus 20% commission, can earn close to $5,000. Su Fei didn't hesitate to place the order. The opportunity is not to be missed, and such a big order is obviously not rare. Su Fei then rode his electric bike and shuttled through the streets. According to the navigation of the cell phone, less than 10 minutes he came to the place called Bloody Restaurant. Just arrived at the door, Su Fei smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. Walking into the store, Su Fei found that the restaurant was just as full of blood. Su Fei found that this restaurant was full of Western-style luxury decoration. In terms of the restaurant alone, it was even more upscale than the abominable Butcher's Hotel restaurant. The creeps that were eating inside also had pointed ears and sharp teeth in their mouths. All of them were blood-sucking creeps. Su Fei instantly recognized their types. After all, there were vampire students that existed in Thriller University, and it was quite a well-distinguished group. Seeing the scent of a human, these blood-sucking guile put down the food in their hands and looked their gazes over. Don't be afraid. They can't harm you without authorization. At this moment, a male blood-sucking guile carrying a dinner plate walked up to Su Fei. The customer's meal is being prepared, so you can sit for a while and try our drinks. The blood-sucking guile placed a cup of red drink from the dinner plate on the table next to Su Fei with a very elegant demeanor. Okay, thanks. Su Fei sat down on the chair, not having any desire to drink the drink at all. Without even having to look at it, he knew that the drink was completely made of blood. It was just that he didn't know exactly what kind of blood it was. Little by little, time passed. Even if there was no timeout penalty, Su Fei was getting a little impatient waiting. And his stomach was also extremely hungry. At this moment, that blood-sucking guile once again walked towards Su Fei's side. In his hand was a transparent gift box, and inside was a piece of blood-red jelly-like food. This is the meal you are to deliver. Saying so, that blood-sucking guile placed the jelly on the table while taking out another set of clothes and handing it over to Su Fei. Because this customer is very important to us, please change into this suit. Ha! Su Fei's entire body froze as he received the brand new suit. He had only heard of wearing a suit to play games before. Yet, he hadn't expected that there were actually people who wore suits for delivery. Worthy of being a blood-sucking trickster family, delivering a takeaway had to be so elegant. However, in order to make money, Su Fei had no other choice. He had no choice but to find the restaurant's lounge, change into the suit, and then leave the restaurant. Until then, the cell phone's recipient information was also updated once again. Scarlet Manor, Brutal Blood-Sucking Guile Collection. Brutal Blood-Sucking Creep? How brutal does this have to be to pick this kind of name? After Su Fei put the jelly away, he rode directly onto the bike with a nervous mood. He then followed the navigation towards his destination. 30 kilometers away. If he were to put it in the real world, Su Fei would have doubted for a moment if an electric car could ride it. Su Fei's speed at this moment had even reached 100 kilometers per hour. And he found that no matter how he twisted it, the power kept on coming, and it simply couldn't be twisted. This had really become a trickster fireboy. As Su Fei rode farther and farther away, the originally bustling city gradually became cold and clear. It could be clearly felt that the further away from the city, the temperature dropped by several degrees. There were fewer and fewer buildings, and both sides of the road were lined with bizarre plants. From time to time, there were also various strange sounds. Su Fei had some regrets. With no village in front of him and no store behind him, it was very scary to look at. Just psychologically, it made Su Fei feel fear, especially because of the name of this client, which made him a little worried. I also don't know what Luo Yao and Xia are doing. When I left, Luo Yao was not even there. With her character, she couldn't help but cry for a good half a day with her nose. Su Fei's mind couldn't help but recall the earlier days when he was at Thriller University. Although he hadn't stayed for a long time, he had at least come to the first copy of the creepy world. There, he basically mingled well. Coming to the creepy metropolis, all of a sudden, it felt like he had become smaller and smaller. Without realizing it, Su Fei was already close to his destination. He drove off the main road and arrived at an open grassy field. With just a little bit of looking around, he caught a glimpse of the small castle-style building that stood under the blood moon. It was just like the one in the ghost movie. Hidden tip: walking food delivery. Hearing the hint, Su Fei had no choice but to pull over and remove the jelly in the back seat. Hiss. As the gloomy wind hit him, Su Fei couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He gulped and walked towards the small castle with a feeling of apprehension. And at this moment, inside the small castle, the candlelight was dim. A female guile wearing a small white nightgown was sitting leisurely on a sofa. The female guile had white hair and a small body type. Her pointed ears and 2 exposed baby tiger teeth looked extremely delicate. It was completely a standard white-haired little loli. But all the same, she was also an SSS-ranked blood-sucking guile. She wiggled her 2 little feet and held the phone up to her ear. Yao Yaoa, don't be sad. Isn't it just a human? Even if we can't find it this time, there will still be a batch coming in 4 years. Well. I'll keep an eye out for you. Don't forget to come back and play with me when you're on vacation. Oh. Ding dong. Suddenly, along with the ringing of the doorbell, Lori instantly became excited. Well, no more, my takeout has arrived, I'm starving to death. Remember to send me that person's information later. After saying that, she immediately hung up the phone, jumped off the sofa, and rushed to the door in a hurry. Su Fei lowered his head and said politely, "Hello, your takeout has arrived." Seeing Su Fei, the white-haired little loli was trembling all over, looking at Su Fei's white neck, both eyes glowing. Are you my takeaway? Chapter 41, Maru Spice. Bitten by a vampire. Looking at the little white-haired loli standing in the doorway, Su Fei couldn't help but freeze for a second. That face was both small and delicate. It was like a meticulously carved little doll that couldn't find any flaws at all. The pointed little ears were also just like those of a fairy tale elf. Especially the 2 small tiger teeth that were slightly exposed looked completely harmless. All in all, it was just very cute. No. Such a cute little sister was called some kind of brutal blood-sucking creep? Su Fei was now itching to pinch the other party's face to see what kind of touch it was. But soon, Su Fei remembered something. His expression suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but shiver as he asked. Right, what did you just say? I said, are you my takeout? The white-haired little loli tilted her head, lightly biting her finger, her 2 small tiger teeth as bright and clean as white porcelain. No, you're mistaken. This is your takeout. Su Fei forced out a smile. He then immediately placed the lunchbox in his hand and handed it over towards the other party. Right now, he only had one thought. That was to hurry and run away after delivering the takeout. After all, this was the creepy world, and one should definitely not be fooled by this appearance. But, it's already melted away, eh? Ha? Melted away? Su Fei glanced down at the lunchbox in his hand, only to see that the red jelly that was still translucent had now turned into a puddle of blood, dripping down non-stop from his hand. It's not right, ah. It was clearly fine just now. Su Fei's entire being was confused, never expecting that this jelly would actually melt away at this time. All right. Now that you violated my rules, you can't leave. Oh. The white-haired little loli revealed a greedy smile, and the 2 tiger teeth unexpectedly became a few points longer at this moment. No. Su Fei was so shocked that he backed up. However, that little loli was stretching out her hand, pulling Su Fei into the room with one hand, and it was a force that humans simply could not resist. Immediately afterward, Su Fei only felt a stabbing pain at his neck, and he passed out on the spot. At the same time, the Dragon Country's live broadcast room once again turned pitch black. As the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom saw this scene, all of their faces instantly turned desperate as countless shrieks resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. No! This time, Sushin is really going to be gone. No? I thought Sushin would take her down, why did she just say she'd do it? Just now I was saying how this loli is so cute, how come the next second Sushin was captured? Still cute? It's all cute and dead now. She's clearly an SSS-ranked blood-sucking creep. So by the time Sushin gets sucked dry, that's when our Dragon Kingdom will be eliminated? I don't know, but at least the briefing isn't out yet. The Dragon Country's live broadcast room's black screen again instantly attracted another wave of viewers from other countries. When these viewers were informed of this matter, they all cheered, and all the previously held back grievances began to be vented wildly at this moment. Nice! Your Dragon Country is really finished this time. Ha! You guys really think Su Fei is that attractive? You guys really think that Su Fei is that attractive, that he would fall in love with a woman? Naive. I've told you before, Su Fei is just lucky. Love's delivery? Earlier, I really thought he had some special plan to make money. So he's just going to get himself killed? I'm laughing my ass off. I think he must have thought that he wouldn't be able to earn $1 billion, so he went to send himself to his death earlier. If only I could see Su Fei being sucked to death by the vampires little by little, how good would that be? At this moment, not only was the live broadcast room pitch black, the entire sky of the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be shrouded in darkness. It was as if the weird world was really about to descend. Countless people in the Dragon Kingdom are unable to speak at this moment. Even the leaders inside the official broadcast hall of the Dragon Kingdom were silent. The audience all over the world was waiting for the broadcast of the elimination of the Dragon Country's contestants. At this moment, however, the bizarre world. In the castle, the candlelight was still swaying. Su Fei was quietly lying beside the sofa in the living room, his entire body in a state of being unconscious. The white-haired little loli was even lying on Su Fei's side. Biting down on his neck, she was sucking blood crazily. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. Only then did the white-haired little loli release her mouth with great reluctance, wiping the bloodstains on her lips. Hello? Bye Lily, I sent you his message, did you get it? Oops yao, I'm eating takeout now, I'll see it later ha. Okay, if you see it you must help me protect him, when I'm on vacation I'll come find you. Don't worry. Bai Lili waved her hand and impatiently hung up the phone, then opened the message. Just after opening the message, she saw a picture. Su Fei? 18 years old. Yao has a good eye, this person seems quite clean cut. Wait. Why do I feel that this person looks a bit familiar? Bai Lili scratched her head first, her brows knitted lightly. But just after half a second, a trace of dismay suddenly flashed through her eyes. She then slowly turned her gaze to Su Fei, who was lying on the ground, and looked at the picture in her cell phone again. It was at this instant that the entire world became incomparably quiet. Even the sound of her own gulping was audible. No way? Such a coincidence? Didn't we say that more than 100 people came this time? How could? If Yao knows that I sucked his boyfriend and then if she doesn't play with me, then won't I have no friends? Bai Lili muttered, her expression sometimes worried, sometimes nervous, and her heart pounding. To be or not to be? Why don't we just do nothing and destroy the body? And then just pretend that you didn't see it? But he was another takeaway from Scare, so he should have been registered. Yoyo would definitely be able to find out if she was more careful. Finished Bai Lili was about to jump up when he thought about this anxiously. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Even though Su Fei was paralyzed at the moment because of her saliva, the wound on his neck was not bleeding all the time. But the point was, the blood in Su Fei's body had long since been partially sucked by her, so he would die sooner or later if he just hung out here like this. Unless the blood is returned to him? But then, won't he become my person? At that time if Yao finds out, won't he be just as screwed? Bai Lili clenched her right hand into a fist and kept tapping the palm of her hand, standing barefoot in front of Su Fei walking back and forth. Whatever. It's better to give him the blood first. The big deal is that when the time comes, I'll let him explain it for me, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, this young lady is royal blood, and it can also help him live a long life. Maybe Yao will even thank me when she finds out. Saying that, Bai Lili once again pounced on Su Fei's body. She stretched out her own hand, and with a wild bite, she bit through her palm, and drops of blood began to drip down towards Su Fei's mouth. Wake up! My royal clan blood Surprisingly just like this cheap you kid. Takeout did not eat on, but also put so much blood, really unlucky, White Lily saw that Su Fei had not woken up for half a day, and wiped his tears while continuing to bleed. It simply couldn't even bear to witness his blood dripping. Little by little, time passed, and the blood was always dripping as well. After an unknown amount of time, Su Fei finally moved his lips. What is this? Why is it so sweet? You woke up. Bai Lili instantly became energized, staring tightly at Su Fei. But the moment she saw her own fresh blood, her eyes went black and she fainted on the spot in Su Fei's arms. What happened? Su Fei looked at the white-haired little loli in his arms, his entire being confused. However, he vaguely remembered that he had previously been bitten on the neck by this little loli blood-sucking trickster. Aren't you a vampire? How? Do you still get bloodsick? As Su Fei woke up again, the originally pitch-black Dragon Country live streaming room also lit up again. Seeing the scene on the screen, just for a moment, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Chapter 42 How do you talk to your master? Su Shin. He actually didn't die. Really? I was about to cry in anxiety just now, fearing that Su Shin would just be gone. Me too. He's all the hope of our Dragon Kingdom. It was so hard to see Su Shin come this far, but if he loses, I'll really cry my eyes out. But didn't this loli suck Su Shin's blood? Why did she faint on her own? Hiss, I didn't even notice until you said it. Su Shin's mouth is full of blood, did you see it? You're not saying that it was Su Shin who sucked this vampire back, are you? What else? Look at that little loli's hands are bleeding, and there are teeth marks on them. Awesome. God Su is truly a god. Even Guile dares to bite. Where's the group of people who came over to bark again just now? All come out, whoever said that God Su is gone. This time, the image reappeared, unlike before. For all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was nothing less than a rebirth after death. Seeing this scene, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's official broadcast hall also wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. You guys, look at the teeth marks on Su Fei's neck. He did indeed violate the rules and still suffered an attack. Only Su Fei could survive against an SSS-class Bazaar attack. Let's not forget that Su Fei didn't wimp out in the face of the previous SSS-class Bazaar. Of course, we won't forget that Su Fei is the only hope for all of us in the Dragon Kingdom. To have gotten this far with a 1% pass rate is simply unimaginable. At this moment, the hearts of the Dragon Nation were greatly energized. But those who were equally shocked by this were naturally fewer viewers from other countries. Su Fei's experience had completely refreshed their knowledge of Bazaar rule games again and again. I really can't understand. Su Fei, is he a real human being or not? It was said earlier that he was lucky, but how on earth was he able to survive in the face of an attack? Geez, I can't even imagine how a human who violated the rules managed to counter the shenanigans. I think we should send someone to check on Su Fei's background. I really don't believe that an ordinary college student can do this. Why? Why doesn't our country have a player like Su Fei? I have a hunch now, he wouldn't really be able to earn enough for $1 billion before the mission ends, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, most of the viewers on the extranet, almost the vast majority of them, had gathered in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room. It wasn't that their country's players had ordinary experiences, nor was it that they didn't care about their own players. It was mainly because Su Fei's side was simply too wonderful. It could even be said to be magical. For a time, the entire world had almost all focused their eyes on Su Fei's body. And at this moment, Su Fei's consciousness was also becoming clearer and clearer. Looking at the little lowly lying in his arms, he was filled with bewilderment. He was able to clearly perceive that the other party had truly sucked his blood in the beginning. Only to then wonder what had happened, as if he had been revived again. Even Su Fei realized that his chi and blood, his physical state and whatnot were more abundant than before. Could it be that it was because of her blood? Su Fei pursed his lips, and could feel a slight sweetness still on his lips. He slowly picked up Bai Lili in his arms. Seeing the teeth marks appearing on the other party's white palms, Su Fei seemed to understand something. She first sucked my blood, and then used her own blood to revive me? Could this be the legendary first embrace? Is this her attempt to develop me into a vampire member? Su Fei couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. At this time, White Chestnut in his arms gradually stirred as well. Well, Bai Lili rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them. Awake? Su Fei asked as he looked at the white Lili in his arms. Ah! A scream from Bai Lili resounded throughout the entire castle. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room unexpectedly went black once again. The people of the Dragon Kingdom who saw this were first shocked in their hearts, but they quickly relieved themselves, and they couldn't help but smile. Putting aside the dangerous moment just now, what the black screen meant, no one knew better than the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Holy! It really must be God Su, right? This SSS creepy is all freaked out. The reason it's called Sushin is because it's always a black screen. Needless to say, after this black screen, there's definitely some story happening at night. I suddenly feel that all our worries are redundant. Even if we worry, it's useless. That's right. This time, Sushin managed to survive, so where else could defeat Sushin? Looks like we can only go to the extranet to look at other players for some fun. The bizarre world, in the blood-colored castle. Along with the end of the scream, Bai Lili hurriedly jumped down from Su Fei's arms. Su Fei looked at the 1.5 little dot in front of him and couldn't help but ask, by the way, as a blood-sucking creep, why would you be dizzy with blood? Bai Lili huffed and puffed, humph. Don't underestimate me, I just faint my own blood. Whose blood is it that you're fainting for? While Su Fei was puzzled, he also hurriedly touched his own teeth. Fortunately, everything was still normal. Right, little bit, I want to ask you, why did you bite me earlier and then save me? That's because. Halfway through speaking, White Chestnut scratched his head, and the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. It wasn't right. He himself was an SSS-ranked blood-sucking Guile. And the other party was just a human. Even if he had sucked his royal bloodline, he was still his own blood servant. Why was he being questioned instead? Thinking about this, Bai Lili crossed her waist and lectured, Little Su Fei, how are you talking to your master? Little Su Fei? As a man, where could Su Fei hear such words? And so, he directly reached out and cupped the other party's small face. It was so delicate. It was really like jelly. Su Fei couldn't help but reach out and pinch the pointed ears. Just as he touched the other party's ear, White Chestnut shrank violently, her petite body seemingly trembling. It was able to be clearly seen that from his chin, White Lili brushed red to the tips of his ears. Oh. You're not allowed to touch it, stop it Bai Lili's face was full of aggression, and she was almost on the verge of crying out in her haste. Seeing the other party like this, Sufei also hastily loosened his hand. He couldn't help but look skeptically at Bai Lili and tentatively asked, "Little bit, are you really an SSS class vampire? What else? What do you think this young lady is?" Sufei was still filled with disbelief. "Just like you, can you be called a brutal blood-sucking creep?" "Humph." Bai Lili looked up at Sufei. "If it weren't for the fact that you're Yao Yao's boyfriend, you would have died a long time ago." Yao Yao? Hearing this name, Sufei instantly became serious, confirming, "Are you talking about Luo Yao?" "Right." Bai Lili took out her cell phone and said, "He called me about it before you came, otherwise why do you think I saved you?" "I see." Sufei suddenly realized. Together, these two were actually acquaintances. "Then you quickly give me Yao Yao's contact information." "That won't do." Bai Lili held the cell phone in her arms as soon as she could, and nervously said, "I can't give it to you, at least not right now." "Why?" "Because." Bai Lili frowned, then said, "Unless you have to promise me a few conditions first." "What conditions?" Sufei frowned. "First, you're not allowed to tell Yao Yao that I bit you." And then what?" "Second, you have to contribute your fresh blood to this young lady every day until I recover my state." "What do you mean?" "Your blood is supposed to be part of my body, and you must return a little of it to me every day." "There is such a thing?" "Don't worry, I'll replenish your blood meal every day, and I promise I won't suck you to death is all." "Okay, is there more?" Bai Lili bit her fingertips. "I can't think of any more for now, wait until I do." "Okay, I promise you everything, then you can give me your contact information now, right?" "Still no." Bai Lili immediately refused, then said, "Who knows if you'll break the contract? Let's wait until you've gone through my examination. Yao Yao can't come here right now anyway." "This won't work, that won't work." Sufei was inexplicably a bit speechless inside. "I'm afraid I won't even be around when you're good." "What do you mean?" Bai Lili frowned. "I participated in the bizarre blind date, and the blind date required me to have a deposit of $10 billion. 10. 1. Billions? Bai Lili opened her small mouth wide. "No. You have Yao Yao, and you're still going on weird blind dates?" Bai Lili instantly picked up her cell phone. "I have to tell Yao Yao about this and suck you dry." "Do you think I want to?" Sufei did not stop Bai Lili. "Don't you know what a rules game is?" "Rules game?" Bai Lili instantly understood, then put down her cell phone. "Then what are you going to do now?" "Earn enough to make $1 billion, what else can I do?" "Is it hard to fight against the rules of the world?" Sufei sighed deeply and directly sat on his butt on the sofa in thought. Through the conversation just now. Right now, he was probably engaged in guessing two things. Xia and Luo Yao should be unable to directly leave the school for the time being. Moreover, Hitomi shouldn't have told Luo Yao about her participation in the weird blind date, fearing that Luo Yao would be sad if she knew about it. Bai Lili held her chin, staring at Sufei in thought. "You're Yao Yao's boyfriend and my blood servant, I can't let you die. But the demand of $1 billion, you're just selling me out, I can't get it out. What kind of shenanigans is it that dares to raise a demand of $1 billion? Simply too detestable. If I knew who it was, I'd have to suck her to death to take it out on Yao Yao. However, if it's said that you want to make money in a hurry, I do have an idea. Speaking of which." Bai Lili immediately jumped onto the sofa. She brought her mouth to Sufei's ear and began to speak non-stop as she gabbled. Chapter 43, Belly Lolita. Great money-making plan. Bai Lili, you're a genius. Sufei rode a small donkey, galloping on the road leading to the city center. Bai Lili sat sideways behind Sufei, her face full of smiles. "Otherwise, do you think this young lady is really not a vegetarian? You are indeed not a vegetarian." The more Bai Lili thought about it, the more excited she became. "This is the greatest money-making scheme in the bizarre world, so why don't you thank your master?" "Let's hope so." Sufei exhaled deeply. He had never imagined that a cute little loli would be so diabolical. Surprisingly, she had struck the attention of a takeout customer. Thinking back to the plan Bai Lili had just described to her, it was actually summarized as very simple and rough. He continued to take orders and run takeaways as normal. Because he is a human being. So when he delivers the takeaway, 9 times out of 10, he will cause the other party's weird customers to use their brains. The weird customers would all try to find ways to make themselves break the rules and then do it. But as soon as they did, then the other party would be finished. Because he was the object of White Li's first embrace, the other party would violate White Li's rules if he made a move. From there, Bai Lili can then logically loot the property of the bazaar clients through various ways. Even if they were to sue them in the bazaar court, it would be useless. Because the rules of the bizarre world were that strength was supreme, and high rank was king. The low-level weirdness didn't have any say in the matter, let alone violating the rules of the high-level weirdness. One could only say, to be able to think of such a way to make money is truly a genius. It is simply taking their human identity to dig rule traps and engage in fairy jumps. However, This is a weird world above the rules. You want to live. But it doesn't mean that these shenanigans will let you live. If the other party how not to violate the rules, naturally there is no problem. You have a new takeout order, please check. Just after returning to the city, Su-Fei's cell phone rang with a series of beeps. Bai Lili looked at her phone and shook her head. No, the slum dweller doesn't have much money at first glance. Ha! This one seems good, at least it lives inside a neighborhood. Let's go with this one. Bai Lili pointed to the last dispatch message in her cell phone. It'll do. Su-Fei nodded and took the order. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. After Bai Lili finished speaking, she turned into a small silver white bat pendant that hung around Su-Fei's neck. Su-Fei also didn't expect that the nice little loli had now become a pendant on his body. Depart! Bai Lili's voice rang from in his ears, and Su-Fei didn't delay, officially opening the first order. Due to the characteristics of the creepy world, living inside the creepy capital, it was as if it didn't rest at all. No matter what time of the day it was, this place was extremely lively. The bizarre people who worked and lived here also seamlessly flowed from batch to batch, and there was no gap at all. Including restaurants, almost all places of business are either you business, I rest. You're open when I'm closed. Guaranteed 24 hours a day there are bazaar are active. Simply capitalist ecstasy. So soon. Su-Fei also smoothly picked up the meal, and according to the navigation, came to the neighborhood where the destination was located. A human who delivers food? When the creepy security guard of the neighborhood saw Su-Fei ride in, his head turned and he revealed a wry smile. But just then, the small bat pendant on Su-Fei's chest emitted a burst of silver white light. The creepy security guard was instantly covered in sweat, and with a thud, he fell straight to his knees. My lord, I didn't recognize you, come in quickly. The creepy security guard hurriedly released him, not even daring to say a single word more. The light in the entire neighborhood was very dim, and a bizarre stench filled the air everywhere. It was completely like an old broken-down neighborhood that no one managed. I'm afraid it's not much better than a real slum. Unit 9, Room 404. Su-Fei rode his little donkey and quickly found this place. He parked his car and then walked towards the upper floor. Although there was no elevator, fortunately, it was only the 4th floor, so it wouldn't take a while for Su-Fei to arrive. Bang, bang, bang. Su-Fei knocked hard on the rusty iron door. After all, the worse the service attitude, the more it would provoke the other party's anger, and the more convenient it would be to strike. Not long after, the iron door was open, and a familiar creepy figure appeared in front of Su-Fei. It's you? It's you, kid? Su-Fei and the creepy looked at each other in a four-way glance, and both exclaimed out in shock at the same time. This was because the bazaar in front of him was no one else but the cab driver who had driven him to the bazaar talent market earlier. Good. I didn't expect to actually run into you, kid. That creepy instantly revealed an evil smile, and fiercely exerted his strength to heavily fling the takeout in Su-Fei's hand onto the ground. Now that the takeout has spilled, tell me, how are you going to pay for it? Seeing this scene, Su-Fei couldn't help but feel some sense of familiarity. Just now, Bai Lili was afraid that this wasn't what he had done, in order to deliberately try to make him violate the rules. But now that the SSS-ranked blood-sucking guile was hanging onto him, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Su-Fei clasped his hands in front of his chest and looked provocatively at the creepy driver. So what do you say, how do you want me to pay for it? Very simple. The creepy driver rubbed his hands together excitedly. Remove your hands and give them to me, then hand over the creepy card you're carrying, and I'll let you go. Creepy card? Su-Fei rubbed his chin and asked, the trick card you're talking about, is it a silver-colored card or a black one? Heh, less playing dumb. The creepy driver was filled with contempt. How could you, a human, have a black card? Sorry, I really do. Su-Fei laughed and took out from his pocket the black card that Purple Hitomi had handed over to him. You. The moment the bazaar driver saw the black card appear, he was first startled before his gaze became extremely greedy. I didn't expect that your kid would actually have a black card. But since this is the case, then you can't blame me for being cruel, you can only blame yourself for being too pretentious. The creepy driver's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he instantly raised his hand, wanting to drag Su-Fei towards into his house. Su-Fei's heart tightened. But right at this moment, the small bat pendant on his chest instantly disappeared, followed by white chestnut appearing by Su-Fei's side. SSS ranked weirdness. The instant white Lioli appeared, that creepy driver violently shrunk his hand, his sweaty hair standing on end. He, on the other hand, was only just an A-ranked creepy. Duh, lord. That creepy driver was like a scared bird, snapping to his knees. How dare you make a move against my blood servant? Duh, my lord, I don't know. Bai Lili looked at the tricky driver in front of him and slowly spoke. Say it, do you want your life, or hand over your tricky card? Spare my life, I'm willing to gift the trick card to your excellency. Trembling, the creepy driver pulled out a silver-colored creepy card from his bosom and handed it over to Bai Lili with both hands. Bai Lili gave a look towards Su-Fei. Su-Fei understood, took out his own silver-colored trick card, and gently touched it. The bizarre silver card instantly turned white. And Su Fei was able to clearly perceive that the amount of his own trick card had already turned $200,000. Wipe your eyes brighter next time. The bazaar driver caught out in a hurry. Yes, 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 what the Lord said, thank you Lord for sparing his life. After Bai Lili finished speaking, she took Su Fei and walked downstairs. Just after arriving downstairs, Bai Lili's entire body was excited. Ha, it's simply too much fun. No one has ever played such a fun game with me before. Bai Lili rotated her body, and the white skirt on her body danced with her face having an excitement that was hard to hide. Su Fei looked at Bai Lili and couldn't help but think of the place where the other party lived. A remote manor, a large castle. But there was only one little loli, Bai Lili, who lived alone inside. Su Fei ghostly asked, Little, is there usually no one at home with you? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Bai Lili's face gradually disappeared. She first froze for a moment, and then she shook her head, once again turning into a small bat pendant that hung on Su Fei's chest. But at the same time, however, Su Fei also felt a tingling sensation coming from his chest, as if he had been stung by a large mosquito. Humph. Bai Lili's voice then came out in his ears, I'm helping you make money, but I have to charge a price, keep taking orders. You have a new order. Su Fei opened his cell phone again and looked at the delivery address. Delivered to the Nightmare Building? Just after seeing the address, Bai Lili's voice rang out again. Hurry up and pick it up, there's even more money and weirdness here. Good. Su Fei immediately clicked to take the order, riding his little donkey in a fiery hurry as he sped towards the store. At the same time, because of the black screen of the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, it caused quite a few people in the Dragon Country to head to other countries' live broadcast rooms to watch the live broadcast. Among them, in the Little Cold Country's live broadcast room, the only thing that could be seen was the Little Chill player, who was in a building, talking to a humanoid fat man in a weirdly happy manner. All the people of the Little Chill Country, watching the picture, were all smiling with joy. Player Park just joined the company and talked about such a big order. I'm afraid the commission for this order is at least $300,000, right? That's right, we only need a total of $1.38 million for a successful pairing, there's hope. I don't know how much a certain country's contestant's $1 billion deposit is now, huh? Even if that Su Fei survived just now, as long as he doesn't make $1 billion, he'll be finished sooner or later. $1 billion? Just by relying on delivery, he won't be able to earn $1 billion in his next life, right? And at this moment, the screen. Little Chill's Park player stood up. Boss, the contract has been signed. I wonder when your investment funds will be paid? The fat man smiled wryly and said, there's no rush, I've arranged for a takeaway, so you can make the payment when you're done eating, you can eat here too. Good. Little Chill's Park player agreed with a smile on his face. But in reality, his heart was 10,000 times more contemptuous. It was clear that he was a boss worth millions of dollars, but he still chose to eat takeout. But in order for the order to make money, he could only force a smiling face. Ding dong. Oh, the takeout has arrived. Fatty Creepy was just about to get up. At this time, Xiaohan's Park player was the one who jumped ahead of him, his face full of flattery. No, 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 no. Chapter 44, Compensation. You scared my little Su Fei. The door was opened and Little Chill's Park player recognized Su Fei at once. How come it's you? Eh? Su Fei was similarly a bit surprised to see that it was Little Chill's player. TSK, I didn't expect to run into you here again. Player Park's face was filled with a gentle smile. But in reality, he was bellyaching inwardly. Without the help of the SSS-ranked female guile, Su Fei was nothing at all. I'm quite surprised as well. Su Fei looked at the other party's smile, but his heart grew more and more wary. This was because back in college, this person had a very bad impression on him. There was always a flash of sinister in his eyes from time to time, like a poisonous scorpion lurking in a dark corner. As long as one didn't pay attention, one would be poisoned by the other party. Especially at this stage. After all the players were dropped into this free and weird capital, their purpose was no longer as simple as simply trying to complete the mission. The rules had said that it was true that people couldn't kill each other. But if you really want to get someone killed, you don't need to do it yourself at all. Right at this moment. It was only when Su Fei's screen appeared in the Little Chill Country's live broadcast room that the Dragon Country's live broadcast room finally resumed its screen. So right now, everyone didn't know what exactly Su Fei had done just now. Even more so, they didn't know about Su Fei and Bai Lili's great money-making plan. On the contrary, in the Little Cold Country's live broadcast room, there were still quite a few people from the Dragon Country who were playing against the Little Cold Country's viewers. I didn't watch for a while. How did God Su deliver takeout to the thief player's side? Where's little Lori? I want to see the white-haired little Loli. His Su God wouldn't have sucked the little Loli to death, right? I've got a reverse Big Dipper, that's a serious blood-sucking trick. Dragon Country people start YY again, is not just a fluke survive it, blowing too much. That's right, can you guys go back to your own live room, be polite? 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 You're the first ones to bark. It's just a fluke that survived the SSS sneaky hands. Do you really think Su Fei is Superman? No, how could Su Shin be Superman? He's super creepy. I can't take it anymore. While there's no SSS ranked creepy to help him now, Player Park should think of a way to finish off the Su Fei. For a while, the people of the two countries in the Little Cold Country's live broadcast were arguing. In particular, it was as if the prayers of the people of the Little Cold Country had been heard by this Player Park. A trace of color flashed in Player Park's eyes, followed by a gentle smile. Su Fei, delivering takeaways should be quite tiring. Why don't you come in and have a seat? It's not appropriate, is it? I'm just a delivery man. Su Fei pretended to be timid, but in his heart, he had long wanted to go in. After all, in the spooky world, local rules were also rules, and the simplest and most effective way to do so was to let someone break into a ghost house. Without giving the other party the opportunity to harm themselves, how could they make $1 billion? As expected. As soon as he saw Su Fei show his cowardice, Player Park's heart became even more agitated. What are you talking about? We're both humans and should help each other out. The boss here is very good to contact. Maybe I can help introduce you to a better job. Speaking of which, Player Park even took the takeout from Su Fei's hand and reached out to pull his arm in a hospitable manner. Aya, this really isn't good, is it? This is a customer's home, and my shoes are dirty. While Su Fei said with his mouth that he would not go in, his body did not stay at all. He himself didn't think that the experience he learned when receiving red envelopes from relatives in the new year could still be used here. Finally, with a push or two, Su Fei still walked in. But the moment he stepped into the doorway, a gust of cloudy wind hit him. Not only was Su Fei, even Player Park couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, Player Park's gaze was ruthless as he slammed the takeaway in his hand directly onto the ground. The packaging was smashed, only to see a cake in the shape of a bear fall directly onto the ground. No! My cute little bear! Fatty Creepy's teeth were bared. A blue ghostly flame even emerged from the top of Mediterranean's head, causing the surrounding temperature to drop even more instantly. This was an SS-ranked Creepy. Seeing that Creepy was angry, Player Park quickly changed his face and explained with an aggrieved look. Boss, this delivery man doesn't know what's going on. He just won't let me get it for you. Damn it, damn it. Fatty looked at Su Fei weirdly, his body trembling. Only he didn't strike at Su Fei in the first place. Instead, he slowly lowered his body and looked at the already tattered bear cake, trying to put it back together again. You had better give me an explanation. Hearing this, Player Park couldn't help but tense up as well. He stared at Su Fei with a deadpan stare, not knowing how Su Fei would explain. But what he didn't expect was that Su Fei didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. He only saw Su Fei slowly crouch down as well. He glanced at Fatty Creepy, who was struggling to put together the bear cake. Then reaching out his hand, he grabbed a portion of the bear cake that had just been pieced together and rubbed it delicately. Give up, rotten is rotten, no matter how you put it together, you won't be able to put it together. At these words, the park contestant's brain instantly went blank. This Su Fei must be crazy. Fatty's bizarre pupils were trembling, and the anger in his heart was piling up. At the same time, seeing Su Fei's performance, the viewers of the Little Cold Country's live broadcast room were each shocked beyond belief. Crazy. The Dragon Country player, truly crazy. Without SSS-ranked shenanigans at his side, this Su Fei is dead. Naive. Does he really think that he's truly invincible just because he's messed with a few SSS classes? If Su Fei is eliminated, I'm sure the whole world will thank us. Xiaohan. Did the Dragon Kingdom people see that? This is what fits the brain circuit of a 1% pass rate player. And at this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were similarly shocked when they saw this. God Su, is he irritated? Now that there's no SSS-ranked weird shelter, something won't really happen, will it? Sushin can even beat an SSS rank, but this weirdness is only an SS rank. Dude, is it the same? What does Sushin want? Including the park players on the scene. Everyone who was watching the live broadcast was once again completely shocked by Su Fei's maneuvers. And at this moment, the fat man's bizarre rage also completely erupted at this moment. Destroying my bear cake, I want you dead. He fiercely stood up, and the suit on his body was instantly burned by the blue ghost fire. The park contestant's complexion was delighted, and he hastily retreated behind Fatty. The ghost fire intensified, and Fatty's bizarre entire body was wrapped in it. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed towards Su Fei's neck. But right at this moment, a burst of silver-colored light flashed, and Fatty's ghost fire was instantly doused, and his outstretched hand was simply unable to advance any further by half a point. Immediately afterward, a burst of silver-white light appeared on Su Fei's chest, only to see a cute and petite loli popping out from Su Fei's chest. How dare you touch this young lady's servant? Bai Lili crossed her arms and looked straight at the fatty in front of her. When the fatty felt Bai Lili's terrifying aura, his ghostly fire instantly disappeared, and his face was filled with fear. Duh, Lord? Bai Lili didn't pay any attention to the other party at all, and instead directly stretched out her cute little hand. Dead fatty. Do you know that you scared my little Su-fei? Pay up. Seeing this scene, all of the little cold country spectators completely exploded. Chapter 45, Warning. No sneaking into my room. No, where did this loli pop out from? I just saw it, it seems to have popped out from Su-fei's chest. I remember, Su-fei seems to be wearing a pendant more than before. No, tell me, why did she turn into Su-fei's pendant? ACI bar, isn't this extortion? It's a crime. The smiles didn't disappear. Instead, they all shifted to the faces of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. No, what kind of face does little Nishihachi still have to be evil and say extortion? Let's have someone popularize it. Do weird worlds have laws? I'll be damned, you're the ones who changed the test papers, right? You're the one who framed Su-fei this time, right? Ha ha ha. I knew that God Su wouldn't intentionally make a fool of himself. From now on, even if Sushin mutilates himself, I suspect that this is all part of his plan. Ooh, am I the only one who wants a little loli pendant too? Brother, you're not alone. Beck Li's appearance not only surprised the pop-ups. More so, it made the park players who were at the scene completely break their defenses. Not buddy. You're really a ING-SSS ranked card slot, aren't you? If it's not an SSS grade card, it can't be inserted, right? Everyone else was looking forward to completing the blind date mission, thus randomizing to an SSS level object. But it turns out not to be. This Su-fei had just come for less than half a day and got another SSS grade shenanigans. Even helping Su-fei do this kind of extortion thing. Is this reasonable? Can this continue to be played? What's the point of freezing? Can't you see that my little Su-fei is scared silly? Without a few 100 million, oh no, without a billion, he can't get up. Saying that, Bai Lili stepped her foot on Su-fei's foot. Don't look at the small size of the foot, but stepping on it could be painful. Su-fei's expression was gradually distorted by the pain. Look, he's become like this. Bai Lili frowned, then she hugged Su-fei's face and began to comfort him. Little Su-fei, don't cry, huh? Su-fei took a deep breath and forced himself to endure the pain. For the sake of $1 billion. It was nothing to endure. Duh, Lord. I was truly unaware that he was your blood servant. Fatty Creepy was trembling all over. As a businessman in the creepy world, he certainly knew that this was extortion. But then what could be done? He was a SSS class bloodsucking creep, and he was helpless as well. If he dared not agree, he would probably be hung on the wall the next second. He could earn money again if he lost his coins, but he would lose everything if he lost his life. I will never order takeout again. Fatty Creepy could not cry, but also had to admit his own bad luck. It wasn't like he hadn't done this kind of thing before when he was able to earn so many creepy coins in the creepy world. There were even darker ones than this, only today he ran into a hard case. He pulled out a black card from his pocket. Here's $15 million, that's all I have in cash. Hearing these words, Player Park immediately had a jolt. Not good. My contract. Thinking of this, Player Park's face swished white. Even though neither Bai Lili nor Su-fei and the rest of them could directly take direct action against him. But if he didn't negotiate a contract and lost his client, it would be a violation of the rules and it would be just as deadly. Alright, that's all. Bai Lili reached out and gently pulled out Su-fei's silver card from his bosom. With a light touch, the original Su-fei's own silver card also turned black at this time. I'll spare you this time, so remember that next time. Bai Lili returned the card to Su-fei, then ruffled his hair. Little Su-fei, let's go. Su-fei pretended to be in pain as he limped with Bai Lili towards the elevator entrance behind him. Only leaving the creepy fat man and the park contestant lost in thought where they were. Just after walking into the corner, Su-fei straightened up. Su-fei himself could feel it. It was as if he had strengthened in all directions since drinking White Chestnut's blood. He. This is so exciting, I want to play again. Bai Lili couldn't help but pull on Su-fei's hand and start shaking it, her eyes smiling into a crescent moon. Fun indeed. Su-fei looked at the two black cards in his hand, both adding up to more than $25 million already. In just 2 orders, he had earned that much. I'm afraid that the owner of the Thriller Takeout Company couldn't even imagine it. Continuing further, that 1 billion wasn't really impossible. Go, keep taking orders. Bai Lili pulled Su-fei into the elevator. By the time they returned to the parking lot, the time had already come to the early hours of the morning. Su-fei's entire body was sleepy. On the contrary, Bai Lili's eyes were glowing as she kept fiddling with Su-fei's cell phone that was taking orders. How come they're all from the plebeian ghetto? Tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars is no fun. Bai Lili held up her cell phone and glanced at Su-fei, who was almost about to fall asleep. Then let's go back and continue tomorrow. Aha! Su-fei nodded. Money had to be earned, but it also had to be rested. If he died suddenly, then how could he continue to make money? And so, Su-fei rode the ghost fire and carried White Chestnut as he roared in the direction of the Scarlet Castle. But at this very moment, Su Fei's mind's depths, however, heard a briefing from the bizarre world. The contestant from the Cold Kingdom has been eliminated. The moment the briefing appeared, the entire Cold Kingdom live broadcast room fell dead silent, and the screen turned completely black. The other players who were struggling to make money in various places also jumped in their hearts after hearing this broadcast. It had only been half a day, and already people were starting to be eliminated. But fortunately, it wasn't because the time for the matchmaking mission was up. Otherwise, no one would have survived at all. And so, everyone started to continue working hard to earn money. On the other side, Su Fei and the others returned to the castle once again, and Bai Li's face was still covered in smiles. "Follow me." All the way down the stairs, they walked to one of the rooms on the second floor. "Nuwa, you'll be staying here from now on." Pushing open the door to the room, Bai Li pointed at the black coffin placed on the ground. Su Fei looked at that coffin and more or less felt a bit phobic in his heart. However, when he thought that Bai Li was a blood-sucking trickster, sleeping in the coffin felt very reasonable. Fortunately, the coffin was not small, and with Su Fei's physique, it was almost just enough to roll over. "Alright, good night." After Bai Li finished speaking, she was ready to leave. But just as she was about to walk out of the room, she turned her head and said, "I warn you, my room is right next door. You're not allowed to sneak into my room to get my cell phone. When you pass my test, I will definitely give you Yao Yao's contact information." "Good." Su Fei yawned, then tumbled into the coffin. The moment he had just entered the coffin, the Dragon Country's live broadcast room also became dark once again. The Dragon Country viewers had long been accustomed to this. "I didn't expect it to be quite comfortable." Su Fei felt as if his entire body had been purified just as he laid in. Not only was there a faint fragrance, but even the temperature and everything was just right. Not long after, Su Fei entered Dreamland. However, just after a bell had passed, the door to Su Fei's room was quietly opened, only to see a small silver white bat fluttering its wings and flying into Su Fei's coffin. Seeing the delicious neck in front of him, the little bat immediately lit up its two small pointed teeth and bit down without hesitation. The sleeping Su Fei seemed to sense something strange. He rolled over and directly pressed the little bat underneath him. Kiri! The original silver white little bat's entire body turned red at this moment. Chapter 46. Your little bat will open the door by himself? Possibly because he was too overworked. Su Fei slept extraordinarily sweetly this sleep. Not only that, he also had a strange dream. In his dream, he dreamt that Luo Ya was holding the cook's large kitchen knife and was frantically chasing and chopping himself. He also called himself what a mongrel and a pervert. Surprisingly, he didn't even spare a cute little loli like Bai Li. Even in his dream, Su Fei couldn't help but laugh in anger. Su Fei admitted that Bai Li was cute. But he himself is not really. How could that ridiculous thing happen? Su Fei stretched and was about to open his eyes. Little Su Fei, don't go, you play with me. Listening to the humming coming from his ears, Su Fei's entire body stiffened. Talking in his sleep? Immediately afterward, he felt a pair of hands embrace his neck, and a hot snort came from his neck. Su Fei slowly opened his eyes slightly looking to the side. The first thing that caught his eye were two white, bright little tiger teeth. The delicate and cute little face also became extraordinarily clear at this moment. The small mouth that was slightly open also emitted a humming sound from time to time. Su Fei's entire being was dumbfounded. Could it be that he was sleepwalking? But no, this was clearly his own room. It must have been White Lily who came in on her own. Just as Su Fei's thoughts were racing, he only felt himself being held tighter. She also placed her legs on Su Fei's body, completely treating him as a hugging pillow. He even kept rubbing his head against his neck. This time, Su Fei was completely at a bit of a loss. Wake her up? However, Bai Li's sleeping appearance was too cute, so he really couldn't bear to do so. Just like that, Su Fei struggled, and he didn't know if he had given up resisting, or if he didn't want to resist at all. In any case, it wasn't long before Su Fei actually drifted off to sleep again. But not long after he had once again entered the land of dreams, Bai Li shivered. She flattened her body and rubbed her eyes. She was about to open her eyes when Su Fei's leg pressed against her body instead. Bai Li shuddered violently, looking back at the sleeping Su Fei beside her, her grayish-white pupils contracting violently. Bad. How did I sleep with little Su Fei? Bai Li's heart thumped, and her small face swished and turned red, full of nervousness. She recalled everything that had happened last night. When she turned into a small bat and was pressed down by Su Fei, originally wanted to escape. However, she couldn't help but want to suck Su Fei's blood. And so, she had no choice but to continue sucking blood, and as a result, she had unknowingly fallen asleep before she had sucked much. It's over. If Su Fei found out and told Yao Yao about this, wouldn't that be? Thinking about this, White Lily's face showed horror, and she hurriedly turned into a small red bat and flew towards the door. Perhaps because it was too nervous, it nearly crashed into the door. Afterwards, White Chestnut immediately returned to his room next door and directly laid into the coffin. And covered the coffin boards to death, fearing that it would be discovered as if it was discovered by someone. Whoa whoa. How to do ah. Bai Li's pair of small pink fists clutched the quilt to death, the entire person looking flustered. Fortunately Su Fei hasn't woken up yet, he shouldn't know anything. No, so what if he knows? I merely sucked some blood. As this young lady's blood servant, it's only right and proper that I suck his blood, and it's also his responsibility. Besides, if it wasn't for me, how would he complete his mission to earn enough for $1 billion? That's right. That's it. After some self-soothing, Bai Li seemed to be less nervous than originally. Ding bell. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded in Bai Li's ears. She picked up her cell phone and saw that the incoming message was no other than Luo Yao. Frightened, she even dropped her cell phone and instantly fought her way back to her original form. It's over. Answer it, or not. What if Yao asks me if I've seen Su Fei? Bai Li's entire brain was in disarray. But after careful thought, she eventually chose to answer the call. Hello? Bai Li's voice was trembling. Lily, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous about talking? Why, just feeling a bit cold. Cold? You find some blood food. Right, how's the thing I instructed you to do? Have you seen my boyfriend? I didn't see him. Hey, that's right, the creepy world is so big, it's not always in the creepy capital. Right. It's just that I don't know how he's doing, and I don't know what kind of rule game he's facing. Will he be in danger? I don't think so. Well, I believe in him too, but there's still some time before the vacation. If you see him, make sure to protect him. Don't worry, promise to complete the mission. Okay, then I'll hang up first. The phone hung up, and Bai Li was finally relieved. As an SSS ranked creepy, the top of the creepy world's food chain. She hadn't had this nervous feeling for a long time. Knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door, and Su Fei's voice came from outside the door. Little Dot, are you awake? It's getting late, shouldn't we go out to make money? You go downstairs first, I'll be right there. Hearing the talk of going out to make money, Bai Li instantly came to life. She hurriedly opened the coffin panel and jumped out of it in a flash. And at this moment, outside the door, Su Fei didn't stand at the door either, but instead walked towards the stairs. Just as he was walking down the stairs, he found several photos hanging by the wall. The photos had 3 blood-sucking creeps in them, with White Chestnut standing in the center. Next to them was a man and a woman, who must have been Bai Li's parents. In the photos, Bai Li was full of happy smiles. Thinking of the expression on Bai Li's face when he talked about a person yesterday, Su Fei couldn't help but ponder for a moment. But he didn't think too much about it, and instead walked towards the stairs, sat on the sofa and began to wait. Luckily, the wait wasn't too long. Before half a bell arrived, Bai Li walked out of the room. Being bizarre, there was no such thing as makeup. Besides, as far as Bai Li was concerned, makeup rather failed to reveal that exquisite face. She had kept Su Fei waiting for so long, mainly to calm her inner apprehension. Bai Li pretended to be calm and asked, "How is little Su Fei? In this lady's home, is it comfortable to sleep?" Su Fei glanced at Bai Li. After he woke up from his return sleep, Bai Li had disappeared. Obviously, this little loli was deliberately pretending to know nothing about it. It's quite comfortable, it just feels like there are mosquitoes in this castle of yours that want to suck my blood. How could there be mosquitoes? Bai Li immediately denied it, but quickly thought of something else and quickly looked for a compliment. There are no mosquitoes, but there are little bats. That means I was bitten by a little bat? Su Fei asked. Aha. Bai Li nodded. As a blood-sucking creep, it's normal to have a few little bats in your home, right? Then the little bat in your house, he still opens the door by himself? Chapter 47 is being fierce big a big deal? Let's go, it's getting late. Bai Li hurriedly pulled Su Fei and ended the topic. Since the other party didn't admit it, Su Fei naturally wouldn't dwell on this topic anymore. After all, the most important task at the moment was to get money. After all, it was $1 billion, and right now he had less than $30 million on him. Even if he could earn $30 million every day, it would still take more than a month. With more than a month, the mission could end at any time. Su Fei decided that it was better to gamble in the end. And so, Su Fei once again rode his bike and sped towards the center of the city with Bai Li in tow. Little, I want to ask, have you ever been to the casino in Creepy City? Casino? Bai Li shook her head, never been. Why don't we go to the casino and have some fun? Yes. Bai Li's face was filled with excitement. Seeing this, Su Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was as if this Bai Li had never gone out to play much before she met herself. It was 12 o'clock at noon. The blood moon was high overhead, but the wind in the creepy world was very cool. Once again, when he returned to the center of Creepy City, Su Fei's cell phone once again appeared with many takeout orders. But he didn't pay any attention to it at the moment. Instead, he directly followed the navigation in the direction of the casino. Creepy casino. Not only was it located in a busy part of the city center, but it also covered a huge area. On the side of the casino was a very large parking lot, in which were parked some weird cars of different shapes. Near the parking lot, one could also clearly see some bizarre limbs and alcoholic gambling shenanigans. As expected, the casinos in the bizarre world would only be more terrifying. If he wasn't in a hurry to complete his mission, Su-fei really wouldn't have dared to enter such a place. But with White Chestnut around and the hidden hints, it should be okay. Immediately approaching the casino, White Chestnut also turned into a small bat pendant once again and hung on Su-fei's chest. Just like the other shenanigans, Su-fei rode his takeaway car and stopped directly in front of the casino. When the surrounding gambling shenanigans saw the car Su-fei was riding, each and every one of them revealed a wry smile. Su-fei tossed the keys in his hand in the direction of the security guard at the entrance. The security guard was about to lash out after seeing that it was a takeaway car. But just then, he saw the corner of the black card that was inadvertently revealed in Su-fei's jacket pocket. He hurriedly helped Su-fei park the car in the parking lot with a smile on his face. Money is cool, ah. Su-fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What he didn't experience in the real world, he experienced here. And as long as there were trick coins, even as a human, there were equally tricky lows. Walking into the casino door, a burst of noisy voices were heard. Men and women, all sorts of strange-shaped creeps were everywhere. Some of the creeps were excited at the gambling tables, while others were sitting at the bar with relaxed faces and drinking. What with the reels, the tricky coin machines, all kinds of games were available. The shenanigans here were strange to say the least. They weren't affected by Su-fei's arrival but were immersed in their own worlds. However, it was at this moment that a curvaceous female guile who looked like she was 27 or 28 was carrying a glass of wine as she walked towards Su-fei's side. That female guile had big brown waves, wore a low-cut suit, and was amazingly powerful, practically on par with even Zixia. This look knew that the other party had extremely terrifying abilities in her career. Hello, this is your first time in our casino, right? The female guile deliberately lowered her stance and passed the wine over towards Su-fei. Su-fei received the wine and unconsciously was able to direct his gaze towards the abyss. Immediately afterward, he only felt a stabbing pain in his chest. White Chestnut. Su-fei took a deep breath and averted his eyes. That's right, it's the first time. Good, then please follow me to the VIP lounge. The brunette female trickster led the way in front, and Su-fei hurriedly followed. Since they were all from the casino, from the moment the security guard saw him take out his black card, he was only afraid that he had already gotten the news internally. Not long after various detours, Su-fei was brought to the VIP lounge area and sat on the sofa. Sir, may I ask your name? Su. Alright, Mr. Su, let me first tell you about the rules in our casino. The brunette female trickster said with a smile on her face. First of all, in our casino, only customers who have deposited over $50 million can enter the VIP area for entertainment. Of course, because you are a human, you can still come even if you don't take a deposit. Because of the human himself, he's worth 50 million guile coins with us. If you need it, you can always find me to pledge it for guile coins. After saying that, the brunette female guile took out a price list and gave it to Su-fei. 1 million for both hands, 2 million for both legs. What heads, hearts, livers, spleens, and kidneys were all clearly labeled. All the limb organs added up to exactly $50 million. Seeing this, Su-fei probably understood the meaning of this. If you have the money, you can bet on the money. Without tricky coins, then the bet is on life. Hiss. Then, in that case, if those contestants with low matchmaking requirements came here, wouldn't they be able to complete the task by chopping off an arm? But soon. The female guile spoke up again and reminded, of course, the pledged guile coins are only to be spent in our casino, they cannot be used for anything else, and you can only take away the portion of your winnings. Alright, Mr. Su can go to the VIP area for entertainment, and you can spend directly with your guile card. If there's anything, you can contact me anytime, here's my contact information. After saying that, the brunette female guile then handed Su-fei a business card. The name written on it was Leah, and her position was manager of the creepy casino, SS ranked creepy. Mr. Su, good luck. Leah then reached out her hand and patted Su-fei's shoulder, even sticking her face to reveal the terrifying abyss. But right at this moment, a silver white light flickered, shading the abyss like a holy light. Sensing this terrifying aura, Leah's face instantly changed and she jerked back a few steps. Immediately afterward, White Chestnut appeared in front of Su-fei. Seeing by Liuli, Leah's face was filled with panic. So there's Mr. Su who already has an adult to take care of him. It's me who's being rude, I'm sorry. Humph, what a disgrace. My lord, I was wrong. You terrorized my little Su-fei with a murder weapon, right? Bai Lili stretched out his hand, pay me back. Good. Without even the slightest hesitation, Leah took out a black trick card from her body. My lord, here's $10 million, consider this as our casino's meet and greet gift to you, and please rest your anger. That's more like it. Bai Lili's tone was filled with disdain, and directly took the trick card over. My lord, have fun, haha. Leah hurriedly left the VIP lounge, her entire chest drenched in sweat. At this moment, Bai Lili handed the trick card in her hand to Su Fei and asked, Little Su Fei, you didn't bring me here just to see this, did you? How could it be? I came here to earn enough to make $1 billion. Su Fei received the guile card and eventually put it together with the other cards. After touching it, all the guile coins were deposited into his card, while the other 2 cards turned a transparent color. The current Su Fei already had more than $30 million, close to $40 million in savings. As for the hundreds of thousands of change, Su Fei didn't care too much. It was still too far away from $1 billion right now. Let's go in and take a look. Su Fei was about to push open the door to the VIP area behind him, but he realized that Bai Lili was still standing in place. What? Jealous? No. Then what are you? Su Fei asked. Bai Lili huffed, why would I be jealous? Is having big boobs a big deal? Su Fei was also helpless, I didn't say that having big boobs is terrific either. Hearing this, Bai Lili frowned and her ears instantly turned red. I'm just responsible for Yao Yao. Really just responsible for Yao Yao? Oops. You don't ask La. You are not going to make money. After White Lily finished speaking, she once again turned into a pendant and hung it around Su Fei's neck. It was only the original silver-white pendant that had turned powdery. Even Su Fei could still feel a little warm. This Lili. Su Fei couldn't help but smile as well. Following this, he pushed open the door to the VIP area and walked in. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room had once again resumed its screen. Chapter 48, Rules Blow Up, but I know the rules. How is it a casino? Is Godsu trying to take a chance? That's $1 billion, I don't think there's anything wrong with Godsu's choice. Look at the gambling shenanigans here, they're basically all S and SS grade gambling shenanigans, not to be messed with. If it were in the past, this casino could be a separate copy. Yes, gambling for money is fine, but I'm afraid that what's being gambled here is life. Godsu never does anything he's not sure of, he should be fine. I don't know what exactly Godsu will choose to play. The Dragon Kingdom's audience looked at Su Fei in the screen, holding their breath. At this moment, Su Fei strolled around this VIP entertainment area. In fact, the gameplay inside wasn't much different from the outside, what with all the cards, dice, and all sorts of gameplay. It was just that compared to the outside, the order and quality of service inside had been upgraded by more than a few notches. Should I choose to play cards or dice? Su Fei's eyes scanned the surroundings, and he instantly fell into a tangle. Dice were simple, and could be guessed at singles, pairs, and sizes. As for solitaire, Su Fei knows originally not much, can play also on the landlord, fried gold flower what? But right at this moment, only a burst of pleasant tinkling bells could be heard. Sure enough, it was a hidden tip. Su Fei was overjoyed inwardly, but there wasn't much expression on his face. He knew very well in his heart what the appearance of a hidden hint in a place like this represented. Su Fei followed the sound and only saw a line of small, silver-colored characters lit up on one of the decks of playing cards. He pretended to be oblivious and walked over to the card table that the hint pointed to. The card table. In addition to the female creepy, the dealer, there were 5 male creepy players of different kinds. These creeps were all frowning tightly, their eyes flickering, constantly observing their opponents' expressions on the card table. And what was being played in this card table was nothing else but the fried gold flower game that Su Fei was familiar with. Hidden tip, rule of fried gold flower. The rules of each game are customized by the dealer who randomly selects the rule cards. This game's rule, when 2 players are left, the first to fold wins. Rule cards? When Su Fei saw this hidden tip, he quickly looked towards the dealer. Only to see a pile of cards with the word rules written on them placed separately in front of the dealer. As for what rules were inside, no one knew for sure. This is really exciting. As Su Fei thought of this, he had already turned his gaze towards the last 2 shenanigans that were on the card table. 500,000. Call $500,000. I'll raise it again, $1 million. The 2 weirdos were in a hurry, completely on the fence, no one was willing to throw their cards first. It so happened that at this moment, the white-haired creep in front of Su Fei hesitated first. The money he had left was already not much. Only to see him pick up his hand again to confirm it. JQK's straight. It wasn't a small card, and there was already nearly $10 million at stake on the table. Instead, a short-haired creep on the opposite side of the table was smoking a cigarette without the slightest appearance of nervousness. For a while, the entire atmosphere of the gambling table became anxious. The white-haired creep wanted to open, but if he lost, he would lose everything. But if he didn't open, he wasn't willing either. This was the psychology of a gambler. After agonizing for a long time, white-haired creepy finally took a deep breath and threw the card in his hand onto the pile. I fold. With these words, all the creeps, including Su Fei, turned their gazes towards the Dutchman. The Dutchman opened the rule card and said to the crowd with a smile, The rules of this game: when there are only 2 people left in the deck, the first to fold wins. Sure enough, Su Fei's heart was stunned, and the image of himself counting his money was already present in his mind. Ah, I won. That white-haired creepy was overjoyed. On the contrary, the short-haired creep on the opposite side of the table had an expression as if he had eaten, and heavily flung away his hand. When the female bordello saw Su Fei, she had naturally gotten the news about Su Fei a long time ago. She asked with a smile, "Mr. Su, would you like to try as well?" It wasn't until this moment that Only then did the surrounding shenanigans turn their gazes towards Su Fei, as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. They were all well aware that there would be 50 million humans coming in, and were unfamiliar with the rules here. Su Fei smiled and scratched his head. "I think I'm a bit unable to play this one." At this moment, the white-haired creepy in front of him was laughing. You said that. You also saw how I won just now. This is pure luck." As soon as these words came out, the other several creeps also spoke out to retain the game, fearing that Su Fei, the lamb, would go to another table. "Alright then, since you all said so, I'll play with you guys for a bit." Su Fei sat at the upper house of that white-haired creepy. Like the other creeps, he had also inserted his trick card into the card slot in front of the table. Winning or losing bets could be deducted directly from the trick card. Okay, a new round begins. The female bursar used her supernatural ability to collect all the cards in her hand and began shuffling them. Su Fei realized that while this bordello was shuffling the cards, the patterns on the back of the cards were constantly changing. "Mr. Su, please cut the cards." The female bursar placed the cards in front of Su Fei. Hidden tip: just cut one. Su Fei followed the tip and cut only one. Subsequently, female banshee then began to start dealing out the cards in order. When the cards were dealt out, the female banshee took another card from within a separate pile of rule cards and placed it in front of her. The game begins. The base bet is 100,000 per person. Mr. Su speaks. As the female banshee's words fell, Su Fei didn't hesitate to start looking at his cards. Seeing this, the shenanigans on the table all smiled heartily. Newbies were just like that. Without cards, all simply didn't dare to go on, and could only fold. Don't look down on this $100,000 bet. One hand at a time, the loss can be quite a lot. QKA. And it's still a straight gold. The opening round of the game even took a big card. The luck is really good. But at that moment, the voice of a hidden hint sounded in the depths of his mind. Hidden hint: the smaller card wins this game. What? Hearing the hint, Su Fei was instantly dumbfounded. Nima. After drawing such a large card in the first round, you're telling me that the smaller the card wins? Su Fei's expression became a bit ugly. But given how helpful the hidden hints had been to him earlier, he had no choice. Maybe all the other weird cards were bigger than this one. It could only be explained this way. 200,000. Su Fei began to place his bet. Immediately afterward, his own card was directly missing 200,000 trick coins. Seeing this, the people in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room all nodded their heads as well. Worthy of being God Su, he took such a big card right from the start. Luck is fine, but it would have been nice to see it a little later. Hey, it's a spooky casino after all. It's never wrong to be careful. I do find it strange, the current Sushin seems to be extraordinarily steady. Isn't it a good thing to be steady? My heart couldn't take it a few times before. But don't forget, this is a rules game, and it's the rules that determine the winner in the end. In the early stages, it's definitely played according to normal play, and in the end, the rules will only depend on luck. Just as the crowd of Dragon Kingdom was discussing, the shenanigans on the card table were all pondering as well, but they didn't choose to look at the cards. Call 100,000. I'll call 100,000 as well. After 2 rounds, none of the players had looked at their cards. Hidden Q, raise, 1 million. Hearing the hint, Su Fei didn't care that much and just flat out started raising. 1 million. The moment these words came out, the crowd of Guile instantly became serious. Those who didn't have a lot of creepy coins had already begun to look at their cards, but 3 of them quickly discarded their hands, and now only the white-haired creepy and the short-haired creepy, who had just faced off against each other, had yet to look at their cards in the entire field. After all, they had plenty of money in their hands and had their own ideas. Keep calling. Who's afraid of who? Another 3 rounds down, the bets on the poker table once again came to 10 million. Finally, the white-haired creepy took the lead and couldn't help but choose to look at the cards. With just a slight glance, the white-haired creep covered the cards. Call, 4 million. Seeing this, the short-haired creepy on the opposite side eventually chose to look at his cards as well. Su Fei's heart was pounding. Under normal rules, it wasn't difficult for him to win with a hand like this. But the key rule was whoever was smaller won. Su Fei could only hope that the 2 remaining cards would be even bigger than his. 4 million, I'll open you. After the short-haired weirdo had agonized for a long time, he eventually chose to compare cards with the white-haired weirdo alone. The female bursar picked up both sides' cards and compared them to each other. She then looked at the rule cards again, and then threw the white-haired creepy's cards onto the pile. Seeing this, the white creepy immediately tightened his face and dared to say something. On the contrary, the short-haired creepy looked as if he understood something. He quietly lit a cigarette. Human, it's your turn to speak. Hidden Q, stud, requesting an opening hand. Su Fei's brows tightened. It was hard to believe that the other party was really a leopard. And so, Su Fei threw himself on the line and opened his mouth. I'm stud. If you don't call, fold yourself. As Su Fei's words fell, the 30 million or so guile coins left in the guile card from earlier completely cleared. What? All the shenanigans turned their gazes towards Su Fei and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The cigarettes held by the short-haired creeps all fell directly to the ground. Even in the VIP area, a single bet of 30 million guile coins was extremely rare. But the more Su Fei did so, the more cruel this short-haired creepy's smile became. Fine, since you're looking for death, it's not my fault, I'm going to win the rules this time. The short-haired creepy slammed the table and gritted his teeth. I'm all with you. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Su Fei and the short-haired creepy. The bets on the table had come to nearly 80 million guile coins. Open the cards. I just don't believe that your cards can be even smaller than mine. Short-haired creepy turned his hand right over. Pair of kings with a 3. Su Fei fixed his eyes on it, and his heart suddenly went cold. This tip. What the hell was going on? Following the rules, Su Fei's trembling hand turned his cards over. Mr. Su, you lost. The female banshee flipped the rule card over and explained, the rule of this game is that the side with the smaller card wins. When I compared the cards just now, I already guessed the rules. The smile on the short-haired creepy face was extremely fierce. Playing with me? You're still a bit young. The moment these words came out, the people of Dragon Country exploded. Chapter 49 Opening of the Bazaar Event, Death Roulette. No, is there any mistake? The one with the smallest card wins? That short-haired creep guessed the rules when he compared cards. It's over. More than $30 million is gone in one go. Su God, the only time he was steady, but he lost so completely. One night back to the Liberation Front, then what should we do with the remaining 1 billion? Originally, it was very hard to make $10 billion with more than $30 million, and now that I'm penniless, it's even more impossible. If we can't complete the mission, we can. Seeing this, the audience of Dragon Country completely collapsed. Even though Su Fei Man was not eliminated, but this 30 million plus deposits all of a sudden zeroed out, making it hard for everyone to accept. When other countries saw this, where would they let this opportunity go? A large number of viewers from other countries flocked to the live broadcast room. Gambling dogs shall not die. Still think you're lucky? People have long seen through the rules. What God, Su, it's just a joke. Even if he has SSS rank shenanigans to help him, so what? He can lose it all. Poor guy is still trying to help him make money, and he lost it all in one game. One can only say that it's better to be like our players and earn money honestly. When you say it like that, it seems like Sakura's ninja has almost earned enough for $100,000, right? At this moment, all of the Dragon Country crowd could barely even speak. Su Fei in the bizarre world was likewise the same. He could never believe that listening to the hidden hints had turned out to be like this. The surrounding creepy also shook their heads when they saw Su Fei's appearance. This result was not too out of their expectations. In itself, humans in the creepy world were nothing more than creepy's playthings. Being played to death was merely a matter of sooner or later. But just at this moment, a silver-white light bloomed out. Only to see Bai Lili jump onto the card table, pointing at the surrounding weirdness and screaming curses. Whoever laughs again, believe it or not, I'll pull out your tongues? As soon as these words came out, one by one, the surrounding creeps immediately covered their mouths and bowed their bodies as a sign of respect. That's right, there's you. Bai Lili finally turned her gaze to the winning short-haired creep and warned. Let's find a place to talk alone later. After saying that, Bai Lili then squatted down and patted Su Fei's head. Little Su Fei, it's okay it's just over $30 million, we'll earn it again. I'm fine. Su Fei looked at Bai Lili and nodded. Actually, losing more than $30 million was fine. It was mainly this hidden tip that made Su Fei a little puzzled. If it wasn't for the hidden hint, he wouldn't have been able to walk here at all. But how could it be that at this critical moment, Hidden Tip had allowed himself to lose all of his deposits? Suddenly, a strange voice appeared in Su Fei's mind. It wasn't a hidden hint, but the sound of a weird world announcement. At the same time, several lines of scarlet subtitles appeared in the world's live broadcasts at that moment. Dragon Country players' deposit cleared to 0, successfully triggering the casino's bizarre event. Current weird event, Death Roulette. All players will be transported to the weird space to participate in the event in 30 seconds. The Dragon Country's audience was also dumbfounded one by one. What do you mean? The deposits were zeroed out and then a bizarre event was opened? Could it be that Sushin lost on purpose and then just to open the bazaar event? That's impossible, isn't it? Then if that's the case, why didn't Godsu come to the casino in the first place? No matter what, there must be something to this bazaar event. Anyway, now that we're penniless and there are other contestants with us, what the hell? The viewers from other countries saw this, but one by one, they were also extremely upset. Why should we players have to bear the burden together for the events Su Fei triggered? Keep struggling, in any case, this Su Fei won't last long. I'm afraid he'll pull a few backs, I hope it's not our players. Anyway, this bet has already proved that Su Fei is trash, sooner or later he'll be finished. Yes, it was just luck earlier, which made me really think he was hung up. At this moment, in the casino, Su Fei heard the briefing and similarly froze. Could it be that this so-called triggering of bazaar events was the real purpose of the hidden hints? After all, other than that, Su Fei simply couldn't think of any reason to explain it. Very quickly, 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A black mist appeared in the casino, wrapping Su Fei's entire being. Little Su Fei. Bai Lili couldn't even react in time before Su Fei disappeared in front of him. At this moment, the female lottery officer, however, suddenly said, "It's a bazaar event." He triggered the casino's bazaar event. Weird event? Bai Lili was puzzled. Yes, my lord, when the event is completed it will return here. Bai Lili nodded. Good, then I will wait for him here. On the other side. Aside from Su Fei, all the players who were in the creepy city were teleported to the so-called creepy space. It was still the same big, dark and airtight stage. I didn't expect to see you guys again so soon. In the darkness, the bald host who had hosted the blind date earlier reappeared in the crowd's field of vision. Seeing the bald head, everyone couldn't help but remember their respective blind date requirements and became nervous. Everyone, don't worry. There's still some time before the blind date mission ends. And every bazaar event is actually a chance for you guys to turn the tables. Saying that, the bald head waved his big hand. The curtain behind him was open once again, and it was still the same rooms as before. You all remember the rooms you chose back then, right? Find your respective rooms and participate in the death roulette game. There will be a detailed description of the rules inside. Each person has only one life. Failing the game does not result in death, but rather the deduction of trick coins. On the contrary, the longer you survive, the more generous the guile coins you will receive. Of course, if there aren't enough trick coins, then there will be a real loss of life. The game time is 24 hours, now the timer starts. After saying that, Bald Guile disappeared into thin air. At this time, all the players turned their gazes towards Su Fei. Especially that Sakura's ninja, his eyes were filled with a stern look. If it wasn't for Su Fei, he would have been the first player to fulfill the matchmaking requirement. If he lost the guile coin here, then it would be all over again. But time was running out. All of the contestants were heading towards their respective rooms at this point. Su Fei was likewise no exception, returning to room 444 once again. Opening the door to the room, the layout was completely different from that of the original blind date. A table was placed in the center of the room, while a revolver was placed on the table. Welcome to Death Roulette. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Only to see a bizarre figure walk out from the depths of the room. Seeing that terrifying abyss, Su Fei instantly recognized the other party. Leah? That's right, it's me. Leah smiled as she walked up to Su Fei, directly pulling on Su Fei's hand, looking extremely flirtatious. Come, Mr. Su. Let me teach you properly how this rule should really be played. Chapter 50. Mr. Su, your gun is hot. Here is a revolver that will be filled with 6 rounds of bullets every round. Inside the 6 rounds, the number of live rounds varies. Some may not have a single live round, some may have all of them. In each round, there will be 6 chances to shoot, and you can choose to shoot yourself, or me. If the shot at yourself is empty, then it will continue to be your round. But if you shoot at me with blanks, then it will be my turn. In short, you get hit, the game is over, and you need to pay the appropriate reserve. If I get hit, then the game is yours to win. You can choose to take it away, or continue to raise the prize pool's winnings until the end of the game's time, or until the prize pool hits full. The maximum amount of the prize pool is 100 million guile coins. Of course, if you don't have the guile coins to pay, then you will truly die. Hearing Leah finish saying all this, Su Fei also completely understood the rules of this game. To put it bluntly, it actually wasn't much different from Russian roulette. It was just betting on whether or not one's gun had live bullets in it or not. Come on, Mr. Su. Leah reached out and touched Su Fei's bosom. From her pocket, she took out a transparent trick card and inserted it on the gambling table. A number was then displayed on the betting table. For the first game, the prize pool prize is 50,000 guile coins. Let's begin. Leah walked smilingly to the other end of the gambling table and sat down. At the same time, Su Fei slowly took his seat. The game begins. Leah picked up her revolver, and then 6 bullets suddenly appeared on the gambling table. She loaded the bullets one by one, before handing the gun over to Su Fei again. Come on. It's up to you to decide whether you want to hit yourself or me. Good. Su Fei received the revolver, his expression gradually becoming grave. For the other players, losing would be a shortfall of 50,000, and then they could choose to quit the game and wait. But for Su Fei, once he lost, it would be fatal. This was because he didn't even have a single penny of guile coins on him. But if he could keep winning and keep raising his bets, that would also be a chance to flip the game. Only, if he wanted to get through the game with one life and earn this $100 million, he definitely couldn't rely on luck alone. At the same time, when the Dragon Country audience saw this, they were all in a cold sweat as well. God, Su can't afford to lose anymore. My suggestion is to win the first round, then just take 50,000 and walk away. That's right, the prize pool bottom gold will definitely increase in the second game, winning won't be enough to lose in the second game. But the prize pool tops out at 100 million, if God Su can get it. Do you guys think it's possible that Su Shen lost money and came here to get $100 million? Don't dream, it's good to be alive. You wouldn't think that being a female trickster would give Su Shen special treatment, would you? It's not impossible. Just now when that female guile introduced the rules, her eyes were strained. I don't think it's quite like that. If she really had a good feeling, she probably blacked out just now. God, must bless God Suwa. At this moment, although most of the viewers from other countries were concerned about their own contestants, but there were still some that had already been eliminated. For example, the viewers from the Little Cold Country stayed in the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Luck doesn't favor fools. Even if Su Fei wins this round, it's only 50 million. More than $30 million are gone. What good is $50,000? Win. What's he going to win with? Does he still want to win with his face? It's as if I've already seen Su Fei's brain explode with my own eyes. If it wasn't for him, our contestant Park wouldn't have been eliminated at all. Boom. A gunshot in one of the live broadcast rooms instantly caught everyone's attention. Only to see that the ninja in Sakura's live streaming room had a bloody hole in his head pierced by a bullet. Blood sprayed onto the iron door behind him, and the entire person fell straight to the ground. Sakura player failed the game, 50,000 guile coins deducted. No sooner had the announcement dropped than Sakura's ninja appeared on the stage from earlier. I didn't die. Thinking about that feeling of death just now, this ninja player's legs were still weak. At this moment, the original bald host suddenly appeared in front of the ninja and returned the trick card to him. There is still $35,000 left in the card. You can choose to enter the room again and start over. The ninja hastily shook his head. No, I'm not playing. Then you can wait here. The bald man smiled wryly and disappeared into the darkness once again. Turning around, this ninja player was filled with rage. If it wasn't for Su Fei forcibly pulling them into the bizarre incident, it wouldn't have taken him long to be able to complete the matchmaking mission. But now that the deposit was directly missing 50,000, it would have to be delayed for a good while again. At this moment, in room 444, Su Fei heard the gunshot just now and struggled to calm his thoughts. He couldn't help but recall the words from when the hidden hint first appeared. Just follow the hidden hints and act, don't ask why. The appearance of this casino's bizarre incident could be said to have reduced the progress of some of the players' quests. If these were the arrangements of the hidden hints, then the hints would inevitably appear in the next game. Su Fei took a deep breath and was waiting for the hidden hint to appear. But right at this moment, a salsa sound rang out, and Su Fei couldn't help but frown. It only felt as if there was a pair of feet that were rubbing his pants leg. Su Fei turned his gaze to Leah across the gambling table. A hint of winks flashed across Leah's eyes as she slowly opened her mouth. Mr. Su hasn't made a move yet? Is it because the gun is too soft? Su Fei couldn't help but shiver when he saw the other party's look. Just this look, it was too seductive. But right at this moment, a pleasant silver bell rang out. Hidden tip, second shot for live fire. It's coming. Even though the previous hidden hint made him lose all his trick coins. But it had all come to this point, he can only choose to unconditionally believe that this was the arrangement of the hint. Su Fei slowly raised the revolver in his hand, triggered the hammer, and pointed it towards his chest. Boom! Fire flashed, and a puff of smoke rose from the revolver, but it did not cause any damage to Su Fei. It was like a revolver toy that he played with as a child. That's right. Hidden hints, just for the sake of earning more tricky coins in the tricky incident itself. Not bad. Now while the gun is hot, Mr. Su, please make more effort. Leah was all smiles, and those legs under the table became even more unsteady. The second shot, a live round. Su Fei took a deep breath, triggered the hammer again, pulled the trigger, and fired towards Leah in front of him. The sound of the gunshot rang out. He only felt an even stronger recoil coming from it than just a moment ago, and both of his hands felt a strong vibration. By the time Su Fei came back to his senses again, Leah's chest had already been penetrated by a bullet. Black-red blood flowed out from her chest. She touched a bit of it with her finger, then put it into her mouth and sucked on it. Immediately afterward, the wound on her chest healed instantly. Mr. Su, you've won the first game, and the prize pool bottom money has doubled to 100,000. May I ask, do you wish to continue the challenge? Continue the challenge. Su-fei returned the gun to Leah without hesitation. And Leah also replaced the bullets in the gun with a batch and handed it over to Su-fei once again. Hidden tip, in this round, the gun is filled with live bullets. While hearing the hidden hint, Leah on the opposite side also spoke once again. Mr. Su's gun is so hot, will you give me another round? Hearing these words, Su-fei immediately frowned. This female guile. She seemed to be hinting at something? Chapter 51 Prize Pool hit full, Leah's relationship with Sixie. Boom. Su-fei once again fired towards Leah. Unsurprisingly, this shot was indeed a live round. This time, Leah's shoulder was penetrated by the bullet. And compared to the first shot, Su-fei held the gun more steadily and was a bit more skillful. But at the same time, Su-fei was also almost certain that the Leah in front of him was the one who kept giving herself tips. In the beginning, when the other party said that the gun was soft, the bullets that came out were blanks. But when she said that the gun was hot, what came out were live bullets. Mr. Su, I hope next time you'll be more accurate and not hit the shoulder again. Leah also reloaded her revolver once again and reminded, the bottom dollar of the prize pool has now come to $200,000, please ask. No need to ask, I'll continue. Su-fei picked up the revolver once again, his entire person looking calm and confident. Hidden tip, the sixth round is a live round. While listening to the hidden hint, Su-fei kept recalling what Leah had said. After being taunted by Leah 5 times in a row about her gun being soft. When it was the sixth round's turn, Leah was full of pity. Oh, if only Mr. Su's gun was as hot as it was just now, then it would be good. Su-fei had completely decided what he wanted. Just, why is she helping me? Could it be because of Bai Li? But time was running out. Su-fei didn't think much about it, but instead pulled the trigger again. The prize pool has reached $400,000. At the same time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom who were watching the live broadcast also seemed to have discovered Huad, and they were all excited. If I'm not wrong, this female guile is helping Su Shin. A soft gun is an empty bullet, a hot gun is a live bullet, it's always been like this. That's right. The hints all made me think the wrong way. So that's what it means. Ha ha. Sure enough, this was all in Su Shin's plan. His god, Su really shouldn't play like this in the future, it's too much for the heart to bear. What exactly happened when Su Shin blacked out before entering the casino? I'm now starting to wonder about this female trickster's relationship with Su Shin. Whatever. Hurry up and fill up the jackpot while you can, making guile coins is the way to go. The people of the Dragon Kingdom once again began to perk up as they saw the amount of the prize pool keep rising. At the same time, the broadcasts of the other players' game ends were also ringing out non-stop. Old Rice's game is over, earning 50,000 guile coins. Goose's game is over, earned 100,000 coins. Turkey player lost the game, deducting 100,000 coins. Not long after, basically all the players had ended their games. But so far, they've basically chosen to play conservatively. Losing a game or winning a game and not continuing. Only a small number of them chose to open the second round of the challenge for the $100,000 prize pool. But when it came to the third round, there was no one who dared to challenge. Except for Su-fei. Without realizing it, one after another, the more than 100 contestants all returned to the main stage and waited. Only an hour had passed between the start and now. After the many contestants came out, they exchanged the death-like feeling they had just experienced in the crowd. At this time, the bald and weird host also returned to the stage once again. Right now there are still players in room 444 whose games have yet to end. All you guys can do now is wait for the 24-hour time to expire, or for him to fill up the prize pool, and then the game will end. At the same time, right in front of the stage, a light screen appeared. The image of the light screen showed none other than Su-fei and Leah. Su-fei was expressionless as he shot again and again. And Leah, who was sitting on the opposite side of the stage, was like a complaining woman. From time to time, she complained that Su-fei's gun was soft, but at other times, she praised Su-fei for his hot gun, his good shooting skills, and his accuracy. It was a completely different mold from the way they had painted the game they had played earlier. Are we playing the same game as Su-fei? What do you mean? Why is my opponent the creepy one who looks like a Wangbang? Seriously, this Su-fei would die without a female creepy to help him? How many times has this happened? It doesn't matter what he looks like, all I care about is why Su-fei's jackpot has reached $1.6 million. How many rounds has it been? He hasn't lost a single time? He's not playing again, is he? It's not that, dude. It's like this girl is hinting at Su-fei, isn't she? What hint? It's clearly telling you the answer. Isn't that against the rules? At this moment, all of them turned their gazes towards the bald trickster. Especially Sakura's ninja, his heart was extremely unbalanced. It was clear that he was the first one to complete the matchmaking mission. But now, it was only possible to wait here dryly. He couldn't help but walk over to Bald Creepy and tentatively asked, "My lord, is this reasonable? Reasonable, why not? Bald Creepy glanced at the ninja, then said to the crowd. As humans, you should understand how to utilize interpersonal. Oh no, tricky relationships better than we do. The more the ninja thought about it, the more angry he became, and once again pursued, But isn't this a game of rules? Shouldn't the game be about fairness? Bald Creepy did not get angry, but laughed, but this is Creepy World. You're awesome. A few words from Bald Creepy completely dumbfounded all the players on the spot. There was no way to reason things out. After all, in the Creepy World, strength was the true hard truth. As a SSS class Creepy, Bald Head, and as humans, they would only have to resign themselves to their fate. As time passed, another 2 hours passed. All the contestants were sitting on the stage, staring intently at Su Fei in the light screen. Leah's various shameless words came from time to time, which made them even more jealous, and they couldn't help but think back to their earlier days at the university. Even though Leah was not as good as Zishi and Luo Yao in terms of looks, her seductive charm was extremely strong. Just by looking at it, it made one's blood run cold. They couldn't wait for the person sitting in Su Fei's position to be themselves. It was a pity that none of this was possible. At this time, Leah once again started changing the bullets and opened her mouth to remind. Mr. Su, the prize pool has already come to $50 million. If you fire one more shot at me, the prize pool is going to be filled up yet. How Su Fei heard it, he felt that it was a bit strange. But the truth was exactly the same. This was because Leah had told him earlier that the prize pool was up to $100 million. As long as he successfully cleared the level, he would be able to directly take away 100 million guile coins. That was 1/10 of the matchmaking mission's requirements. Su Fei once again gripped his revolver, but he wasn't in a hurry to shoot first. What? After firing a few dozen rounds, Mr. Su was tired at this point? Leah blinked her eyes and asked. Not really tired. Su Fei shook his head, then asked, I just want to know why you're helping me. Why do you want to help you? Leah said with a smile, I'll tell you when you've had a full fight. Snap. Su Fei fired the next shot without hesitation. At the same time, the number of the prize pool on the betting table changed to 100 million. Su Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, it's time for you to tell me why you're helping me, right? Leah smiled and pointed at Su Fei, because this guile card in front of you has an aura that I am familiar with. Guile card? Su Fei immediately frowned when he heard those words. Coming to the guile capital, he originally had 2 guile cards on him. Together with the guile card that Leah had given him earlier when he had just entered the casino, there were a total of 3. Among them, the trick card that the abominable butcher had given him in the beginning was still inserted in the gambling table outside. And the one in front of himself was the one of Violet Pupil's trick card. The most crucial thing was, this purple pupil's trick card was still the one that Leah had taken the initiative to touch out of his arms. So that, the female guile in front of him, could it have something to do with Z Hitomi? Chapter 52, Lily, which game are you playing with her? Hush. Let's talk about what's next after you've gotten this $100 million first. Leah saw that Su Fei was thinking and loaded the 6 bullets for the final round. As long as Su Fei won this round, then he would receive $100 million in prize money. Mr. Su. Hidden tip, in this round, the first shot is a live round. Su Fei took the pistol and didn't wait for Leah to finish. He then decisively fired the last shot towards the other party once again. The sound of the gunshot rang out, and the light screen on the stage disappeared, and at the same time, the screen of Dragon Country's live broadcast went black once again. Su Fei's image instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Leah looked at the bloody hole in her chest, and then looked at Su Fei's confident eyes, and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. This was because with this shot, Su Fei had fired faster than every previous shot. Even she hadn't had time to warn. Mr. Su, you're quite bold, aren't you afraid that this shot will be fired wrong? It won't be wrong. Su Fei's eyes were firm, and he finally put down the revolver in his hand. Have the guts. Leah smiled as she stood up from the table. Congratulations, Mr. Su, you've won this game. Immediately after that, a notification sounded. The Dragon Kingdom player successfully cleared the level, earning 100 million guile coins. As the notification sound fell, the hanging hearts of the Dragon Country's audience finally dropped. This is all black screen? Could it be that the reward for clearing the level isn't just this 100 million? There's also, who made Su God so charismatic? It's a trick that can't help but want to help Su God. I don't care about anything else, I just want to know who just said that God Su is a joke? Come out. What do those clowns know about God Su's strategizing? How can they get excited about losing $30 million? Do you guys know what it's like to go from being penniless to winning $100 million? I know, back in the day, Chen Dagger Boy he was able to use. The Dragon Country pop-ups were talking freely, and the atmosphere was not nice and cordial. While the viewers from other countries were as hard as if they had eaten. I really can't figure out why there are always shenanigans to help him every time he's about to die. It's even if it's on campus, how come it's still like this when it comes to Guile? Is it even possible to play? He's just average handsome. It can't be that his face value only works on female gui, right? Su Fei, who originally had the least advantage, got $100 million all of a sudden. Now that he's got $1 billion, maybe he can actually meet the $1 billion blind date requirement. I don't believe it. Maybe he's lucky, but that doesn't mean he'll make money with money. Makes sense, with Su Fei's cowhorse thinking, he'd still be working even if he was given $1 billion. At this moment, the bizarre world. The numbers of the prize pool's winnings were constantly decreasing, while Su Fei's card deposit was constantly increasing. In a short while, the entire amount of prize money inside the prize pool was transferred to Su Fei's tricky card. 100 million. Su Fei picked up the guile card and took a deep breath. Sure enough. Not only was the hidden hint not screwing him over, it was even helping him maximize his benefits. Because it wasn't just him who had gotten this 100 million. 90% of the other players had also had their progress slowed down due to this bizarre event and thus. But now, Su Fei was most curious about nothing more than what Leah had said earlier. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the relationship between you and Zishi? Mr. Su, I'll take you to see my boss now, and you'll understand everything then. Su Fei frowned, selling secrets again. Leah smiled without saying anything, but instead warmly and actively held Su Fei's hand. Let's go, Mr. Su. Good. Su Fei's mind was filled with thoughts of the connection. Leah, the manager of the creepy casino. Her boss, then, was most likely the owner of the creepy casino. It was very likely that the other party's rank had come to the SSS level as well. Otherwise, how could it deter these other bizarre gamblers? But the point was, what was the connection between this and the tricky card that Xia handed him? Could it be that they all knew each other? Or was there a special relationship between them? Holding on to various speculations, Su Fei and Leia returned to the grand stage. Seeing Su Fei come out, all the players looked at Su Fei with fierce gazes. The scene at this moment seemed so familiar. It couldn't help but make everyone think of Su Fei's absolute dominance back when he was on campus. Su Fei, who was originally on the verge of elimination, had gotten help from the female guile and then managed to escape. He had thought that he would be better off after coming to the guile capital. As it turned out, it hadn't even been long before the first bizarre event gave Su Fei another taste of sweetness. Even though this time, Leah was only an SS-ranked creepy. But they didn't have a single hair on their head right now. It was truly a case of people being more furious than people. Did the entire copy of the female creepy have to revolve around Su Fei in order to survive? Without Su Fei, could it be that the bizarre world couldn't turn? Couldn't these female creeps pass on their family name? Although they were very unconvinced in their hearts, they didn't dare to snap. Suddenly, they felt that perhaps it wasn't that difficult to pass the copy. What was difficult was clearing the copy with Su Fei. At this moment, Bald Guy Creepy looked at Su Fei and said with a smile, "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared this bizarre event. Next, all of you will return to the creepy capital once again and continue to go and complete your quests." The bald man finished speaking. The gate leading to the creepy capital once again appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this gate, the other contestants had long been impatient and swarmed out. Let's go as well. Seeing that the crowd had all left, Leah and Su Fei walked into the gate unhurriedly. And at this moment, in the creepy casino, Bai Lili was sitting on the card table, her eyes mesmerized and in extremely poor condition. The group of gambling shenanigans around them, fanning fans and serving tea, were frantically offering their attentions. But just at this moment, with the appearance of two black mists, Bai Lili instantly came to life, hastily jumping down from the card table. As the black mists disappeared, the figures of Su Fei and Leia appeared before them. Little Su Fei. White Lili was so excited that she directly pounced towards Su Fei. Su Fei also subconsciously hugged it in his arms, as if he were holding a small child. Whoa whoa. I'm going to worry you to death. Bai Lili's head kept rubbing against Su Fei's chest. But before Su Fei could reply, the two little tiger teeth instantly burst out in a shining light, and with a single bite, they bit towards Su Fei's neck. Hiss. Although the pain wasn't very painful, like a mosquito bite, Su Fei still couldn't help but shudder. Puffing sounds rang out, and White Chestnut let go of Su Fei after taking a few bites. Her eyes flickered with hostility as she glanced at Leah beside her. White Chestnut then looked at Su Fei again, questioning. Little Su Fei, why did she appear with you? Just came from playing a game with her. What? Bai Lili instantly raised an eyebrow. What, you played with her? It couldn't be that kind of game, right? What kind of game? It's that kind. When Bai Lili said this, her face unconsciously began to burn. Chapter 53 Gambling Dad, Terminally Ill Mom? Tough task. What are you thinking? Su Fei carried him to the poker table, then took out the trick card from his arms. We're playing a life and death roulette game, and I've won $100 million. 100 million? Bai Lili's eyes instantly glistened. Little Su Fei, you're also too powerful blah blah blah. Then let's go to the bloody restaurant for a big meal later, okay? Of course. Su-fei just agreed, and then said, but before that, I still need to go see a creepy. Who? Bai Lioli asked. Su-fei spoke in a calm tone, the boss here. As soon as these words came out, each and every one of those creeps in the surroundings were startled violently. As if they had heard a terrifying existence, the surrounding creeps began to talk about it. The legendary king of gambling creeps. SSS class creeps, Lord Self-Touch. More than 20 years ago, Lord Self-Touch managed to kill another SSS rank using the rules of gambling. After the establishment of the Guile capital, SSS ranked Guiles seldom had friction, let alone killing at the same level. Yes, back then that incident was a sensation throughout the creepy capital, and Lord Self-Touch never showed up again afterward. Could it be that this time, Lord Self-Touch is going to come out? We can see Lord Self-Touch's gambling skills again? Could it be that the entire Guile capital is about to change again? The crowd of shenanigans, discussing up to this point, could be said to be both excited and scared at the same time. Even White Chestnut couldn't help but frown and murmur. I seem to have heard this name from my family elders, and once he seemed to have visited our family and won our token in a bet. It seems that this is indeed a powerful trick. Su-fei stroked his chin, his face full of seriousness. Let's go, it just so happens that I want to meet this person as well, and it would be best if we can get the token back. Bai Lili jumped off the card table and pulled Su-fei's hand. Both of you come with me, His Excellency has been waiting for a long time. Leah led the way in front with a smile on her face. The surrounding gambling shenanigans were also very sensible and made way. Looking at Su-fei's back, each of their faces were filled with shock. Leaving the VIP area, under Leah's leadership, he finally arrived in front of an extremely hidden elevator. The reason why it was said hidden was because this casino was like a maze. Each door almost looked exactly the same. Only after pushing it open would one know what was inside. If it wasn't for Leah leading the way, a normal person wouldn't even know where was where. Having just arrived on the second floor, with a distortion of space, Su-fei and the others arrived at an extremely empty room. A red carpet led straight to a pitch-black door. Around the room, there were densely packed grids in which all sorts of strange objects were displayed. Leah proceeded to lead the way while also introducing. Each of these grids contains bets won by Lord Self-Touch, and the cheapest ones all cost $100 million. Su-fei's entire body was confused when he heard this. He roughly counted, there were at least a few hundred of these grids. Even if it was based on the lowest price, it was still a few tens of billions of dollars. If he could just take a few of them out, what a billion-dollar matchmaking mission. That would be nothing at all. It was a pity that it couldn't be taken. Unconsciously, they had already arrived in front of the large, dark door. Knock, knock. Leah knocked on the gate and said, "My lord, the people have been brought." The words fell. The gate was slowly opened, and a 2-meter-tall back appeared in front of Su-fei. This bizarre figure was tall, but his body proportions were very standard, and he did not look bloated in the slightest. In terms of stature alone, it was enough to rival the previous bizarre instructor from the university. It was just that this creepy in front of him wore a back-combed hairstyle and a black suit, and his overall appearance was more formal than any of the other creepies. Although he just stood there without moving, that powerful aura made even Su-fei feel awestruck. Leah, you go out first. Good. Leah lowered her head and left the room, while the black door was closed once again. You're Su-fei? This bizarre turned around before Su-fei got a good look at the other party. A face in his 50s, his hair black and white combed into a back head. The overall look exuded an air of not lacking money. That's right, it's me. Su-fei nodded and asked, you're Self-Touch? Self-Touch is what others call me, my real name is Purple Devil. Purple Devil? When Su-fei heard these words, his heart instantly tightened, and he stared dead at the weirdness in front of him. It wasn't until then that he realized that the man in front of him actually had the exact same purple pupils as Purple Pupil. No? Is it really the same as what I guessed before? This man in front of him actually really is the purple pupils of the Purple Devil spoke directly, just as you thought, I am Z Hitomi's father. Who is Z Hitomi? Bai Lili looked towards Su-fei. Su-fei looked surprised, you don't recognize it? Don't recognize. Bai Lili shook her head, I thought you recognized it. Su-fei didn't know how to explain. It just felt as if Bai Lili seemed to know nothing about anything other than Luo Yao. At this moment, Violet Demon was the one who opened his mouth to interrupt Su-fei, and then turned his gaze towards Bai Lili. I didn't expect to see a child of the blood-sucking Guile clan today. After saying that, Purple Demon snapped his fingers, and a necklace of sharp teeth with bloodstains appeared in his hand. When Bai Lili saw the pointed tooth, she immediately exclaimed, this is our clan's token. Yes, it has been many years. The Purple Demon's eyes couldn't help but look a little forlorn as he said this. When I first gambled and won this, it was to save Purple Pupil's mother, it's just that it's useless now. Hearing this, Su-fei always seemed to feel as if he had heard of this birth somewhere. What good gambling dad, sick mom, still in school brother. Just this good gambling dad, also too powerful. sitting on a huge casino. Even the things placed outside are worth tens of billions of dollars to start with. Alright, I'm not going to bull with you. Purple Demon's eyes became extremely serious as he spoke. I asked you to come because I want to give you a task. As long as you complete the task, the token in my hand will be yours. Hearing these words, Bai Lily was thrilled for a moment, and her grip on Su Fei's hand tightened considerably. From this, it could be seen that this token was very important to Bai Lily. Su Fei took a deep breath. Tell me, what mission? Very simple. The Violet Demon spoke and proceeded to narrate. There was once an old undead who had a bet with me, and that was to see who could become the richest creep in the entire creepy capital. Su Fei's entire body couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he heard this. In this creepy capital, there are still creeps richer than you? The creepy capital's crouching tigers and hidden dragons can be much bigger than you can imagine. Purple Demon was full of seriousness. Now that the bet is about to expire, I can't tell just how much that old thing has earned. I had sent tricky prying, but they were all recognized by the other party, and now your human identity, on the contrary, seems cleaner. I'll have Leia place you in their company and go undercover. And all you have to do is to figure out the other party's bottom line without being detected, and try to do everything you can to make them lose money. Su Fei was completely confused when he heard this. There were still undercover business warriors in the bizarre world? Su Fei couldn't help but be a little speechless. No, are you thinking that this mission, can I really accomplish it? No, it's you who must complete it. The Purple Demon's eyes gradually became ferocious even as he spoke. If I lose the bet, you will die for sure, and the purple pupil won't be able to save you. Su Fei frowned, but today there are so many bizarre Sami coming to your casino. Purple Devil waved his hand. You don't have to worry about anything else, I will do everything clean, just go ahead and do it. Chapter 54 Sleeping Alone is Not Safe. After leaving the creepy casino, Su Fei and Bai Lili also arrived in a tower under Leah's arrangement. Mr. Su, you'll be staying here from now on, and I'll tell you where you're going in the morning. After Leah finished speaking, she closed the door and left the building. This house is not bad, it's estimated to be worth a few million. Su Fei surveyed the house that this prospective old husband had gotten for himself. The standard 3 rooms and 1 hall, more than 100 square feet, and everything that should be there was fully furnished. By the way, little Su Fei, you still haven't told me, who exactly is that purple pupil? Bai Lili sat on her but on the sofa and looked at Su Fei suspiciously. She? Su Fei's mind spun rapidly when he heard this question. Bai Lili was clearly connected to Luo Yao. And they were still good friends, but it seemed that Luo Yao hadn't told her anything else either. Then since she didn't know, it was better to keep it to herself. Lest Bai Lili call Luo Yao at that time, making this matter exposed. She's a friend of one of mine. Su Fei smiled awkwardly, following which he hastily changed the topic. Little bit that token is very important to you, isn't it? Aha! Bai Lili nodded without hesitation and said, as for what reason, I'm not at liberty to tell you right now. But for sure, if it wasn't for the fact that it was in his territory, I would have definitely made a direct move to snatch it back. As she said this, Bai Lili hugged Su Fei again. Little Su Fei, thank you, I didn't expect you to be able to agree to that old devil to do a mission for me. No need, it was originally what I was going to do. Su Fei touched Bai Lili's head. Although this bet seemed to be his own attempt to help Bai Lili win back the token. But in reality, how could this not be a test for Lao Dang? It should just so happen that Bai Lili appeared and that old den took the token out. Right, if I help you get back the token, you can give me Luo Yao's contact information, right? That's fine. Bai Lili nodded. Good, it's a deal. Su Fei stretched out his little finger, and Bai Lili was very cooperative in pulling the hook. No cheating, whoever cheats is a puppy. Good. Bai Lili was full of smiles and proposed, then let's order takeout from the bloody restaurant. After some short exchanges, the time was getting late. After some gorging, Su Fei felt that his entire body's qi and blood was extremely vigorous. After all, this bloody restaurant's takeout was all first-class blood food. It was just that what made him feel strange was that the meals that he had originally found bloody at first, now smelled exceptionally delicious. Hiss. I'm not really going to turn into a blood-sucking creep, am I? Room. Su Fei looked in the mirror and fiddled with his teeth. But fortunately, everything was still normal. Perhaps it was just a case of eating too much blood and a mental trick. And so, Su Fei then laid down on his bed and started thinking about what he was going to do next. 1. Go undercover at the company. 2. Complete the $10 billion requested by the blind date. Actually, this matter of going undercover in a company, Su Fei was quite bottomless. After all, a human had just entered the company, and the other party would certainly not let him hold a prominent position. He also had to find ways to start climbing from a small staff to be able to contact the core secrets. But this was not something that could be done in a moment, and it would take a lot of time and energy. By then, if the matchmaking mission wasn't completed, he would die as usual. Just now it seems that the matter of the blind date mission was not known to every trickster, so Xie Xie, his father, should not be clear about it either. Of course.
Su Fei would not directly confess this matter to the other party.
Otherwise, if he knows that his daughter has followed him, this old deng is afraid that he will die of anger.
Hey! Unexpectedly, yellow hair is actually my own? The key is, there is more than one.
Su Fei sighed, can only think of ways to first do undercover and then from other aspects to find this old deng wool gathering.
After all, with this old deng's assets, 900 million is just a sprinkle.
And now he is still useful to the old deng, cannot stand by and watch himself die, right? After thinking about the next arrangement, Su Fei slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep.
But right in the next room,
Bai Lili was lying on the bed tossing and turning, her face full of unhappiness. No matter what position she lay in, she always felt that the room was empty, the bed too big, and she didn't feel safe at all.
She got up again and again, turning her gaze to the door of the room. Can't sleep with little Su Fei anymore, it's addictive?
Bai Lili was torn up inside, scratching that smooth white hair all over the place. It was as if it had exploded. Tick-tock. Time, little by little, passed. Bai Lili clutched the quilt in her arms with a death grip, just like a de-addiction attack.
I
want to suck little Su Fei's blood so much, I want to sleep in his arms.
I can't.
Bai Lili's face was suffocating red, breathing heavily, and the two small tiger teeth were completely revealed.
Once, absolutely the last time. Yao, believe me, this is definitely the last time.
Bai Lili swallowed her saliva and jumped up from the bed in one go. Turning into a small pink fluffy bat flew towards the outside of the room. But just as she flew out of the room, she crashed head-on into Su Fei's body. Kiri! White Chestnut lost her balance and fell towards the ground. But Su Fei was quick on his feet and immediately caught it in his palm and held it in front of him.
White Chestnut?
Kiki 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 kiki. The original pink little bat completely turned blood red at this moment.
Hiss, why is it so hot? You shouldn't have a fever, right?
Su Fei frowned, but the little bat was quick to shake its head before burying its head in its wings again. Well, I guess you're not used to sleeping in a bed alone.
Saying that, Su Fei held the little bat and went to his own room.
Unlike the room where Bai Lili slept, Su Fei's room had a row of customized closets. Su Fei pulled open the closet. The closet already had a quilt and pillow placed separately by Su Fei. After all, White Chestnut was petite and slept perfectly well. See, you should like this kind of claustrophobic place, although it's not as good as your coffin at home, it should be quite a bit better than sleeping in a bed. Hearing this, Bai Lili then raised her head. Those adorable eyes looked at the exquisite nook in the closet and then at Su Fei, and it was as if his eyes were glowing.
How about it, like it? Kiri! Su Fei smiled as he placed White Chestnut in the closet's nook. Well, good night then.
Su Fei pulled the closet shut, then laid himself down on the bed with it and turned off the light.
However, after another 2 hours, Su Fei's breathing became heavier and he completely entered deep sleep.
But just at this time, the closet was opened and a pair of white and cute little feet poked out of the closet.
She carefully landed on the floor without making any noise. Chapter 55, Crazy, right? Female creepy president named Luoli?
There was nothing to say for the rest of the night. But what made Su Fei strange was that he had another dream.
Different from the last time.
Only this time, the protagonist wasn't Luo Yao, but Zi Hitomi. When Zi Hitomi saw her sleeping with Bai Lili, not only was he not angry, he was even full of smiles.
He even asked if he wanted Luo Yao to come along.
It was simply a departure from the world. Even if Su Fei wanted to, it would have to depend on whether or not his body could handle it.
Contrast Imperial Sister, pure school flower, cute lowly. Where can a normal person stand it? Well, Su Fei stretched his back and was about to get up.
He touched his neck, but realized that his neck was actually wet. There was also a slight scent of blood. Su Fei quickly looked towards the closet and rubbed his temples. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the sound of a text message rang out.
The one sending the text message was no one else but Leah.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, the newly established Thriller Investment Company Limited is recruiting. Please apply quickly and remember to delete this message when you get there.
9 o'clock? Su Fei looked at the time on his cell phone, it was exactly 8 o'clock now. And so,
he immediately got up and started washing up, while also finding the new clothes he had already prepared in his room. After simply organizing himself, Su Fei opened the closet. At this time, Bai Lili was still sleeping soundly.
Little dot. Whom?
White Lili rubbed her eyes, slightly awake. Su Fei immediately reminded, I'm going to go finish my mission, so in order to avoid being exposed, just stay at home and wait for me to come back from work and bring you delicious food.
Aha, Bai Lili nodded, then drifted off to sleep again. Su Fei pulled up the closet and hurried downstairs to write his trick fire. Tick-tock. Various new order messages appeared, but Su Fei didn't even care. After all, takeout delivery or not was fine, the main thing was that he had to fulfill his undercover mission. Thriller Investment Company, the distance is 10 kilometers, it's not that close. Following the navigation on his cell phone, Su Fei immediately drove there. On the other side, Thriller Mansion, in the president's office.
A short-haired female guile was sitting in front of the desk, constantly flipping through the information in her hands.
The female guile had an elegant temperament and was wearing an exquisite and decent professional outfit.
In particular, the pair of proud and cold eyes made her entire face look noble and cold, with an aura that was hard to describe. In terms of aura alone, it was no weaker than even that purple pupil's father.
Without a doubt. She was likewise an SSS-ranked guile. Dum. Enter. The female guile put down the information in her hands and looked towards the doorway. Another blonde female guile wearing glasses walked in the doorway. This blonde female guile's appearance and temperament were similarly top-notch.
It was just that compared to the one sitting in front of the desk, there was still a certain distance.
Even the rank was likewise a notch less. Luo. General. Still calling Mr. Luo?
The short-haired female guile's eyes turned cold as she said, "Right now, you're the Luo general manager, and I'm nothing more than an employee under your hand."
I know. My name is Luoli, I'm the Luo general manager.
The female guile with glasses was filled with nervousness, mumbling under her breath as if she was adapting to her new identity. After all, leaping from the position of general manager of the old company to the president of the new company was more or less unaccustomed.
That's more or less the same, come over and sit. Luoli stood up and gave her seat to the other party and reminded.
Now, for us to win the bet, this company is the most important part. Therefore, the new staff in the investment department now has to go through layers of screening. Not only do they need a unique investment vision, but the most important thing is to strictly prevent undercover agents. Hearing this, the blonde female guile was full of seriousness. Don't worry, after the previous undercover incident, I guarantee that the screening of new employees will be even more stringent this time.
That alone isn't enough.
Luo Li's eyes narrowed slightly as she continued to emphasize, this is an extraordinary time, and the staff of the investment department is even more important. So now I will be observing every staff member who joins the investment department as a staff member, which is also the purpose of having you here. The blonde female trickster took a deep breath. Well, that's no problem, I'll make sure the new identity is completed. After all, none of the tricksters have seen you before. Good, just don't let anyone see the cracks. I'll go to the door and see who will apply for the investment department.
Luo Li nodded and walked out of the office satisfied. Meanwhile, after a lot of gallivanting, Su Fei also finally arrived at the Thriller Mansion. Parking the Ghost Fire in the parking lot, he walked straight into the building. Coming to the first floor of the building, Su Fei realized that this place was as lively as the Weird Talent Market. Almost all of them came to apply for various professions. At this time, seeing Su Fei enter, a weird security guard handed him a piece of information. On it, he needed to fill out his personal information, as well as the introduction of the company's various recruiting positions. It was really decent. Sure enough, the functioning mechanism of human society was the most successful. So these first batch of shenanigans that had followed suit had all become big bosses and made rich shenanigans. Sure enough, it's a newly established company. Su Fei looked at the recruitment positions and numbers above, and roughly had some guesses in his heart. Old Deng's opponent might have specifically set up this company just to win the bet. But as for who exactly the boss behind this company, that is, Old Deng's rival, was, Su Fei had no idea. Ding bell. Hidden prompt, choose to apply for the investment department staff. Ha? There's a hidden hint for all of this? Su Fei was a bit surprised, but he didn't think much about it. He directly filled out his personal information and walked over to the investment department's recruitment station. Su Fei handed out his information. Hello, I'm here to apply for a job as an employee in the investment department. Human? The creep scrutinized Su Fei, then said, we have no right to ask about the words of a human. You bring your information to the president's office on the 44th floor, and the president, she'll personally receive you. Ah? The president will receive you? Su Fei instantly froze. Don't worry, as long as you're not an undercover agent, being a human to enter the investment department still has a great advantage. After all, the vision of humans is not ordinary. Creepy gradually became cruel as he spoke. Of course, if you're an undercover agent, hehehe. Good. Su Fei was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was flustered to death. Just as this creepy in front of him said, since the creepy world functioned by imitating humans, then a human doing something like drawing would certainly be highly valued. This was also the main reason why other human players were treated well and paid well after their work. But the point is, you're not an undercover agent? Just coming undercover and being personally received by the president, wouldn't this greatly increase the probability of being discovered? Moreover, it seems that coming undercover is tantamount to violating the rules of this place, and the end is bound to be disastrous. But he's here now. And with the help of the hidden hints, Su Fei had no choice but to tough it out. Thus, he immediately found the elevator and headed to the 44th floor. Along the way, he was also constantly working on himself, trying to act as normal as possible. Ding dong. The 44th floor arrived, and Su Fei had almost adjusted himself. He stepped into the office area with confident steps, and happened to see a short-haired woman standing in front of the door. So he took the initiative to go forward and asked with a smile on his face, "Hello, I'm here to apply for a job. May I ask where the president's office is?" Human? Here to apply for a job? Luoli turned back and gave Su Fei a puzzled look before pointing next door. "Thanks." Su Fei politely replied back, then walked towards the president's office. But just as he took his first step, he suddenly had a footstep. Luoli looked at Su Fei, her brows slightly furrowed. "What's wrong? Is there anything else you want?" Chapter 56, Some Alternative New Colleagues. It's nothing. Su Fei revealed an apologetic smile, then hurriedly walked towards the next office. Luoli frowned, looking at Su Fei's back. Her heart actually inexplicably had a slight panic. Could it be that the other party was able to see his own identity? Thinking of this, Luoli immediately went to the pantry. However, Su Fei had some doubts in his heart. Su Fei actually had some doubts in his heart. He always felt that the female guile standing at the door was not as simple as she appeared. First of all, he couldn't sense the other party's rank at all. Secondly, he always felt that this female guile seemed to have a sense of familiarity. But exactly where it was familiar, he couldn't tell. It was very strange. Su Fei took a deep breath. The most important thing right now wasn't this, it was the induction that was right. Coming alone to this thriller investment company was originally a very dangerous move. Every place in the creepy world had different rules to follow, and this company was naturally no exception. The one that was currently known was that undercover agents would die, and there were countless more rules that were unknown. As long as any one of them was violated, then the creeps could take a shot at him, and it would be the same death sentence. Knock, knock, knock. Su Fei knocked on the door of the president's office. "Hello, President, I'm here to apply for a job." "Enter." Su Fei heard someone say yes, so he pushed open the door and walked in. Human? The blonde female guile who was pretending to be the president couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw Su Fei, but then laughed. "You should be this batch of humans who entered the bizarre world, right?" "Yes, this is my information." Su Fei politely handed his information to the other party. Like the short-haired female creepy outside, he surprisingly couldn't feel the other party's rank pressure. But it was undeniable that people, no matter what rank they were, in the position of president, were definitely not simple. Well, not bad. The blonde female guile looked at Su Fei's profile and nodded with satisfaction. "As a human, you should be familiar with our set of patterns. This is your advantage as a human." "Yes." Su Fei nodded slightly. Just as he had analyzed earlier. Humans were precisely an indispensable strategic resource for the enterprises of the bizarre world. "By the way, when I look at your profile, it seems like you've even delivered?" The blonde-haired creepy was slightly surprised. Su Fei honestly returned, "Yes, after all, to survive here, we humans also need tricky coins." "Well, it seems like you're quite motivated." The blonde creepy said and slowly stood up. "Wait for me here for a while, I'll turn around and tell you if you're hired or not." "No problem." After Su Fei agreed, the blonde-haired creepy took his information and left the office. Afterwards, he then began to carefully survey the office. The desk, the computer, everything that should be there was basically there. It's just that the potted plants on this desk were all strange-shaped flowers and plants. The boss chair also had a skull-like decoration, and even the bookcase behind it held all sorts of strange books. What's the meaning of weird life, the practice of weird management, and so on? Other than that, there wasn't any difference from the office of a human corporation. But very quickly, a piece of information on the table instantly caught Su Fei's attention. He first looked at the doorway, then pretended to approach the desk without realizing it, and saw the piece of information. Above the data's title header was written "Screening Methods for Recruitment Regarding Undercover Agents." Su Fei instantly became nervous. From this, it could be seen that this company was on the defensive about undercover agents. It was no wonder that when he was downstairs earlier, that creepy had specifically emphasized what would happen to undercover agents. However, what made Su Fei care the most was still only the title of this piece of information. Rather, it was the signature that compiled that piece of information. Luo Li? Su Fei's pupils gently contracted when he saw those two words, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Surname Luo? And the name was also called Luo Li? This Luo Li. That is, this blonde female creepy president just now, couldn't be Luo Yao's older sister, right? Old Deng's nemesis. Is it Luo Yao's family? I don't think so. Obviously, Zishi is still on good terms with Luo Yao and her sister. Maybe it's just a coincidence? After all, there are so many weird worlds. The name repeats are afraid of quite a lot, let alone just this kind of similarity. After all, Luo Yao's sister in the end what is called, he himself also do not know. Ta-da-di-day. Just as Su Fei was brainstorming, the sound of high-heeled shoes stomping resounded, interrupting his thoughts. The office door was opened and the blonde creepy and Luo Li from earlier walked into the office. "Su Fei, let me introduce you." The blonde creepy pointed at Luo Li with a smile on her face and introduced her. "Her name is Luo Li, she's an old employee of our company, she'll be the one to take you to familiarize yourself with the work content from now on." "Loli?"
Su Fei always felt something strange when he heard these two words. The short-haired female guile in front of him was completely like a sexually cold-working female guile in terms of temperament. Even though she did look pretty as well, it had nothing to do with Luoli at all. Luoli extended her hand and looked at Su Fei. "Hello, nice to meet you." "Hello." Su Fei pretended to be calm and smiled as he shook Luoli's hand. Luoli looked at Su Fei, full of seriousness. "Ugly words in advance, since Mr. Luo personally handed you over to me, then I hope you won't be lazy in the studio and study hard. Don't worry, I'll rely on Senior to take care of me more in the future." After a few simple polite words, Su Fei could only temporarily leave his inner doubts in his heart for the time being. After all, right now, the undercover identity not being discovered was the most important thing. The blonde hair's bizarre face was also filled with a satisfied smile. "Su Fei, congratulations on becoming a member of our company. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can always contact Little Luo." "Thank you, Mr. Luo." Su Fei was full of fake smiles, and in his heart, he was similarly feeling strange. Because he remembered very clearly that back then, the university's librarian, Ajin, had said that Luo Yao's sister was a complete other. But now it seemed that this blonde female president who was suspected to be Luo Yao's sister didn't have any otherworldly features at all. If I had to say something different, it would be this colleague that I just met. Obviously is an imperial sister with a sexually frigid face, but is called a loli. This is really something else. Luoli turned her gaze to the blonde creepy beside her and politely asked, "Then Mr. Luo, I'll take him to familiarize himself with the work first?" The blonde creepy smiled and waved his hand. "Go ahead, I hope you guys get along well." Subsequently, Su Fei followed this newly recognized colleague, leaving the president's office and turning his head towards the office area. Luoli observed Su Fei beside her from time to time and opened her mouth to introduce him. "In our company, the investment department is the most important department, managed by General Manager Luo personally. And our main job as employees of the investment department is to invest in various industries." Luoli narrated in extreme detail. Su Fei naturally listened very attentively as well, fearing that he would miss out on the details. All in all, what the other party recounted was nothing more than two aspects. The first was the content of the work. It was actually staying in the office every day, studying various investment projects, and then analyzing and evaluating them. If you can make money, you tell the president about your analysis and evaluation results, and the president decides whether or not to invest. As long as the investment made money, then Su Fei would be able to receive a generous commission. But on the contrary, once one lost money, then it would be up to him to bear the corresponding guile coins. As long as there weren't enough guile coins to pay for it, then he would have no choice but to pay for his life. This had to remind Su Fei of the previously eliminated Xiaohan contestant. This was really using his life to earn money. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Being able to obtain a high income also came with the danger of losing one's life. As for the company's rules and regulations, they were also very simple. 9 to 5, can't be late, can't leave early, no slacking off during work, no talking to each other. However, since it was a hidden hint that made him choose this job position, then it was thought that there should be a corresponding hint to break the rules. But the point is, he was an undercover agent, he had to find a way to make the company's investment lose money. But if it really lost money, then wouldn't he also have to lose money? Although he has $100 million on him. But for a big investment company, what's $1 billion? No way. The bet with his father-in-law is not over yet. If he lets the company start losing money now, he will definitely die first. So what he should do now is to help the company make money first. If the company makes money, he himself will have money. With money, he could deal with the blind date mission that could end at any time. As for Lao Deng's side, wait until the bet was about to end. After all, world rules creepy self-rules. The blind date mission would always come first, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. Besides, as long as he didn't go to the casino himself, didn't he still have White Chestnut? When the time comes, he will hide in White Chestnut's house, the same SSS weirdness, Lao Deng can't do anything to him. Aha! That's it. Just as Su Fei was finalizing his course of action, Luoli stopped in her tracks. "Su Fei, this will be your workstation from now on. Chapter 57 Emotion should never be a stumbling block for me." The office area was huge. However, in reality, there were only 20 or so shenanigans that were working here. After all, it involved strategic investment issues, and it was even working next to the president's office. It was enough to prove that these bizarre employees of the investment department were very important to the company. And Su Fei's current job was also very suitable for undercover work and spying. It was just that the probability of being discovered was somewhat high. Especially since the new colleague who was working beside him was obviously sent out by the president to spy on himself. So for now, he could only follow what he had just thought, earning money properly beforehand, and forget about his undercover identity for the time being. At the same time, when Su Fei walked over just now, he also saw the work tag on his new colleague's workstation. It wasn't until this time that he saw that the other party's name wasn't Loli. Instead, it was called Luoli. Luoli, Luoli. These bizarre names were really easy to misunderstand. At this time, a fresh fragrance came. Luoli walked to Su Fei's side and lowered her body. I'll now teach you how to read the investment information. Good. Su Fei looked at his new colleague who was close by, and his heart was in awe. Just now, after all, he had only just entered the company, and he hadn't dared to look at the other party carefully. But now all of a sudden, he couldn't move his eyes. This newly recognized colleague's strength was clearly greater than Luo Yao's and less than Zixie's. Slightly out of Su Fei's control a little bit, but not much. Especially that cool temperament. This point was very similar to Luo Yao's behavior when facing outsiders. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, in front of him, Luo Yao was very direct and passionate in her love, and only to outsiders would she become cold. It was just obvious that she was fundamentally different from Luo Yao, whether it was her makeup or the way she dressed. After all, Luo Yao was very good looking without makeup. As for the female trickster in front of her, she had red lips and white teeth, and her makeup was exquisite. There were colorful ring earrings hanging from her earlobes. A gray jacket with a white shirt underneath, as well as a gray short skirt. With a pair of black high heels on the soles of her feet, her big white legs were even straighter and longer. If she put on a gray silk or something, it would be perfect. Only a pity. Such a beautiful female guile gave off a feeling that the opposite sex should not be approached. Su Fei. A clear and cold voice rang out, and Su Fei was then interrupted from his thoughts. He fiercely withdrew his gaze and looked at the colleague in front of him. Luoli looked at Su Fei, her eyes showing some contempt as she questioned. Have you learned it all? Su Fei returned to his senses, looking at the densely packed variety of investment projects on there as well as the categorization instantly numbing his scalp. It was like seeing a headache like the homework he had once written. Regardless of whether you will or not, you must submit an investment project before the end of the day today. Otherwise I'll report it to Mr. Luo, and you can stop coming to work tomorrow. After saying that, Luo Li directly left the company. This is an employee? Which employee was this arrogant? Su Fei looked at Luo Li's back, and in his heart, he also felt a bit puzzled. It's only 10:30 now, obviously it's working time, you want to leave? But now is not the time to care about others. This job, he still had to do it. And so, Su Fei then looked towards the computer screen in front of him. Thriller amusement park investment projects. Creepy kindergartens, and even horror hospitals, weird breeding bases. All of them were investment projects applied by other businesses as well as individuals, covering almost all aspects. But fortunately, these investment projects are not similar to what Land Traveler this kind of strange investment application. Now what he has to do is to analyze and evaluate these investment applications. Seems simple. But it was very difficult to actually do it manually. Su Fei stretched out his neck and looked around at those weird colleagues who were busy. These weirdos only cared about burying their heads in the sand, and didn't seem to take Su Fei seriously at all. One by one, they were all workaholics. This kind of atmosphere made Su Fei's heart very depressed as well. It felt like it wasn't as free as delivering takeaways. He could deliver whenever he wanted to, and he could also bring Bai Lili with him to make a lot of money. Ring ring ring. Hidden tip, choose to invest in the horror hospital. Terrorist hospital? Hearing the hidden prompt, Su Fei hurriedly opened the investment application regarding Terror Hospital. Terror Hospital Blood Bank Program? Creepy also needs blood transfusions? Su Fei froze for a moment at first, but quickly remembered Bai Lili. Hiss. What should be said or not said, the creepy living here did seem to have a part that was more dependent on blood. At least that was the case with White Lioli. And the existence of the bloody restaurant was proof enough of its audience. But Su Fei didn't know, other than the blood-sucking creeps, what other creeps needed blood. Thinking about this, Su Fei was instantly stumped. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be analyzed or justified at all if one didn't know quite a bit about the bizarre world. Hey! Since he couldn't think of anything, he might as well sleep. Anyway, the hidden hints had already pointed out the target, and one could completely relax. The only thing he had to do was to temporarily forget about his identity as an undercover agent and do what the hints pointed out. Unconsciously. Under this depressing environment, Su Fei just collapsed onto his desk and began to huff and puff. At the same time, in the president's office. Luo Li, who had just left the office area, sat on the boss chair. The blonde-haired creepy stood on the side, looking at the surveillance screen on the computer. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. This human, why did he start sleeping right after he went to work? How can he hand in his tasks in the afternoon? Let him sleep. Luo Li said expressionlessly. Anyway, as long as he's not an undercover agent, after all, humans are still highly utilized. The blonde creepy nodded. It shouldn't be an undercover agent. His background that I've had people check is very clean except for delivery. Luo Li's eyes narrowed slightly, then said, It's because it's too clean, that's why I find it strange. Anyway, I'll have him turn in his assignment before the end of the afternoon, and when he panics then, he might reveal himself. I'll go back to deal with one thing first. I'll come back again in the afternoon. You continue to do a good job in my place as president." When she said this, Luo Li's face had a clear color of unhappiness. Seeing this, Blonde Creepy couldn't help but ask, "President Luo, are you talking about the blind date thing?" "Aha." Luo Li took a deep breath and nodded. "Pops knows that I'm all about work, but he secretly signed me up for a blind date, and he didn't even tell me the details, he just flat out told me to wait for news is all." "Hey." Blonde Creepy was also full of helplessness. "Mr. Luo, then what if one day the old man brings the object in front of you? What to do?" Luo Li's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. "Of course it's to dispose of him to eliminate future troubles." The blonde hair sighed weirdly. "Then what if the other party is SSS rank?" "I won't agree even if it's SSS rank." Luo Li's eyes were filled with determination. "There's absolutely no way I'll let my feelings become a stumbling block on my way to work." Chapter 58. If he goes undercover, the company is all for him. Time flew by. Especially in this quiet and depressing office, Su Fei slept beautifully. But strangely, he actually had another dream. In his dream, the new colleague he just met beside him actually wore gray silk, and even asked him with a smile if he looked good. This gave Su Fei a whole lot to wonder about. Previously, he dreamed of nothing more than Luo Yao and Zishi, or Bai Li. How could a new co-worker also be dreamed of now? At this time, an ice-cold voice rang in his ears. "Is it comfortable to sleep?" "Quite comfortable." Su Fei stretched his back and turned his head sideways. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long legs. And the key was, on those long legs, they were actually wearing gray silk. Aha! Am I still dreaming? Su Fei was stunned in his heart, and kept surveying the pair of gray silk legs in front of him. "Does it look good?" Luo Li's expression was cold, her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a wave of contempt and disdain. Originally, she had thought that she had a problem with her dress in the morning, so she had changed her clothes only when she returned home at noon. Under careful selection, she wore a gray silk, short black skirt, and long white shirt ensemble. Also draped a mid-length black trench coat. As a result, I didn't expect. It seems to have become more solid? At this time, Su Fei also completely sobered up. Hiss. This wasn't a dream. Su Fei smiled awkwardly, still returning honestly, "It's indeed quite good looking." "You." Hearing this, Luo Li hurriedly covered her thighs with her trench coat and questioned, "Look at what time it is now." 4:30. Su Fei looked at the computer screen and yawned. "It's almost time to get off work. Have you finished your work for today?" "Finished? Ah. You've been sleeping all day, how did you finish it?" "Simple." Su Fei immediately opened the Horror Hospital's investment application and said, "We'll invest in this." Luo Li sniffed, turned her gaze to the screen, and asked, "Where's the reason?" "There is no reason." "So you picked it out of order?" "Who said I picked it randomly? I just think that this can make money." When Luo Li heard this, she couldn't help but grunt coldly. "You slept for a day, got up and said that you invested in a horror hospital, and you still say that you didn't choose randomly?" Hidden hint, dislike her. Dislike her? Su Fei froze for a moment. It should just be a dislike above words, right? The other party's aggressiveness had actually made Su Fei feel a bit displeased in his heart for a long time. Now that the hidden hints were letting him dislike them, where was there anything else to think about? Su Fei turned around and asked, "Not a sister, you think you are the president now?" "I?" Luo Li's heart tightened when she heard this. But she pressed and didn't dare to retort. It was so hard to hide her identity, she couldn't just start revealing it, right? Luo Li took a deep breath. "You go to work and sleep, I will definitely tell Mr. Luo about this matter." "What? You're still being wicked?" Su Fei saw that the other party was dumbfounded and immediately went on the offensive. "You yourself went to work halfway and didn't know where to run off to. It's good that I didn't snitch to Mr. Luo, but you're good, and you turn around and say that I slept? You?" Luo Li stared at Su Fei dead in the face, her face was red with anger. "What's wrong with me?" Su Fei once again looked at the gray silk legs. "Mr. Luo asked you to teach me properly, but you yourself ran away not to mention that, and in turn said that I slept. Is there any heavenly reason? Besides, you wear this to stand in front of me. I look at the legs, I have a mistake. Luo Li legs cannot help but are clamped, the whole face is completely red temperature. Cannot be angry. Anger will be exposed." Luo Li exhaled a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger inside. "Okay, then let's not talk about sleeping first. Now that you don't have an analysis report and a good reason, it's absolutely impossible for the company to invest in this project. That has nothing to do with you either." Su Fei clasped his hands to his chest and crossed his legs. "I've already pointed out a clear path. It's the company's problem if it's not willing to invest. I've done what I needed to do anyway." Joke. Luo Li was also angry and laughed at this moment. "You mean, if Mr. Luo doesn't approve it, then it's her vision that doesn't work?" I didn't say that, don't accuse people falsely." Su Fei quickly waved his hand, then added, "It's normal for you, an employee, to not understand my vision. I believe that with General Manager Luo's vision will definitely support this project.
Good, good, good. Luoli looked at Su Fei's face full of confidence, his eyes flashed with a fierce light. I will tell Mr. Luo about the investment project you suggested, and if the company loses money, the result is known to you. After saying that, Luoli clenched her fists, twisted her head and left the office area, walking towards the president's office. Looking at the other party's back, Su Fei's heartbeat also accelerated. Since it was what the hidden hints referred to, there should be nothing wrong with it. Soon, Su Fei couldn't help but sweep his gaze toward those beautiful legs. Again. It should be said without saying. In the aspect of legs, this colleague could be said to be perfect. On the other side, Luo Li, who had arrived at the president's office, was filled with anger. The more she thought about Su Fei's performance just now, the more angry she became. Bang! She violently pounded the desk, frightening the blonde-haired creepy to get up in a hurry. Mr. Luo, calm down. Luo Li squinted at the blonde creepy and asked, just now, can you see it all? See, blonde creepy gulped. After following Luo Li for so long, she still knew Luo Li quite well. She had never seen anyone who could make Luo Li blush frequently. In just a few minutes, she blushed an unknown number of times. Of course. It was the blush from Su Fei's anger. Very well, you're not allowed to look at it again in the future. Luo Li's eyes were morose, and she was even more displeased as she looked at Su Fei, who was watching the surveillance as if nothing had happened. She waved her hand, and the camera monitoring Su Fei's section instantly lost its picture. Seeing this, blonde creepy hurriedly poured a cup of water for Luo Li. That investment project that Mr. Luo. Su Fei said, how do we deal with it? Still need to ask? Of course it's voted. Luo Li's color was cold, thin lips pursed slightly. Do I still want him to say that I have no vision? Well. The blonde creepy nodded, and then added, but in that case, this Su Fei shouldn't be an undercover agent either, right? Undercover agent? Luo Li seemed to have thought of something funny. Have you ever seen an undercover agent who sleeps all day on his first day here, and even angers his co-workers to draw attention to himself? If this Su Fei is an undercover agent, I'll give this company to him. Hearing this, blonde creepy heart also thumped, always had a bad feeling. It was just that right now Luo Li was angry, so she didn't dare to say anything more. Then I'll approve the project later, and the next step is to let him go on a site visit. Aha! Luo Li nodded slightly. I'll follow him there at that time. I'd like to see just how far-sighted he is. After saying that, blonde creepy immediately printed out the details about the terrorist hospital investment project and also stamped a seal on it. Mr. Luo, give it to. Very good. Luo Li briefly looked at the approval information and nodded with satisfaction. $100 million only, it's nothing. But if this investment loses money, no one can save him. Chapter 59 Su Fei, can you screw slowly? 10, 9, 8, 7. Looking at the second hand on the computer, Su Fei's heart was also silently chanting. As long as it reached 5 o'clock, he would not hesitate to turn off his computer and leave work. After all, working here, there was no base salary at all, relying entirely on the investment share. There were hidden tips for him, and sitting on the clock all seemed very redundant. The most crucial thing was that there was a co-worker who stared at him all the time to pick on him. 3, 2, 1. Off duty. Just as Su Fei was about to shut down his computer and get up. With a snap, a piece of information was dumped in front of him. Luo Li coldly looked at Su Fei and said, Mr. Luo approved it, and I'll bring you along on a field trip tomorrow. Stop. Su Fei immediately called a halt to the other party. Tomorrow's matter will be discussed tomorrow. My task is done today, I should get off work. Can you be a little motivated? Luo Li pointed at the creeps around him and said, look at them again, who's off work at this hour? But my investment project was approved. Su Fei spread his hands and turned his head towards the door. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at those perfect legs again. Luo Li looked at Su Fei and could be described as itching with hatred. But whether it was for the sake of the company's consideration or a matter of rules, she couldn't do anything about Su Fei right now. At the very least, she also needed to know what the outcome of this investment would actually be. After all, the company's development had to come first. Humph. If you dare to make the company lose money, you will surely die. Luo Li stomped her foot in anger and then left the office as well. Ding. Su Fei rode the elevator all the way to the first floor and was heading towards the parking lot. At this moment, a red trick car also drove up to him, instantly attracting Su Fei's attention. Originally, he was very interested in these sports cars. As the saying went, good design was always heartfelt. The brands of the cars in the bizarre world were different from the real world, but the styles were even cooler and more handsome. Exaggerated aerodynamics, there is even an inexhaustible, and there is no pollution bizarre energy. Ordinary ghost fires could take off with the support of bizarre energy, let alone this kind of sports car. After the blind date requirement was completed, he must get a whole one to drive. Just as Su Fei was pondering, the car window happened to be opened. Su Fei realized that the one who was driving the car was that blonde weirdo, also known as Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo? The blonde-haired creepy couldn't help but be stunned as well. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for supporting my investment project. Su Fei snorted, then asked, Mr. Luo, are you waiting for someone? No. Blonde Creepy quickly responded. She was originally here to wait for Luoli, so naturally she couldn't say it outright so as not to expose her identity. After all, how could any president pick up an employee? And so, Blonde Creepy smiled and said, just saw you by the way to say hello, the hospital is your first investment project, do a good job. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your concern. Su Fei was full of smiles. Mr. Luo, you as the president are so concerned about me, unlike a certain colleague who knows how to bully people based on his status as an old employee. At this moment, another voice rang out. Su Fei, which coworker are you talking about? It's that. As soon as Su Fei's words fell, he realized something was wrong. This voice. However, just as Su Fei turned his head, he realized that Luoli was already standing beside him. Oh no! The back crickets were caught red-handed. At this time, Luoli made a look towards the blonde-haired Creepy, signaling her to leave. After the blonde Creepy understood, she quickly said, alright, you should communicate more between your co-workers, I still have things to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, Blonde Creepy drove away from the scene in a puff of smoke, leaving only Su Fei and Luoli. Luoli looked at Su Fei, and in her heart, the more she looked at him, the more upset she became. I didn't complain to Mr. Luo, but instead you're still saying that I bullied you? Did you not bully me? Su Fei spread his hands, alright, no more nonsense with you, I'm leaving. After saying that, Su Fei hurriedly fled the scene, found his ghost flame, and left the parking lot. Looking in the rearview mirror, Luoli was still standing still for half a day, so he waited for a while, and finally couldn't help but make a detour and ride back. Didn't you leave, why did you come back? Luoli looked at Su Fei, her brows slightly furrowed. Su Fei looked at Luoli and asked, no, you didn't move for half a day, is there no car, or is there no one to pick up? I want you to care? Luoli turned her face to the other side. Su Fei taunted, oh, make a look like an elite office worker, you won't even be able to afford a ghost fire, right? You. When Luoli heard this, she was even more furious in her heart. The car that was just there was her car, and it was originally for the blonde Creepy to pick her up. It was just that she didn't expect to run into Su Fei, which was why she let the other party go first. But just at this time, with a roar, the red sports car that had just left returned to the parking lot once again. Seeing the red sports car come back, Su Fei's face showed doubt and he hurriedly asked, Mr. Luo, why are you back again? The blonde-haired creep was even more sweaty. Originally thinking that Su Fei had left, he didn't expect to drive around and come back. Su Fei was actually still talking to Luoli. She quickly explained, I seem to have forgotten to take something. Mr. Luo, you are really a nobleman who forgets things. Su Fei was full of smiles. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that this blonde general manager Luo, who might be Luo Yao's sister, was quite easy to get in touch with. At least it was much better than the one beside him. Not only did she not make things difficult for him, but she was also very concerned about her employees. But at this time, Luoli, who was actually standing beside Su Fei, was nervous. She once again gave a look towards the blonde-haired creep. Forget it, it's better to take it tomorrow. Blonde Creepy couldn't help but scratch her head as well, but thought of wondering what Luoli should do next. So, she ghostly said, right Su Fei, after all, she's a colleague, why don't you send her back? When Luoli heard this, she looked at Blonde Creepy with surprise in her eyes. Seeing this, Blonde Creepy also instantly realized that she had said the wrong thing. But before she could change her words, Su Fei was the one who hastily said, good wow, there's nothing wrong with me anyway. When Luoli heard this, her face instantly turned ugly, who wants you to send it? Hee, what's the point of pretending? They're all co-workers, as long as you don't bully me, I'm actually a very nice person to talk to. Su Fei reached out, and with one hand, he pulled Luoli over. Luoli sidled up and sat on her but in the back seat, instantly confused. This person is awesome. When the blonde Creepy saw this scene, his heart was even more like thunder exploding. But seeing that things were already irreparable, she panicked and hastily stepped on the gas to flee the scene. Luoli's eyes were filled with surprise and overwhelm when she saw her most favorable henchman running away. Hold on. I'm fast. If you fall off later, I won't be held responsible. After Su Fei finished speaking, he fiercely accelerated. Luoli's figure lurched, and she hastily tugged on Su Fei's coat. Originally, she could have utilized her own weird energy to maintain her balance, or directly jumped out of the car. But if she were to use it, wouldn't that reveal her rank? It was unlikely that there would be an SSS-ranked bazaar willing to be a tiny company employee. However, as Su Fei's speed grew faster and faster, Luoli also had to put her arm around Su Fei's waist in a death grip. Su Fei, can you slow down? Chapter 60, I thought you were the boss if I didn't know. Right. Su Fei suddenly braked sharply, and Luoli's entire body was pressed against his back. Su Fei. Luoli's face flushed red as she said in shame, can you ride a bike or not? Su Fei turned back, I just wanted to ask you where your home is. My home is in. Halfway through her sentence, Luoli immediately reacted and didn't say any more. What? Afraid of exposing the address? Sufei laughed, with a few teasing moments on his face. Or do you have a boyfriend and are afraid of being seen? What boyfriend? I don't need that kind of thing. Luoli stared at Sufei, her brows furrowed. I'm just in a bad mood today, I don't want to go home for the time being. Then where do you want to go? Anywhere. Luoli was slightly confused as she said this. Indeed. She was not too eager to go home. Because as long as she went home, the old man would nag her about blind dates. It was really annoying. That would be difficult. Sufei sized up Luoli, his face thoughtful. The president had asked him to send his colleague home. If he didn't deliver it to the place, it was possible that this co-worker would even go and snitch on him. Even though it was said that this kind of thing didn't fall within his scope of work. But it might be because of this small matter that he left an irresponsible impression in the president's heart. After all, he will have to stay in the company for a long time. Hey! The work is good, but the relationship is not so good to deal with. But the point is, where could she go if she didn't go home? Can't go to my house, right? Now his undercover identity is already very sensitive. In addition, this colleague's rank is not high. If he meets with Bai Lili, he may even lose his life. Maybe his own head also added a crime of murdering a colleague. What's more, this colleague may also be the president to spy on himself to see if he is undercover or not. Right. Sufei's complexion flickered, revealing a faint smile. Since you don't want to go home, how about I take you to a takeaway, then? Delivery? Luoli looked puzzled. Yeah, I was planning to run a takeaway after sending you back. Since you don't want to go home, then you'll come with me. Luoli's red lips pursed slightly, thinking a little. The fact that this takeaway thing could quickly succeed in the bizarre world was enough to prove its feasibility. Originally, the company had the intention of developing this piece. It just so happened that now for the time being, she didn't want to go home again, so she might as well go and take a look at it, as if it was market research that was not bad. Thinking about this, Luoli nodded and reminded, but can you ride a little slower? I'll try my best. Sufei turned around and took out his cell phone. Dropping. You have a new order. Just after opening the order-taking software, dozens of takeout orders popped up one after another. This order won't work, it's too far away. Hiss, this order is too low again, not suitable. Ha! This one is not bad. Sufei rested his gaze on the last line of orders. It was an order from the SSS Trickster Boutique, and the distance and everything was also very suitable. It just so happened that he could also go and take a look at what kind of good cars this creepy world had. Sit tight, let's go. Sufei clicked to take the order, and immediately afterward, he drove the Ghostfire once again, taking Luoli towards the store. Just 10 minutes passed before Sufei got his meal and turned the car around. Luoli sat in the back seat with a cloudy breeze blowing on her face, looking at the street scene around her. A flash of complex emotions flashed under her eyes. In the past, she always rode in all kinds of luxury cars and had a special driver to pick her up and drop her off. Apart from work, she almost never showed her face outside. Not to mention appearing on the street in such a form. Therefore, not many eccentrics in the entire Guedu had seen her, and even less knew her identity. Just now she suddenly felt that this feeling of freedom seemed kinda good? Arrived. Sufei once again braked to a stop, and Luoli also hurriedly wrapped her arms around Sufei's waist. An SSS class trick car specialty store? Luoli got out of the car, looking at this familiar place. Her entire body was confused. What are you froze for? Sufei held the meal in one hand and handed it over to Luoli. Here, you go deliver it. The recipient is the manager of this store. Me? I'll deliver it? Luoli pointed at herself, her face changed slightly. Right, or else you come with me and don't do anything at all? I'm not going. Luoli twisted her head and clasped her hands in front of her chest. I'm the grand young lady of the Luo family, and I'm also the president of dozens of companies under the Luo group. How dare you, a human, ask me to deliver food to someone else? The most crucial thing is, this tricked-out car specialty store is still one of her family's businesses. What manager, that's also working for her family? Letting her go in and deliver food to her own employees was just too outrageous. Of course, she could only hold this in her heart, not daring to say it. Phew, still posing as a big lady? Sufei's complexion moved slightly with a slightly mocking tone. If you don't know, you still think you're the owner of this store? You? Luoli was rendered speechless by Sufei's dislike. The owner of this store? Even if the owner of this store saw her, then she would have to nod her head and shout boss. Anyway, if you go and deliver it, I'm not going in. At this moment, a female guile in the store wearing a black professional outfit walked out. She was about 26 or 27 years old, and her temperament was quite good. Is it my takeout? Seeing a guile come out, Luoli also hurriedly turned around, afraid of being seen. Sufei had no choice but to smile and hand the takeout to the other party. Enjoy your meal. Good, thanks. That female creepy manager was also very polite.
But while receiving the meal, she also glanced at Luo Li behind Su Fei.
The female guile manager was full of smiles. Not bad, lad.
You're a human, and you even have such a beautiful object to accompany you on a takeout run.
Hearing this,
Luo Li's entire face was ironic, but she didn't dare to snap at all. Only clenching her fists, she stood in place and sulked. You've misunderstood, she's not my object.
Su Fei was somewhat embarrassed, saying, besides, you didn't even look at her face, how do you know she's pretty? Young man, is it even necessary to look at the face?
The female trick manager was full of smiles as she surveyed Luo Li's back. Look at this figure, this temperament.
I've lived for so many years, and I've only seen it from a goe. Wait. The female guile manager was suddenly dismayed when she thought of this. Whirlwind.
Luo Li also jerked her head back at this time, her eyes coldly staring at the female guile manager.
Mr. Luo? The female guile manager's heart all shook violently at this moment.
The takeout in her hand also accidentally fell to the ground.
Su Fei, who had just turned around, froze when he saw the takeout fall on the ground. This female creepy manager wouldn't be trying to set herself up just like that cab driver before, right? Rubbing? Almost forgot.
Without Bai Li Li in, delivery is not safe at all.
Can't. Count on this new colleague to protect him, right? If I had known, I wouldn't have sent it.
I don't know, this new colleague level in the end is not the opposite high. After all, this female trick manager, look at her emanation of pressure, is also AS class A.
At this moment, the entire atmosphere had gradually become incredibly tense. Su Fei himself was also speechless.
Ever since he had delivered the takeaway until now, it was as if no meal was complete.
One person and two shenanigans.
Even though they were both standing here, their inner thoughts were worlds apart. One was afraid of being framed by guile, one was afraid of having his identity exposed, and the other was afraid of saying the wrong thing.
Chapter 61, this female guile couldn't be looking at me, right? Luo.
The female guile manager had just opened her mouth when she felt Luo Li's terrifying gaze.
Immediately afterward,
Luo Li's face changed and she walked forward with a smile on her face.
Big sister, you originally work here. Hearing these words, the female guile manager's gaze quickly flowed between Su Fei and Luo Li.
Being able to climb to the position of manager, she quickly understood the meaning. The female guile manager's face was similarly overflowing with smiles. I also didn't expect to run into you here. Seeing the two guile like this, Su Fei also froze.
You guys, you know each other?
Yeah. Luo Li and the female guile manager spoke in unison, followed by a mutual smile.
Luo Li explained again, she is my friend from my hometown, haven't seen her for a long time. That's a good sentiment. Su Fei's heart was also relieved, then this takeaway. It's fine, I'm happy to see an old friend.
The female trick manager waved her hand, but in her heart, she was nervous as hell.
Now where is still the problem of what takeout? The most important thing now was to cooperate with the boss's boss to act. If there was a carelessness, it would be fine if she lost her job, but she was afraid that she would lose her guile life. But what shocked her the most was, why would Luo always run a takeaway with a human here? Could it be Mr. Luo is in love? But that's not right.
Mr. Luo is obviously a non-marriagist.
The key is that the other party is still a human. Could it be that Mr. Luo is just claiming that he's not married, but he's actually keeping a man? And by the looks of it, this human doesn't seem to know Mr. Luo's true identity. So that Luo always hides her identity on purpose and then falls in love with a human. Geez, isn't this the scene in the romance novel where the invisible president falls in love with me? Surprisingly, it was staged in reality. At this time, Luo Li's opening interrupted her thoughts. Right, we'll catch up next time, I still have to accompany him to deliver takeout. With that, Luo Li was ready to leave. Wait.
Su Fei immediately pulled Luo Li and said, it's fine to send the takeout later, I want to go into the showroom to look at the car.
Hiss.
Seeing Su Fei pulling Luo Li's hand, the female guile manager couldn't stop herself from sucking in a mouthful of cool air. Her mind even brainstormed countless images.
Looking at a car?
Luo Li frowned slightly.
Su Fei nodded honestly,
yeah, it just so happens that you have an acquaintance, I was thinking of coming here to buy a car in the future.
Just you? Luo Li sized up Su Fei and grunted coldly, do you know how much a car costs here? I don't know, but it shouldn't cost anything to look at it, right? Su Fei said this and looked at the female guile manager again. Seeing this, the female guile manager nodded, it doesn't cost money to take a look. Look, your friend has said, accompany me to take a look. Su Fei said here and asked, if I make money and buy a car, in the future, if I send you off from work, won't you not have to sit on this small bench?
Oh, this is too sweet. Delivery boyfriend said to make money to buy a luxury car, just to pick up his girlfriend from work.
The female shenanigans manager sees this and springs to life. When will I meet such a nice man? Or a male guile?
Luo Li looked at Su Fei who couldn't move his steps, and also took a deep breath. Alright then, take a look.
Go! Su Fei was overjoyed. He came down to the showroom under the lead of the female guile manager. At this time, all the other sales employees in the store were already off duty, leaving only the manager. Sufei looked at the wide array of luxury cars in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "How much is the cheapest car here?" The female guile manager said with a smile on her face, "The cheapest one requires 10 million guile coins." 10 million? Sufei stroked his chin. 10 million is not expensive. 10 million isn't expensive? Luoli couldn't help but gasp and laugh when she heard this, low-eyed. "Can you take out $10 million? You don't have to worry about that, don't we have investments?" Sufei waved his hand and eventually stopped in front of a yellow sports car. This sports car looked somewhat like a big bull, but the lines were sharper and more vicious. Especially the center net that was like a devil's teeth was full of fighting power. Coupled with the black pullback, it instantly attracted Sufei. "What about this one?" "This one is an SSS grade trick car, our current town treasure, and it costs 100 million. The female creepy manager said with a smile. 100 million. The more Sufei looked at this car, the more he liked it. Just 100 million, that was Sufei's entire fortune right now, and right now he didn't have the spending power. But it should be said that this car is really damned handsome. And the price wasn't particularly exaggerated. After all, with unlimited energy here, it was fine to just step on it. The female creepy manager's gaze always flowed over Luoli and Sufei. Only $100 million? For the unusual shenanigans, this price was indeed expensive. But if Mr. Luo just nodded his head, the entire store's cars would be his. It was just a pity that Mr. Luo still had to hide his identity. And so, the female creepy manager suddenly thought of something. Operating in the store all day long, even if it was a managerial position, a glance would be enough to see the head. It would be better to be like what was written inside the novel. Take advantage of this time to take a shot at it. As long as Luo always really liked this human, her future would be unlimited. Besides, if this human drives the car, isn't it still Luo herself who enjoys the happiness? So, she said to Sufei with a smile on her face. "Sir, I see that you really like this car, why don't I lend it to you first?" "Ha?" Hearing this, Sufei arched an eyebrow. "This can still be borrowed?" Of course. The female creepy manager was still full of smiles. When Sufei heard this, he instantly felt that something was wrong. This kind of pie-in-the-sky thing was just too dangerous. Even if this manager had a good relationship with her co-workers, it wouldn't be this. There might be other conspiracies. Before the hidden hints appeared, one could not step on the pit. At this time, Luoli raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth to question, "Big sister, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right? If the company knows you're doing this, aren't you afraid of violating the rules?" The female trick manager's heart thumped, feeling that something was wrong. But the words had already been said, so she could only continue to gamble with a hard head. Anyway, it was either get promoted and see a broad future. Either it is directly finished. Instead of being stubborn, it would be better to exchange $100 million for a bright future. After all, being a manager for so many years, her entire savings also happened to be 100 million. If she can climb up the ladder, she can get much more than $100 million. The big deal was to eat a good meal by ordering takeout in the future. I'm betting that Luo always really likes this human. Besides, she didn't break the rules by paying for it herself. And so, the female trickster manager steeply became bold and walked directly to Luo Li's front. "Little sister, it's not easy for you to meet a good man, sister, I'm touched. You don't think about it, if he can drive this car, won't you suffer less? The one who enjoys the happiness is also you. Today, my sister will make the decision to give the car to this gentleman, as my gift, betting that this gentleman will make a lot of money in the future." After saying that, the female guile manager turned around and walked to the front desk to get a card swipe machine. She directly pulled out her guile card and pressed the password without hesitation. Her guile card then instantly turned into a white card, transferring all the deposits into the company's account. At the same time, she then turned around and opened the car door without hesitation, handing Sufei the car keys. "Take it, consider it a gift from me to you. If you get rich in the future, don't forget me as your sister." "You?" Luo Li's brain instantly went down when she saw this. Sufei received the key, and was similarly filled with disbelief. This female trick shouldn't be looking at me, right? Chapter 62. Roll down the window and listen to the sound of the heart of the Tao breaking. This weird world was too dreamy. The key this time, the hidden hints hadn't appeared yet, and he just got a supercar worth $100 million. Could it be because of this colleague of his? But it shouldn't be. They were hometowns, and they were both part-time workers. If they saw a hometown and gave away a car, it would be a big deal. Perhaps the other party is to see that they will become rich in the future, so invest in themselves in advance? After all, the other party also said just now, the future developed, don't forget her. In the eyes of a normal person, this investment was too bold. If Sufei didn't have a hidden hint, he wouldn't even dare to do this. Well, but it should be like this. After a moment of brainstorming, Su-fei felt that this explanation was relatively more reliable. Alright, it's getting late, and I'm closing up, so you guys should hurry up and drive the car away. In the face of the female creepy manager's urging, Su-fei didn't delay and directly sat inside the car. He glanced at Luoli, who was still in a daze, and beckoned, "Go, brother will take you for a ride." Luoli glanced at the female guile manager, but didn't say anything, so she had no choice but to sit in Su-fei's passenger seat first. Indeed. The female guile manager had indeed not violated the law by using her own savings to buy a car to send Su-fei. However, doing so would still more or less easily lead to misunderstandings. If Su-fei found out that the car delivery was because of her, then his identity might be exposed. Boom. Not bad, it's a good car. Su-fei started the vehicle and slowly traveled towards the street. He couldn't help but look at Luoli beside him and asked, "This old countryman of yours, is she rich?" Luoli shook her head. "No, I don't think so, I guess the whole body is just these deposits." Su-fei smiled. "Then in your opinion, why did she send me this car?" "Perhaps." Luoli pondered a little and opened her mouth. "Maybe to fulfill the company's target?" "Idiot." Su-fei looked at Luoli with disgust. "If it's just the company's target, she could have bought it and driven it herself." "You." Luoli was once again disliked, lightly biting her silver teeth. "Then it must be that she has a brain problem." "No." Su-fei waved his hand with a smile. "I feel that she is quite accurate in reading people, and I will definitely become rich in the future." "Narcissistic." "This isn't narcissism, this is self-confidence. You'll understand when the terror hospital investment succeeds." Su-fei finished speaking and fiercely stepped on the gas. The supercar under the dark night was like yellow lightning as it sped down the highway. Before the street creeps could see the car, they were able to hear the roar coming from not far away and stopped to watch. Coming into the busy streets, Su-fei naturally slowed down his car. An envious eye looked over from all directions. Even in the bizarre world, this kind of car was extremely rare. Right at this moment, a dilapidated van on the street was parked on the side of the road, and a short figure was tearing into a piece of bread. His gaze was similarly caught in the gaze of this yellow lightning. No man could resist the temptation of a supercar. And he was no one else but the ninja contestant from Sakura Nation. Ever since he lost $50,000 in his last bizarre incident. In order to earn enough money, he spent a full $20,000 and bought a van that he didn't know how many hands. Just so he could still make money hauling after work, and use his sweat to try to make up for the progress he lost earlier. But the good thing is that the pay is not low. It won't take a few days for him to be able to gather enough 100,000 to complete the matchmaking task. At this time, the viewers of the Sakura Nation's official live broadcasting room were all similarly caught by the yellow lightning and began to talk about it. Wow, the bizarre world actually has such a handsome car. It's indeed handsome, and it looks like it should be expensive as well. That's for sure. I wonder when our Yamamoto player will be able to drive this kind of car. Don't kid yourself, how many contestants have cars nowadays? It's good enough that we drive vans. Yes, runner Yamamoto is working very hard, so I guess he'll be able to finish his mission after a few more days of running. The Dragon countryside has been blacking out, and I don't know how that Su-fei is doing. What can happen? He must be in bed waiting to die, why else would he still have a black screen? Ha! Why is this supercar parked in front of Yamamoto? Wait, why does that driver look familiar? Su-fei. Is Su-fei? I don't know who said that. The gazes of all the viewers in the entire Sakura live streaming room focused on Su-fei. In just an instant, the pop-ups in the entire live broadcast room exploded. At the same time, some of the Dragon Nation viewers who stayed in the Sakura live room were also shocked one by one. After all, the Dragon Country's live room was always blacked out, so the Dragon Country's viewers were all scattered in other countries' live rooms as well. Not long after, as the news spread, more than 1 billion Dragon Country viewers flooded into the Sakura live room one after another in search of Su-fei's figure. God Su? Where is God Su? God Su was really driving a supercar. More than a supercar, can't you see that there's a big beautiful woman sitting next to Su-shin? I didn't realize that after not seeing him for a day or two, God Su was already doing so well. Hiss, a supercar and a beautiful woman, has God Su completed his blind date mission? I don't think so, right? Wouldn't there have to be an announcement if he did? So which SSS ranked weirdo has Su-shin taken a fancy to again? Laughing my ass off, Sakura thinks driving a van is being human. Why aren't Sakura's viewers posting pop-ups anymore? Could it be that they don't want to post? As Su-fei appeared on the screen, the entire Dragon Country audience perked up. The Sakura Country audience's previous sense of superiority vanished into thin air, and each of their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten. But on the contrary, in the face of the Dragon Country's overwhelming pop-ups, they didn't even have the courage to resist. Even though there were a few pop-ups, they had absolutely no presence under the powerful firepower of the Dragon Kingdom. It made the viewers from other countries who had heard about it unable to distinguish whether this was the Dragon Country live streaming room or the Sakura live streaming room. At this moment, in the bizarre world, Sakura's Yamamoto player saw Sufei's car pull up in front of him and suddenly felt the bread in his hand start to become bitter. He looked at Sufei as he rolled down the window of his car, shocked with disbelief, which in turn was tinged with intense jealousy and anger. He had worked his ass off, struggling hard for the goal of $100,000, and was clearly the fastest progressing of all the contestants. But just for a moment, he suddenly felt that his persistence and hard work had become meaningless all of a sudden. After all, even after completing the matchmaking requirements, he also didn't know what grade the blind date actually was, much less what it would look like. But in reality, Sufei unexpectedly drove a supercar just like this, bringing along a beautiful woman whose face value was not inferior to Luo Yao's in the slightest, and parked in front of him. At this moment, it was as if his Dao heart had fallen like a piece of glass on the ground and shattered all over the place. I can't stand it. Contestant Yamamoto suddenly slammed on the gas as if he was crazy. He wanted to escape. Escape to a place without Sufei. Of course. His van was certainly fast, but where could it compare to the Yellow Lightning, which was worth $100 million? Sufei just nudged on the gas pedal and very easily caught up with the speed of Yamamoto's player. He rolled down the window and shouted with force. No dude, I'm not a trick, what did you see me running for? The Yamamoto runner gasped for air, tears struggling to soar out of his eyes. I'm begging you, don't come over here. I know you're having a good time, but please don't show up in front of me, okay? Chapter 63 Chestnut, you're hiding a relationship from me? What's wrong with this person? Luoli looked at the hideous expression of the Yamamoto player and also looked puzzled. Sufei waved his hand, it's nothing, probably a bit of stress from seeing you being scared. What do you mean? Luoli frowned tightly and questioned, can't you just talk properly? No. Sufei smiled awkwardly. After all, it was the hidden hint that made her dislike him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Luoli was also furious in her heart. But the more so, the more she looked forward to the scene when Sufei's investment failed at that time. In her mind, she was even fantasizing about Sufei's begging for forgiveness after he lost his money and was stepped on by her with her high heels in the office. Such a confident human being, being stepped on must not feel good. Humiliating him severely at that time. Especially thinking about when Sufei realized that she was the real president. That expression, it must be wonderful. Thinking about this, Luo Li's face gradually became smug. Forget it, it's no fun. Sufei gradually slowed down his car, and that Sakura player disappeared from view in a puff of smoke. Sufei then drove towards the SSS creepy car shop. Why are you back again? Luo Li's face was puzzled. What else? After parking the car, Sufei got out of the car on his own. It's getting late, so drive the car back yourself. Sufei closed the car door and once again mounted his ghost fire. After all, this ghost fire was dispensed by the takeout company, so he couldn't just throw it here. And for him, leaving alone was the best option. After all, it wasn't like his coworker was willing to tell him his address, and he couldn't take her home. See you tomorrow. Sufei rode Ghostfire and disappeared in front of Luoli without looking back. Luoli looked at Sufei's departing back with a slightly puzzled expression. This kid, it's a bit interesting. After Luoli switched to the main driver, her mind couldn't help but recall everything that had happened today, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Before Sufei appeared, she had never had such an experience. Instead, it was kind of fun? Just thinking of this, Luoli's face instantly gradually became serious again. Humph. You kid don't get too happy too early. If you dare to make the company lose money, what should be punished still has to be punished. Immediately. A weird pressure belonging to the SSS level instantly burst out. With the support of the weird energy, this yellow lightning instantly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Sufei carried the red jelly from the bloody restaurant and sped towards his residence. It's been delayed for too long, and I don't know what White Chestnut is doing. It didn't take long. Sufei flew up the stairs after parking the car. Little bit, I'm back. However, just as he opened the door, his entire being was dumbfounded. Only to see that the living room was in a mess, with things scattered all over the place. Especially that leather sofa, it was torn to shreds. No. Is this a monster in the house? Sufei's heart was anxious, and he hurriedly put down the jelly and ran towards the bedroom. Arriving at the bedroom, he only saw that Bai Lili was hugging her pillow and sleeping. But what was creepy was that White Chestnut's 2 tiger teeth were deeply embedded into the pillow. It can't be all White Chestnut's doing, right? No. Blood-sucking creepy also had the attribute of home demolition? Sufei walked to the front and gently patted White Chestnut's shoulder. Wake up. Bai Lili rubbed her eyes, but in the next instant, her grayish-white pupils instantly became watery. Little Sufei, you're finally back. Bai Lili got up, and with a flying leap, she pounced Sufei onto the bed and sat on Sufei's body. Don't look at Bai Lili's small body, but it pressed Sufei so hard that he couldn't move at all. Oh. Why are you just coming back? I'm about to starve to death. Bai Li's face showed her aggravation. But in the next instant she opened her small mouth, her two tiger teeth bursting out in a burst of bright light. Without hesitation, she bit towards Su Fei's neck and puffed and started sucking. It's not. I brought you food, it's in the living room. However, Bai Li acted as if she didn't hear it at all, still sucking on the blood. No. Suddenly, White Lily let go of Su Fei. Su Fei was filled with doubt. What's wrong? White Lily wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, frowning tightly as she leaned over Su Fei's body and sniffed. Upon seeing this sight, Su Fei instantly had a jolt. This scene. Why did he seem to have seen it somewhere? Only to see Bai Li slowly get up, staring at Su Fei with a deadly stare, questioning. Little Su Fei. You have the flavor of other female guile on you. Say. Did you go behind my back? Oh no, behind Yao Yao's back to find other female guile? Su Fei instantly sweated, but soon he thought of something. Lily, this isn't right? How is it wrong? When I go out to work, I definitely have to come into contact with my coworkers, so isn't it normal for me to have some smell on me? It seems to be oh. Hearing this, Bai Li lightly bit her fingertips, but soon she realized it was wrong again. And so, she sniffed towards Su Fei's waist and said, No. The smell is strongest here, you've hugged her. Su Fei suddenly had a big headache. I was just sending a coworker home, we really didn't do anything between us. Really didn't do anything? Bai Li was still a bit unconvinced. Su Fei also raised his eyebrows. What, do you really want me to do something? Who said that? Bai Li's little face instantly turned red, and her mouth hardened. I just don't want to make Yao Yao sad, I'm being responsible for Yao Yao. Hearing these words, Su Fei instantly recalled Zi Xia. She seemed to have also said something similar to this. Su Fei's eyes fixedly looked at Bai Li, and he sighed deeply. It wasn't like he was a little cutie, naturally able to tell what Bai Li's behavior represented. Just that. Originally, Luo Yao and Zishi together were already very difficult to deal with if he added a White Li. Of course. The most crucial thing was that there was a blind date at the end. If the blind date is also a SSS class, then the one who suffers is not himself. Su Fei suddenly felt that he would be stabbed to death sooner or later. I can't think about it anymore. It's getting late, and we have to go on a field trip tomorrow, so if we keep thinking about it, we're going to have a hard time sleeping at night. But just as Su Fei was about to get up, White Li once again began to feast and suck blood crazily. Drip drip drip. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. White Li picked up the cell phone and sat up abruptly, her face showing panic as she warned. Little Su Fei, you're not allowed to make a sound. Bai Li hastily picked up the phone. Hello? Upon seeing this scene, Su Fei instantly began to brainstorm. Instead of being discovered by Luo Yao, it would be better to take this opportunity to tell Luo Yao about his situation. In this way, at least, he would be able to turn himself in, so he might be able to be dealt with leniently. Otherwise, if the rice was cooked by then, he would be powerless to explain. Thinking about this, Su Fei hurriedly spoke, Yao. But in the very next instant, a strange energy struck. He suddenly felt as if he had lost his voice, and no sound came out at all. Luo Yao on the other end of the phone also let out a question. Lily? Why do I seem to hear a man's voice? Bai Li looked flustered and hurriedly said, No, there's no such thing as a man. Lily, you wouldn't be secretly hiding a relationship from me, right? No, how could I? It's impossible for me to fall in love. You're just being sophomoric, I already know all about it. You already know everything? Bai Li's hand holding the cell phone trembled when she heard this. Right. You must be in love with someone like this, who is the target. Hearing this, Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief. I can't tell you yet. Cheap bastard. But when you fall in love, the happiest thing is kissing with your beloved object. This I have experience, do you want to learn? Kissing? Bai Li's gaze involuntarily looked towards Su Fei's mouth. Her small heart was even more fluttering, and her face turned red once again. She pursed her thin lips and asked in a thin voice, Then Yao Yao, kissing, how should I do it? Chapter 64, Mr. Luo, it can't be that he's in love, right? What about kissing? You should take the initiative. Because as long as you like him then you can't help but want to kiss him. Luo Yao's voice was filled with lightness, as if she had thought of something happy. But soon, she reminded again, Right Lily, don't just think about your own relationship, don't forget the things I entrusted you with. Hearing this, Bai Li's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Yao, don't worry, I definitely won't forget. That's good, if I wasn't afraid of my sister knowing that I'm in love, I wouldn't have bothered you. I know, I'm going to start. Bai Li hung up the phone, her two small hands holding Su Fei's cheeks. Yao. This can all be what you told me, oh. At that time, in order to save your boyfriend, I let out so much blood, now let him make it up to me, it should be fine. Anyway, it's just this once. Bai Li's heart began to thump as she said this. The red color on her face looked even more conspicuous, spreading all the way to her neck. Su Fei was similarly nervous when he saw this scene. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't seem to make any sound. Yawa, this really can't be blamed on me. This is all your own. However, just at this moment,
Bai Lili closed her eyes and lowered her head to kiss over, steadily kissing Su Fei's mouth. The bizarre energy in her body also began to become disorganized at this moment.
Su Fei couldn't help but tremble.
It wasn't that he hadn't kissed other female creeps before. But don't look at Bai Liuli's small size, but her greed far exceeded Su Fei's imagination.
Her hands also turned from Su Fei's cheeks to wrap around Su Fei's neck.
And it wasn't until then that Su Fei realized just how sharp the other party's tiny tiger teeth were and didn't dare to touch them easily at all. The entire process, which lasted for a long time. It was even longer than the time it took White Chestnut to draw blood. Due to the characteristics of the other party's blood-sucking trick, the saliva was like an anesthetic, causing Su Fei's entire mouth to become completely numb. He could only let White Lili have free reign. If Luo Yao was an icy cold lychee, Xia was a sweet and moist honeydew melon. And Bai Lili was more of a delicate and soft strawberry. Little Su Fei, I regret it. Suddenly Bai Lili got up and looked at Su Fei, her eyelashes fluttering. Su Fei took a deep breath. Could it be that she felt guilty because she had bullied her own BFF? It should be. After all, the kind of Xia who liked this kind of tone was not rare even in the bizarre world. And prima facie, it didn't seem like Hokurii Kurisu had this personality either. And so, Su Fei smiled awkwardly and said weakly, then, can you let go of me first? No. Bai Lili said decisively.
Su Fei's head was also full of questions, then didn't you just say you regretted it all?
What I regret is what I said just now. Bai Lili bit her finger, I don't want it to be just this one time.
Ha!
Without waiting for Su Fei to think more, Bai Lili pounced again.
This night, the entire Gedu did not rain. Bai Lili lying on Su Fei's body beautifully slept. Until the next morning to get up. Su Fei's entire body was pale and weak.
After all, by the White Chestnut sucked a whole night's blood, not be directly sucked to death is already good.
But fortunately,
Luo Yao didn't teach anything else, or else he would only be afraid that he wouldn't be able to go to class. The royal blood brought Su Fei a strengthening of all aspects of the body, but against the unusual weird certainly have obvious effect. However, he couldn't afford to be sucked violently by the blood-sucking weirdness. I'm going to work. Looking at the sleeping White Chestnut, Su Fei took a shower and washed up before heading downstairs to ride the ghost fire. Dragging his tired body, he rode to the bloody restaurant and bought 2 bottles of blood drinks to make up for it.
Su Fei was also overwhelmed with emotion.
When he first arrived, he had no appetite when he saw the drink, but now he couldn't seem to live without it.
Cool.
After simply replenishing his blood, Su Fei's state also recovered quite a bit, and he drove all the way towards the company.
At the same time, Thriller Investment Company.
The door to the company's president's office was opened, and Luoli stepped on her high heels and walked straight in.
Today's Luoli was wearing a strapless black dress.
There was also a gray silk scarf tied around her neck. The most crucial thing was that the gray silk on her legs was still there, and it had some lace edges on it.
Seeing Luoli come in,
the weird blonde hair sitting in front of the desk instantly stood up and lowered her head.
Mr. Luo, I was wrong, yesterday.
Alright, don't say it.
Luoli didn't seem to care too much about this, instead, she waved her hand.
Has the finance department notified it? Today it's going to go to the hospital for a site visit. If there's not too much of a problem then it's going to be invested. The blonde creepy sneaked a glance at Luoli. Mr. Luo, all has been done.
That's fine, I'll go wait for Su Fei outside.
After Luoli finished speaking, she turned her head and left the office. Looking at Luoli's back, the blonde creepy was both nervous and puzzled. She had worried all night last night, fearing that she would be sanctioned by Luoli today. As a result, she didn't expect that nothing had happened. And just now it looked as if Luoli was in a better mood than yesterday? But what made her feel the most horrible was Luoli's dressing seems to be more womanly? In the past, Luoli couldn't possibly wear a long skirt to the company, much less wear the same color stockings for 2 consecutive days.
Besides, when did Luo always start liking gray things? Could it be that?
Speaking of which, blonde creepy hurriedly rummaged through her bag for something. Eventually she took out a book with a yellow cover.
Found it. There seems to be something written inside the Human Love Story collection.
When a woman starts switching her style of dress, or even changing her normalcy for a change, it's most likely a romance. Seeing this, the blonde bizarre pupils instantly dilated.
It can't be, right? How could she be in love, Mr. Luo? This should be an illusion? Yes, this must be an illusion. No, if she really talked about it, then who is the object? It can't be Su Fei, right?
And on the other end. At this time, there were still 10 minutes left before the 9 o'clock start time.
Su Fei was also finally at the company.
He had just gone upstairs when he saw Luoli standing at the door of the office area.
You're here. Seeing Su Fei's slightly depressed appearance, Luoli frowned and asked, what's wrong? Didn't rest well last night? Aha! Su Fei smiled awkwardly as well. Luoli frowned, you know that you're going to visit the hospital today, why don't you rest earlier? Su Fei was also helpless. He wanted to rest early, but Bai Liuli wouldn't let him. Although Creepy couldn't easily harm humans, Su Fei had long been White Lily's blood servant. The root of his life was held in White Liuli's hands. Forget it. Liuli didn't pursue the matter any further, but threw the car keys of the supercar to Su Fei. Bring the information with you, I'll go to the finance department to get the card, see you in the parking lot. Good. Su Fei took the car keys, turned his head and returned to his workstation to pick up yesterday's investment information. Granted, a fire could break out in his own backyard at any time now. But the mission was just as very important right now. After all, it was a $1 billion matchmaking mission. And this investment would also be his chance to earn a second bucket of gold. Chapter 65 Terror Hospital Shenanigans, The Price of Blood. After getting the information, Su Fei did not delay and made his way to the parking lot. Liuli was also waiting for Su Fei by the car early. She stared at Su Fei, feeling that there was something wrong no matter how she looked at him. Perhaps it was the innate sixth sense of female eccentrics. She always felt as if Su Fei had gone through some kind of catastrophe last night. Get in the car. Su Fei opened the car door, and Liuli sat on the passenger side as well. She always stared at Su Fei, her brows furrowed. Su Fei, be honest, what exactly did you do last night? Su Fei was also flabbergasted. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. What doesn't matter? Liuli said in a serious manner, can you still work properly in this state? I'm doing this for the benefit of the company. I'm fine, let's go. Su Fei started the vehicle and drove towards the terror hospital according to his cell phone's navigation. Throughout the entire process, Liuli's eyes remained on Su Fei's body without moving away. This brat must have encountered something. Otherwise, why didn't he even look at his legs? But soon, as the car ran, she caught a peculiar smell in the overcast wind. Liuli arched an eyebrow, sniffed, and asked, why is there a strong smell of blood on you? Hearing this, Su Fei's head exploded. How was it that a female guile was so sensitive to the odor of her own body? If he hadn't gotten up in the morning and taken a shower, I'm afraid that white chestnut smell would have been detected. I bought 2 bottles of blood drink in the morning. Blood drinks? Liuli was even more strange when she heard this. Isn't that the specialty of the bloody restaurant? Only the blood-sucking Guile clan likes it the most, and you, a human, dare to drink blood drinks? What is this? Su Fei snorted and asked, have you heard of devil's egg? At the mention of devil's egg, Liuli was filled with disgust. What's wrong with devil's egg? I dare to eat the devil's egg. What is this blood drink? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Su Fei didn't bother to argue with the other party and sped up his car. Just a few minutes passed. Su Fei and the others arrived at their destination, the Terror Hospital. The Terror Hospital's building stood at the corner of a street. The building as a whole was black and gray, and the walls above it were even more dilapidated, with a lot of the wall skin falling off. Just after getting out of the car, Su Fei could smell a smell of rotten blood mixed together. At this time, a bizarre male doctor wearing a white coat and a mask, and also had 6 hands, walked out. And it could be clearly seen that these 6 hands were thick and thin, not at all like the same creepy all, but more like limbs that had been joined together. You guys are Thriller, right? Well, we're here to talk about investment. Su Fei nodded without the slightest bit of panic. Follow me. Under the lead of the creepy doctor, Su Fei and Liuli walked into the hospital. In the hospital corridor, the lights flickered on and off. The interior was peeling off as much as the wall skin, like a twisted human face. Ah! Suddenly, an extremely mournful and terrifying scream appeared. Su Fei subconsciously grabbed Liuli's wrist. You! Liuli glanced at Su Fei in disgust. However, she didn't say anything more, but continued to walk forward. As they went deeper, what with the sounds of axes, hinges, cut saws, and various other horrifying sounds coming and going, a pool of blood suddenly flowed out from the operating room in front of Su Fei. Only the door to the operating room in front of him was open. Su Fei couldn't help but glance inside as well. Around him, several creeps in white coats were surrounding the operating table, and were helping the creep on the operating table to proceed with a variety of limbs. Liuli seemed to have seen Su Fei's doubts and explained. Often, many creepy will get their levels raised by means of limb extensions. There's still this method? Well, the highest rank of a limb attaching bazaar can reach pseudo SSS rank, with strength rules above SS rank, but far from being comparable to a true SSS rank. Understood. Su Fei nodded slightly, and inwardly, he also gained a new perception of this bizarre world. It was fortunate that the ones he had encountered were all true SSS class beautiful female guile. But it wasn't because he was special that he could go on to deny the terrifying nature of this bizarre world. At least in the eyes of the other players, this world was far more terrifying than what Su Fei saw. Suddenly, the weird doctor in front of him stopped in front of an office. Our dean is inside, you guys go in. The creepy doctor took the initiative to open the door, and then Su Fei and Liuli walked in with him. Boom! The gate was closed, and a bizarre figure gradually walked out from the darkness.
She was wearing a white coat soaked in blood, and her entire body was like a bamboo pole. The opponent possessed 8 completely different arms, each of which held a different knife. There were scalpels, scissors, and even a machete. But what made Su Fei feel the most horrified was the face that was covered in stitches. Although she possessed all 5 senses, every part of her didn't look like it grew from the same body. Su Fei was able to clearly feel that the other party's aura was far from something that could be compared to an SS-ranked creepy. However, it was less absolutely intimidating than a true SSS rank. Perhaps this was the pseudo-SSS class creepy that his colleagues were talking about. Welcome to the horror hospital, I'm the director here, you can call me Mary the Dismemberer. If your company is willing to invest, I can guarantee that you will be able to receive a substantial return, and this return will come very quickly. As soon as Mary's words fell, the sound of a hidden hint resounded from the depths of Su Fei's mind. Hidden tip, no need to hesitate, sign a contract directly with the other party. Upon hearing the hidden prompt, Su Fei immediately took out the contract from his profile and headed towards the other party. The contract is right here, and according to the application you submitted, it's an investment amount of $100 million. Seeing Su Fei take out the contract without saying a word, Luo Li couldn't help but ask, Su Fei, aren't you going to ask for details again carefully? There's no need to ask, I'm confident, and I'm responsible for the losses anyway. Su Fei waved his hand, following which he handed the contract to Dismemberer Mary without hesitation. Since you're already sure, take the card. Luo Li didn't say anything more, handing over the trick card containing $100 million investment amount to Su Fei. It would be fine if she could actually earn it, but even if she lost, she would still be able to trample Su Fei under her feet. Very well, human, you're very discerning. Mary took the contract, one of her hands picked up the pen on the table, and without hesitation, she signed her name and got the investment trick card. But just at this time, Su Fei's notification from the creepy world also resounded in the depths of his mind. Dragon Kingdom contestant has successfully triggered the horror hospital creepy event. Current strange event, the price of blood. Just as the notification sound fell, a burst of black mist suddenly appeared, completely enveloping Su Fei and Mary in front of him. World rules? Luo Li frowned, sensing the powerful force of rules in this black fog. Even she was unable to interfere with it, and had no choice but to stay where she was and wait. At the same time, with the sound of the briefing, all the human players of the bizarre world were once again collectively enveloped by the black fog. When they came back to their senses once again, they realized that they were once again back on the matchmaking stage. When they saw Su Fei, each and every one of them showed anger. In particular, Sakura Nation's Yamamoto contestant's mind was completely blown. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was finally lit up once again. Holy, the live broadcast room has finally returned to normal. The briefing came out just now, and this time, it's another bizarre event triggered by Su Shun? Obviously, I have a gut feeling that Su Shun is going to start pretending again. I don't know, what rule will it be this time? Just as the crowd was speculating, on the stage, Bald Creepy once again appeared out of the darkness and looked at all the contestants with a smile on his face. It's good to see you all again. The blood price rules game is on. Please find your respective rooms and offer your blood. The one with the most blood this time will be rewarded with $100 million, while the one with the least will be obliterated. Chapter 66, Good guy, not even acting anymore, right? The one who donates the highest amount of blood gets the prize, and the one who donates the least amount of blood will be wiped out. So it's either get $100 million or be wiped out directly. Unlike the last death roulette, there are more or less people in the middle who are able to earn a little. The key is that after entering the room, there's no way of knowing how much blood the other players will donate. Hearing this rule, it wasn't just the live broadcast room. All the human players on the scene were also all tense one by one, constantly sizing up the other players around them. Everyone's physical condition was different, and so was the amount of blood they could donate. But the point was, some people would definitely roll as hard as they could in order not to bottom out, as long as they didn't go into shock and die. It is indeed a pretty dark game. Those players around them all had deep expressions, but Su Fei was slightly more relaxed at this time. Although it was said that he had been sucked too much blood by Bai Lili last night, he had at least straightened out 2 bottles of blood drink in the morning. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak moment, his condition had improved a lot with the passage of time. And with White Chestnut's royal blood, it might also be able to play a crucial role in this level. At this time, the bald guy bizarrely pointed to the room behind the curtain and said, I think everyone has heard it all, so let's go in. As the words fell, all of the contestants walked towards their respective rooms one after another. Su Fei also returned to this incomparably familiar room 444 once again. Just like last time. There was a simple table in the room, but the difference was that there were needles and blood collection tubes placed on the table. But the most interesting thing was the transparent cylindrical blood storage container. The size was about the same as any small bucket of water, and it felt almost like it had a capacity of about 10 liters. Sir, hello again. In the dark shadows of the room's interior, Mary came from across the room. "It's you." Seeing this pseudo-SSS ranked creep, Sufei wasn't in a hurry, but sat down calmly on the chair and asked, "By the way, is there anything at stake between my investment and this game?" "Of course." Mary sat down opposite Sufei and explained with a smile, "If it wasn't for Sir's investment, we wouldn't have been able to open our weird events, and we wouldn't have been able to receive the rewards of the weird world." Sufei stroked his chin. "So, you guys can also make money through the bazaar events?" "Yes." Mary returned without hesitation, "This is the reward of the bazaar world, and if you human contestants can get the highest reward, I can also get an equal amount of the highest reward, which is 100 million. "I see." When Sufei heard this, he couldn't help but recall the last casino bazaar incident, the death roulette. Leah had helped him get 100 million, so their casino was able to get 100 million reward as well. In other words, if it wasn't for his relationship with Zishi, Leah would have similarly allowed another human to get that bonus. It was just that the other party didn't know that he had hidden hints. Even without the other party's help, he was able to successfully get the reward. But it's not right. If it was another human that Leah chose to help, wouldn't she get 200 million? When Sufei thought of this, he couldn't help but ask again, then what if there are two people tied for first place? It won't happen. Mary shook her head and explained, the weirdness that presided over the bazaar event would never let two humans get the reward. Because the rules set down by the creepy world only allow one person to win the reward, and creepy can't violate them, but under this rule, customized by creepy itself. Hearing this, Sufei understood everything. Even the creepy capital was the same as the thriller university at the very beginning. As long as it was under the rules of the creepy world, creepy could play as it pleased. To put it bluntly, it was that whoever the creepy presiding over the event wanted to win could win. In this way, creepy interrelationships become especially important. Unless one was truly the kind of honest shenanigans that didn't look at any relationships and were unselfish, they would only be ranked according to the true rules. Sufei took a deep breath and couldn't help but test the waters. "So do you think that who will be able to get first place in this bazaar event?" "There's no need to test the waters." Mary looked at Sufei and slowly spoke, "Normally I would let you win because you're an investor in our terror hospital. And..." Saying this, Mary hesitated again, then said, "Of course, even if you weren't an investor, my dad wouldn't let you die." Sufei looked at Mary and immediately felt a rush of scalp numbness. Not. Where did this inexplicable relationship come from again? It was good to have a relationship, but this Mary was clearly meeting her for the first time, right? Moreover, for someone to be called dad by a pseudo-SSS ranked creepy, it must be a male creepy of a higher rank. However, he didn't have a male creepy. Suddenly, Sufei's mind flashed across the figure of a fat man. Sufei frowned and asked with a serious face, "Who is your dad?" "Him. He is both an understanding emotional expert and the most outstanding gourmet in the bazaar world." Mary said here, her eyes full of admiration. "He needs you to provide inspiration for his next creations, and you share the same high-end taste as him when it comes to food." Hearing this, Sufei's pupils suddenly contracted, and his mouth opened slightly. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't squeeze out half a word. Obviously, the Mary in front of him, the dad in her mouth, was the one who had damn well been at Thriller University earlier. Abominable butcher. Similarly, the pop-up screens in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room also completely exploded at this moment. Now these shenanigans don't even play out. Didn't Baldhead emphasize in the last shenanigans that shenanigans are the most important? So it turns out that what God Su has been relying on all along isn't luck, it's purely tricky interpersonal relationships? Nonsense. If God Su can eat the devil's egg, do you think others would dare to eat it? That's right. Including those female guile, it was all earned by God Su himself. When it comes to guile relations, if God Su says second, who dares to say first? At this time, when other countries saw this scene, they even more completely broke their defenses. So, actually, the Dragon Kingdom has already been internally determined to be the champion? Is it still playing or not? Are these rules specifically customized for Sufei? Aha! I'm not looking at it anymore. This is a complete scam. You guys just realized? The fact that you guys are watching this as a rom-com is actually quite good for getting high. It's fine for me to watch it live, but the poor thing is our contestants. That's right, they're all pumping blood and seriously trying to figure out how to pass. If they knew about this, I can't even imagine what would happen. I just want to ask if there will be any other copies next? I don't want to see the Sufei cheating. At this very moment, Dragon Country was cheering all over the place, while the rest of the world began to wail. The experts from all the countries that were originally still researching Sufei were all instantly deflated, deleting and shredding the large number of files that should have been deleted. All of them were like this and they were still researching? Research a hair. Chapter 67, It's a pity he didn't manage to trample Sufei under his feet. What a surprise. Sufei deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air.
Perhaps in the eyes of humans, these two titles of emotion expert and gourmet more or less felt a bit inappropriate. But there was no way around it, this was the bizarre world, so naturally, it couldn't be viewed from a normal person's perspective. And in Su Fei's eyes, when he was on the playground, the cook's speech had indeed saved his life. Now, because of this relationship, he had already foretold that he had won this game. There is nothing to say. He could only say that when he had the opportunity, he would inevitably treat the cook to a devil's egg feast. It's almost time, Mary said as she picked up the blood storage container on the table with both hands. At the same time, she also stretched out the hand that was holding the scalpel and violently plunged it into her shoulder and neck. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Seeing such a visually impactful scene, Su Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you okay like this? It's fine. Mary's face was devoid of any expression as she explained, my bone marrow was taken from one of the Blood Demon Clan's SS-ranked creeps. They generate blood extremely fast, and usually the blood food on the market is made from their blood. This spells good creepy, doesn't it? Hoping that everything on his body was something else spooky. When Su Fei heard this, he also couldn't help but think of the blood drinks and the blood food he had eaten earlier. It was fitting that the blood-sucking creepy clan was completely feeding off the Blood Demon Clan. This blood is enough. Mary stretched out two more hands holding needles and threads and immediately sewed up the wound. She then placed the container that was fully filled with half a bucket of blood on the table. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Mary said, then reminded, Luo Yao is a blood demon clan, and blood demons need to change their blood once a year to maintain their balance. Ha! Su Fei rubbed his chin. No wonder the bleeding was slightly heavier when he fought with Luo Yao earlier, coincidentally, this was the reason. But all the same, Bai Lili was able to be on such good terms with Luo Yao, so I'm afraid that it also had nothing to do with this blood exchange trade escaping. That's why Bai Lili will also suck Luo Yao's blood. As a result, his body is now not completely filled with his own blood. Alright, take the blood out, the game is over. Mary finished speaking, getting up and stepping into the darkness. Su Fei looked at the large vat of blood in front of him, and was saddened in his heart. This was at least 5 or 6 liters. A normal person who put in this much was almost all of the blood already, and would have died long ago. And so, Su Fei held the container and kicked open the door. At this moment, almost all of the contestants had returned to the grand stage. They were all pale and weak. And in front of them, their blood storage containers were placed. It's so hard to hold it. Su Fei hugged the vat and returned to the stage. His appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially when they saw the vat in Su Fei's arms. One by one, the other players' hearts were even more jumpy, their pupils filled with disbelief. Not buddy. Are you a bloody cow? Even if you were a cow, you'd lose all your blood. How could a human have so much blood? For a moment, everyone stiffened in place, not knowing what was going on. Especially Sakura Nation's Yamamoto contestant, whose breathing gradually became rapid. Su Fei walked over to the crowd and similarly placed the blood in front of himself. The blood shook and even spilled out some. But even the ones that were spilled out were more than the vast majority of the people who had offered their blood. Looking at the expressions of the crowd was a burst of red eyes and pity. Among them, a man with a yellow face as thin as a monkey's stood out. For no other reason. It was because his blood donation was the least visible to the naked eye. So, he shouted towards the bald man. Impossible. How could he have so much blood? There must be a ghost in this. Moderator, I have reason to suspect him of cheating. The bald head glanced at him. I don't want to say the same thing multiple times, as long as the blood inside him is real blood, it's considered a pass. The words fell. The bald man raised his hand, and a drop of blood flew from the container in front of Su Fei to his fingertips. He took a slight sip and nodded, this is indeed blood inside. The words fell. All the contestants gritted their teeth one by one. It was obvious that this blood could definitely not be Su Fei's. It must be the abominable tricky interconnections again. But no matter what, the reward of 100 million won't be taken, but at least it's still alive. Now, you. The bald man turned around and looked at the skinny man. Suddenly a large dark hand appeared out of thin air and directly held it in his hand. Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out, only to see that player instantly pinched into a pulp. Blood and internal organs exploded, and then it just fell to the ground. Looking at that horrible corpse, all the players' faces turned pale. Immediately after that, the voice of the briefing rang out. Toe contestant eliminated. The Dragon Kingdom contestant has successfully cleared the level, earning 100 million Guile coins. The Guile coins will be automatically credited after the event is over. Just after the briefing, the door to the Guile capital was once again opened by Bald Head. At the same time, he also reminded once again. There are already quite a few of you contestants who are about to complete the matchmaking requirements. As long as you guys succeed in completing the mission pairing successfully, your objects will also give you help in the bizarre events behind you. Cheer up, everyone. The moment these words came out, the originally disheveled contestants once again perked up. I'm just short of 60,000 shenanigans. Before the next shenanigans event opens, I must complete the mission. I also want an SSS ranked female guile to be able to help me, please. My request is over $1 million. In fact, I only need to win once to complete the mission. By the way, the fastest right now should be Sakura's Yamamoto player. How is he doing? At this moment, everyone swished their gazes towards player Yamamoto. Player Yamamoto's expression was extremely twisted at this moment. He didn't say anything and just hurriedly drilled towards the gate. When the others saw this, they were all filled with energy one by one as well. At this moment, in the bizarre live broadcast rooms of the various countries, everyone was silent when they saw their own players working so hard. However, the Dragon country's live broadcast room at this moment was bustling with activity. Godsu has already taken 200 million, another 800 million, and will be able to eat the banquet. Will there be a reward function by then? I'm going to give Godsu a share of money. Then you'll have to prepare a few more shares, as well as Luo Yao, Zishi, Bai Lili, plus this blind date. Right now, what I'm worried about isn't so much about getting through, but rather how Su Shin will handle these relationships. More than this, I hope the live broadcast doesn't go black. I still want to continue watching Su Shin operate. It's always a black screen. Godsu can't have been doing all those things lately, right? However, as Su Fei stepped through the door once again, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room unsurprisingly went dark once again. At this time in the Terror Hospital, along with the appearance of two black mists, Su Fei and Mary returned to the dean's office at the same time. You're back. Seeing Su Fei, Luo Li asked curiously, passed the level successfully? Otherwise. Su Fei smiled bashfully. Luo Li lightly hummed, look at your smug look. What reward did you take? What does it have to do with you? It's something I earned on my own. Su Fei waved his hand, not wanting to tell Luo Li about the fact that he had earned $100 million. At this time, Mary also took out a black trick card. According to the ratio on the investment contract, here is $150 million, which is the principal and the share, and your reward is an event that will be credited to your card separately. Good. Su Fei nodded and took the trick card. The reward given to Mary by the Bazaar event was $100 million, plus the investment principal totaled as was $200 million. $50 million on the other hand was the share signed on the contract. In other words, Mary herself had earned $50 million. Su Fei didn't hesitate to take the trick card over. See, I earned $50 million for the company, and according to the split, I'll be able to take $10 million as well. Count yourself lucky to have come across the bizarre incident. You'll go to the finance to settle the account yourself for the part of the commission. Luo Li saw Mary's look and roughly guessed that it was the other party's assistance. But despite earning money, Luo Li's heart suddenly felt a hint of disappointment again. In particular, Su Fei's smug look made her a little upset. Unfortunately, this time, she wasn't able to step on Su Fei's feet. But the days were still long, and there was always another chance. She just didn't believe that Su Fei could be that lucky every time. However, Su Fei, on the other hand, was overjoyed in his heart. Let's go, buddy's in a good mood today, treat you to a meal. However, the words had just fallen. Luo Li's cell phone received a text message at this time. After seeing the text message, Luo Li's face instantly became icy cold. Let's talk about dinner next time. I still have things to do at home. I'm going back first. Chapter 68. Did Zishi fall in love behind my back? After separating from Su Fei, Luo Li went all the way back to her home with a black face. Her home was a huge estate that covered an area of over 1,000 square feet. And unlike White Chestnut's manor and castle, it wasn't too far from the city center. In the weird capital, this kind of land could not be bought even if one had money. Unless one says, who could want the precious daughter of this master's family? I'm back. Luo Li walked into her own garden, only to see a middle-aged or elderly man in old-age clothes with white hair standing by the pool feeding the fish. He was none other than Luo Yao's father, Luo Lan. It was one of the first batch of creepy entrepreneurs who utilized the human model to make money in the creepy world. Enterprises like the Thriller Investment Company were just one of the companies under his hand. In the big bazaar capital, there was hardly any bazaar that knew just how powerful this entrepreneur's underpinnings were. But it was such a rich and powerful creep who was now worrying about his daughter's love. You should have seen the message as well. From tomorrow onwards, you can leave everything in the company alone. As for the bet between me and Purple Old Devil, you don't have to worry about that either. That was originally my own matter. I have my own plans. Luo father sprinkled a handful of feed towards the pool, and a group of fanged fish started to go crazy. Luo Li stepped forward and said coldly, I said I'm not interested in the opposite sex. I just want to devote myself to work and make money. Work, make money. Luo's father's hands began to tremble and retorted, we've made enough money, you should take responsibility for your own happiness now. I feel quite happy right now. No, it's not happy to be weird without love. Then tell me, are you happy with my mother? Hearing this, Luo's father instantly became furious, your mother and I, it was just a deal, to each his own. Right, so love doesn't bring me happiness.
Lori spread her hands.
No, that's different. Luo father shook his head, and a picture of a man gradually emerged in his mind. He was instantly furious and said one after another. It's because that bastard, the violet old devil, robbed me of my favorite, and that bastard didn't keep her in the end. So what if I made more money? True love is gone, that's something you'll regret for the rest of your life, silly daughter.
Alright, stop it, I've heard this boring love triangle story no less than 1,000 times. Luoli glanced at her old dad, her face full of revulsion. In fact, this matter wasn't a secret, she knew very well from the beginning that it wasn't his mom that Pops liked. Rather, it was another female creepy of the same blood clan. To put it bluntly, it was Pop's first love. Pop's first love, however, loved not him, but his brother, also known as Zishi's father, and gave birth to Zishi. After failing in love, Pops was bent on making money, and was forced to choose a marriage in order to make money. Originally, after each of them had started their own families, both of their families had exchanged and communicated with each other. So she and Z Hitomi had also known each other since childhood. But it wasn't until Z Hitomi's mother died that her old man and Z old demon had a complete falling out. It was also with this example in front of them that she and Z Hitomi had reached a consensus on the matter of anti-love since they were young, and their relationship was also getting better and better. Both took their respective old dads as a negative example. One is unable to love, and the other is unable to keep his lover alive. As the saying goes, you can't make a connection, and it's lonely in vain. As long as you don't touch love, you will never be hurt by it. Daughter, why don't you understand? Father Luo reminded with hatred that old purple devil's daughter is the same age as you. Then what? Luo Li asked without caring. Then? Luo father's face was full of seriousness. She has inherited the old devil's phantom demon bloodline. In case a very good opposite sex appears between the two of you at this time, how can you compete with her? At that time? Won't you be like old dad me at the time? Watching love being snatched away? How can that be? Luo Li immediately denied. First of all, it's impossible for something so coincidental to happen in the world. Secondly, Zishi and I both agreed that we won't believe in things like love. Who can say about things like love? Do you just know that she didn't secretly fall in love behind your back? Luo father sighed. That's why I'm going to sign you up for a blind date, and directly take the first step to find you a suitable one, to avoid this kind of thing from happening. After saying all that, you still want me to go on a blind date? Luoli clasped her hands in front of her chest. Pops, you keep saying that you're doing this for my happiness. Haven't you thought about the fact that the blind date might not be suitable for me? How could it not be suitable? Don't you just want to keep working and make money? Luo father patted his chest and assured, don't worry daughter, at that time, old dad will definitely bring you back a capable person who can also make money with you. Right now, I just want you to put down all the work at hand, and then just read books for me properly and learn how to fall in love. After saying that, Luo father stretched out his palm and 3 yellow-covered books appeared in his hand. This is a collection of human love stories that I entrusted a friend to bring. You look good, just learn how human love really works. Don't come to the time when the object comes, you end up with a cold face and can't do anything. Luoli took the 3 books, then asked, nothing else? Seeing Luoli accepting the books, Luo father's face was all smiles. No more. Then I'll go back to work. After Luoli finished speaking, she directly turned her head and walked towards the outside of the garden. Watching Luoli leave, Luo father still didn't forget to shout in a hurry, you mustn't forget to read. Got it. Luoli raised her hand and returned without looking back. But she had only just walked outside the courtyard with her front foot, and then immediately threw the book in her hand into the grass in the corner. What bull romance, dogs don't even read it. Luoli was filled with disgust. Pops, in order to get him to accept a blind date, would find a different reason for her to come back almost every day. Then he started frantically brainwashing her about the beauty of love. But today was different. Pops even brought along his good girlfriend, Z Hitomi. And what about her and Zishi both having eyes for the opposite sex at the same time, and then having Zishi snatch them away? That's ridiculous. How could such a strange thing happen? This old dad was just obviously deliberately provoking the relationship between them. It was really too much. Luoli held her forehead and sighed deeply. But speaking of Zishi, because of her work, it's true that she hasn't been in contact for a long time as well. Not right. Under normal circumstances, it was Z Hitomi who took the initiative to call her to find her to chat. But lately it has not been playing. Can it be that it's just like what Pop said, Z Hitomi secretly fell in love? I don't think so, right? Thinking about this, Luoli walked towards the company while taking out her cell phone again, preparing to call Zishi. Chapter 69, If I lose, you can do whatever you want. This is your commission, $10 million. Thriller Investment Company, Finance Department. After Sufei got his commission, his entire being felt tasteless. Although he already had $210 million on his card. However, the commission only accounted for $10 million, which was really too little.
It felt like if he continued to bring along Bai Lili to deliver takeaways, he might even earn a bit more. I can't. He couldn't make a lot of money by just relying on the company's investment, he had to find a way to make some extra money himself. After all, he himself now has $200 million on his body, can be completely their own investment. By then the money earned are their own, there is no need to share the company for nothing. Just have to invest what it. Su Fei thought as he walked towards his office area. But just at this moment, once again, the system's beep sounded in his ears. Hidden tip: take a half-day vacation and rent the horrible flower planting base in X district before the end of the afternoon. District X? Leasing a horror flower planting base? It's a lease, not an investment. So it wasn't a business in the company's internal system file. And you have to take time off work to rent it right before the end of the day. Without a doubt, this would be an opportunity to make a lot of money. Su Fei turned around and immediately headed towards the president's office and knocked on the door. President Luo, I'm Su Fei, can I come in? Enter. Hearing the voice, the blonde-haired creepy panicked and stowed the yellow book in his hand into his bag. The blonde creepy turned to smile. Su Fei, you've already gotten your commission, right? Got it, thank you Mr. Luo. Su Fei was full of smiles, then asked, by the way, Mr. Luo, can I take a half day off today? Of course. The blonde creepy didn't have any hesitation. You've just arrived and you're generating revenue for the company. Taking a half day off is but a small matter. Thanks Mr. Luo, then I'll go? Well, go. Okay. Su Fei hurriedly left the office, happily running towards the elevator entrance. But right at this moment, a hasty figure directly hit him head on. Who is it, walking without looking at the road? Su Fei was just about to snap when he saw a stunningly beautiful, but nervous face. So it's you Aha! Luo Li was distracted, as if she had lost her soul. In fact, right on the way back to the company, she had been calling Zishi. But no matter how she called, she couldn't get through at all. And so, she then began to think wildly. Z Hitomi being SSS creepy and being at school, she naturally didn't need to worry about anything in terms of safety. After his father's earlier words, she now very much suspected that there was a possibility that Zishi might really be secretly falling in love behind her back. Otherwise normally, there was no way that Zishi wouldn't pick up her phone calls. And most crucially, she also made a call to her sister Luo Yao, ready to ask Zishi what the situation was. As a result, Luo Yao's phone was also on the line. And it stayed that way until she arrived downstairs at the company. This kind of behavior was really too strange. But there was nothing she could do, she could only put this matter on hold for now, and wait for the evening or tomorrow's time to try calling again. At this time, Su Fei couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with this? Going back for a trip to turn bitter? Nothing to do with you. Luo Li turned her head the other way. Alright, then I'll leave first. After Su Fei finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to enter the elevator to leave. Wait. Luo Li pressed the elevator and questioned, where are you going if you're not going to work? It has nothing to do with you. Su Fei spread his hands, then said, I've already asked the president for leave anyway. I'll go too. After saying that, Luo Li forced her way into the elevator. Not you this trick how this Su Fei was even more confused. In his opinion, this kind of thing was naturally better to be muffled. When this colleague came, wouldn't his own matter be exposed? Hidden tip, take her there. The moment he heard the hidden hint, Su Fei immediately regained his composure. Since the hint had said so, he could only do as he was told. Thus, Su Fei brought Luo Li downstairs and directly turned on the navigation, heading towards the X district. The entire Bazaar Metropolis had a total of 26 districts, and the further back the alphabetical area was, the more remote it was. X district is the suburb of the suburb, compared to Bai Li's manor is much further away. But fortunately the car speed is fast enough, plus from time to time to look at the beautiful legs. It didn't take too long for Su Fei to arrive at this so-called horrible flower planting base. After getting out of the car, Su Fei looked around. Aside from a factory building directly across the street, the surroundings were a sea of flowers that could not be seen at a glance. It was just that the flowers here, although brightly colored, were more or less born with some horror and strangeness. Luo Li also couldn't help but frown and asked, what are you doing here? Of course it's to make money. Su Fei confidently returned. Making money? This shouldn't be a project that the company invested in, right? Of course not. So, you're thinking of secretly investing yourself? Luo Li said, looking at Su Fei with a questioning look in her eyes. Didn't I bring you here? How can you still call it sneaking? Su Fei smiled awkwardly, then said, let's go, let's take a look inside the plant. After saying that, Su Fei and Luo Li headed towards the factory building. However, the moment Su Fei entered the factory building, he felt a coolness come over him. Only to see a pair of eyes open up in the darkness, and a black-packed mass of weirdness gradually began to appear. Roughly speaking, there were at least close to 1,000 eerie. At this moment, a weird wearing a flower garland and holding a scythe walked towards Su Fei's side. His aura was at least SS level. The side-wielding creepy glanced at Luoli and finally locked its gaze on Su-fei. Human? What are you here for? Su-fei stabilized himself and asked, are you the one in charge here? Yes. This place hasn't been leased by a creepy boss for more than a decade, and now I'm in charge. That's good to know, I'm here to lease it. Really? Hearing this, all the creepies' faces were filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Su-fei was also quite relieved. Well, just make a direct offer. The side creepy explained, lease fee plus salary, you only need to pay $100 million in rent, and you'll be the boss of this place, during which will all be at your disposal. As long as you sign this rules contract, any income during the lease period will go to you, and we will follow the rules and work well. Saying this, side creepy took out a contract. This contract, along with the previous contract that the company had given to the terror hospital, was a rules contract. As long as both parties signed it, they had to follow the rules of the creepy world. It was really true that money could make things happen. Right now $100 million would be able to buy such a large venue and a group of bizarre laborers. No problem. Su-fei took the contract and carefully read it, and after confirming that it was correct, he was about to sign it. At this moment, Luoli was the one who pulled Su-fei back and asked, Su-fei, are you crazy? I'm not? $100 million, and you're using it to rent this kind of place? How many flowers do you have to sell to earn it back? Luoli was filled with questions. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Su-fei patted Luoli's shoulder. Just getting the event bonus and spending it indiscriminately, I see that you'll only regret it too late by then. Luoli said here and didn't continue. After all, it wasn't her money that was spent. But just at this time, instead, Su-fei was in the mood, then what if I earn it? No way. Luoli was equally confident. After all, she had learned a lot from following her old man since she was a child. What money-making projects had she not come across? Even if humans might actually have a natural advantage in terms of investment, she thought to herself that she wasn't much worse than humans. Putting aside the accident of the bizarre incident at the hospital, this so-called flower base, it was absolutely impossible to make money. Luoli thought of this, her eyes were serious. Putting aside the weird incident, if you make money, what do you want? What do you want? Hidden tip, bet with her. Obviously, if the hidden hint said so, then the bizarre event wouldn't be triggered this time. Thus, Su-fei gained a few more points of confidence. Can you keep your word? Of course. Luoli was also instantly on top of her game, and her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of trampling Su-fei underfoot again. But what if you lose? If I lose, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 70. Dare to hold hands today, kiss tomorrow, and the day after that. There was no such thing as law in the creepy world, and the only thing that could constrain the creepy were the world rules. Up until now, Su-fei had only scratched the tip of the iceberg of the world rules. However, it was able to be clearly seen from the rules contract, which would be the only leverage for the weak to be able to talk to the strong head-on. The rules of the world could not be violated, and the rules contract was also a product under the rules of the world. It was precisely the same rule contract that Violet Hitomi's father had signed with another trickster in the first place. The bet was life and death, so he was able to have the chance to get his opponent killed. Normally, without signing a rules contract, the two SSS-ranked Bazaar basically couldn't do anything to each other. Even if they violated each other's personal rules, in the case of the same rank, they would only be able to rely on the advantage of the land boundary to suppress the other party, but would not be able to kill them. So, if one wanted to get a fair negotiation, then the weak would have to sign a rules contract with the strong in order to do so. If there was no contract signed, naturally the one with the biggest fist would speak. Of course, getting the strong to sign a contract in the first place was not a simple matter. Take Su-fei himself for example. It was just a verbal bet with Luoli, and when the time came for him to win, Luoli could also completely deny it. After all, no matter how low-grade a creepy was, its status was still above that of a human. To be fair, we'll sign the rules contract after returning to the company. Su-fei returned the rules contract with the side creepy after signing it. Just sign it, who's afraid? After Luoli finished speaking, she walked out of the plant on her own, returning to the car ahead of him. Side creepy looked at Su-fei's signature while also handing out his business card. Boss Su, happy cooperation, my phone number is on it, you can find me anytime. Good. After Su-fei accepted the business card, he likewise returned to the car. Luoli crossed her legs and clasped her hands in front of her chest. That inexplicable sense of confidence on her face made Su-fei go into a trance. Should I say no? I really think you have the temperament to be a boss. Is that so? Luoli's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was a hint of nervousness in her heart. Hee, it's a pity that you don't have a boss's life, but you have a boss's disease. You. Luoli was both angry, but in her heart there was some small smugness at the same time. Always being disliked by Su-fei, it would be a lie not to be angry. But complacently, her identity was also hidden very successfully. It was as if Su-fei couldn't tell at all. Go back. Su-fei stepped on the gas pedal and drove in the direction of the company. The scenery along the way revealed weirdness everywhere.
But fortunately, Su Fei appreciated the scenery inside the car. He really couldn't get tired of looking at it. I'm afraid that if he played with it, he wouldn't get tired of it for 10,000 years. Su Fei thought of this. Luo Yao's appearance involuntarily appeared in his mind, and his heart first tightened, but soon relaxed again. It's just human nature. Anyway, one more is not too much, and one less is not too little. Let yourself off the hook, it would have been better to think this way earlier. Gradually, Su Fei's mental pressure wasn't as great as it had been earlier. After all, the original intention of coming to the bizarre world was just to survive, and he didn't know that the situation would develop into what it was now. Not long after, as a yellow lightning bolt streaked through the city center, Su Fei and the others also returned to the company once again. Let's go to the president's office, just so we can also let Mr. Luo be a witness to the shenanigans. No problem. Luo Li nodded in agreement. Su Fei and Luo Li then walked towards the president's office. Arriving at the door of the president's office, Luo Li was about to push the door in, but Su Fei immediately pulled her back. You really have the boss disease, huh? Su Fei finished, then knocked on the door. Mr. Luo, I'm Su Fei. Enter. It was then that Su Fei joined Luo Li and walked into the president's office. Although Su Fei's hand was also released, but the moment he opened the door, it was still captured by the blonde-haired creepy. Hiss. The pace was progressing quite quickly. The company even began to hold hands. According to the development process inside the love story compilation, only tomorrow will be kissing, the day after tomorrow will be. Mr. Luo. Su Fei walked up to the blonde creep and interrupted her thoughts. I want to sign a rules contract with colleague Luo, and I just happened to ask you to be a witness. A rules contract? Hearing this, blonde creepy couldn't help but ask, what are you signing a rules contract for? Su Fei honestly replied, I have a betting contract with her. A betting contract? Blonde creepy looked at Su Fei and then at Luo Li. She was also very curious in her heart, wanting to know what kind of stuff was being played between the two. Surprisingly, they had even started messing around with something as serious as a rules contract. The blonde-haired creepy took out the company's official paper that was specifically used for signing rules contracts. Honestly, she would be happy to be a part of their play. You guys all set? Aha! Su Fei and Luo Li nodded at the same time. Blonde creepy also handed Su Fei the official paper in his hand. Alright, you guys write it then. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Su Fei received the brief paper and immediately began to write. To put it simply, it was that before the expiration of the lease contract, Su Fei had to earn more than $100 million through the flower base. As long as he won, Luo Li was at his disposal. On the contrary, Luo Li would do whatever she wanted with him. After Su Fei finished writing and signing, he then handed the contract over to Luo Li. Take a look, is there any problem with the contract? Luo Li did not reply directly, but silently signed the word Luo Li on it. Although this was not her real name, the rules contract was directly effective for both parties who signed it. In fact, it did not affect the effect of the rule contract at all. In other words, she had to abide by the rules. Very good. Su Fei nodded in satisfaction and handed it over to the blonde creepy, then please ask Luo Li to keep it. Aha! The blonde-haired creepy nodded and subconsciously looked at the contents in the center. Hiss. Two people playing quite fancy at each other's disposal? I'm only afraid that when the results come out, it'll be far more than just disposal. Since we've all signed the contract, I'll get off work first, so I won't see you off today, huh? Su Fei finished speaking, compensated a smile towards the blonde creepy, and then left the office. It wasn't until he saw Su Fei walk up the elevator on the surveillance monitor that Only then did the blonde-haired creepy hastily stand up and make way. Mr. Luo, what's going on here? As you can see, Luo Li naturally sat on the boss chair. This kid, he took the afternoon off to secretly go to the flower base to make an investment. It's that flower base that is only leased and not even dogs are willing to take over? Luo Li was a bit surprised. Huh? You actually know? Of course, I've been doing market research on Guedu and won't let go of any opportunity to make money. Luo Li nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it seems that you are very dedicated to your work. Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Luo. Blonde creepy said here and couldn't help but ask, then, Mr. Luo, if this Su Fei loses, how are you going to dispose of him? How to dispose? Mentioning this matter, Luo Li's heart started to feel secretly happy. Of course it's to destroy his self-confidence and trample him hard under his feet. The blonde creepy heart froze. Mr. Luo, when you say trampled underfoot, is it a proper trampling? Luo Li raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? No. The blonde creepy waved his hand in a hurry. But the image inside the love story compilation came to mind. Alright, I'll go back first. Luo Li finished, then got up and walked towards the outside of the office. Until Luo Li left, blonde creepy couldn't wait before flipping through the book, wanting to verify her suspicions. Sure enough, under certain specific conditions, trampling people underfoot is not a punishment at all. Chapter 71 Yao what she can do, I will do.
Su Fei drove his car unhurriedly towards the bloody restaurant.
Now it wasn't just Bai Li, even he was beginning to rely on blood food.
Today, he left work early, so naturally,
He had to go buy some blood food to bring back. Just as he parked his car in front of the bloody restaurant, a group of roadside creeps looked over.
even the SS-ranked blood-sucking creepy store manager of the bloody restaurant was caught by Su Fei's car. A change in the weather? In the morning, he was still riding a takeout bike, but in the afternoon, he was driving a supercar?
The restaurant had been in business for a couple hundred years until now, and he hadn't even driven this kind of car.
As a result, a human he just met not many days ago drove it. When did delivery cars make so much money? No. 9 out of 10, even 10 out of 10 wrong.
Normally, there is only one possibility to reach this kind of ending.
That was to be looked upon by some powerful creep and given a package.
Coupled with Su Fei's purchase of the blood drink in the morning, this blood-sucking creepy store manager seemed to have realized something.
The biggest customer in their store. That is, the princess of their clan, White Chestnut. It can't be, can it? How could Lord Li? Su Fei walked up and immediately said,
"Store manager, come with a case of blood drinks, and then 2 jellies as well."
"All right, arrange it right away."
The store manager immediately had the clerk start making them, while at the same time, he was constantly sizing up Su Fei.
"Brother, what's your relationship with Lord Li now?" "Lord Li?" Su Fei glanced at the store manager.
Originally, the last time he came out of the casino, he was prepared to come here to eat with Bai Li.
As a result, he ended up ordering takeout because Leah took them straight home. In other words, in fact, this store manager still didn't know about the relationship between Su Fei and Bai Li. Thus, Su Fei asked back, "What do you want me to answer you?" "I don't dare to." The blood-sucking guile store manager hastily shook his head. "I just want to remind you that next week will be Lord Li's 160th birthday." 160 years old? Su Fei's face was thoughtful when he heard this. But after all, it was creepy, and one couldn't compare it to a human lifespan. But seeing this, the blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper was even more certain of what he had in mind. In past years, every time she had a birthday, our store would send an oversized portion of blood food over. "I'll arrange it when the time comes."
As Su Fei said this, the store clerk inside had already taken the initiative to put the drinks and jellies into the car.
Su Fei pulled out his black card. "Swipe it first." "No, no, no."
The blood-sucking guile store manager immediately rejected Su Fei, then said, "You're Lord Chestnut's man, so I won't charge you. I only hope that in the future, when Mr. Chestnut becomes rich, please don't forget me." Where Su Fei didn't understand that it was the debt of favors that was the most difficult, it's better to swipe the card.
"Really no need."
The store manager insisted on refusing.
But right at this moment, Su Fei's hidden hint sounded once again in the depths of his mind. Hidden prompt: acquire 5 storefronts in the opponent's neighborhood. Acquire?
Su Fei turned his gaze to the surroundings.
Aside from the bloody restaurant, the 5 storefronts next door were all closed. Su Fei couldn't help but ask, "The empty ones in this neighborhood are all your storefronts?" "Yes."
The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper sighed. "We have a prosperous location here, but since we only serve our clan members, we don't do anything else besides blood food." Su Fei pondered a little, then asked, "Then how much are these 5 storefronts? I'll acquire them."
The blood-sucking guile store manager was filled with doubt. "You're acquiring my storefronts?"
"Well, I do want to do some small business recently, and I'm worried about not having a place. Normally, our lot here is not cheap. $50 million is able to sell." The blood-sucking creepy store manager said this, then glanced at Su Fei. "Of course, if Sir agrees to my request, I can directly gift these storefronts to Sir."
"Then tell me, what exactly is your request?"
The weird shopkeeper sighed and said, "It's very simple. As long as Lord Chestnut retrieves the token, she will inevitably become the empress of our clan in the future."
"A token?"
Su Fei couldn't help but think of the sharp tooth that was in the hands of the purple old devil. "That's right, at that time, Sir's position will only be below Lord Li, and all the clansmen will only be able to look up to you."
"I see." Su Fei nodded slightly.
No wonder Bai Li valued the token so much.
But the point was, could it really only be below? Couldn't it be above? However, this kind of request from the other party didn't seem excessive. To put it bluntly, it's also a kind of investment.
He only needs to verbally agree, can immediately save 50 million. Keeping some funds in his own hand would also be convenient for emergencies at that time.
"All right, then I promise you." "Good, if you need it, I can always have someone clean up the facade."
After saying that, this blood-sucking creepy store manager immediately turned around and drew up the transfer contract. "Sir, take a look at the contract."
Su Fei took the contract and looked at it carefully.
Again, it was a type of rules contract, but this one was the other party unilaterally transferring all the storefronts to Su Fei.
And Su Fei didn't need to pay anything at all, a proper blank check. "Good, then I'll go back first." Su Fei took the acquisition contract and returned to his car.
The feeling of being able to whore out a bunch of facades for nothing without spending a dime was indeed a good one.
Even if they were sold right now. I'm afraid it would still be a considerable amount of income. But again, this thing, the token, had to find a way to help Bai Lili get it. With the vehicle starting up again, Su Fei quickly returned home. Just as he opened the front door, he heard the sound of Bai Lili on the phone inside her room. Yao Yao, the one you said, can I really also do it? Of course you can, it's fun. Good, then I'll try it with him later. White Lili's face, all a blush. I'm back. Hearing Su Fei's voice, Bai Lili immediately hung up the phone. On the phone with Yao Yao again? Su Fei very naturally just sat on the edge of the bed. Well, it's been a day of calling. Bai Lili knelt on the bed, her gray-white eyes swinging from side to side, looking extremely nervous. All right. Su Fei let out a deep breath. Anyway, right now it looked like Bai Lili wasn't going to give him Luo Yao's phone number. Right, I have something to tell you, said Su Fei as he handed the transfer contract to Bai Lili. After Bai Lili read the contract, she couldn't help but ask, "You're going into business?" Yes. Su Fei nodded, then added, "But you can also rest assured that I'll definitely find a way to help you get your token back." Bai Lili looked distracted. Seeing Bai Lili like this, Su Fei was also puzzled. What? Is the token not important? Important, but more important now is. Bai Lili's eyes were watery as she looked towards Su Fei, filled with supplication. Little Su Fei, can you lie down first? Lie down? Su Fei frowned and asked, No, what did Yao Yao teach you again? It's the one you did with Yao Yao too. I want it too. With Yao Yao? Su Fei frowned. Are you talking about sit-ups? Chapter 72, Weird World? Clearly a sci-fi world. What did you think? Bai Lili cocked her head and looked at Su Fei. Su Fei scratched his head. I just think that doing sit-ups in the middle of the night is more or less inappropriate. I don't care, you've played with Yao Yao, I want to play too. I brought blood food, why don't we just eat first? I don't. I'm going to play sit-ups. Bai Lili beamed and puffed, if you don't play with me, I won't let you sleep at night. Hearing this, Su Fei couldn't do anything about it. After all, Bai Lili could sleep during the day, but he still needed to go to work during the day. Not to mention that now was the time to make a lot of money, so he had to be in high spirits. Forget it, just take it as exercise. With no other choice, Su Fei could only satisfy Bai Lili's request first. 10 sit-ups then, finish up, and go eat then sleep. Okay. Bai Lili's eyes instantly lit up, smilingly pressing down on Su Fei's legs. 1, 2. Su Fei clasped his hands over his head and began sit-ups. Bai Lili, on the other hand, had her eyes closed, her face flushed in anticipation of something. 7, 8, 9, 10. Very quickly, Su Fei finished 10 sit-ups. Alright, let's go eat. No. Bai Lili stood directly on the bed in question. Yao Yao said that obviously every time you get up, there will be a kiss. Su Fei was helpless in his heart when he saw the other party's look that never let go of him. Yao Yao. Look at what you've tuned your BFF into. Yesterday you taught kissing, and today you're doing sit-ups. It's hard to imagine what horrible relationship trivia you'll learn in a few more days. Hey. Anyway, it's all taught by you, Yao Yao. I can't resist on my own, so if I want to blame it, I can only blame Yao Yao yourself. Su Fei looked at Bai Lili and asked, Want a kiss, huh? Seeing Bai Lili nod her head, Su Fei pulled Bai Lili into his arms as soon as he did, and lowered his head to kiss it. Bai Lili was caught off guard, her entire pupils dilating at this moment. The red color of her cheeks swished to the tips of her ears. Her entire body went limp, cupping Su Fei's face with both hands and closing her eyes. Her entire body gradually warmed up at this moment as well. After a while, only then did Su Fei let go of Bai Lili in his arms. How is it? Satisfied? Aha! Bai Lili hugged Su Fei, burying her head in Su Fei's arms, shyly rubbing against him, muttering, Little Su Fei, I'm sorry. I was just bored staying at home during the day, but couldn't go to you for fear of exposing your undercover identity. So I called Yao Yao and asked how you guys fell in love. Bai Lili's sudden apology caused Su Fei to be stunned in his heart as well. I'm crying my eyes out. Cheaply taking advantage of herself, she even had to apologize to me. Is this still a bizarre world? How come it feels more like a sci-fi world? However, Su Fei's heart would also ache whenever he thought of Bai Lili's forlorn eyes earlier. After all, she was always alone and didn't have any friends other than Luo Yao. Earlier, she was alone in the Manners Castle, and now it was the same here during the day. Even this place wasn't as big as Bai Lili's castle, it must be boring as hell. Alright, I brought you jelly, go eat it. Aha! Shiruri's eyes smiled as if they were like crescent moons. She jumped out of bed in a hurry and ran towards the living room with bare feet. Eat jelly. Looking at Bai Lili's back, Su Fei laid on the bed and looked at the ceiling, somewhat lost in thought. Luo Yao, purple pupil, white chestnut. A good bizarre survival, hardened into this. There will even be an unknown blind date in the back. But fortunately, by the time the blind date is also the first time they meet, there is no emotional foundation. It's always unlikely to be another SSS ranked shenanigans, right? Anyone can propose a sky-high bride price, but not everyone is SSS ranked weird. Even if it is. At that time, the big deal was to use $1 billion to simply make a deal. After all, Luo Yao and purple pupil white chestnut they all know okay.
But it is impossible to even recognize the blind date.
As for Luo Li, colleagues are just that.
Anyway, it is also simply look at the legs, it is unlikely that there will be too deep emotional intersection.
After all, he was going undercover with a mission. Soon.
As time passed, it was already late.
After washing up, Su Fei was also finally entering dreamland.
Bai Lili also didn't sleep in the cupboard anymore, but directly used Su Fei as a hugging pillow.
But what Su Fei didn't know was that in just one night's time, the entire Guedu had set off a wave of shock. With some kind of yellow-covered books starting to flow into the Guedu market.
The streets, the alleys, the skyscrapers, and the residential neighborhoods.
Walkers, commuters, deliverymen, and taxi drivers.
Almost every weird hand was holding one or two yellow-covered books and studying them carefully.
For a moment.
Tens of millions of creeps in the whole creepy city were discussing the short stories in the collection that made the creeps blush.
Because these love concepts were just too novel for them. At this time,
in the director's office of the horror hospital at 4 in the morning, Mary was holding up her cell phone and was reporting to some creepy. "Father, it hasn't even been a night yet, and the books are already sold out." "You're doing great, Mary, the spooky world is too monotonous, only a good romance can add some interest. By the way, Father, the third part of the compilation, I put out a portion of it, but did not sell it publicly." "You did the right thing, the contents of the third part of the compilation is too little and needs to be updated in real time, so Su Fei is important. By the way, Father, if you need it, I can also go to Su Fei and provide you with inspiration." "Forget you, you're nothing more than a pseudo-SSS rank, you're not qualified to be the heroine in my works." When Mary heard this, not only did she not get angry, she instead reminded. "That's right, Father, last time Su Fei came here he brought a female guile with him, I can't tell her strength level, she should be a bit SSS rank as well."
"Oh? That's great. Is she deliberately hiding her identity then?" "It should be, it looks as if she's just an ordinary co-worker."
"Very well. If that's the case, I'll allow you to try and get close to Su Fei, but what I want you to do is just purely collect stories."
"Understood, I'll report back to you if there are any new developments."
After hanging up the phone, Mary pressed the wall mechanism behind her with a serious face. Only to see that the wall slowly rotated, and a dark room appeared in front of her. In the center of the dark room, an operating table was placed. Around it were various limbs, livers, and skeletons on display.
Mary walked over to one of the rusty iron cabinets.
Opening the cabinet, a wide array of skins appeared. Eventually she selected and pulled out one of the skin bags, and then lay down on the operating table. 8 different arms began to manipulate the knife, variously sewing and mending.
Not long after, a woman with fair skin and an extremely hot body walked down from the operating table.
She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded with great satisfaction.
Chapter 73. You like him, you just don't know it. The following morning,
accompanied by the ringing of the alarm clock, Su Fei slowly opened his eyes. As usual, Bai Lili was still asleep. "It's a good thing I made a whole case of blood drinks yesterday, or else I really would have died."
Su Fei got out of bed, rushed to the living room and took a bottle, directly drinking it in one go.
It seemed like he would have to prepare some more at home in the future. If one day in the future if he didn't even have the strength to get out of bed, that would be bad.
A little bit of tidying up. Before leaving, Su Fei gently left a kiss on Bai Lili's forehead.
He then went downstairs at a rapid pace and drove towards the company in his yellow lightning.
At this time, Thriller Investment Company, in the president's office.
Luo Li was sitting in front of the desk, holding a book with a yellow cover, which was none other than a collection of human love stories.
"Why are you reading this kind of book too?"
Blonde Creepy, on the other hand, was sweating next to him and explained with a smile.
"Mr. Luo, isn't it nice to look at?"
"And you don't know, but also this book's one page burst into flames, now there are people on the walk who are reading it. It's just a pity, I heard that there is a small amount of the third part flowing out, but unfortunately I won't have the chance to see it."
"The third part?"
When Luo Li heard this, he suddenly thought of the book his father gave him yesterday. It seemed like there were 3 books. The blonde-haired Creepy said this with a serious face. "Mr. Luo, I feel that because of this book, there will be a wave of business opportunities.
Anyway, I'm not interested in earning this kind of money."
Luo Li was full of disdain. Of course. Her hobby was to enjoy making money. But ever since Su Fei appeared,
she realized that trampling Su Fei underfoot could be much more interesting than making money.
At this time, Blonde Creepy was the one who hastily reminded, "Mr. Luo, then have you ever thought about what if this money, let Su Fei make it?"
Hearing this, Luo Li frowned. "It shouldn't be, right?"
"No, I think it should."
Blonde Creepy hurriedly asked, "Is it true that you haven't read this book, Mr. Luo?"
"Aha! That's right then." Blonde Creepy hurriedly took the book and flipped it to the end.
Mr. Luo, look at this last story. The male protagonist likes to raise flowers, so he met the female protagonist and ended up falling in love. As a result, this matter was known by the female villain, and in the end, the female villain captured the female lead and wiped her memory. In the end, the female villain forced the male lead to give in, the male lead was unwilling, and was ultimately similarly wiped of his memories and thrown into a prison cell. The male lead and the female lead were obviously locked up together, but they didn't recognize each other at all. But just at this time, a miracle happened. A flower grew in the prison that was cold as iron. Then the hero and heroine reached out at the same time and ended up touching each other, originally all the memories at this time. Alright, shut up. Luoli couldn't help but angrily rebuke, you're just trying to say that Su-Fei's flower base will make money, right? Right. Blonde Creepy said with two watery eyes, this story is just too moving for Creepy, I cried several times reading it, so I'm sure the other Creepies are the same. Stop talking. Luoli gradually started to get a little nervous. A mere flower base wouldn't make any money for sure. But she also knew very well that for this book to be so hot, there was bound to be a reason for it as well. At least from the blonde bizarre body can be seen, there are a lot of bizarre in this set. At that time, if you really lose. Mr. Luo, just admit it. The blonde Creepy said and also sighed, I know you like Su-Fei, with your IQ, how could you not know that this flower base can make money? Also, Mr. Luo, you're already wearing gray silk for the third consecutive day today, I can see it all. When Luoli heard this, she glanced at her legs and nervously returned, I just like this color lately. Mr. Luo, don't lie to yourself. Blonde Creepy said bitterly. Free and romantic love is definitely the tone of the bizarre world in the future, it's not something we can reverse. Even, love will surpass the power of rank and make Creepy rise to the occasion. No, it's not like that. Luoli clenched her silver teeth, I just want to thwart him, I don't like him. Mr. Luo, you still don't get it. The blonde Creepy sighed deeply, the authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear, you've long liked him, you just don't know it. If you don't believe me, I can always prove it to you. Luoli looked at the blonde Creepy so convinced expression and couldn't help but ask, how are you going to prove it? Very simple. The blonde-haired Creepy said, his voice gradually lowering, if at this time, a female Creepy is with Su-Fei, as long as you're uncomfortable, it's proof that you like him. So? Luoli looked at the blonde creep and asked in return. So Mr. Luo, if Su-Fei falls in love with me, don't be angry. As the blonde-haired Creepy said this, a knock sounded at the door. Mr. Luo, it's me. Hearing that it was Su-Fei's voice, Luoli hurriedly got up and replaced the blonde Creepy to sit at the table. Come in. As the blonde-haired Creepy's words fell, Su-Fei also walked into the office. When Su-Fei saw Luoli, his gaze couldn't help but look at the beautiful legs. You're here too? Aha! Luoli nodded, her heart thumping, but trying to act as normal as possible. She actually wanted to know if what the creepy blonde said was true or not. Right, President, this afternoon, I still want to take a vacation. Su-Fei's tone was very polite. This was because right on the way to the company, the hidden hint appeared, telling him to quickly start setting up the facade in preparation for the flower store. Taking a vacation again, huh? The blonde smiled wryly and glanced at Su-Fei before saying to Luoli, Luo, you go out first, I want to talk to Su-Fei alone about taking time off. Luoli was confused, while Su-Fei was even more puzzled. Yesterday's leave of absence was so refreshing, why did he suddenly want to talk alone? And looking at the blonde creepy look, it was even more flirtatious than before? What's going on? Xiao Luo, don't go out yet. Although the blonde creepy was scared to death in her heart, in order to prove that she was right, she also went out. Okay, I'll go out. Luoli took a deep breath. She left the office after glancing at Su-Fei and closed the door. At this moment, only Su-Fei and the blonde creepy were left in the entire office. General, the president. Su-Fei was slightly nervous, I'm just taking a vacation, nothing else. But I have something else. Blonde creepy stood up and walked towards Su-Fei's front. She took every step with a thud, as if she was stepping on someone's heart. This atmosphere. Obviously not right. This Mr. Luo, it couldn't be that he was trying to subvert the rules, could it? But before he could think about it, blonde creepy had already pulled his hand and was drawing circles in his hand with her fingertips. Su-Fei, tell me honestly, are you in love with Xiao Luo? No. Su-Fei jerked his hand back. The blonde smiled wryly, still trying to fool me? Xiao Luo even admitted it. She admitted what? Su-Fei's entire body was confused, but I really wasn't in a relationship with her. What a hard mouth. Blonde creepy said, reaching out and picking Su-Fei's chin, his eyes flashing. The company is forbidden to have office romances, and you've already violated the rules anyway. I'm sure you don't want to be done for breaking the rules, right? Chapter 74, just ask, I'll do anything. Su-Fei did not expect that. This kind of plot inside a movie was actually staged in front of him just like this. But the key was, Su-Fei took 2 steps back, looking doubtfully at the blonde-haired creep in front of him. But President, it's true that I'm not in a relationship with a co-worker. Bang. Suddenly,
The office door was opened, and Luoli walked in a panic. Sufei and Blonde Creepy simultaneously turned their gazes towards Luoli.
Sorry, I forgot to take the information just now.
Luoli stole a glance at them, then immediately walked over to the desk. She casually took a piece of information that she didn't know what it was, then left the office again. Sufei was also surprised in his heart.
No. Are all co-workers so dense now? Into the president's office are directly open the door to enter, completely do not greet?
The blonde's bizarre gaze flickered, but she had no intention of giving up yet. Now I don't care if you talk about it or not, in short, my rules are rules.
As my employee, you can only choose to listen to me. Said.
The other party's two small arms were already resting on Sufei's body.
Don't you want to take a vacation?
As long as you don't resist, I'll grant the leave.
Bang. As soon as the words fell, the office door was opened once again.
Luoli looked at the blonde-haired creep being so close to Sufei, and was quite upset in her heart. She said expressionlessly, President, don't forget that there's a meeting at headquarters that you need to attend in a while.
Why don't I remember this matter? Blondie questioned slyly. Well, that's why I'm here to remind you, if you don't go yet, I'm afraid of the consequences.
Luoli said here, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, the blonde-haired creepy also slowly released her hands with it. She could feel that if she continued, she was afraid that the consequences would be difficult to bear. Just now, it was a gamble, but now it had to be calm. However, she also got the answer she wanted to get.
All right.
After the blonde creepy finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Sufei. I've approved your leave, so go out.
Thanks, President.
Sufei was finally relieved and turned around to leave the scene. Walking to the doorway, he glanced at Luoli, casting a thankful glance towards her. It wasn't until Sufei left that the blonde-haired creepy opened his mouth.
How was it, Mr. Luo? The person you like is being bullied by me like this, so you can't stand it in the end, right? Actually, this is called liking. Average.
Luoli clasped her hands in front of her chest and shook her head. I just want to be the first to step on Sufei.
Ha! Blonde Creepy's back teeth clenched when he heard this.
Mr. Luo, I've been with you for so many years, and it's still the first time I've found you so detestable. If you really don't like it, we'll sign a rules contract. I'll chase Sufei, you're not allowed to rough me up. Hearing the rules contract, Luoli also said with a serious face.
Anyway, I just don't think this is liking.
Of course, I won't sign this kind of boring rules contract with you either. Just stay in the company and make money. Don't think about anything.
Okay. Blonde Creepy nodded. I hope Mr. Luo is still so hardcore when he sees Sufei flirting with other creepy. By the way, let's not talk about liking it or not, but I believe that Mr. Luo should have lost your bet.
Luoli sniffed and immediately remembered the matter of the flower base.
Sufei's sudden vacation was bound to be another action. And just then,
her cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was no one else but his father.
Child, you should have read the book I gave you yesterday, right?
No, I didn't read it.
Aya, why don't you understand?
There's a great business opportunity in the book.
What business opportunity?
Luoli's heart thumped when she heard this. Now, immediately go and rent the flower base.
You're talking about the flower base in Area X? What else? All the flowers in the entire Gue-do are produced there. It's too late, it's already been rented. You child, then the only way to go now is to go and buy flowers in large quantities, the faster the better. I'm afraid that if you're late, you'll be sitting on the ground.
Speaking here.
Luoli hung up the phone.
The original calm face was filled with tension.
Mr. Luo, do you see what I'm saying?
Blonde Creepy hurriedly reminded, you're still not quick enough to go after Sufei. If you go late, our company won't be able to get anything.
Luoli frowned, but. There's nothing but, if you lose the bet, you lose the bet. It's impossible not to make money, right?
The blonde creepy was full of seriousness. I guess the only one who can get a piece of the pie in his hands now is you.
Well, I'll try. Luoli took a deep breath, turned her head and left the office. On the other side, Sufei had already arrived at the bloody restaurant. At this moment, the blood-sucking creepy store manager was leading a group of shopkeepers who were cleaning up the next doorway.
Mr. Su, I didn't expect that you would be opening up so soon. Now that the storefront is almost cleaned up, you can open any time.
Well, that's good.
Sufei finished speaking, then dialed the number of the flower base. First ship a batch of flowers to the bloody restaurant.
Okay, boss. Sufei hung up his cell phone, glanced at the yellow book in his hand, and took a deep breath. That's right.
Although it was a hidden hint telling him to sell flowers. But he also realized that almost every guile in the entire guile capital was now holding one or two human love story compilations in their hands. He also wondered how the book that Zishi had read in the first place had been circulated here. But there was no doubt. It was this kind of cliched plot that made these Gue unusually fond of it. In the past, there were not many people who bought flowers in Gue-do, and they were generally used for decoration at most. So the entire bazaar capital is also a flower base. Now the flower base has been monopolized by him, and how much he sells is entirely up to him. Even if there were bazaar now to start raising flowers, it would take quite a bit of time. At least the first wave of the market was seized by him. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for the 100 million invested out to pay back.
Right at this moment, a female guile with an extremely hot figure arrived in front of the bloody restaurant.
Sensing the other party's aura, the blood-sucking guile store manager was suddenly startled.
Mr. Su, the other party is a pseudo-SSS class guile, this kind isn't common.
However, it was such a female guile that walked straight up to Su Fei.
Mr. Su, do you see if there's anything I can do to help you? You're Mary? Hearing this familiar voice, Su Fei immediately recognized the other party.
Yes. Hearing Mary admit it herself, Su Fei was still somewhat incredulous. Earlier, when he saw Mary's appearance, it was very scary and thin like a bamboo worm. But he didn't expect that when they met again, the other party had turned into the appearance of a normal human. Not only was her body plump, even her looks were flavorful. It made one's blood spurt when one looked at it.
But Su Fei quickly calmed down and stroked his chin.
If you say so, I do have something I really need your help with, I just don't know if you have the time. Mary sniffed and returned with a smile on her face.
Just ask Mr. Su, Mary will do anything. Chapter 75 Touched.
It turned out that Sushin had been working hard on his business.
Hearing these words, Su Fei always felt that something wasn't right.
But the blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper standing beside Su Fei was even more scalp-numb. Although the pseudo-SSS rank was no match for the SSS-ranked guile, it was likewise the top tier of the guile world.
Su Fei had not only gained White Chestnut's favor now there was even a pseudo-SSS rank taking the initiative to work at his door. With this kind of treatment, let alone a human. Even if it was another SSS-ranked creepy, I'm afraid it would be difficult to do the same, right?
The blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper looked at Su Fei, his heart just as shaken. But it was enough to prove that his choice was not wrong.
Su Fei looked at Mary and said, since that's the case, let's sign a rules contract first. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Of course there's no problem, I've prepared the rules contract.
Mary took out a piece of paper from her chest and handed it over to Su Fei.
You prepared it long ago?
Su Fei was quite surprised, but quickly read it carefully.
There was only one line written on it.
That was to become Su Fei's assistant, and she would have to do whatever Su Fei told her to do. There was no deadline.
Not even a salary?
The consequence of violating the rules contract, that was to be stripped of the creepy rank.
Seeing this,
Su Fei froze on the spot. This wasn't a contract, it was simply a contract of sale. Even if it was a contract of sale, it would still cost some money.
The key is that the other party does not want anything? Su Fei thought for a moment. It's unlikely that they'll give it to him for nothing.
The other party must be holding some kind of purpose to come. As for what this purpose is, Su Fei is still unclear. But in terms of the rules contract alone, there was no harm to Su Fei. After all, she was allowed to do whatever she wanted. Thus, Su Fei reconfirmed, are you sure you want to do this?
Aha! Mary nodded. Good, then I'll sign. Su Fei took a pen and quickly signed his name on it.
Come in first and take a look, you run a hospital, how do you think it should be set up, more in line with the spooky aesthetic? Su Fei brought Mary with him and walked into the freshly cleared stores. There were a total of 5 storefronts, each column 4 meters wide, adding up to a full 20 meters. It was larger than all 3 of the bloody restaurant's storefronts, and there were 3 more floors in total.
As a florist, this was definitely enough.
Even if the store sold out, it could still be shipped from the flower base at any time. As time passed, it was noon shortly after. The entire store was refreshed.
It was different from the elegant and classical style of the bloody restaurant next door.
In the flower store's store, blood was spilled everywhere, there were extremely horrifying scratches on the walls, and even on the front counter there was a creepy head with a long tongue. According to Mary, this was the weird head of the money-hungry trickster that was brought from the hospital. Not only did it have the meaning of attracting wealth, but after inserting the creepy card, the user could swipe the card to check out on their own, which was very convenient.
It really is the creepy wind.
Su Fei always felt some physical discomfort when he saw such an oozing creepy head placed at the front desk.
But nah. Creepy ate it up.
Just after the setup was completed, it instantly attracted quite a few passing creeps. Seeing this weird decoration style, they all curiously stopped to watch, just not knowing what kind of store they were opening for the time being. Mary looked at Su Fei and smiled, boss, only the name of the store remains now.
The name of the store. Su Fei stroked his chin and looked at the empty space above the store's door, thinking carefully. In the creepy world, it was either something thrilling, horrifying, or gory. This kind of name repetition rate was just too high. He had to take a different one. Su Fei's eyes flashed, and he quickly thought of 4 words, and hurriedly said, then let's call it the Happiness Flower Shop. As soon as these words came out, Mary's face froze, even as the blood-sucking creepy store manager beside her was similarly filled with speechlessness. But in the very next instant, the blood-sucking guile storekeeper hastily clapped his hands with a smile. Mr. Su really is unusual in picking a name, this name is good.
I said it casually.
Su Fei smiled sarcastically, but how could he not see that the other party was flattering him?
Thus, He looked serious. I've decided, it's called the Huaxia Flower Shop. As the words fell, Mary immediately used her weird energy and wrote 4 words in the empty space on the doorway. Huaxia Flower Shop. Only the font was crooked and still looked bizarre. At the same time, at the very moment the name appeared, Su Fei's mind's depths suddenly resounded with the Bizarre World's notification. Dragon Nation's contestant is the first to start a business, triggering a bizarre event. Event reward: 50% of the amount invested in the venture will be rewarded. This is considered a bizarre event? Hearing this briefing, Su Fei was stunned in his heart. He had spent $100 million on leasing a flower base and rewarding 50% that was a return of $50 million. Now Su Fei's savings also came to $160 million. At the same time, along with the briefing, the official Dragon Country's live room also lit up once again. The Dragon Country viewers who were originally scattered in the live rooms of various countries swished back to their own live rooms. It's finally lit up. Just now it said that God Su has started a business? Nonsense, look at this Chinese flower store, the name is too good. It's obviously Su Shin Venture. Wow. Touching. I thought God Su couldn't get out of the tender spot, but it turns out he's been working hard all along. No, does hard work conflict with this? It doesn't, does it? Hiss, this weird body beside God Su is so strong, did he find another one? Nonsense, why else would God Su be called a god? What about the beautiful woman who was in God Su's car last time, why haven't I seen her? At this time, a set of data suddenly appeared in the bizarre live broadcast rooms of various countries. Current number of surviving players, 155. Deposit rankings are as follows. Dragon Country player, 160 million deposits. Old Rice player, deposit 210,000. Goose player, 110,000 deposits. Sakura player, deposit 90,000. Seeing the information of the players from their respective countries, the viewers from the other countries were one by one shaking their heads and sighing. Okay, people have opened stores and started businesses in the Dragon Kingdom, and all of our players are still working. What can we do then? With the 2 previous bizarre events, Su Fei earned $200 million. And the key thing is that there's even a reward for starting a business. Is this a hidden rule? Who could have thought of this kind of rule? Everyone is trying to earn money now. No, you guys are still hopeful about your own contestants? I'll just watch Su Fei on Dragon Country Live from now on. Eat your heart out, you have to believe in your own player, you might be able to flip the game after the blind date. Sakura's Yamamoto player will soon have enough for 100,000, let's see what shenanigans he can pair up with first then. That's also true, although Su Fei has made a lot of money, in actuality he's also the most dangerous, with so many female shenanigans can he get it on? But right at this moment, with a burst of sirens, only 4 black vans were seen stopping in front of the flower store. Scythe Creepy was the first to get out of the van, holding a list of goods and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Su, the first batch of flowers have arrived, there's Blood Bloom, and Blue Curse, Black Knight on the other side. Su Fei took a general look, then handed the goods list to Mary. From now on, you'll be the store manager of this store, so you two can dock directly at the back. Good. Mary agreed to Su Fei with a smile on her face. But just at this time, a red sports car stopped in front of them again. Luo Li got out of the car in a hurry and walked towards Su Fei's side. She had originally thought that Su Fei would go to the flower base, only to go and find that he wasn't there, which was why she followed the caravan and found her way here. I didn't expect that you'd even set up the store? Luo Li's heart was very surprised. Why are you driving the president's car? Su Fei was similarly a little doubtful. Luo Li hurriedly explained, I just sent the president to a meeting, and then I drove over by the way. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but look at Mary beside Su Fei again. Feeling that familiar aura, she recognized the other party in an instant. Mary? Hello. Mary smiled and nodded, then remembered her mission. Su Fei's love story had to be exciting. So, she immediately took Su Fei's arm, her entire body sticking up as if she was swearing sovereignty. Mr. Su, I'll be in charge of this flower store from now on, right? Yes. Su Fei nodded. Seeing this, Luo Li suddenly remembered the blonde creepy words from earlier, and her face suddenly changed. Su Fei, come over here, I have something to tell you. Chapter 76. Yes, she's already my guile. What is it? It's important, let's get in the car first. After saying that, Luo Li took the initiative to walk up to the car, and Su Fei had no choice but to follow first. After closing the car door and windows, Luo Li immediately asked, Say it, what's going on? Being questioned like this, Su Fei was also stunned. You mean, the store? Well. Luo Li hesitated slightly, followed by a nod. Su Fei was surprised by this. No, I just make money, huh? So open a store. I know you make money, I mean. Luo Li's eyebrows were screwed together, as if she was suppressing something. Strange. Seeing this, Su Fei couldn't help but remember what happened in the office this morning. Although it was his co-worker's appearance that had allowed him to avoid being suborned, However, the president had not only acted strangely today, but had also said that this colleague had unilaterally, in front of her, admitted to a romantic relationship between them. Originally, he himself was not very convinced, thinking that it was the president joking or some kind of bad taste. But now it seems that the co-worker in front of him, as if he really wanted to fall in love with himself. Su Fei asked experimentally, "Are you jealous? Jealous?" Luo Li's eyes flashed with a tremor, and she sophistically said, "I'm not, I'm just curious as to why she would come over, and seems to know about you opening a store before I do. Actually, I don't know why she came over either." Su Fei sighed, "But all I know is that she's already my shenanigans." "Your gue?" Luo Li's eyelashes fluttered when she heard this, and she asked in surprise, "When did this happen? Didn't you just meet her twice? Just a moment ago. Just now? So many people. You?" Luo Li was filled with disbelief. "What are you babbling about?" Su Fei saw that Luo Li was thinking the wrong way and immediately said, "She came to work for me and I made her the store manager." "Then what makes her the store manager? Are you familiar with her?" "What? You want to be the store manager? Who wants to, just a crappy store manager, cutie? Only want to be." Luo Li pursed her lips, her face was full of resistance, but the throbbing color was betraying her. She was unconvinced. It was clear that she had known Su Fei much earlier. And if a pseudo-SSS ranked creepy could be Su Fei's shopkeeper, why couldn't she? Not to mention that this was the area she was best at. "I kind of really see it." Su Fei stared at Luo Li and sighed deeply. "What did you see?" Luo Li was nervous, and the fingertips resting on her thighs were even tickling her stockings. Although the other party's mouth was hard, Su Fei was almost certain of what he had in mind. This colleague did indeed like himself. He just couldn't admit it. Although this co-worker's beauty and body had all reached SSS level, especially those legs, at least half a point more could be added. But the real strength, up to now, was still unknown. The only thing that was certain was, even if, this colleague really did have an SSS rank as well, that wouldn't be able to withstand the other three at all. After all, those three were all acquainted with each other, and with the sudden addition of an unfamiliar existence, they were bound to be swarmed. After much deliberation, Su Fei looked at Luo Li with a calm gaze. "Colleague Luo, there's something I must make clear to you. I admit that you're pretty and have nice legs, but I advise you to give up your idea. I'm doing this for your own good. After all, with your strength, you can't even beat Mary, right?" "Me?" Luo Li wanted to say something, but in her heart, she was very stifled and unconvinced. "I can't beat her? What a joke. As long as Mary dared to sign the rules contract for a life and death duel, she wouldn't even need half a second to finish her opponent off. But this breath. She couldn't take it out yet. Because looking at the current situation, she would probably lose the bet with Su Fei. If the other party knew her rank and identity. With her understanding of Su Fei, she would be humiliated to death at that time. That would be the real loss. "Yes. Pseudo-SSS rank is awesome, I can't fight her, alright." Luo Li let out a cold snort, her entire face looking like it was covered in a layer of frost. "Mary, right? Even if you don't sign the contract, you still have to find a chance to make the other party violate their rules. A pseudo-SSS level trickster, how dare you?" Thinking of this, Luo Li's entire body stiffened, and a fine layer of cold sweat even broke out on her forehead. What the blonde-haired creepy had said earlier in the office buzzed in her mind. Could it be that? This be like? Luo Li slowly raised her eyes and looked at the man beside her, always feeling that everything in front of her had become extremely unreal. How could I like Su Fei? Isn't he just a bit of investment vision? And talk also always like to dislike me. Ever since I was a kid. No one has ever treated me like this. Su Fei is obviously a very annoying person. But why? Why do I feel uncomfortable when I see him with other girls? What a strange feeling. Seeing Luo Li freeze, Su Fei patted her shoulder. "Alright, you and I are just co-workers, we'll naturally forget after a while. I'll leave first." After Su Fei finished speaking, he took it upon himself to get out of the car and return to the store. At this moment, seeing this scene in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the expressions of all the Dragon Country viewers were also wonderful. What a complicated relationship. It seems like this colleague of Sushin's has his eyes on Sushin as well. So what? She's facing 3 SSS ranked Bazaar, namely Luo Yao, Zixie, and Bai Li Li. Yes, no female guile can carry it off, not even that what's her name Mary. I can tell that God Su is still interested in her, he's just afraid of hurting her. Great. It's really not easy for Sushin to be able to control this. Creepy survival turned into campus youth, then urban romance, is the next scene family ethics? Survival seeking has long been a thing of the past, now I just want to know when God Su is going to seek a son. Compared to how happy the Dragon Country audience was. At this moment, in the bizarre world. Luo Li looked through the car window, watching Su Fei and Mary outside talking and laughing. Her body felt like it was crawling with ants, extremely uncomfortable. Even the corners of her eyes began to turn slightly red.
Because it's hard to bear, so this is like? Luoli muttered, then stepped on the gas, and at the same time, she also dialed her old dad's phone again. Hey, Dad, the flower base has been completely monopolized, I have no choice. I thought so, but it doesn't matter. Right, Dad, let me ask you, what exactly is like? It's this time and you're still asking, I gave you the answer a long time ago, you don't look at it yourself. You mean, those 3 books? Well, if you had read them earlier, wouldn't the flower market have been taken by you long ago? I know. Luoli accelerated her speed and drove towards home. Not long after, Luoli returned home. She then got out of the car in a hurry and ran to the corner of the Baiyan and frantically started searching. Chapter 77. This story is purely fictional and any similarities are purely coincidental. Okay. After some searching, Luoli held the 3-story compilations in her arms. She then ran towards her room, fearing that she would be discovered by the other shenanigans in general. Of course. Aside from her father, there actually wasn't any other shenanigans that dared to approach this place at all. I just read it with the mindset of learning and making money, not because… Well, that's just it. Luoli mumbled to herself while locking the door to her room, and even the curtains were completely drawn. She lay on the bed and looked at the 3 love story compilations, her heart pounding. Well, let's start reading from compilation 1 first. Luoli took a deep breath and flipped through the first book with a nervous mood. However, just when she saw the first story, it was as if the book had some kind of magic, instantly immersing her in it. The images depicted in the story surfaced in her mind one by one. As time passed, her face actually started to turn red. No, can't read anymore. Luoli's breathing all started to become disorganized after reading a few stories one after another. But she had just put the book down 1 second and then picked it up again the next. No way. Just one more story and then no more. As she picked it up for the second time, Luoli's heart beat faster and faster. Surprisingly, her emotions were also completely affected by the words. With this reading, several hours passed without realizing it. 2 consecutive books, hundreds of love short stories were read by her in one sitting. Especially the content of the second book was so outrageous that she felt both outrageous and wanted to continue reading. What a love triangle, a third party on top. This kind of plot that she couldn't even think of even dared to think of even appeared, and the key was also all sweet. Especially the last story. It was the same plot as the one that Blonde Creepy had told this morning. Originally, listening to Blonde Creepy's brief description, she was kinda indifferent. But when she watched it with all her heart, her whole being was moved. Love. Actually really so powerful. The flower was a symbol of love for the hero and heroine of this story. If you want to blame, you can only blame the blonde hair. Weird storytelling ability is not good. At this time had almost come to evening. The last book, the content seems to be very little. Luoli surveyed the last book in her hand, Collection 3. Compilation 3, compared to the previous 2 books, was thinner and had even less content. There were even 3 big words "not for sale" printed on the book cover. Obviously. Normal bazaar without some relationship really cannot get this kind of thing. Looking at the table of contents, it seems like the story is very short, so it should be read quickly. Luoli pursed her lips and opened the 3rd collection. Just seeing the synopsis of Compilation 3, Luoli instantly froze. The first 2 compilations were basically short stories about humans falling in love with each other and had nothing to do with weirdness. But just after turning the page of Collection 3, she saw 6 big words written on it: human creepy love stories. Seeing this, Luoli took a deep breath, and her mind couldn't help but think of Su-Fei. After reading the first 2 books just now, she did understand what love meant, but it was a love bond between humans. The writing was indeed good and wonderful. No matter how wonderful the previous stories were, they were still a bit short of a sense of immersion in the end. But when the words "human love story" appeared, the sense of immersion was instantly enhanced by several levels. Luoli immediately flipped to the body of the story. Chapter 1, Women's Dormitory. Strange story. Dormitory? Could it be another campus romance? It looks like it's still a university in a weird world. Holding the mindset of curiosity, Luoli quickly immersed herself in it once again. Because of the description inside, there was no specific name of the university, and the male and female main characters didn't use to write their names, but instead directly wrote male main character, female main character 1, and female main character 2. It looks like it's just a simple outline draft. But inside the various environment description, but also like the real happened in the bizarre world as well. With just a few glances, Luoli felt that it was quite outrageous. It's too fake. How could a human dare to enter the women's dormitory without understanding the rules? And how could there be such a love-brained SSS-ranked female guile that was kissed by a human for nothing? Luoli shook her head, always feeling that this was all too magical. But the more she read on, the more her brows tightly squeezed together. There's also this female second who is also shameless, talking about killing the male lead, but in the end, she fell herself. Even something like the devil's egg dared to eat it for the male lead. What a pervert. It's simply completely pulling down the class of our peers. Dog licking is disgusting. The story was short, and the key stuff wasn't written. Luoli flipped through it in 2 clicks. The last page still reads, unfinished. This story is purely fictional, any similarities are purely coincidental. Perhaps because she didn't understand human love, she naturally couldn't find fault with the previous 2 books. But Ensemble 3 was different. Since it was written in a bizarre way, she herself was bizarre and would naturally see it from her own perspective instead. So she didn't understand at all what these spooks were really thinking. No wonder it's fictional, it's indeed incomprehensible. This human, who clearly has no strength whatsoever, has found 2 SSS class female shenanigans. Must at least have some ability on him, right? Like, can make money? Can invest or something? If you ask me, this male lead can't even compare to Sufei, he's simply a mongrel among mongrels. When Luoli spat here, her mind unconsciously began to recall images of Sufei. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Not right. Logically speaking, even if it's fictional, SSS-ranked shenanigans shouldn't be that stupid. On a whim, Luoli once again flipped open the collection 3 and began to study it carefully. Finally, she found a particularly strange point. That was kissing. That's right. In the previous human stories, the portrayal of kissing was an indispensable part of a love story. But it was even more important in the 3rd collection. Even more so. Both female protagonists fell in love with the male protagonist after being kissed by humans. So, this human's kiss, is it hard to believe that it has some kind of weird energy? Or is it that the human's kiss, itself, possesses some special magic power? Kiss one and fall into one? Luoli pursed her lips, and once again, she thought of Sufei. If Sufei, too, was like the male lead inside the story, wanting to kiss himself. No. Impossible. I hate that mouth of his, he only knows how to talk back to me. Why can't he learn from the hero in this book? Don't talk, just kiss, and be done with it. I don't want him to kiss me. And he bragged that he eats demon eggs too? Although there are a very small number of creeps and humans who can eat demon eggs. But the ones who dared to eat it were the creepy, their mouths definitely stink. Luoli kept rolling over on the bed, her face both ashamed and angry, and then with some doubt. It was all said to be a fictional story, the author of this book must have written it blindly. It must be made up. Humans were born to be trampled and ravaged by creepy, unable to resist. All humans who defy creepy will be killed. But I'm sure I'll lose the bet with Sufei this time. At that time, will he kiss me? If he really kisses me, what should I do? Kill him? But I signed the rules and contract, I can't do that. But scolding him or stepping on him doesn't seem to be against the rules. Chapter 78 Stillness, All the Blossoms. The daytime in the weird world was exactly the same as the nighttime. If one didn't look at the clock, it was hard to know whether it was morning or night. At 7 o'clock, Luoli arrived at the company office early. She was still draped in a black trench coat, but changed into a brand new pair of gray silks, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the parking lot downstairs. It seemed to be waiting for something. And in her hand, she was still holding the Love Story Collection 3. Thump thump. The sound of high heels rang out as the door to the president's office was opened. The blonde creepy saw Luoli's back and froze in her heart. Mr. Luo, so early? Aha! Luoli nodded, turned around and threw the book in her hand, to the other party. What is it? The blonde-haired creepy took the book, and after seeing the cover, his eyes instantly erupted in a burst of bright light. God's book! Blonde creepy's face was full of excitement. It's still Mr. Luo, he can get this kind of thing. You finish reading this first. Luoli's face was serious. After reading it, I have a few questions to ask you. Good. The blonde-haired creepy couldn't wait to flip through the books. Because the story was so short, it didn't take her a while to finish reading it. Hiss, this author is getting more and more outrageous, even SSS Creepy dares to touch the story. Still, I'm curious to see what happens next. Blonde Creepy said, then smiled excitedly. By the way, Mr. Luo, what's your problem? That. Luoli took a deep breath and asked, it's that human kisses, do they really have magic powers? The blonde Creepy sniffed and raised his eyebrows. This is the right person for you to ask. Luoli sniffed and raised an eyebrow. What? You've kissed? Who did you kiss? Honestly explain. Mr. Luo, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. The blonde Creepy waved his hand in a hurry. Of course I haven't kissed, but I researched the previous ensemble story and summarized a truth. Luoli sighed in relief and asked, what truth? The previous stories actually tell a very clear story. Whether you like it or not, you can find out the end through kissing. The blonde Creepy said this and pointed to the ensemble 3. Look, if you don't like it, why are these 2 SSS creeps willing to kiss even the male lead who ate the devil's egg? In your place, would you be willing? Luoli immediately shook her head. There's no way I'd kiss someone who ate a demon egg. Then who knows?
Seeing this, the blonde-haired creepy had long been happy in her heart. Because she was already almost 100% sure that Luoli had completely fallen in. It was like those heroines inside a love story compilation. Anyway, I do remember that a certain creepy swore that there was no way she would ever talk about her feelings with anyone in her life. And the result? It hasn't even been 2 days before. Shut up. Luoli blushed scarlet. Alright, I'm just giving you the book, it doesn't mean I want to try. Chanting. The blonde creepy spread his hands, then emphasized. I don't know about anything else, but some florist is all sold out right now. And he's all started cooperating with Scare Takeout, choosing varieties directly from the florist and delivering flowers directly to his door through the flower base for takeout. Just today, the takeout bought more flowers than they bought everything else combined. Said. A knock sounded outside the door. Mr. Luo, I've already placed the flowers you ordered at the front desk for you. Look, my flowers have arrived. Blonde Creepy turned around and went out the door, retrieving a bunch of beautifully packaged blood-colored roses from the front desk. Although the roses were roses, the surface of the petals looked like flowing blood, looking extremely colorful and nice. How about it, Mr. Luo? Look at this packaging, isn't it pretty? Imagine, there's such a person of the opposite sex who can send you such a bouquet of flowers, how romantic ah. Luoli looked at the bouquet of flowers and froze a little. One had to admit that under Su Fei's packaging, it did look extremely good. But just thinking about the florist. Her mind couldn't help but recall yesterday's Mary. Damn. Luoli lightly bit her lips, a look of impatience on her face. Why do these flowers smell sour? The blonde eerily glanced at Luoli, then said, Mr. Luo, it's this time of the day, and you're still holding back? With your relationship with Su Fei, it shouldn't be hard to get a piece of such a big piece of cake, right? Even Scare Takeout was able to negotiate a partnership. With your strength, wouldn't you be able to? Su Fei is now sitting on a sea of flowers, as long as you nod your head that is. Don't lose the bet and then lose your love ah. Stop it. Luoli averted her eyes in panic and looked downstairs once again. Her lips pursed lightly, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. But right at this moment, a yellow lightning bolt sped past and appeared in the parking lot downstairs. Only to see Su Fei holding a bunch of flowers in his hands, walking towards the office building. Luoli glanced at it quickly, then moved away in panic. But in the next second, she couldn't help but move half a step forward again, slightly tiptoeing to look downstairs. But by this time, Su Fei had already walked under the building and disappeared from view. He's coming, isn't he? The blonde creepy looked at Luoli, then handed her the flowers in her hand. Mr. Luo, the flowers are actually for you, so don't hesitate any longer. Luoli gulped and her breathing gradually became rapid. She had read the story inside the ensemble 1 or 2, sending flowers meant to express love. But I'm the president, he's just. Mr. Luo, what time is it? The blonde creepy looked more anxious than Luoli and said in a hurry. Is Su Fei not the boss now? With his market acumen, he'll be able to catch up with you sooner or later. Besides, as long as I don't say anything and you don't say anything, how will he know your identity? Dum 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 dum. President, it's me, Su Fei. A knock on the door sounded, immediately interrupting Luoli's conversation with him. With one hand, the blonde-haired creepy pushed the bouquet in front of Luoli, then said, Enter. Su Fei sniffed and pushed the door in, glancing at blonde creepy and then at Luoli. Su Fei smiled. Colleague Luo is here as well? Yes. Luoli nodded. Not bad, I didn't expect you to buy flowers as well. Su Fei smiled and nodded, then took out a bouquet of flowers. He walked over to the two women. Luoli grew nervous when she saw Su Fei approaching. President, sorry, I still want to take a vacation today, this flower is for you. Su Fei handed the flowers in his hand to Golden Creepy. Sent to me? Blonde Creepy was a little surprised. Su Fei scratched his head. Well, I don't mean anything else, after all, my flower store just opened, and I'm also an employee of the company. Okay. Blonde Creepy nodded as well, glancing at Luoli. At this moment, Luoli had the word displeasure written all over her face. Su Fei proceeded to look at Luoli again. Of course, colleague Luo also has it, I put it on your desk. Really? Luoli's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was about to throw down the flowers in her hands and go out to take a look. Seeing Luoli preparing to escape, Blonde Creepy but immediately pulled Luoli, followed by a smile and said to Su Fei. Su Fei Actually, she prepared the flowers early in the morning and is preparing to give them to you personally. The words fell. Luoli directly froze in place, like a wooden stake. Chapter 79, he's lusting after you, trying to test your resolve. Oops. She bought this flower, not me. Luoli shoved the handful of flowers in her hand towards the blonde creepy's arms. Then immediately drew back and left the office. President Weedfish. I've helped you like this, and you even ran away? Seeing Luoli in such a state, the blonde-hair bazaar held her forehead and couldn't help but scream and curse in her heart.
Of course, she can only spit in her heart. But after all, it was her own boss, and she always had to do everything she could to help her. And so, Blonde Creepy looked at Su Fei and said, "You've only been working at the company for a few days and you keep taking vacations. I don't care if you make money, but you shouldn't forget your own job either. Today's vacation, I won't approve it, go back to work." "All right." Su Fei took a deep breath and also had no choice but to leave the office for now. At this moment, the office area. Luoli was sitting in front of her desk, looking at the flowers Su Fei had given her, but she was not happy at all. For no other reason. It was because it wasn't just her, almost all of the creepy desks in the entire office had flowers sent by Su Fei on them. And they were all of different colors, with similar quantities, and only 4 of them. There were not as many as the one Su Fei had just given to the blonde creeps. Damn it! What's the point? He had to be taught a lesson. Can't let the blonde-haired creepy give Su Fei a vacation anymore. How about it, do you like it? Luoli had just thought about it when Su Fei arrived in front of her. She tensed up that much and instantly forgot what she had just thought, looking back at Su Fei. Didn't you take a vacation? It wasn't approved. Su Fei spread his hands. Great. It was possible to work with Su Fei again. If Su Fei was not allowed to take a leave of absence, then the time Su Fei spent at work would belong to her. Luoli was delighted in her heart, but on her face, she said seriously, "The president did the right thing. The bet between us is a bet, but you are still an employee of this company. It has little to do with the bet." Su Fei waved his hand and returned to his seat, saying, "Anyway, even if I win, I'm too lazy to punish you." Ha! When Luoli heard these words, she actually lost some of her heart. Su Fei froze for a moment and asked, "What? Isn't it bad to not punish you?" "Not good. Not good at all. What if the punishment was a kiss?" Luoli's heart quickly reacted, but she didn't dare to say it. She stood up and said to Su Fei, "I won't talk to you anymore. Take a good look at the investment table first. I'm going to find the president to talk about your next task." Looking at Luoli's back as she left, Su Fei pondered a little. The president and his co-workers were all very strange today. He wasn't being a little cute either. It seemed like what he said to this co-worker yesterday didn't seem to have succeeded in dissuading the other party. Moreover, the president still seemed to be setting them up all the time. Normally, when encountering such a situation, he would definitely have to find a way to leave his job and get away now. But the key is the purple old devil side of the task. Well, now the flower store is steadily making money, according to the sales of one night, as well as the inventory of the flower market to estimate. Earn enough to make $1 billion blind date, nothing more than just a matter of time. Now in front of him there is another thing, that is to find a way to complete the purple old devil's task. Make the company lose money without a trace. At least when the purple old devil's bet expired, the company couldn't have too much money on hand. It would be best to help them invest it all, making it temporarily impossible to get the funds back. Thinking of this, Su Fei then began to flip through the list of investment projects. At the same time, in the president's office, Luoli was sitting in front of her desk, while Blonde Creepy was looking at her with a face full of hatred. "Mr. Luo, I've helped you like this, why are you backing out on the battlefield?" Luoli looked a little evasive and gritted her teeth. "This flower was originally bought by you, I'm just telling the truth. Seriously, if you are not my boss, I really want to." The Blonde Creepy was even more suffocating, but 2 ruthless words she didn't dare to say straight to her face. "Forget it, it's hopeless, you obviously just like him, but you always talk tough. Now I don't care about what's going on between you guys, you're on your own. Don't." Suddenly, Luoli tensed up again and hesitated for half a day before saying, "Okay, I admit it." The Blonde Creepy also laughed in exasperation. "Then what?" No then. Luoli took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, "Actually, yesterday he told me in a serious manner, saying that he and I are just co-workers, so that I don't think too much about it." "That's it?" Blonde Hair shook her head weirdly. "Mr. Luo, you really read this love story compilation for nothing. Do you know what is called a desire to escape? He's trying to test your resolve." "My determination?" Luoli froze, her always flexible brain instantly went on standby. "That's right, he's setting you up for difficulties, wanting to see if you have the ability to break through." The Blonde Creepy said with a serious face, "Think about it, isn't it the same for our company to recruit employees in? There has to be some strength, right? As long as you take the initiative to confess to him, with General Manager Luo's your worth and capital, as well as your beauty, how can he control it? What you said seems a bit reasonable." Luoli was trying to think seriously, but quickly shook her head again. "But confessing is still too difficult, so is there a way that can make him take the initiative to confess to me? Make him take the initiative to confess?" The blonde-haired creepy fell into deep thought and kept sizing up Luoli. After a long time, she suddenly had a flash of light. "It's not like there's no way." "What way?" Luoli was filled with curiosity. "It's simple." The blonde creepy looked like she had discovered some new continent and immediately said, "With the degree of hardness of your mouth, General Luo, I believe that you won't even take the initiative to say that you like him either. Then you just need to be unconditionally good to him. Let him become dependent on you and then lead you by inches. At that time, the initiative will all be in your hands. Even if he wins the bet, he will probably want you to return to his side. Hearing this, Luoli pursed her lips and asked, then specifically, what should I do? That's easy. Blonde Creepy hurriedly rummaged through the first 2 parts of the love story compilation from her bag. Did you forget? There are a lot of examples in here. You don't read those school romance what with the sit-ups and push-ups, those aren't for you. You just specialize in watching those bully president fall in love with me sets. Aren't there a large number of hidden identities and then fall in love in there? What handmade love bento, secretly support his work In the long run, Sufei, he can't stand it, will definitely take the initiative to confess to you. After listening to this meal of analysis, Luoli was getting on top of things. In order to be able to make Sufei take the initiative to confess, she had almost completely lost her ability to think rationally. Good, then I'll try first. Blonde Creepy nodded and encouraged. Cheer up. Chapter 80 Sufei? The Miracle of the Weird World. Looking at the densely packed investment table, Sufei did nothing else. Instead, he specifically noted down those projects that required a huge amount of investment. This was because he didn't know exactly how much liquidity this company had. In order to be able to successfully complete the undercover mission, he could only prepare for a larger amount. There would always be a day when it could be used. And with such a flurry of records, time soon came to noon. Sufei's entire body was groggy, his mind only thinking of hurrying to find some blood food. Sufei. Suddenly, a soft voice could be heard ringing in his ears. Sufei glanced sideways and found his colleague looking at him with a smile on her face. Luoli? Well, it's noon, don't forget to eat. Luoli said and took out a lunchbox from behind her back. This is? Sufei was slightly puzzled. I made this with my own hands, try it? Luoli had a small smug look on her face as she handed it to Sufei. You made it with your own hands? Sufei took the lunchbox, always feeling a little uncomfortable somewhere. Come, I'll help you open it. Luoli very actively opened the lunchbox. Only to see that inside the lunchbox, there was a pile of dark red meat cubes dripping with rich sauce. Originally, Sufei was still really a bit hungry, but the moment he saw this meat chunk, he lost his appetite. Luoli frowned and asked what's wrong. Why don't you just eat it yourself? Sufei smiled sarcastically. He always stayed away from any unknown food in the weird world. Aside from the devil's egg and the 100 changes creepy hand. The only major change he had made was being able to eat blood food. Don't you like it? Luoli's eyes were filled with disappointment. Sufei naturally saw it as well, but he didn't comfort. It was because he didn't want to get into a mess with this colleague again. The current cruelty was also for the good of the other party. However, it was unthinkable that, after Luoli's brief disappointment, she seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly firm. Okay, then wait for me. After saying that, Luoli left the office area with her lunchbox. Not long after, Luoli once again returned with the lunchbox. Take a look, there's something in here that you'll definitely like to eat. Luoli opened the lunchbox, only to see that a heart that was steaming and even beating was sitting inside the lunchbox. There was even half a box of blood inside the lunchbox. The moment he saw this heart, Sufei nearly choked. Yup. He was not repulsed by blood anymore, but that was limited to the blood itself. Adding this beating heart, it was as if it had just been dug out. It was truly terrifying. But to be honest, at a cursory glance it kind of looked like a bloody restaurant's jelly. Because of white chestnut, that stuff Sufei still enjoyed eating it as well. But at this moment, the bizarre ones buried in the office instantly raised their heads, and one by one, they looked their gazes over with greed and envy in their eyes. It was as if they had discovered something unimaginable. At the same time, Sufei also discovered that something was wrong. Because just as he had thought of the jelly, the heart inside the lunchbox unexpectedly turned into a blood-colored jelly. 100 changes creepy? Luoli also explained at this moment, I spent a lot of money on the fresh 100 changes creepy heart. Back when they were at Thriller University. Sufei knew that the parts on this 100 change Giles body were very expensive. Although he didn't know how much it cost, it was definitely not something that just any creepy could afford to consume. It was very expensive food. It seems that you like blood food a lot. Seeing this, a trace of clarity similarly flashed under Luoli's eyes. She couldn't help but recall Sufei's flower store, which was precisely open next door to the bloody restaurant. I'm really smart. You're right to say so, it's just that this gift is too expensive for me to accept. Sufei rejected Luoli. Luoli didn't get angry, but thought of the answer inside the textbook and laughed. Don't get me wrong, I'm not preparing this for you because I like you, it's just that you have a heavy task ahead of you, so I'm giving you some favors in advance. Oh? Just because of the work? When Sufei heard this, he seemed to think that there was nothing wrong with it. There was always a demon when things went wrong. Even if he liked it, this co-worker had never been that nice to him earlier. Today's sudden show of kindness, I'm afraid it really had something to do with work.
In that case, it wasn't unacceptable. Anyway, he always had to work for the company.
Luoli was still full of smiles. How about I feed you? That's still not necessary. Su Fei took the lunchbox and began to taste it himself. It's delicious, thank you.
Ah. He enjoyed eating the food I gave him. How calm Luoli's expression was, how excited she was inside. Originally, just reading a book, she wasn't able to fully appreciate this kind of mood. But now, she completely experienced it. Even though this 100 changes creepy fresh heart alone required hundreds of thousands, just because of this sentence from Su Fei. Not to mention hundreds of thousands, the millions spent were also very much worth it. But this was not enough. Because this heart is not made by her own hands. Like blood food, well. Then I will go to the bloody restaurant to learn. Thinking of this, Luoli was instantly energized. I'm going to go out for a bit first, you eat slowly first. After Luoli finished speaking, she immediately left the office area.
Su Fei frowned. It seems that the next task is only not simple. After leaving the company,
Luoli drove her red sports car and arrived at the bloody restaurant.
Just after getting out of the car,
she saw a line of creepy in front of the flower store next door. Mary, on the other hand, was standing at the door, constantly introducing the types of bouquets to those customers.
Hoof. Luoli coldly glanced at the other party before walking into the bloody restaurant. Just as she walked into the restaurant, the store manager came face to face. Aren't you Mr. Su's colleague? Luoli nodded. Well, I'm here to learn. Learn what? The blood-sucking guile store manager was filled with doubt.
I came to learn your blood-colored jelly.
The vampiric guile store manager immediately refused. That's not acceptable, this is our store.
The words fell.
A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the blood-sucking guile storekeeper in front of him alone. In just an instant, the
blood-sucking guile store manager who was targeted seemed to be in a sea of corpses and blood. As a blood-sucking guile, he had never had such a fear of fresh blood.
Obviously. The other party was an SSS class big brother. And it was also from the Blood Demon clan. You know.
The blood source of their bloody restaurant all relied on the Blood Fiend clan's supply. Without the blood of the Blood Demon clan, they wouldn't be able to open their restaurant at all. But their blood, at the highest, was SS grade blood. This kind of blood was extremely rare. He spent a lot of money on acquiring it, but he might not be able to receive it, and even if he did, it was exclusively for White Chestnut. On a normal day, having S-class blood was already very good. It's just that he never expected that.
This SSS ranked guile of the Blood Demon clan in front of him had run to his store to learn something. This level of blood was truly priceless.
One must know that for the entire Blood Demon clan's creepy, only those few had reached the SSS level. But he wasn't sure exactly who they were, and didn't have the qualifications to know. But what was clear to him was that,
as long as he didn't teach, the bloody restaurant would not be able to open. Moreover, even his life could not be saved.
But the most crucial thing was that he saw the expression on the other party's face, which was clearly the look of someone in his heart. Coupled with yesterday's jealous look, the other party was bound to be here to learn how to make blood jelly because of Su Fei.
Su Fei had already become the man of the princess of their blood-sucking guile clan.
And he had also taken in a pseudo-SSS guile to work for him as a white.
Now another SSS-ranked creepy had come to learn how to make blood food for Su Fei. This situation, even in the entire creepy world, it could be called a world miracle. This creepy world was really going to change.
But at the same time, his heart grew even more excited.
Because he had won the bet.
Even, the bet seemed to be increasing in size.
Luoli looked at the blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper in front of him and reminded. I think you're a smart blood-sucking creep and should know what you should do. Chapter 81 Pass it on. Su Fei is the emperor in the creepy world. In the afternoon, the thriller company. Su Fei was still sifting through the list of investment projects without stopping. No. Su Fei slapped his head. Instead of letting the company invest in these projects, then why couldn't he invest in himself? At least this way, he could still directly control that portion of the investment money. As long as the money was in his hands, if the violet old demon was out of sorts, perhaps he could still turn the tide at any time. After all, he wasn't sure what exactly the purple old devil's bet with the other creepy one was right now. Anyway, the goal was to keep the company out of money on hand as much as possible. When all was said and done, Su Fei took a deep breath. Now all he had to do was to write up an investment report like those companies applying for investment, so that the company could invest as much as possible in itself. And so, he quickly struck the keyboard and began to write the investment application. However, it wasn't long before, with the sound of a high-heeled footstep ringing out, Luoli very happily returned to the office area. And in her hand, she was also carrying a beautifully packaged blood-colored jelly, just like a crystal-clear cupcake. Su Fei, tired? Su Fei turned around to see that Luoli had already placed the jelly on his desk. You don't go to work properly and go out to buy something? Su Fei said suspiciously. Luoli immediately opened the package and said with a smile, don't worry about this first, just eat it. What do you mean? Su Fei felt more and more out of place and emphasized once again, Luoli, there's really no need for you to be so nice to me, it's impossible for us. Luoli waved her hand at this moment, saying easily, don't get me wrong, it's just a jelly, I don't want to be with you. Su Fei looked at the other party's expression, half convinced, it better be, but I can't accept this gift. When Luoli heard this, her heart burst with sadness. That was a top-grade blood-colored jelly that she had made with her own hands. In the entire Guedu, it was the only one of its kind. Soon after, she glanced at the investment application in front of Su Fei again, and her eyes immediately lit up. What? You're asking the company to invest in your flower store? Yes. Su Fei directly admitted that he would have to tell the president about this sooner or later anyway. Luoli also seemed to have found an opportunity and immediately said, then I advise you to eat it obediently, or else this application of yours will be written in vain. Su Fei arched his eyebrows, what do you mean? I'll just give it to the president directly, it's not like it's going through your hands. You can try it yourself, you'll see if you can succeed and be done with it. After saying that, Luoli returned to her seat, full of disinterest. But in reality, her gaze was always on the jelly on Su Fei's table. Eat it. Idiot, eat it. As long as you eat it, your application will be passed immediately. However, looking at the jelly in front of him, Su Fei also fell into deep thought. His flower store was bound to make money. Under normal circumstances, the president should be happy to invest in it, right? However, the words spoken by his colleague just now were full of confidence. Just at that moment, the long-lost hidden prompt sounded again in the depths of his mind. Hidden tip, only by eating it will you be able to get the investment successfully. Su Fei understood. If he didn't let this colleague be satisfied, he would indeed be a bit difficult to handle in terms of work. How was this not another form of workplace bullying? Fine, I'll eat. Su Fei picked up a spoon, scooped a small piece of that jelly, and put it into his mouth. Just as the jelly entered his mouth, it turned into blood and flowed into his abdomen. Su Fei's face instantly changed, looking at the jelly in front of him with astonishment. This fresh blood in particular was simply an indescribably fresh flavor. In terms of the flavor of the blood alone, it seemed even sweeter and more delicious than even Bai Lili's blood. After taking only a small bite, his fatigue from sitting in class for most of the day instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Luoli was both nervous and excited in her heart, and hurriedly asked, how is it? Is it good? Tasty, it's just too tasty. Su Fei took another bite and looked at Luoli, where did you get this? The bloody restaurant doesn't even have such delicious jelly. I made it myself. Luoli wrung her hands together and looked at Su Fei proudly. You made it yourself? Su Fei's face was full of incredulity. Although the jelly looks like the handiwork of a bloody restaurant, this blood raw material feels unusual. Where did you get it? Just be delicious. Luoli's face was filled with happiness written all over it, and her heart even had a different feeling. SSS-grade blood raw material made blood-colored jelly, can it be ordinary? In fact, after learning how to make blood-colored jelly, she realized that there were no profound skills in making blood-colored jelly. The most important thing was the blood raw material. As a blood demon, she had used her own blood as the raw material to make the scarlet jelly for Su Fei. In the entire bizarre world, it was the only blood food made using SSS-ranked blood. Seeing Su Fei enjoy eating the blood-colored jelly she had made so much, Luoli's cheeks even flushed a light blush. You keep eating, I'll go talk to the president first. After saying that, Luoli then walked towards the president's office with a cheerful pace. Su Fei looked at the other party's back and sighed slightly. At the same time, the Dragon Country Live saw this scene, and they all clenched their fists one by one. Envy was revealed in their eyes. Geez, what kind of treatment is this for God Su in the creepy world? When you're hungry, you have female creepy co-workers sending you food, and you can even get an investment when you take a bite. But it seems like God Su doesn't intend to accept this co-worker? Accept what? God Su has standards, so he's not going to accept just any female co-worker? That's right, there are tons of women who are interested in God Su, they have to line up. Don't talk nonsense, God Su isn't a promiscuous person, he just wants to live. Right. God Su is just trying to pass the level, he's not proliferating his feelings without a bottom line. This is too good to be true, I have to go to other countries' live rooms to neutralize it. It just so happens that the number of foreigners in the live rooms has become less recently. For a while, quite a few Dragon Country masses once again flooded into other countries' live rooms. You guys are still sitting here chewing on steamed buns? Sushin's deposit is $200 million. What's wrong with $200 million? God Su is about to take over the company's president. Are you kidding? It's obvious that the CEO is going to give the company away to Sushin. You guys are so behind on the news. Sushin is clearly starting to become a trickster, okay? When the viewers from other countries saw these pop-ups from the Dragon Kingdom, as well as Su Fei's rising deposits, one by one, their expressions were sour, but they could only break their teeth and swallow them.
If this trend continued, perhaps Su Fei, who had the highest demands, would still turn out to be the first to complete the task.
At the same time, Creepy World Thriller Investment Company. In the president's office.
The blonde-haired creepy looked at Luo Li's face that was full of spring color, only to feel his head swell and his face begin to tremble.
Mr. Luo, did I hear you right? You're going to invest all the liquidity we have on hand, all of it to Su Fei? Chapter 82 The company all want to give him? Love brain is scary. Yeah, is there a problem? Didn't you also say that you wanted me to step in and get a piece of Su Fei?
And you said that if I treat him unconditionally well, he will take the initiative to confess to me.
Luo Li's fingers were even more unconsciously curling her hair.
As long as she thought of that person, her eyes began to flutter, and even the corners of her mouth unconsciously began to rise slightly.
It's over. Love brain, this is not?
The blonde creepy looked at Luo Li in front of him, feeling that things were gradually becoming serious.
Yes, we should invest, but we can't invest that much. Missy, do you know how much liquidity this company of ours has, and you're just going to invest it all?
Luo Li rightfully said back, I know, it's only about $1 billion, it's not much.
Much is not much, but Su Fei's project, does it need $1 billion?
The blonde creepy hurriedly explained, with $1 billion of liquidity, we can invest in at least 10 or even 20 businesses. If you give it all to him, won't this company of ours not be able to operate? When Luo Li heard this, she instead became unhappy. Then how much do you think is appropriate to invest? Mr. Luo, it's important to be careful with the water. Blonde creepy said with a serious face. What you need is a little bit to make him rely on you, not all at once. No matter what, this company can't be pressed all on one person. $200 million is already enough. Don't forget, the old master still has a betting agreement with the purple old devil. Maybe because of this amount of money, the whole company will lose.
Luo Li pondered a little, then returned, it's precisely because of this that I feel it's better to vote all for Su Fei.
Why?
The blonde-haired creep asked back.
It's simple, let Su Fei become a partner in our company, and at that time, if we don't have enough, maybe he can even help us.
Love brain was terrifying.
Hearing this, blonde creepy was even more speechless in his heart.
Mr. Luo, don't think so much first, just go ask Su Fei how much he needs before saying anything else, okay? Also right-o.
Luo Li pondered for a moment, then turned around again and walked towards the office area.
Seeing Luo Li return, Su Fei handed the investment application form he had prepared to the other party.
I've already typed up the investment application form, just waiting for the president to nod.
Luo Li fixed her eyes on it, only to see that the application for investment only had $200 million written above it. Actually, Su Fei had considered it carefully.
100 million was too little, but he didn't dare to ask for too much, lest it would cause the other party to become suspicious.
200 million, in fact, almost.
In the company's other project investments, it is also considered a medium to high. If he wanted more, he could only talk about it later. If there was enough time, he could give the company a little bit of money first, and then apply for more investment.
Do you only need 200 million? Luo Li looked at the application form and asked. Or else. Is it more? Su Fei asked in return.
Not much, the president seemed to have said this amount just now as well. Su Fei also let out a sigh of relief. Good, then I'll trouble you to make an extra trip.
Okay. Luo Li received the application with both hands and headed to the president's office once again with a light step. President's office.
The blonde-haired creepy was similarly relieved when she saw the application. She looked at Luo Li's peach blossom-filled face again and tensed.
Luckily, Su Fei only needs $200 million.
If Su Fei had asked for the entire company, I'm only afraid that you, Mr. Luo, would have agreed, right?
It makes sense for you to say that. With Su Fei's ability and vision, he might really be able to earn more by running the company?
Luo Li's color soared, then added, besides, I lost this bet. He can do whatever he wants me to do. Even if he wants the company, I can only give it to him.
Finished. Completely finished.
The blonde creepy took a deep breath and couldn't help but think of what Luo Li said earlier.
It was completely bizarre. What won't let feelings become a stumbling block at work? There just wasn't a word of truth in it. Of course, she herself couldn't escape responsibility. After all, she was the one who helped Luo Li come up with the idea, what with being unconditionally good to Su Fei. The current him suddenly had some regrets. But the blonde creep could only remind. Don't forget, Mr. Luo, Su Fei doesn't know your identity yet, so he won't open his mouth and ask you for the company. Well then, I don't want him to ask for the company either.
Saying this, Luo Li seemed to have thought of something and her face turned red once again. Don't talk to you anymore, hurry up and get the rules contract, I'll go to the finance to get the card, Su Fei is waiting.
Okay.
Blonde creepy also didn't say anything more, she immediately drew up the rules contract and handed it over to Luo Li.
Luo Li also quickly went to the finance department to get the tricky card, and once again returned to Su Fei's side. The investment contract, and $200 million of investment money. So soon? Su Fei showed surprise on his face. Yeah, why don't you thank me?
If it wasn't for me, this investment money wouldn't have gone so smoothly.
Thanks a lot. Su Fei was about to sign his name on the rules contract. But just at this time, Luoli was reaching out and grabbing Su Fei's wrist. Su Fei couldn't help but be stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Luoli reminded, "Did you forget? According to the company's steps, there's still a need to investigate the investment site. Didn't you go and investigate long ago?" Su Fei questioned. "But that was before the investment, now we have to follow the company's rules." Luoli said here, her eyes dancing, finally mustering up the courage to say with a red face, "Unless you can." "No, just go. Anyway, it's just a visit, it's nothing, we can go now." Seeing this scene, Su Fei immediately interrupted the other party, pulling the other party's hand towards the outside. I. With half a sentence held in her heart, Luoli also froze for a moment. But having been pulled by Su Fei's hand, her mind had long since lost the ability to think. It would be nice if she could hold hands every day. All the way down the stairs and into the car. Su Fei basically didn't have much of a delay and directly started the yellow lightning. "Colleague Luo, so do you want to go to the flower base now, or do you want to go to the flower store to investigate? Is it okay to go to both?" Luoli looked at Su Fei dully, only wanting to be able to stay with Su Fei for a little longer. "Yes, no problem." Su Fei readily agreed. After all, these $200 million were on their lips, and there was no reason not to eat them. As for what this colleague actually thought, was no longer important. Anyway, he had already done his best to be benevolent, and what he should have been reminded of had been reminded of. If you want to blame, you can only blame your own lack of strength and insist on joining in. And so, he immediately started the vehicle and drove towards the direction of the flower store first. However, just when Luoli was full of joy, her phone suddenly rang. Luoli picked up the phone and quickly glanced at it. Only to see that the caller was not someone else, it was precisely Zishi who had been unreachable earlier. Seeing that it was Z Hitomi, Luoli frowned and quickly hung up the phone. "What's wrong?" Su Fei couldn't help but ask as he noticed the change in Luoli's complexion. "Whose call is it? Why did you hang up directly?" "No one." Luoli's expression dodged and looked out the window, saying with a face full of carelessness, "Just an ordinary friend, just hang up." Chapter 83. What do you mean? You even met the parents? Luoli looked out the window, her heart in turmoil. Earlier, she had called Zishi so many times, but the other party didn't answer. This time when she didn't answer Zishi's call, there was some element of gambling. But the main thing was the fear that she had fallen in love and was discovered by Zishi. Unless she now had proof that Zishi talked first, then she was fearless. Anyway, it was Z Hitomi who violated the agreement between them first. But it was precisely because there was no evidence that she didn't dare to answer the call. Not long after, Su Fei's car parked in front of the flower store. The moment the yellow lightning appeared, it directly attracted the gazes of the flower-buying shenanigans in the store. At the same time, Bloody Restaurant's store manager also bumbled over. "Boss Su." However, just as he shouted, he saw Luoli and instantly sweated. "Good day, boss lady." Hearing this boss lady, Su Fei instantly froze. "What did you call her?" The vampiric guile store manager said smilingly, "Mr. Su, people have personally come to our store today to learn how to make blood-colored jellies, and they've worked hard. I know about this, but don't shout blindly, I have nothing with her." Su Fei reminded in a serious manner. "Good." The blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper sweated. People SSS creepy had personally bled to make jelly for you to eat, and it was still nothing. But thinking of Luoli's earlier reminder, he didn't dare to directly point it out, so he could only nod repeatedly. At this time, Su Fei turned back and glanced at Luoli. "Now that the place is here, how are you going to examine it?" "First look at your flower store." As Luoli said that, she walked towards the flower store on her own, while Su Fei immediately followed. In the flower store, Mary was busy recommending bouquets to the customers. Seeing Luoli come over, Mary instantly locked her gaze on Luoli's body. When the surrounding customers saw the two women's furtive eyes, they couldn't help but back away, making way for Luoli. Luoli clasped her hands in front of her chest and scrutinized the Mary in front of her. Following that, she turned back to Su Fei and said, "I think, you don't seem to be very good as a store manager, and you don't meet our company's investment standards." When Su Fei heard this, he hastily pulled Luoli back. "What are you talking nonsense about? Mary is clearly doing quite well." Luoli, however, shook her head. "Do you still want to invest?" "You?" Su Fei was also furious, not expecting Luoli to card him with this kind of reason. "What company's investment criteria? I think it's you who set the investment criteria yourself." Su Fei took a deep breath. "Then what do you say? What will it take to invest?" "It's simple, fire her, plus you find another store manager." Luoli said here and pointed at the blood-sucking guile outside the door. "I think that blood-sucking guile outside is quite good, he can also be your store manager. People still have to open a restaurant." "Yeah, his restaurant just happens to be right next to it, what's wrong with helping take care of the flower store?" When Luoli said this, Su Fei was already at a loss as to how to reply. He hadn't expected this colleague to be so bold as to dare to directly target Mary. But at this moment,
Mary, however, walked out and looked at Luoli with provocative eyes. "The sister, I think it's you who wants to be the store manager, right?"
Just a store manager, who wants to be one?" Luoli coldly snorted.
Hee, how comfortable it is to be a store manager, you can also serve the boss at night."
Speaking of which,
Mary stuck to Sufei's front, hugging his arm, her face full of winks. "Boss, did you like my performance last night?"
"What do you mean?"
Luoli stared at Mary with a deadly glare, questioning. At this time, the other creeps who bought the flowers each had a wonderful expression, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. But Mary didn't take the other creeps' looks seriously at all, and continued to add fuel to the fire.
"It doesn't mean anything, I've been the boss's man for a long time anyway." Mary spoke up and said pitifully, "Boss, how much did she invest in you? 200 million.
Sufei replied honestly. Hearing this figure, Mary lightly laughed. "I thought how much, as long as you nod your head, I can give you 200 million as well, and I don't need any share."
"You have 200 million as well?"
Sufei asked back. "Yeah, I made $100 million from the last weird incident, and then I'll sell the hospital, it'll be worth quite a bit too, so it should be about the same." Hearing this, the surrounding shenanigans, each and every one of them looked shocked and even started to talk about it. "Bro, tell me this isn't true, $200 million said for nothing."
"Yeah, and even sell the hospital just to be a store manager? Have you all read books for nothing? This is the power of love. Woohoo, if only my female creepy friend could treat me like this."
"Hey, it looks like this boss's co-worker shouldn't be able to compete." "That's no nonsense, they're pseudo-SSS ranked creepy, and they've even poured $200 million into it." At this moment, quite a few of the bazaar all looked towards Luoli. Luoli was also completely infuriated by Mary at this moment.
"Compare rich with me, right?"
Luoli's gaze was serious. "Sufei, fire her, I'll apply to the president for $500 million of investment, and I don't want you to take a cut either." The moment these words came out, the surrounding crowd of shenanigans couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air.
500 million, more than doubled. Don't even want a share?
Just a small staff member, not the president, how could he take matters into his own hands? Sufei also realized that something was wrong at this moment and hurriedly pulled Luoli.
"Are you crazy? If you say 500 million, it's 500 million? Can you stop gambling? Let's just go by the normal process, okay?"
Luoli's words just reached her throat.
But right at this moment, Mary was suddenly opening her mouth.
500 million, I think with the boss's charm, 500 million is less, I am willing to pay 800 million.
800 million?
Hearing this figure, Sufei immediately asked, "Where do you have so much?"
"Of course I have it, I'll just ask my father for it,"
Mary returned as a matter of course.
Sufei was also slightly shocked. "I didn't see it, your father is so rich?"
Mary proudly said, "That's not true, after all, it's an SSS class guile." Luoli heard this and felt more and more out of place. It wasn't that she was surprised because of the SSS ranked guile. After all, she herself was an SSS ranked bazaar, and her father was likewise. She wouldn't lose in a fight with her father all the same. But the point was that Sufei had only known Mary for a short while, and as a result, the parents had met.
"So? You've even met her parents?"
"Aha!" Sufei nodded and said, "Actually, her father is quite interesting."
Finished.
Luoli instantly remembered the plot inside the book. Meeting the parents could almost be said to be something that happened in the later stages of a relationship, and then the next step would be to consider matters of marriage. But just at this time, Mary was the one who suddenly spoke again. "This sister, I know you like Sufei.
But if you like someone, you shouldn't hide it.
As long as you confess to Sufei now, and he can accept you, then I'll voluntarily quit, how about it?"
Chapter 84. Little Sufei, your blood seems a bit different? Confession?
Luoli couldn't help but feel some fear inside when she heard those two words.
Did she like Sufei? The answer was certainly like.
But wanting her to take the initiative to confess, she simply couldn't do it. Because she simply didn't know whether Sufei liked himself or not. If her confession was rejected, she didn't even know how to face it.
At this moment,
the entire scene was very quiet. But in fact, Sufei was equally full of doubts. Although Mary's words earlier were full of misdirection, he knew that the odds were that Mary did not like herself. There was even a feeling that she was helping him reject his co-workers, so he didn't try to explain too much. But now it seemed that things were far more than what he thought.
After a long time, Luoli took a deep breath and her complexion became extremely haggard.
She took out the company's contract and signed it, while also handing over all the trick cards in her hand to Sufei.
"Luoli?
Take it, I'll go back to the company first."
After saying that,
Luoli then turned around and left the flower store, casually beckoning a cab to leave the scene. The blood-sucking guile store manager standing at the door was filled with doubt when he saw this. It was clearly a powerful SSS-ranked guile, but he took the initiative to admit defeat? Was it so hard to confess? But if he really let it go like that, then wouldn't his previous bet somehow be missing a bargaining chip? It would be fine if Luoli never showed up.
But the key was that there was clearly this opportunity, but now it was going to disappear. How could he accept this so easily? No way. Even though I'm a bloodsucker, I have to help Luoli. At this time, with Luoli's exit, the other guiles also returned to their original state. Although his colleague's appearance just now made Su Fei feel a little heartbroken. But no matter what, cutting earlier was the best outcome. After all, the heartache now would only be a heartache for a while. Mary, you continue to be busy. Su Fei finished speaking and also left the flower store. Just as he walked out the door, the blood-sucking creepy store manager stopped Su Fei. Mr. Su, I can't stand to watch a bit. Su Fei was also a bit puzzled and asked, what's wrong? I don't believe you can't see that people just like you. Of course I can see it, but that's exactly why I don't want anything to happen to her. Something happens, what happens? Just a white chestnut is very dangerous for her. Hearing this, blood-sucking guile shopkeeper instantly understood Su Fei's concern. Obviously, Su Fei did not know Luoli's true strength. However, because he had promised Luoli earlier, he naturally didn't dare to say so directly and explicitly. I won't talk to you anymore, I'll go back first. Su Fei sighed and was about to leave. At this moment, blood-sucking guile shopkeeper also hurriedly took out a jelly and placed it in Su Fei's car. This is from Lord Chestnut. Aha! Su Fei nodded, stepping on the gas and driving towards home. Little Su Fei. Just as he opened the door to his home, Bai Lili flew directly onto Su Fei's body. The small head kept rubbing against Su Fei's chest and also made a whimpering sound. Seeing this scene, all the Dragon Country viewers in the live broadcast room exuded envious looks. A beautiful co-worker at work, a powerful store manager after work, and a cute loli at home. AI, Godsu as female shenanigans accompanying him wherever he goes, I'm so envious. Brothers, envy can't come, you go to the copy on the first day of nothing. It's just a pity that co-worker is gone, Godsu didn't manage to take it. Sushin is still a good guy after all, if he took it down, it would have been dangerous for her. Have you guys forgotten about blind dates? It's the blind date that's the most dangerous, right? So Sushin isn't being picky, but she doesn't have the strength to compete without an SSS rank. I don't care about anything else, I just hope we don't black out tonight. At this moment, the bizarre world. Bai Lili hugged Su Fei, never able to let go. Little Su Fei, what's wrong with you, why do you seem troubled? No. Su Fei sat on the sofa and smiled. He, it's okay, I can help you suck out your troubles. As White Chestnut said this, she opened her mouth and bit towards Su Fei's neck. In regards to having his blood sucked out, Su Fei had also long gotten used to it. But right at this moment, the White Lili who was sucking blood was suddenly letting go of Su Fei, his brows furrowed. What's wrong? Su Fei couldn't help but ask. Something's not right. White Lili barred his mouth and bit down once more. Finally, she confirmed that Su Fei's blood seemed to have become somewhat different. The flavor seemed to have become better? Strange. White Lili let go of Su Fei once again and asked, Little Su Fei, tell me honestly, did you suck the blood of other shenanigans? No. Su Fei shook his head. Bai Lili bit her finger, then it's strange, why does your blood seem to have become a little different? Different? Hearing this, Su Fei seemed to have thought of something. Right. The blood-colored jelly that his colleagues had personally made for him. At that time, he also wondered why the flavor of the jelly had become more delicious. By all rights, co-worker had gone to the bloody restaurant to make it, the ingredients should have been provided by the bloody restaurant as well. Thus, Su Fei immediately opened the jelly that the store manager had just given him and scooped a spoonful in his mouth. It wasn't right. It still tasted the same as before, not at all as good as the one made by his colleague's hands. Bai Lili looked at Su Fei, you must have eaten some wrong blood food. It could be, I told you that there was something wrong with the jelly I ate at the bloody restaurant today? That's probably the special blood that the store manager prepared for you, how dare you hide it from me and give you a small meal? Bai Lili said, then laughed, but it's fine, your blood has gotten better anyway. After saying that, White Lili began to bite his neck again. However, Su Fei's heart was always very puzzled. A colleague's blood. Just how did it come from? Perhaps because Su Fei's blood was exceptionally sweet, White Chestnut fell asleep on him as she sucked on it. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Fei also carried it back to his bedroom. He glanced at Bai Lili's cell phone that was placed on the bedside. How about sneak Yao Yao's phone over? Su Fei pursed his lips and once again glanced at the sleeping Bai Lili. He slowly stretched out his hand and was about to go get his cell phone. But just at this time, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Su Fei's heart was startled, and he hastily retracted his hand and took out his own cell phone. Seeing that it was a call from the bloody restaurant, Su Fei was also confused, but he had no choice but to answer the call. Hello? Mr. Su, something happened to your colleague come quickly. Something happened? What happened? Don't ask, anyway, hurry up and come, if you don't come, she'll be gone. Hearing this, Su Fei immediately hung up the phone. He quickly picked up Bai Lili's cell phone and took a look. As expected. Surprisingly, there was a password. Su Fei couldn't think of anything else at this moment. He hurriedly put Bai Lily's cell phone back into its original position and went downstairs to drive towards the bloody restaurant. And at this moment, bloody restaurant. Luoli sat at the dining table, looking at the blood-sucking creepy store manager beside her, and nervously asked, "Are you sure that by doing this, Su Fei will take the initiative to confess to me?" The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper returned with a smile on his face. "My lord, I don't know whether to confess or not, but being addicted to you, that's definitely true." Chapter 85. Sushin was made a bureau, but a love bureau. What could happen to a co-worker? And it still happened at the bloody restaurant? It couldn't be that while he was going home, his co-worker slipped back to find Mary to go one-on-one, could it? Along the way, Su Fei's mind couldn't help but begin to ruminate. Soon, he parked his car in front of the restaurant and directly walked into the restaurant. What exactly happened? Su Fei immediately asked. "Come in and you'll know." The blood-sucking guile store manager was filled with sorrow and hurriedly brought Su Fei to a private room on the second floor.
Just as he walked in, he smelled the extremely strong odor of blood, only to see that this colleague had fallen unconscious in a pool of blood on the dining table.
The blood-sucking creepy store manager pretended to cry and said,
"Mr. Su, you don't know, just now this colleague of yours came to our store and frantically started drinking blood drinks. She said that if you like to drink it, she has to like it too, and then kept drinking, and then she fainted.
Only you can save her now,"
the vampire creep store manager said with a sniffle.
"Only I can save her?"
When Su Fei heard this, he always felt that there was something wrong everywhere. How can I save her? Her blood intake is too great, and she needs you to help her suck it out before she can.
Su Fei couldn't help but stare. "You really take me for a blood-sucking creep?"
No, you've misunderstood, she's really drunk." The blood-sucking guile store manager hurriedly explained, "That's why she needs someone close to her to help her suck it out, and when I thought about it, you're the only one." When Su Fei heard this statement, even his entire face gradually became stiff.
This kind of routine, only Guile would believe it, right?
It was similar to the artificial respiration that the cook had used at the playground.
Could it be that these weird people in the weird world all like this kind of routine?
This kind of argument is okay to lie to the weird, but to lie to him, this is not obviously bull. Su Fei took a deep breath, looked at the blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper, and said, "Tell me honestly, are you lying to me?"
I didn't. Blood-sucking guile shopkeeper's entire body tensed up. "He indeed didn't lie to you."
Suddenly, a familiar voice came out from behind.
The person who came was no one else but Mary. Her appearance caused the blood-sucking guile storekeeper to be very surprised as well.
Mary said with a serious face, "I'm a doctor, I can prove that he didn't lie to you, and that this situation is only useful if you suck on the mouth."
The moment these words came out, Su Fei was completely numb.
Originally, he had thought that Mary would just come in and break it down.
Result.
This explanation was even more outrageous than the store manager. Simply outrageous. Her mom opened the door to the outrageous. At the same time, Luoli, who was pretending to be dizzy, was also stunned in her heart.
She was pretending. But now it sounds, how to make it sound as if it is true. Otherwise, how could Mary, who was obviously a rival, help her at this time? But if it was really like what Mary said, then wouldn't it become a kiss? This is really great. Fool. Quickly kiss me.
Su Fei didn't move for half a day, and Luoli was anxious in her heart.
But equally anxious were the viewers of the Dragon Country livestream.
I can kind of see that all the world's shenanigans are helping God Su.
God Su, kiss quickly, I'm dying of anxiety. Yeah, how bad would it be if there's an accident? Creepy lives are lives too.
Don't all get high, it seems like God Su really doesn't like this female guile.
Then we can't just stand by and watch something happen to our co-worker, right? At this moment,
the viewers from the other countries who saw this couldn't sit still either, and one by one, their biting muscles tightened. It's getting more and more outrageous, clearly all in the same world. Su Fei's encounters are completely different.
Su Fei has been made a game, but this game is a complete love game.
It's a good thing that our country's players have been eliminated, or else I'd really die of anger watching this.
Pissed off, shaking cold. Why does Su Fei get to be this cool? If our contestant had encountered this kind of thing, the one who fainted would definitely be an alien creep. Hee, and it's not just alien guile, you'll break the rules and then be done for if you kiss or not. At this time, the bizarre world.
Looking at his colleague who always fainted in front of him, Su Fei was able to clearly feel that the other party was just pretending. It was just that he hadn't expected that.
Not only was it the blood-sucking creepy store manager, even Mary seemed to be covering for her.
This made Su Fei feel very strange. But just at this time, the hidden prompt once again sounded in the depths of his mind.
Hidden prompt, don't talk, kiss her. Special hint, this will determine the success of your next bizarre event. The same hint as Luo Yao?
As for this latter special tip, it was obviously very important.
Originally, Su Fei didn't want to get more and more ambiguous with his co-worker's relationship. But right now, he didn't seem to have any other choice. Su Fei could only hope that the hidden hints would be able to save him in the future when blood was shed. Finally, Su Fei moved. He sat down beside Luoli, looking at the other party's face that was clearly getting redder and redder, and only felt speechless to the extreme. This acting. No, this was not any acting at all. Su Fei helplessly stretched out his hand and then helped him up. As if Luoli's entire being had gone soft, she just smoothly lay in Su Fei's arms. With such a close distance, Su Fei was not only able to see this colleague's eyelashes fluttering, he could even feel that the other party had even become short of breath. After the kiss, he turned his head and left. As Su Fei thought of this, he lowered his head and kissed. Luoli couldn't stop herself from shivering as a different kind of feeling ignited in her heart. Her mind almost completely emptied at this moment, with nothing but Su Fei. Let's go out and let them play freely. Seeing this, Mary pulled the blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper beside her out of the box. The two creeps looked at each other and smiled politely. One wanted a bigger bargaining chip. The other wanted a more exciting love story for Su Fei. Despite both harboring different purposes, they had become the same camp at the moment. At this moment, feeling the disappearance of the weird aura around her, Luoli also stopped pretending. As if she had changed, her hands directly wrapped around Su Fei's neck. Afterwards, she got up and directly pressed Su Fei onto the sofa. Su Fei was also startled. Up until now, he had never encountered such a domineering female guile. However, right at this moment, Luoli's body lurched, and she fell headfirst to the side. What do you mean? What do you mean? Su Fei was also on top of his head, and this turn of events left him completely confused. At this moment, the two guile, who had heard the commotion, immediately returned to the box. Seeing this change of events, Mary's brows tightened, and she hastily reached out to touch Luoli's forehead. A common problem of the blood demon race. She was too excited this time, and the blood rushed to her heart, and she really fainted. At this time, the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper said with a similarly serious face, "The blood demon race itself has plenty of blood, and it is indeed difficult to run into this kind of thing. Normally speaking, the blood demon race in general will bleed regularly, so it's also our restaurant's supplier." Su Fei's brows clustered. Then since you know so much about it, then you figure out a way to solve it. I don't dare to. The blood-sucking guile store manager scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Taking the blood of the Blood Devil clan without consent was violating the rules of the Blood Devil clan. This was clear to almost all tricksters. So he didn't dare to touch it. Unlike Luo Yao, every year, she would seek White Lily's help in taking blood. They were originally of the same rank and had a better relationship, so this wouldn't happen. Su Fei looked at Mary again. What about you? You're a doctor, there's always a way, right? It's not convenient for me either. Mary similarly waved her hand. Arching the fire was fine with her. But letting her bleed out was a tangible violation of the other side's rules. If Luoli woke up and really treated her as a love rival, she would be finished. Su Fei was helpless as he watched the two shenanigans shrug it off. So that means you can only rely on me? Aha! The two guile nodded at the same time. The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper was even more forthright. Don't worry, Mr. Su, you have Lord Chestnut's bloodline, it's fine. Alright, I'll try. Su Fei also didn't think that he would actually be like blood-sucking guile one day. The first time he directly sucked blood, Su Fei always felt a little nervous. He took a deep breath and bit towards Luo Li's neck. Strangely enough, when his teeth just touched the other party's skin, it was like a sharp blade that directly cut through the other party's skin. Hot blood kept gushing towards his mouth. That flavor made Su Fei's heart flutter, and he couldn't help but think of today's scarlet jelly. Too much like. Chapter 86 Hard mouth, but seems soft? The blood entered his throat, and it was sweet and delicious. Su Fei was already completely certain that the blood-colored jelly he was eating was the flavor of the other party's blood. But the more it was, the more curious he became. Both were the blood of the blood demon race, so why did his colleague's blood taste so special? Even through White Lily's performance earlier, it seemed to improve the flavor of his own blood? It was simply too strange. As Su Fei kept sucking on the blood, he could clearly feel that his body seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, the temperature on Luo Li's body was gradually decreasing. It should be about right. Su Fei let go of Luo Li, then turned his gaze to the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper and asked, "Let me ask you, why does her blood taste so different?" The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper was helpless when he heard this. The blood of an SSS-ranked blood fiend trickster was definitely different, but what exactly it tasted like, he wasn't sure. After all, not everyone was qualified to be able to taste the blood of an SSS-ranked blood demon race. Similarly, he was worried about exposing Luo Li's identity, so he smiled and explained, maybe it's because her physique is different. All right. Su Fei nodded, but his mind unconsciously recalled Luo Yao. If it was Luo Yao, I'm afraid the blood would only be more delicious than this colleague's, right? After all, that was the blood of an SSS-class blood demon clan. One could only imagine how good White Chestnut had eaten before. But in the future, there would be no need for Bai Li Li's help. At this moment,
Luo Li's breathing gradually stabilized and her consciousness was gradually awakening. Well. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Su Fei, her mind recalling the scene just now. Damn it! How could I have fainted? Just now, she was clearly on the verge of conquering Su Fei. Even giving her a little more time, she was about to give stomping Su Fei at her feet. But instead. Ah! What's wrong? I fainted just now, or was it Su Fei who saved me? Luo Li glanced at the blood at the corner of Su Fei's mouth and couldn't help but touch her wet neck again. In an instant, Luo Li suddenly felt like she had missed more than 180 billion. Luo Li. Su Fei's opening interrupted Luo Li's thoughts. Ah. Su Fei took a deep breath and said, in the future, you shouldn't pull this kind of trick. Luo Li was vain. I didn't Okay. Su Fei was not the least bit surprised to hear the other party's reply. It was because this colleague's degree of tough talk was something he had long since learned. It was clear that the facts were right in front of his eyes, and the other party even refused to admit it. And just now when kissing, the other party was clearly so strong. Thinking of this, Su Fei stood up. I hope you can continue to keep it up, I'll leave first. After saying that, Su Fei decisively then left the bloody restaurant and headed towards the car. Seeing Luo Li still froze, the blood-sucking creepy store manager was anxious. What are you waiting for? It's already this time, why don't you go after them? Chase? Luo Li froze for a second. Go quickly. Good. Luo Li bit her lip, then immediately got up and followed. Su Fei saw Luo Li go downstairs and immediately started the vehicle, driving away from the restaurant. At this moment, Luo Li also hurriedly started her red sports car and chased after her. Looking at the red sports car in the rearview mirror, Su Fei's mind was also racing with thoughts. Going back was impossible to go back, after all, Bai Lili was still at home. Afterwards, he found a place called the Scare Bar and stopped the car. At the same time, Luo Li also followed closely behind. Seeing Su Fei go in, she also rushed in. In the Scare Bar, creepy pure music was playing. There were a few creeps sitting around sporadically being drunk. When Luo Li saw Su Fei sitting at the bar, she immediately adjusted her breathing and sat beside him as well. Boss, 2 cups of crimson kiss for you. Good. Su Fei looked at the 2 cups of red liquor in front of him and pushed one of them to Luo Li. It's a blood-mixed wine, try it. I don't like drinking blood-based. Luo Li had an instinctive resistance when she saw this cup of wine. There was already enough blood in the blood demon race, so naturally, she wouldn't like it. What? The concentration of blood in this wine isn't as much as a blood drink. Just now when I saw you drink so many blood drinks, I thought you liked it. Then just now it was because. Luo Li arched an eyebrow and didn't continue any further. After all, it's not like she really drank it. It was purely just for acting. Alright, if you don't drink, then I'll find another shenanigan to drink. Su Fei's gaze swept over the surroundings, only to see that there was a table with a long-haired female guile dressed extremely coolly sitting alone. The long-haired female guile was sipping wine while looking at a collection of human love stories in her hand. Moreover, looking at its aura, it was still an SS-level guile. Likewise, the appearance was also of the same caliber, not too far off from the president, which was not bad. Su Fei carried the wine and got up towards the long-haired female creepy. This beautiful woman, I wonder if I can buy you a glass of wine. Good. The long-haired female guile looked up at Su Fei and readily agreed. Su Fei sat down on the opposite side of the long-haired female guile and handed the wine in his hand to the other party. The long-haired female guile wasn't the least bit polite either, smiling as she looked at Su Fei. Human, I can drink the wine, but I want to ask you, is the love at first sight written in this book story true? You want to know the answer? Aha! Su Fei pointed to his face, I'll tell you if you kiss me. Ah, you human, so bad. The long-haired bizarre blushed, but, I like it. Saying this, long-haired creepy tugged on Su Fei's collar as soon as she could. Just as she closed her eyes and prepared to kiss him, a gust of cloudy wind struck. Luo Li directly pulled Su Fei away. The long-haired female guile instantly frowned and asked, This young lady, what are you doing? Luo Li didn't say anything, only staring at the long-haired guile dead on, as if she was looking at an enemy. Seeing this, the long-haired bizarre also had no choice but to ask Su Fei, Human, what is your relationship? Colleague relationship. Su Fei replied honestly. I thought it was a girlfriend, what does a co-worker care so much about? The long-haired bizarre glanced coldly at Luo Li, then added, Human, why don't you go to my house for an in-depth exchange, there are no spoiler co-workers there. Said. Long-haired creepy wanted to pull Su Fei away. But where would Luo Li be willing to do that? Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she directly took Su Fei's arm, coldly saying, Sorry, this human doesn't belong to you. Oh? Hearing this, the long-haired female guile became more and more interested. In that case, this human is your man? When these words came out, Luo Li turned her head back, glanced at Su Fei, and whispered back. Aha! Then how do you prove it? The long-haired female guile asked again. How do you prove it? Luo Li first arched an eyebrow, her gaze unable to help but look at Su Fei's lips.
She then took a deep breath and directly imprinted on them. It even gently bit the tip of Su-Fei's tongue, seemingly in retaliation for something. This female guile. Chapter 87, the last creepy incident before the blind date. Isn't it just a blood-mixed wine? Can't I drink it with you? As long as you're happy, I can keep drinking with you as long as you don't go looking for another female creep. Back at the bar, Luoli took Su-Fei's hand, her face filled with guilt. She violently swallowed a cup of crimson kiss into her stomach and said, "Yes, it's wrong of me to act and deceive you, but you can't hurt me through this method." Su-Fei was helpless in his heart when he saw the other party look like this. If this was hurting, then what was it if the other party knew about the ones in his family? Don't you know how uncomfortable I felt in my heart when you let other female shenanigans kiss you? Between words, Luoli drank a few more cups, obviously a little drunk on her mind, pulling Su-Fei's hand. You touch. Alright, don't drink if you can't drink this. Su-Fei took away the wineglass in the other party's hand. No, I'm inclined to drink it. Luoli snatched the wine cup again and swallowed it in one mouthful. If I don't drink it, you'll drink it again with other female shenanigans. Su-Fei pulled Luoli. Where is your home? I'd better send you back. I don't want to go back. Go or. Su-Fei forcefully pulled Luoli and helped her to the co-pilot. Su-Fei. It's also my first time liking someone, so at first, I didn't know what liking was. But now I understand. I just want to see you every day, just want to have you every day. With the strength of wine, Luoli's mouth kept talking. I know you like gray silk, I can wear it every day in the future. If you like the jelly I made for you, I can also make it for you every day. But I'm begging you, don't get too close to the other female shenanigans, I'm so angry. Actually, as long as you promise me this, I can give you whatever you want. Su-Fei looked at the dazed Luoli and was at a loss as to what to do. But at this moment, the Dragon Country viewers who were watching the live broadcast were, one by one, moved by these words. Brother, this female guile truly loves Sushin to death. Just now, I felt that this female guile was very domineering, but now she looks so weak. AI, there's really nothing to say about Sushin's charm, normal people can't learn from it. It looks like there's another one on the battlefield, and I don't know how it will end. Take it down Sushin, one more isn't much anyway, there's still a blind date behind. Creepy world. Su-Fei sat in the car never moving. Should he find a hotel to send him there? However, right at this moment, Luoli's cell phone suddenly rang with a burst of ringtones. Su-Fei was about to pick it up, but Luoli directly hung it up. Not long after, Su-Fei's own cell phone also rang. President? Su-Fei immediately answered the call. On the other end of the line, the blonde hair's bizarre voice also came through. Su-Fei, are you with Xiao Luo? Well, she's drunk, I want to send her back, I don't know where her house is. I'll send you the location, please make sure you send her home. Okay. Su-Fei nodded, and just as he hung up the phone, he received a location from Blonde Creepy. There was no name on the navigated location, it simply showed a certain location in District A, the city center. Seeing Luoli still dazed, Su-Fei immediately drove there. It didn't take long before he saw a separate garden. The center of the city in Area A. He was still able to own a private garden of this level. This colleague's identity was not simple. No wonder when he was looking at cars earlier, that whoever opened his mouth was giving away supercars. Looks like. Maybe it's all because of this colleague. No wonder the relationship with the president is so good, the original family is so powerful. Su-Fei immediately parked the car to help Luoli out of the car. But just then, a white-haired, middle-aged, elderly-looking creep appeared right next to the car. That creepy had two small skulls coiled in one hand, while the other hand was placed behind his back. He looked at Su-Fei and Luoli with a grim expression. And he was no one else but Father Luo. Although the other party didn't emit any weird energy, just standing there made Su-Fei feel an inexplicable pressure. You are? I'm his father. Luo's father finished speaking, then turned his gaze back to Luoli, his face full of heartache. Hand her over to me. Hand her over to you? Su-Fei instantly hesitated a little. Although it was in front of his home, but somehow an old man appeared. Su-Fei always felt that something was wrong somewhere. What? Are you doubting my identity? Luo's father couldn't help but ask. There is some suspicion. Doubting is useless because you'll be leaving here soon. Father Luo had just said this when a burst of black mist struck, instantly enveloping Su-Fei. A bizarre event. Su-Fei's heart tightened, this kind of thing he was already very familiar with. Dragon Nation player successfully triggers bizarre event. Current event, Scarlet Curse. Just like earlier. Accompanied by a burst of vertigo, all of the human players were once again teleported to the grand stage at this moment. The bald-headed creepy appeared in front of everyone once again. This creepy event will accelerate the progress of your matchmaking, and will be the last creepy event before your matchmaking. Now find your respective rooms. Once inside you will be dropped into various parts of the Scarlet Land. This event will not actually kill anyone, and the longer you stay there, the more trick coin rewards you will receive.
And I will be in charge of posting the quests for this level, no other shenanigans will be hosted. The words fell. The viewers from other countries watching the live stream instantly came to their senses. Not to mention, this time there are no other weird hosting events, the Dragon Kingdom's weird interconnections are useless. Well, as long as we live, there's a reward, let's mix it up a bit and finish it. The fastest would be Sakura's player, right? He's just a few thousand guile coins away. I hope our country can blind date an SSS ranked shenanigans and never lose to Dragon Country. Sufei of the Dragon Kingdom has found so many, sooner or later, his backyard will catch fire. We're not greedy, we only need one. Hearing this, the Dragon Kingdom's audience was not happy. Do you guys only want one? You guys are not capable of this. Can you guys with your black faces open up to SSS grade shenanigans? What is there to say to them? They simply can't recognize reality. Come on Godsu, we believe in you, you can definitely kill it. As the spectators attacked each other, there were already quite a few players who had already found their respective rooms at this moment. Sufei likewise returned to room 444 once more. Just as he pushed open the door to the room, a deep red color, like a portal-like vortex, appeared in front of him. At the same time, the bald man's eerie voice rang in everyone's ears. Step inside and you will travel to a world where there is only blood. That will be the birthplace of a certain bizarre race, all you have to do is complete the mission. The birthplace of a bizarre race? It couldn't be the blood demon race, could it? Sufei frowned, then stepped into the vortex. The screen turned, and a blood-red world was presented in front of him. Immediately afterward, he then heard a bizarre baby cry. Chapter 88, the creepy hatchling subject to the Scarlet Curse. Sufei swept his surroundings, a blood-red confined space. And in the center of the space was a pool of blood. A translucent infant like Creepy was lying inside the pool of blood, rolling over and over. He was even able to clearly see that the blood in the blood pool was constantly soaking into the baby's internal organs and bones. At this moment, the bald Creepy's voice rang in Sufei's ears. Every weirdness has its own different birthplace. There are undead that rise from the dead, mysteries born from fear, and existences born from scarlet curses and so on. The Blood Demon clan, for example, was born from the Scarlet Curse, and they obtain powerful and bizarre energy from the curse. Dragon Country's player Sufei, now in front of you, is an abandoned bizarre hatchling. She is not of the Blood Demon clan, yet she suffers from the Scarlet Curse, which penetrates deep into her bones. What you have to do now is to think of every possible way to undo the other party's curse, so that she can get out of danger and stop crying. Of course, if you just stand here and don't save it, you will be scared to death by the other party's cries. Hearing those words, Sufei couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the bizarre baby rolling around in agony in the pool of blood. Even though the current him wouldn't reject the taste of blood. However, the sound of the baby's cries in the blood pool was something that caused an inexplicable fear deep within him, causing his heart to involuntarily start beating faster. At the same time, Dragon Country's live broadcast viewers also all had their scalps numb one by one when they saw this weirdness. The front is still eating too well, I almost forgot that this is a bizarre world. Perhaps this is what the bizarre world was originally like, while the bizarre outside is just mimicking human society. Then if Godsu wants to save this weirdness from the curse now, he shouldn't be cursed himself, right? It's fine even if it's cursed, right? This incident won't cause any real deaths of the players anyway, just try to hold on for as long as possible. Let's not talk about the curse, just the sound of this crying, it's terrifying even through the screen. How long can Sushin last? So what exactly will Sushin choose? Will he try his best to stall for time or give it a try? However, just as the crowd was chatting, the Weird World's notification rang out. Sakura player died tragically from the Scarlet Curse, exiting the Scarlet Land. Reward amount, 10,000 creepy coins. The briefing tone ended and Sakura's Yamamoto player was teleported to the big stage. I've gathered enough for 100,000. His expression was both fearful and excited, and his entire body was shaking. At that moment, Bald Creepy also appeared on the big stage. When this event is over, you will be able to choose whether or not to enter the blind date meeting stage. Okay. The Yamamoto contestant agreed repeatedly, and his entire body looked much more settled. The Sakura contestant's success made the spectators from other countries envious. It's only $100,000, if our contestant had finished it a long time ago. Our contestant's mission was to hike the Scarlet Swamp, so hopefully we can drag it out a bit longer. Wow, on what grounds? Our player was bizarrely captured by the Blood Demon race to go as a slave. Right, what about Sufei's side, what's his mission stuff? I just read it, it says he has to lift a curse from a creepy, or else he'll be scared to death. Then I'll have to go and take a look, even though I won't really die, that's still a relief. Go, I'll go too. Another wave of viewers from other countries flooded into the Dragon Country live streaming room, looking at Sufei on the screen. At this moment, the Scarlet Land. Sufei looked at the baby in the blood pool in front of him, and eventually chose to walk towards the blood pool. This was because he thought of the hidden hint from earlier. At that time, there were also special hints telling him that After kissing his co-worker, it would determine the success or otherwise of this bizarre event. Then the so-called Scarlet Curse was most likely talking about the characteristics of the Blood Demon clan. In other words, he ate the jelly made by his colleague earlier and sucked a lot of blood. It's possible that this so-called Scarlet Curse had already been on his own body for a long time. And if he wasn't saved, his heart would beat faster and faster with the cries, only to end up dying of fear. Anyway, the florist outside kept making money. As long as he could stay here for a little longer, he might be able to scrape together enough for the matchmaking requirement after completing the event as well. Thinking of this, he had already stepped into the blood pool. The pool of blood wasn't deep, just not reaching Su Fei's knees. But right at this moment, the blood within the pool was as if it was alive, constantly converging towards Su Fei's body. The blood followed the pants leg and wrapped up Su Fei's entire body, turning him into a bloody man. Seeing this scene, all the viewers held their breath, not even daring to send out pop-ups. As wave after wave of blood continued to pour in, Su Fei was surprised to find that this blood was able to directly penetrate through his skin and didn't enter his body. The key was that he didn't feel any discomfort during this process. Instead, it was more like taking a bath. Thankfully, it came down. Su Fei's entire mind gradually relaxed. The cries of the bizarre baby lying in the blood pool, however, also began to become smaller at this time. And so, Su Fei didn't stand any longer either, but instead sat comfortably in the blood pool. Seeing this, all of the Dragon Country's viewers simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. That scene just now was indeed a bit scary, but now God Su was completely taking a bath. What kind of blood pool is this? It's not a hot spring? And look guys, that creepy baby isn't crying anymore. Just now, Baldhead said that some weird energies were born from the Scarlet Curse. Do you guys think that Sushin will get weird energies? You really don't say. Just now, the Sakura player was hung up after touching Blood Rain. Ha! Didn't a lot of foreign IPs come in just now? Why aren't they talking anymore? It must be because what they wanted to see didn't happen. I don't know who said that. One by one, the audiences from the other countries in the Dragon Country livestream began to withdraw in silence. As time passed, Su Fei was still immersed in the blood pool, while the bizarre baby in the center of the blood pool was incomparably quiet, as if it was asleep. But at this moment, the bizarre world's broadcasting sound was ringing in Su Fei's ears non-stop. One after another, players from other countries were teleported back to the grand stage. There was fear, joy, and defiance on their faces. Before long, more than 100 players converged on the stage and began to talk. What a pity, I just need to hold on a little longer and I should have been able to complete my mission. Me too, but even if this event ends there should still be a trip out, I'm so close. I'm just waiting for the event to end for the lottery, hopefully my other half will be a bit of SSS rank shenanigans. Well, I hope so, I also want to be like Su Fei from the Dragon Kingdom. Right, where's Su Fei? Has he not come out yet? Do you still need to think about it? Maybe he's inside falling in love again. I'm also going to phase into an SSS ranked pretty creepy and fall in love hard. Chapter 89, you're not signing up for a weird blind date too, are you? Time was like a white horse passing by. A dozen hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Fei was still in the bloody land absorbing the blood from the blood pool, and his entire being was very settled. But on the other side, in the middle of the Guile capital, when Luoli learned of the news that she was going to be matched with a human, she was not calm. She looked at Luo's father, who was feeding the fish by the pool, with a deadpan look and said angrily, "You also saw him yesterday, I hope you can cancel that so-called blind date." Luo's father sighed deeply, "You said it too late, that's the rule of the world. When the bizarre incident happened yesterday, it was already in its final stage, it can't be cancelled. That Su Fei either completed the mission and joined the shenanigans of his own choosing, or he didn't and was wiped out. And as long as the stranger who chose you is able to complete the task I set out to do, you will also be paired up successfully. I don't care." Luoli's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I only want Su Fei alone, and when the time comes, the female Guile he chooses, and the stranger who chooses me, I'll find a way to get them killed. It seems that you really have found your true love." Luo's father looked at Luoli, both relieved and heartbroken, "But now the stranger who chose you, as long as he fulfills the requirements, then you can only follow the rules of the world and stay with him. And protect him unconditionally, otherwise you'll be violating the world rules." "No, it can't be." Luoli was nervous when she heard this. "I don't believe that you don't have a way to get him killed. Even if you can't, I can still have my sister, or Zixia do it." Luo's father shook his head and said, "If your object dies, you will likewise be obliterated for violating the world rules. I won't allow you to do that." Luoli was getting flustered when she heard the world rules. "According to what you're saying, I'm powerless to change this fact." "Not necessarily." Luo's father coiled his skull and turned his head. "Now I can only hope that the stranger who chose you will not be able to fulfill the requirements of my mission. Then you can get the object Su Fei chose by killing him and getting him." Luoli hurriedly asked, "Then what requirements did you set in the first place?" $1 billion deposit. Luo's father honestly returned, "The purpose of setting this requirement is exactly what I was considering for you.
1 billion. Hearing this figure, Luoli was slightly relieved. 1 billion, a normal person shouldn't earn enough, right? Normally it is, but what? Luo father frowned and said, but this time, the weird event is different, there is no upper limit to the reward, so the stranger who chose you might actually have a chance. You. Luoli's eyebrows bladed like knives, her fingers almost piercing into her palms. Her gaze was like an ice pick as she looked at Luo's father, even the temperature around her was gradually getting lower. If, on the other hand, Su Fei is obliterated because he didn't fulfill the requirements, or if that stranger who chose me fulfills the requirements, then I guarantee that you will absolutely regret the decision you made in the first place. Seeing Luo Li's eyes, Luo father was also incomparably nervous. From the looks of it, if this daughter of his family didn't get together with Su Fei, I'm afraid that any kind of running away from home would still be light. She might even kill her father for love. What in front of still do not believe in love, the result of this moment appeared to Su Fei, life or hate to give him. So, he hurriedly explained, daughter, don't be anxious, maybe Su Fei is the one who chose you? Do you think you can believe yourself when you say this? Luo Li's face remained cold, even I just found out about the matchmaking with a human, and I didn't even know him when you signed up. Daughter! Believe in true love, it can create miracles. Miracles? Luo Li's breathing became short and sharp, if true love has miracles, then why weren't you with your true love in the first place? This. That. Luo father was anxious, immediately explained, that can be the same? It's not like my true love loves me. It's the same, it's not necessarily me that Su Fei loves. When Luoli heard this, she immediately felt a sourness in her eyes. Indeed. She now understood her heart, but couldn't understand Su Fei's heart. She had gotten almost everything she wanted since she was a child, and had never had this kind of feeling of being at risk. Alright, anyway, the scope of enrollment should be in Guedu, right? Since the event isn't over now, I'd like to see who all have signed up for the blind date. Saying this, Luoli wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Luo father's heart was startled. Daughter, where are you going? Where to? Luoli turned her head sideways, her pupils also turned blood red at this time, her cold light was fierce. Of course, it's to find the female guile that participated in the bizarre matchmaking, and then find a way to kill them all. Only in this way can I ensure that my Su Fei won't be snatched away by the other female guile. After saying that, Luoli left the courtyard without looking back. Luo father's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly dialed the blonde creepy's number. Luoli left the house and drove Su Fei's yellow lightning directly towards the company. Not long after, she arrived at the company and walked directly into the elevator. The terrifying SSS-ranked bizarre energy made the surrounding bizarre one's heart skip a beat, not daring to look directly at it. Bang! Luoli kicked open the door of the president's office. Luo, President Luo. Seeing Luoli looking like this, the blonde-haired creepy was also startled. Luoli's face was frosty as she opened her mouth. Now I'll give you a task, find out exactly which female creeps have signed up for blind dates in Guedu. Mr. Luo, hold your horses. The blonde creep took out his cell phone and said, the old man has already told me what happened. If you really kill the female guile on the blind date indiscriminately, then even if Su Fei completes the blind date requirement, the pairing will fail due to the lack of a blind date, which will result in Su Fei being wiped out by the rules of the world. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, so tell me, what should I do now? Can I only really just stand by and watch him shenanigans with another female? Speaking here, Luoli was so anxious that she was about to cry. Mr. Luo, you calm down first and listen to my analysis. Blonde-hair creepy hurriedly comforted Luoli and sat her down in front of the desk. The old master told me that the rules of this blind date are basically deposit requirements. Actually, normally speaking, Mr. Luo, your decision is right, but the key problem is that we don't know what Su Fei's matchmaking requirements are specifically. Let's not even talk about how much deposit Su Fei originally had. The flower store alone has earned tens of millions in the 2 days it's been open. If the matchmaking requirements are low, he should have completed the requirements a long time ago, but he delayed going on a blind date. Of course, it can't be ruled out that Su Fei doesn't intend to hand in his quest first right now, so even if the other party's requirements are even lower, we can't kill them indiscriminately. In case we kill the wrong person, then no one can save Su Fei. Luoli's eyes couldn't help but feel a little worried when she heard this. Then according to you, what should we do in case Su Fei's object is killed by another creepy? When the blonde-haired creepy heard this, he was also inwardly speechless to the extreme. Those who were able to have this idea, other than Luoli, I'm afraid there was no other female creepy. Without a strong strength and information network of their own, they just couldn't do it even if they wanted to. That's why, we can check and then get all the female shenanigans participating in the matchmaking to come to the company before we talk about it, so we can make sure that all the female shenanigans are within our control. The blonde creep was full of seriousness. That way, even if all the matches do succeed, you'll know exactly who Su Fei is with, and you'll be able to figure out a way to negotiate the conditions in the aftermath. You have a point. Luoli's eyes gradually became serious when she heard this, but soon she clustered her brows again as a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Wait, you wouldn't have signed up for this what's called blind date as well, right? Chapter 90. What? Your request is $1 billion? Hearing these words, the blonde bazaar pupils shook and his body trembled. Mr. Luo, I don't have it. If I had it, wouldn't I have told you long ago? You'd better not have. Luo Li's eyes narrowed slightly, then immediately said, do as you said, first go investigate, then bring them to the company at all costs. Good. The blonde-haired creepy nodded repeatedly, followed by leaving the office. On the other side, in a certain tower in the city, Bai Lili sat on the bed, biting the pillow in her arms with a death grip. Her brows were knitted together, and her delicate little face was filled with tension. Xiao Sufei hadn't come back for a night. Where did he go? Could it be that he went on a date with another female trickster? Or is he in danger? The more she thought about this, the more Bai Lili's heart was in turmoil. I can't. I must go out and look for him. Bai Lili thought of this and immediately jumped up from her bed. She then opened the window and turned into a small bat and flew out. At this time, bloody restaurant. The blood-sucking creepy store manager was making a blood meal while he received a call from Luo Li. Did Su Fei tell anything about his blind date? No. You've been running a restaurant for so many years, help me keep an eye out for any blind date female shenanigans as well. Don't worry, I'll notify you immediately if I find out. Well, it would be best if I could know the other party's matchmaking requirements. I suggest you ask Mary first and then let me know the result. Understood. The blood-sucking creepy store manager hung up the phone, and his entire body couldn't help but take a deep breath. Obviously. Even though Luo Li didn't say it outright, the store manager guessed what the other party was thinking. Inevitably, she wanted to eradicate all female guile that could potentially be successfully paired with Su Fei in advance. It seems that the guile capital, which has been calm for many years, is really going to change. Just as the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper was just about to go next door to inquire about Mary, a small head appeared in front of him. What did you just say changed? The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper looked down, only to see White Chestnut looking at him with a frown. Chestnut-sama? What brings you here? The store manager was violently startled, his palms sweating coldly. Bai Lili didn't talk nonsense and directly asked, have you seen little Su Fei? Su Fei? Oh no, Lord Sui? The store manager's heart was beating extremely fast at the moment, so he had to honestly say, Lord Sui participated in the bizarre incident, and the next thing should be to have a blind date. Blind date? I almost forgot if you didn't say it. When Bai Lili heard those two words, she instantly recalled the scene when she had just met Su Fei. She revealed her sharp little tiger teeth and said fiercely, little Su Fei's blind date's requirements are too much. If I knew who it was, I'd have to get her killed. Hearing this, blood-sucking guile shopkeeper's heart was startled, but he quickly remembered Luo Li's explanation just now. Lord Lili, do you know who Lord Su's blind date is? Bai Lili crossed her arms and coldly grunted, if I knew, I would have gone looking for her right now. Then did Lord Su mention to your lordship what his blind date requirements are? Bai Lili sniffed and narrowed her eyes. What do you want to know so much? The blood-sucking guile shop elder fieldly said, I'm not helping His Excellency to find out information. Maybe if I come across it, I can also notify His Excellency. It makes some sense for you to say that, but I told you, you can't divulge this request. White Lili said here, full of serious color, because it may affect us to get back the token. At the mention of the token, the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper was instantly filled with seriousness. He immediately stretched out his hand and cut a slit with his fingertip, and blood filled the air, forming a strange rune. Don't worry, Lord Lili, I'll make a blood oath that I will absolutely not reveal the matchmaking requirements of Lord Su's subject. Good, then I will tell you. Bai Lili crossed her arms and made the sign of 10. 100,000? The blood-sucking creepy store manager looked puzzled. Shiruri shook her head. Could it be $1 billion? Well. Bai Lili nodded, her face was filled with exasperation. Do you think this request is too much? Even I can't get $1 billion now. 1 billion. Hearing this figure, the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper also instantly understood why Su Fei would want to earn money so badly. He just didn't know how much was Lord Luo Li's matchmaking requirement. Right, little Su Fei said that you gave him a few storefronts. Take me to see them? Okay, it's right next door. The blood-sucking creepy store manager hurriedly led the way in front, bringing Bai Lili to the flower store next door. In front of the flower store, there were still quite a few creeps buying flowers. Mary was also busy as always. Sensing Bai Lili's aura, Mary immediately stopped what she was doing. At the same time, White Chestnut, who saw Mary, also instantly revealed her displeasure and muttered, hate big-breasted female shenanigans the most. Ha! The blood-sucking guile store manager froze for a second. White Chestnut took a step and walked towards the flower store. The surrounding creeps felt sweaty when they sensed this aura, and they lowered their heads to make way. Some of the creeps who had been here quite a few times also felt strange inside. Could it be that the owner of this flower store was a chimera? A pseudo-SSS ranked creepy working for free, and then there were other female creepies who were insanely jealous? White Chestnut walked up to Mary and questioned, are you little Su Fei's shopkeeper? Yes. Mary returned with a smile on her face. Good, then you can stop working, this store is now mine, go next door and help mop the floor. Bai Lili waved her hand. Mary froze for a second, then said, this lord, you only don't know the flowers here. Bai Lili didn't bother with the other party, but instead stretched out 3 lovely fingers. 3. Then if you don't understand, then Mr. Su will only earn less. 2. Alright, I'll go. Mary took a deep breath, twisted her head and walked out of the flower store. Dare to underestimate me? You can make money for little Su Fei, why can't I? Before I opened the flower store, little Su Fei's money was all earned by my help. Looking at Mary's departing back, Bai Lili then turned her gaze to the surrounding shenanigans that had come to buy flowers. Take out your creepy cards, whoever dares to not spend on their own accord, I'll send you on top of the table next door to be consumed. The moment these words came out, a crowd of bazaar immediately obediently took out their bazaar cards and actively began to line up on the bazaar head at the front desk to swipe their cards to order flowers. The blood-sucking creepy store manager was also squeezed to the door by this group of creeps who were rushing to order flowers and pay the bill. At this time, Mary looked at the white chestnut inside, her eyes twinkling. The love story was getting more and more exciting, and it seemed like she could start to retire now. At this time, the blood-sucking creepy store manager was the one who walked up to her and asked, Miss Mary, do you know about Lord Su going on a blind date? I know. Mary nodded, her eyes looking towards the shopkeeper as she waved her hand and said, you don't need to try, you can just tell her that I didn't attend the blind date and I won't compete with her for Su Fei. The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper smiled awkwardly. However, just at this moment, his cell phone was ringing once again. How's it going? Have you poked around on Mary's side yet? Well, she didn't participate in the blind date, but now I would like to ask, Lord Luoli, what are your requirements for the blind date, which is very important to you? On the other end of the phone, Lori froze for a second, then added, I can tell you, but please keep it a secret. Don't worry, I promise. The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper's tone was filled with seriousness. 1 billion. Chapter 91 Su Fei's first exchange has to be mine. Seriously? The blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper gulped, and he looked at Mary beside him as if he was demented. And so, he walked to the corner to once again confirm in a low voice, Lord Lori, are you sure that the numbers you said are accurate? What's wrong? No, nothing, I'll come to your company later. The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper hung up the phone, his heart beating extremely fast. Isn't this a coincidence? This Lord Luoli messed around for half a day, and the result of the blind date was that it was Su Fei? No. It wasn't necessarily. Maybe the other female guile also had a matchmaking requirement of $1 billion? But even if that was the case, it was already enough. Because of the blood oath he had just made, he couldn't directly tell Luoli about Su Fei's matchmaking requirements. However, he could tell Luoli that he could rule out which female guile had participated in the blind date. Besides, even if he knew that the object was really Luoli, he had no intention of directly telling the other party. After all, he also wanted to see what kind of expression Luoli had when she learned that the blind date object was Su Fei. Mary, please look after the affairs of the store for me, I have a big thing to do right now. If Lord Chestnut looks for me, you can just say that I went to help him find Su Fei's blind date. After saying that, the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper left the scene in a hurry. Looking at the blood-sucking creepy store managers hastily departing back, the corner of Mary's mouth couldn't help but lift up an arc. At the same time, he dialed the abominable butcher's phone. Father, the third part can continue to be updated, it's very exciting. On the other side, Thriller Company, in the president's office. Luoli was scrutinizing the 6 female creeps that blonde creepy had brought in, revealing a cruel smile. Luoli looked at the blonde creepy beside her. I didn't expect that you were still as efficient as ever. That's for sure. The blonde-haired creepy was full of pride, rewarding a luxury car for a successful blind date with a human. If it was me, I wouldn't be able to resist signing up. I'm sure more creeps will sign up next. Very good. Luoli slowly got up and walked in front of a long-haired female guile. When that long-haired female guile saw that it was Luoli, the word panic was written on her entire face. What a coincidence, I didn't expect you to sign up for the weird matchmaking as well. Duh, Lord. The long-haired bizarre lips were trembling in the flesh. Lord, spare your life, I really didn't mean to steal your man. Oh? If you say so, it's my man's fault? Luoli's eyes are filled with killing intent. Even if my man strips naked and stands in front of you, you have to die if you take a look at him. My lord, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. When the long-haired creepy heard this, his legs went soft and directly knelt on the ground. At this moment, her heart was just incomparably regretful. But that was how the bizarre world was meant to be. Those with a low rank didn't have any say in the matter. Since she had already taken the bait and stepped into the other party's territory, whether she lived or died could only be decided by the other party. The blonde creepy took out a sheet at this time and handed it over to Luoli. Her minimum requirement for a blind date is $100,000. Luoli's eyes narrowed slightly. If it's 100,000, it shouldn't be a problem to make a move, right? The blonde creepy reminded, it's best if you can't move, in case Su Fei. Knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted Blonde Creepy's words. Lord Luoli, it's me. Enter. Luoli coldly opened her mouth. The blood-sucking creepy store manager pushed open the door and walked into the office. Looking at the several terrified-faced female guile in front of him, the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Luoli scrutinized the blood-sucking guile store manager and asked, "What exactly do you know? Say it." "I got information." Blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper stretched out his palm and a strange rune appeared in front of Luoli. "A blood oath?" "That's right." The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper nodded, then asked, "Due to the oath, there are some things that I can't say outright." "Oh?" Although Luoli didn't know exactly how the blood-sucking guile storekeeper got the information. But what the blood-sucking guile clan valued most was the blood oath. Violating the oath would result in being deprived of the blood-sucking guile bloodline. This was more cruel to the blood-sucking guile than killing them. The blood-sucking guile store manager immediately asked, "By the way, Lord Luoli, do you know their matchmaking requirements? Here is their information." Luoli handed the information sheet in her hand to the blood-sucking guile shopkeeper. The blood-sucking guile store manager scrutinized it and said, "None of them are." "You mean to say that none of them are Su Fei's blind dates?" "Aha!" The blood-sucking guile shopkeeper nodded seriously. Luoli heard this and pondered a little. Blonde Creepy was the one who once again reminded, "Mr. Luo, it's best not to do anything rash, we can't trust what he says just by virtue of the blood oath." Speaking here, Blonde Creepy glanced at blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper. She wasn't familiar with this blood-sucking creep who had inexplicably appeared, and it was normal for her to be skeptical. "Don't worry, I won't kill them all, but if one of them doesn't, I'm not comfortable in my heart." Luoli finished speaking, following which she locked her gaze on the long-haired creepy. "You stay, take everyone else to the basement and wait for news." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the female guile immediately sighed in relief. Only the long-haired female guile was trembling all over. "My lord, don't ah." Luoli looked at the other party begging for mercy, her face was still ice cold. She slightly raised her hand and the entire office turned into a sea of corpses and blood, accompanied by the eerie screams of the long-haired. A head of zombies condensed by blood dragged the long-haired bazaar in front of her into the sea of blood and then disappeared. At this time, the blood-sucking creepy store manager who saw all of this was trembling. As a blood-sucking creep, he had never been so afraid of blood in his life. This kind of terrifying bizarre energy, I'm afraid that only Lord Chestnut would be able to fight against it, right? But the more he thought about it, the more the blood-sucking guile store manager felt emboldened. Just now, Lord Lily also said that he wanted to get rid of the bazaar, who had made a $1 billion blind date request. If Karuri-sama and Luoli-sama meet. Hiss. Thinking of this, the blood-sucking creepy shopkeeper no longer dared to continue imagining it. "Lord Su, it's all up to you." As the massive bazaar energy dispersed, Luoli's face finally revealed a touch of relief. She had long since moved to kill. However, in order to avoid any mistakes from Su Fei, she didn't dare to go on a rampage. However, when she thought of the long-haired weirdness who wanted to have a deep exchange with Su Fei in front of her yesterday, she was extremely angry inside. Su Fei's first deep exchange had to be hers. Following that, she turned her gaze back to the blonde-haired creepy, continue, and find as many creepy that participated in the blind date as possible. As time passed, the blind date stage, aside from Su Fei, almost all of the human contestants had already exited the Scarlet Land. Most of these contestants had almost all received generous rewards and had directly completed their respective matchmaking requirements. There was even a portion of the contestants who had even exceeded their matchmaking requirements. This is much faster than working outside to make money. Yeah, I just realized that I'm so good that I lasted for almost 10 hours. I'll just turn in my quest and start the blind date later when the event is over. I can't wait, why isn't that damn Su Fei out yet? This Su Fei, he's not really taking full rewards straight away, is he? After another long while, Su Fei was still sitting in the blood pool. But at this point, the blood inside the blood pool had almost reached the bottom. With the last drop of blood having been absorbed by Su Fei, the original immersion into that bizarre baby also entered a deep sleep. Su Fei slowly stood up, only to feel his entire body filled with strength. He felt that even if White Chestnut were to hang onto him at all times now and suck his blood, he probably wouldn't feel tired. A fear-producing bizarre baby? It's really strange. Su Fei looked at the bizarre infant in the pool water not far away and fell into deep thought. But right at this moment, the Bizarre World's announcing sound suddenly rang out. Dragon Kingdom player completes the Scarlet Land quest. Reward amount, 600 million creepy coins. Current number of surviving players, 155. Deposit rankings are as follows. Dragon Kingdom player, 980 million deposits. Dragon Kingdom player, 980 million deposits. What's going on? Why does it feel like the flower store today, as if business has become better and better? Su Fei looked at the steady stream of guile coins that were rising in his deposits, and his heart was stunned.